As the radiant sun of the early morning ascended, Xia Yin, within a relatively secluded residence in Konoha Village, had already opened his eyes and promptly rose to his feet. Upon approaching the mirror and gazing at his reflection, he experienced a fleeting moment of doubt, wondering if he had somehow transformed into Kakashi. With his handsome visage and silver hair, he mused that had his pupils been brown instead of black, a mask might have allowed him to pass for Kakashi. Having inadvertently arrived in this world over 13 years ago, Xia Yin had gradually acclimatized to his surroundings. However, his luck was far from favorable, as the timing of his transmigration was rather peculiar. He vividly recalled the day he was old enough to attend the Ninja Academy, only to find himself in a class with a boy named Hatake Kakashi and another named Uchiha Bido, which nearly extinguished his spirit. The presence of these two indicated only one thing. He was destined to confront at least one unprecedented war. The ninjas in this realm were extraordinarily formidable. Even the children possessed terrifying prowess. During times of war, it was not uncommon for them to acquire the ability to kill by the age of 6 or 7. Joining the battlefield around the age of 10 was routine, and some, like Kakashi, had already become seasoned genin by the tender age of 12, having claimed numerous lives. As a modern individual, Xia Yin found himself incapable of such feats. At least, he did not believe he could achieve them at that time. Thus, he faced two paths. One was to heedlessly march in a battle, praying for survival. The other was to devise a means to evade the battlefield, enduring until the war concluded, or even until those two saviors emerged. Regrettably, the latter option was somewhat impracticable for Xia Yin due to his surname Senju. The Senju clan was steeped in legend, having played a vital role in this world, co-founding Konoha alongside the Uchiha. They were represented by the First, Second, and even Third Hokage, all of whom were nurtured by Senju Tobirama. Many of the current leaders of Konoha had once received guidance from the Senju clan. Even the Uchiha could only use their own strength to highlight the grandeur of the Senju. The colossal statues in the Valley of the End concealed the glory of the Senju and the shame of the Uchiha clan. Alas, fortune is fickle. With the ascension of the Third Hokage, the Senju clan began its decline. Tragically, this decline was attributed to the policies of the Second Hokage. Of course, the Third Hokage played a crucial role as well, despite his claims that he merely hoped for the Senju to serve as a model for others. Over the course of several years, the Senju clan had nearly lost all sense of clanhood, or rather, the current Senju could no longer be regarded as a clan. They had fully integrated into the ranks of common ninjas, or rather, they had become commoners themselves. They scarcely even utilized the Senju surname. For instance, Xia Yin, whether at school or within the Umbu, was known by the name Shinkai Xiao Y and Tob Frank. This name left him in a contemplative silence, as he often pondered the whereabouts of his own lotus flower. The downfall of the Senju was accepted by a few, who felt powerless to resist. Yet, many were unwilling to acquiesce, notably the elder who had cared for him since childhood. After Xia Yan's arrival in this world, his parents perished in the Second Great Ninja War, and he was raised by this elder who incessantly instilled the belief in him that he must strive for the resurrection of the Senju clan. Xia Yin held little to say regarding the situation, for the elder had imparted this same message to nearly everyone during the Sunju's complete decline. If it weren't for him, I would have found it impossible to venture into places like the administrative department. He sighed, acknowledging that despite the Sunju's diminished status, connections still abounded. If only the elder could leverage his connections to arrange Xia Yan's entry into the administrative department, or at the very least, secure his admission to school. Unfortunately, such endeavors were met with refusal. The reasoning was straightforward. First, the Senju were a clan of warriors. Second, Xia Yan was deemed too young. Nevertheless, the elder did manage to arrange for Xia Yan to enter the Umbu at the tender age of 8. Truth be told, such an arrangement was far from ideal. Was the work of the Umbu truly fit for a child? Moreover, arriving in a world of legendary eyes without a pair of my own any ocular prowess would suffice. Xia Yan lamented as he briefly washed up, casting another glance at his reflection in the mirror that he was acutely aware of the overarching narrative of the Naruto universe, which could be succinctly described as a saga of the Tsutsuki clan's ethical dilemmas within ninja world. Alternatively, it could be viewed as a grand spectacle of familial strife within the Tsutsuki lineage that I in this world, aside from the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura's chakra. The most formidable power resided in those eyes that inspired awe. The Senju clan's bloodline was indeed commendable, arguably tracing its heritage to the Tsutsuki clan. However, the success of this bloodline depended on its development without such advancement. It bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person. Therefore, the advantages it conferred were nearly negligible, even with the slight access to the Senju's training. Resources. Nevertheless, as a transmigrator, I am not without my own advantages, he mused, albeit with some reservations. Gazing intently into the mirror, he still beheld his familiar visage, yet numbers began to materialize within his eyes. Name: Senju Xiaoyan. Gender: male. Birthday: March 24th, 34th year of Konoha. Rank: Jinin Shinin. Bloodline development: primary Senju, secret techniques. Seeds: Jinin Chakra. Seed: 60 maturity. Intermediate Sage Art Seed: 80 maturity. Advanced Earth Release Seed: 70 maturity. Advanced Water Release Seed: 70 maturity. Fruits: 0. Missions: become the true boss of the ninja world. Unique progress: 1. Indeed, this was akin to a data Shitsia, Yan's own cheat. His cheat was quite peculiar. He could not discern whether it stemmed from the system or was an innate ability of the Senju bloodline. It allowed him to absorb the vitality of plants, thus acquiring unique attributes. Through the system, these attributes were transformed into seeds. These seeds required the consumption of his chakra within his body to grow, much like the insects nurtured by the Aburame clan. Once matured, Xia Yin could harvest their fruits and gain corresponding abilities. The most crucial aspect was that he could master these abilities entirely. However, due to these seeds, his chakra consistently failed to resemble that of a true Senju ninja. Even at the age of 13, he had not evolved into a true Senju, instead remaining akin to a lowly Chunin. Consequently, while his rank indicated he was a Chunin, the parentheses noted he was still a Chunin. Now, he began to grasp what it felt like to be Kakashi, or perhaps to embody the essence of the third stage of fighting spirit. However, new harvests are fast approaching. A glance at his attributes, particularly the seeds section, significantly uplifted Xiaoyan's spirits. Although these seeds voraciously consumed his chakra like pests, he also recognized his own shortcomings. When he first acquired this extraordinary ability, his insatiable curiosity led him to gather an excessive number of seeds, particularly those related to fundamental attributes. The outcome was a commendable base speed, with remarkable reflexes and strength. However, his chakra suffered greatly. Some of his clan members even questioned his true lineage as a member of the Senju clan. He had cultivated both the chakra fruits of Jinin and Chunin. Yet the higher the cultivation level, the greater the chakra consumption and the longer the duration required. Fortunately, his strength was not insignificant. Especially fortunate was the serendipity that allowed him to obtain seeds of sage chakra, granting him an invaluable advantage. The potency of sage techniques is exemplified by the likes of Naruto and Hashirama Senju. Even though Xiaoyan's sage mode does not align with any of the three great sanctuaries, its initial state still provides an extraordinary boost. Under such an enhancement, he successfully avoided numerous troubles during missions and even turned the tide against formidable foes. In sage mode, the quality of Xiaoyan's chakra experienced a remarkable elevation, greatly amplifying the power of his techniques. Additionally, his resistance to Jinjutsu and perceptive abilities saw a notable improvement. Jinjutsu is exceedingly terrifying. In the realm of ninjas, a mere moment of distraction can lead to fatal consequences. Moreover, ninjas operate like Ferraris, swift and powerful, yet fragile, with many renowned ninjas meeting their demise from shurikens. He believed he could not emulate Might Guy's ability to judge an opponent's moves without even looking. Consequently, he was in dire need of a method to counter Jinjutsu, and Sage Mode proved to be the optimal solution. Dressed in the Dark Division uniform and swiftly donning his mask, Xiaoyan departed from his residence. He had tasks to undertake today and dared not be tardy, for the strictness of the Dark Division was beyond imagination. He traversed across rooftops, hastening to the area guarded by the Dark Division. Upon entering the gates and revealing his identity, Xiaoyan casually found a spot to rest. He was unaware of the specifics of this mission. His sole responsibility was to exert himself fully once the task was assigned. Typically, The missions of the Dark Division are not disclosed in advance. One only learns the details just before execution, a practice rooted in confidentiality. Having been in the Dark Division for many years, Shigeno had long since adapted. And along this journey, he had risen to the role of a small team leader. However, this small team leader found himself in a rather dismal situation, especially when compared to others like Itachi Uchiha, who, despite being a team leader, could decisively eliminate an entire clan. Shigeno sighed softly, reflecting on the present time, which marked the end of the year in the 47th year of Konoha. The Third Shinobi World War had essentially reached its conclusion. On the battlefield of the Land of Grass, the team led by Minato Namikaze had exhibited extraordinary prowess during the Kanabi Bridge mission. Although they had lost Uchiha Obito, they successfully severed the supply lines between the Land of Earth and the Land of Grass, rendering the rock ninjas within the Land of Grass as isolated souls. This compelled Awagakure to opt for a ceasefire and surrender. However, the terms of the ceasefire proposed by Konoha demanded the complete relinquishment of reparations and absolved Awagakure of any responsibility for their aggression against Konoha, while also releasing the captured Awagakure ninjas. Shigeno recalled the decisions made by Hiruzen Sarutobi during the Third Shinobi World War as depicted in both the manga and anime. One could assert that these choices were tantamount to betraying the interests of Konoha, though from Sarutobi's perspective, his actions appeared justified. After all, the stance of Awagakure remained uncertain, and should they choose to confront Konoha head-on, the consequences could be dire. Throughout the war, Konoha had engaged in extensive battles with all 4 major ninja villages and was now utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, with a significant depletion of their formidable ninjas. If Awagakure went berserk, Konoha would truly struggle to endure. Moreover, applying excessive pressure on Awagakure would render them vulnerable to the well-equipped, high-morale forces of Kumogakure. The temporary truce with Konoha was necessitated by the fact that the Third Hokage had been overwhelmed by thousands of rock ninjas. The strategy of using Awagakure to restrain Kumogakure provided Konoha with a much-needed respite, a decision made by Sarutobi. However, such a treaty that compromised one's own interests would inevitably lead to future complications. Thus, the Third Hokage had abdicated, and Minato Namikaze officially assumed the mantle of the Fourth Hokage, ushering Konoha into a new era. At least it seemed so. Nevertheless, this Fourth Hokage might not hold the position for long, but that was of little concern to Shigeno, as he was not an Uchiha. The identity of the Hokage bore little influence over his own objectives. Shigeno, who remained oblivious to the nature of punishment and reward, was resolute in his singular mission of becoming the true overlord of the ninja world. Yet, to achieve this, he recognized the necessity of aligning himself with a powerful faction. He had contemplated the idea of fleeing to join Uchiha Obito, recalling their shared past as classmates. However, after much deliberation, he concluded that remaining in Konoha was the wiser choice. Regardless of whether it was Uchiha Obito, the formidable Uchiha Madara, or even Kagaya Otsutsuki, all posed as rivals in the pursuit of dominion over the ninja world. Ultimately, he did not perceive a future in being a mere terrorist, especially when staying in Konoha offered the prospect of 2 destined children, the saviors of the ninja world. As for who became Hokage, it mattered little to him. In fact, Sarutobi continuing in the role might even serve him better. Despite Shigeno's indifference towards Sarutobi and the Senju clan's desire for his downfall, he understood the narrative well enough to foresee that this Third Hokage would eventually find himself forsaken, with no allies to assist him in his time of need. It is not that there were no opportunities, the only one was intercepted by Kakashi. Following him as Hokage was Tsunade, a woman who, without a doubt, belonged to the Senju clan. If one could maintain composure until that time, success would be assured. Of course, if Shigeno performed commendably, he might even have the chance to supplant the Fifth Hokage. Achieving the position of a captain within the Umbu would grant him a 1% completion rate. How much more would it be to become Hokage? As Shigeno pondered these thoughts while awaiting further instructions, a man wearing a dog-headed mask entered, accompanied by a white-haired individual clad in a cat-faced mask. Squad leader, the man announced, and at his command, all Umbu members in the lounge promptly assembled, forming a neat line in less than 30 seconds. This is our new recruit. I believe you have heard of him, Hatake Kakashi, the squad leader stated calmly. From this moment forth, he is one of us, codename, White Fang. Kakashi? White Fang. Shigeno raised an eyebrow at the mention of the name, his expression one of bemusement at the title. While he was not surprised to encounter Kakashi, he was uncertain whether the title was a deliberate choice by the squad leader or a request from Minato Namikaze. Before he could contemplate further, the squad leader spoke again. Nightingale. Yes, Captain, Shine promptly replied. He will belong to your team from now on. Any objections? None, Captain. The title of White Fang once belonged to Kakashi's father, a man who, during wartime, sacrificed his mission to save his comrades, ultimately leading to Konoha's defeat and, succumbing to public pressure, took his own life. Shine understood all too well what this title signified for Kakashi. He was also acutely aware of why Kakashi had joined the Umbu. After the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, assumed office, Kakashi was assigned to the Umbu due to the traumatic experiences he had endured, having witnessed Obito's death and subsequently killing another teammate with his own hands. Such devastation would be unbearable for most, let alone for someone as sensitive as Kakashi. The man now exuded an aura of despair, devoid of any semblance of life. Describing him as a living corpse would be most apparent. Minato did not wish to see his disciple fall into despair or become mired in memories of past tragedies. Thus he assigned Kakashi to the Umbu. The weighty tasks of the Umbu left little time for Kakashi to mourn his past. Furthermore, the frequent acts of violence within the Umbu would help him acclimate to the horrors he had previously faced. Yet, why was this individual assigned to my team? Was it merely because we were once classmates? Shine mused silently as he received his mission. As an Umbu operative, interruptions due to trivial matters were out of the question. His task was straightforward, to hunt down a confirmed enemy spy lurking within Konoha and, upon completion, to retrieve the body. The spy disguised as a leaf ninja is currently executing a mission outside the village, rather than merely performing a task. It is more accurate to say he is relaying intelligence. This type of assignment is among the simplest, and over the past 5 years, Shine has completed at least 50 similar missions, rendering him quite adept. However, this time, he has an additional responsibility, to accompany Kakashi on this mission, which consists of only the two of them. Given that Shine's squad originally comprised 4 members, the inclusion of Kakashi necessitated the reassignment of others. Additionally, it is imperative for Kakashi to comprehend the processes involved in Umbu missions. Well, since he is here, he might as well remain. Shine and Kakashi are not as familiar as one might expect. Although they were classmates, Kakashi left school at an early stage. In contrast, Shine evaded the first wave of cannon fodder selection and subsequently entered the Umbu during the impending second wave. Their interactions, aside from that brief period of less than a year, have been minimal. On the other hand, Obito was someone with whom Shine had maintained considerable contact. He was essentially a counterpart to Naruto, possessing a commendable character. Of course, it cannot be dismissed that Shine's inclination to engage with him included some self-preservation motives. Upon receiving their mission, they wasted no time and set off towards the designated location. Kakashi remained remarkably silent, trailing behind Shine without appearing to care about the nature of their assignment. This demeanor caused Shine some discomfort, as he recognized that Kakashi was grappling with profound challenges. He seemed like a living ghost. Nevertheless, considering his future in Konoha, Shine felt compelled to foster a good relationship with Kakashi, especially since he is the teacher of the savior. Kakashi, it has been quite some time, Shine remarked after a moment of contemplation, his voice gentle. Although masked, he felt that he was smiling quite amiably. However, Kakashi did not respond, nor did he even glance in Shine's direction, which left Shine feeling somewhat awkward. Yet, with the mask obscuring his expression, he continued, "You may not recognize me, but I am familiar with you. We were contemporaries. Though you graduated early while I joined the Umbu at the age of 8. Contemporaries?" Kakashi momentarily reacted, turning slightly to face Shine. "Indeed," Shine affirmed with a subtle nod, his tone remaining warm. "I still remember our classmates, such as Guy, Hinata, and Asuma, and of course, Obito and Rin." At this juncture, Shine paused, directing his gaze at Kakashi before articulating slowly, "It is a pity for them, yet they are all heroes. If time permits, I would like to pay my respects at their graves with a bouquet of flowers." With that, Shine fell silent, and Kakashi turned to him. After a lengthy pause, he nodded slightly. "Thank you, Captain. Just call me Shine," he replied. Xia Yan's voice softened. "I wonder if you still remember me." Indeed, Xia Yan was uncertain whether Kakashi recognized him. During their time at the Ninja Academy, he had maintained a rather low profile. Although he was not an Uchiha, and thus did not have to worry about drawing too much attention, the situation for the Senju clan was hardly better. As for being overly inconspicuous, he did not wish to be paired with Obito as the duo trailing behind. He certainly did not consider himself as fortunate as Obito. Although he was among the most peripheral figures of the Uchiha, he had managed to extract competent ninjas from the academy during Konoha's most challenging times, and only graduated to the battlefield after enduring the rigors of true graduation. Moreover, he had the fortune of a remarkably talented team leader, who inexplicably had become a disciple of the Hokage. Obito served as a template for the protagonist, albeit with slightly lower intelligence and the unique affliction of the Uchiha, which led to his darkening fate. Had Xia Yin performed as poorly, he might not have survived the initial selection of cannon fodder. Thus, his performance at the academy was generally above average. He was competent, but not exceptional, a rather inconspicuous character. Xia Yin? Kakashi seemed to fall into contemplation before recollecting something. I apologize. Perhaps I did not pay attention during our time at the academy. However, I have heard of you from Guy and others. Is that so? Xia Yin replied with a nonchalant chuckle. Then I suppose I owe Guy my thanks. His relationship with Guy was quite amicable, as it was with the future pillars of Konoha. After all, they were contemporaries. And Xia Yin still harbored aspirations of making a life in Konoha, considering the possibility of needing to escape one day, should he find himself on the run. It was likely that they would be the ones tasked with apprehending him. With such connections, perhaps they might show him a modicum of leniency at that time. With this exchange, Kakashi appeared a bit more at ease. Although the cold aura surrounding him remained pronounced, the fact that he could engage in conversation was a notable improvement. The two moved swiftly, chatting as they traveled. Xia Yin speculated that his favorability rating with Kakashi was steadily rising, perhaps at a constant pace of 001. After all, this fellow's heart was akin to pure ice, and breaking through it would not be a simple endeavor. Sunlight filtered through the dense branches of towering trees, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Amidst the interplay of the great trees and their shadows, two figures and a dog dashed along the branches, leaving behind a trail of fleeting images. Xia Yin and Kakashi had been on their journey for a day, steadily approaching their mission's target. To facilitate their tracking, Xia Yin had requested Kakashi to summon a ninja hound to guide them. Their target, known as Barka Chuan, was listed as a Konoha ninja with a comprehensive service record, having participated in the war. However, this was merely a superficial identity. In truth, he was a ninja from Sunagakure. The war had led to numerous casualties, creating opportunities for the local intelligence systems to manipulate identities. On the battlefield, when one perished, the body was often unrecoverable, leaving uncertainty about their fate. One only needs to glance at Obito to understand the situation. This individual has become a hero of the Sharingan in Konoha, yet in reality, he continues to live. Manipulated deftly by Uchiha Madara, it is quite possible that Hakamikawa perished during the war or was captured and subjected to interrogation, revealing numerous identities, ultimately being replaced by an imposter. For a ninja, assuming a different appearance is hardly a challenge, particularly for the puppet masters of Sunagakure, who are all skilled in this art. At that moment, Parker suddenly halted, prompting Cheyenne to immediately signal a tactical gesture. Kakashi, positioned behind him, came to a swift stop, drawing his kunai and assuming a vigilant stance. A heavy scent of blood lingered in the air, emanating from the target they sought to track. Parker inhaled deeply, then quietly remarked, "However, it seems that fellow has already succumbed. There are other presences nearby." Other individuals? Cheyenne furrowed his brow at this revelation, recalling that this mission was not designated for multiple parties. Typically, Umbu missions are assigned on a one-on-one basis, either to an individual or a small team. Since this task had fallen into their hands, it should not have been allocated to others. If it were to be reassigned, they would have been informed in advance. So, the energy we are tracking is moving in that direction? Cheyenne sensed that something was amiss, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. "It is heading north," Parker quickly replied, having developed a certain fondness for Cheyenne after a day of interaction. Clearly, it is not returning to Konoha. North? Cheyenne exchanged a glance with Kakashi, both realizing the gravity of the situation. They were en route to the Land of Rivers, situated to the west of Konoha. If they were returning to Konoha, they should have been heading east. The direction of the energy they were pursuing indicated something entirely different, leading to an inevitable conclusion. Their mission had been compromised. With a sigh, Cheyenne acknowledged, "It seems the situation is rather dire. Captain, do you wish to abandon the mission?" Kakashi inquired softly. Although Cheyenne had permitted him to address him by name, Kakashi believed that formality was necessary during missions, hence he continued to refer to him as Captain. Abandon the mission? Cheyenne found himself lost in thought. To be candid, he did contemplate the possibility of retreating. Who knew what kind of individuals they might encounter? However, he dared not voice such sentiments. He was not Kakashi, who had the backing of the Fourth Hokage. Even if this Fourth Hokage was, in essence, a mere puppet, the face of authority remained, and no one would dare challenge Kakashi. His own position was starkly different. As a ninja without powerful connections, his sole path lay in diligently executing missions and serving as a reliable tool. At times, he felt a sense of melancholy for the Senju clan, whose decline seemed more pronounced than that of the Uchiha. Although the Uchiha too faced isolation, nearly vanquished by the Second and Third Hokages. The other prominent clans had either been subdued or co-opted by the Third Hokage, leaving the Uchiha as a cornered beast without external support. As the war drew to a close, the gaze of the higher echelons of Konoha would inevitably shift back. Internally, they had become divided into two factions, the Doves advocating for peace and the Hawks supporting a coup. Nevertheless, as the foremost clans of Konoha, they still possessed the capacity to shield an individual. Shaking his head, Cheyenne stated earnestly, "Let us pursue and see. That fellow's corpse harbors many secrets, including those of Konoha." Kakashi nodded decisively, and then gestured to Parker. Understanding immediately, Parker led Cheyenne and Kakashi onward to track the lingering traces. In truth, Parker himself feared for his life. In the original narrative, he had fled in peril. However, as a summoning dog, he could return to the spirit realm at any moment to evade danger. While pursuing, Cheyenne pondered who might have intercepted the mission. Could it be someone from Awagakure? Judging by the direction they had departed, this seemed plausible. Yet, this route could lead to numerous nations. For instance, the Rain Country, Grass Country, and Takigakure, once ravaged in the battlefield, all lay in this direction. Since the peace talks between Konoha and Awagakure commenced with the rise of the Fourth Hokage, Konoha's borders had witnessed an increase in attacks by ninja masquerading as Awagakure or Kimogakure. The identities of these ninjas remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps they were retaliatory strikes from the smaller nations, or perhaps the arms dealers, unwilling to let the war conclude, sought to perpetuate it for profit. Setting aside the smaller nations, to the north of Konoha lay Kimogakure, a hidden village that had never signed a peace accord with Konoha. Who could it be? While on the move, Cheyenne contemplated the complexities of the situation, though it was too convoluted for him to grasp. However, he soon ceased his musings as he sensed a disturbance. Not far ahead, a solitary figure was ambling, a corpse slung over his shoulder. Focusing intently, Cheyenne detected an immense reservoir of chakra emanating from the individual. The chakra alone surpassed that of a Chunin and was even more formidable than that of a Jonin. The stranger was cloaked in a dark robe adorned with red clouds, his face veiled. Soon, it appeared that the individual sensed something amiss, and he turned to look back. His calm and indifferent green eyes made Cheyenne feel as though he were prey under the gaze of a predator. In an instant, Cheyenne's expression darkened. He had recognized this individual. It was Kakuzu. Cheyenne could hardly fathom that he would encounter Kakuzu on a mission. Unexpected challenges were commonplace during missions. He had faced numerous troubles while leading teams. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent. Kakuzu was no stranger to Cheyenne. Though nearly 14 years have passed since his arrival in this realm, he had long ago taken to jotting down notes to bolster his memory against the inevitable passage of time. Of course, he was not one to carelessly discard these notes. He carried them meticulously sealed within a scroll at all times. Whenever he found a moment, he would peruse them, reinforcing his recollections. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, Kakuzu's experiences and intelligence were indelibly etched in his mind. Originally an elite member of Takigakure, he had betrayed his village. It was said that he had once launched a surprise attack on the First Hokage and had survived. Though the details of that encounter remained unclear to Cheyenne, it was possible he had merely thrown a shuriken from a kilometer away. While this aspect of his past was somewhat disconcerting, his abilities were undeniably formidable. He possessed the capacity to seize hearts, allowing him to prolong his existence. And he could harness the chakra attributes of these hearts to execute corresponding ninjutsu. Moreover, his physical prowess was equally impressive. "Oh, someone's following me." Kakuzu turned to glance back, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I am curious to know who dares to trail me. Did you come forth on your own, or did I draw you out?" As he spoke, He casually discarded the corpse from his shoulder onto the ground, while simultaneously beginning to gather his chakra. Kakashi furrowed his brow at the sight. This individual appeared exceedingly peculiar, and even through his mask, Kakashi sensed a hint of tension radiating from his captain. "Captain, do you recognize this fellow?" Kakashi inquired softly, urging Pakken to retreat. "Indeed, this man is Kakuzu," Shine nodded, his hand resting on his blade. "He is a bounty hunter, a longtime denizen of the black market. With a success rate of 100%, a truly formidable adversary." That was all Shine could divulge. Such information was public knowledge, easily accessible to members of the Umbu. Any deeper insights were beyond his reach, such as the fact that the garments Kakuzu wore were those of the notorious Akatsuki organization, or that he possessed multiple hearts, each of which must be eliminated to ensure his true demise, or even that he could likely employ all elemental ninjutsu. "Is that so?" Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. "If it comes to confrontation, I shall handle him, while you secure the body." "Agreed," Shine replied with evident satisfaction. What a fortunate turn of events. Kakashi, after all, was the one who would ultimately bring Kakuzu to his end, although he was currently far less experienced and physically capable compared to his future self. Having faced Kakuzu and taken down Naruto, he was undoubtedly the true terminator of Kakuzu, a substantial advantage that would likely ensure their success. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. Kakuzu's chakra was intensifying, clearly signaling that he was on the verge of action. Shine was reluctant to engage recklessly with such a dangerous terrorist, making negotiation an inevitable course of action. With a leap, Shine descended from the treetops alongside Kakashi, halting approximately 5 meters from Kakuzu. "Oh, Umbu?" Jiaodu raised an eyebrow, his green eyes glinting with a chilling coldness. "Judging by your attire, you are from Konoha. Is it this fellow you wish to acquire?" He gestured toward the lifeless body of Bai Mu Chuan, though the man now bore a different visage. "Indeed, Mr. Jiaodu," Xia Yin responded in a tone of gentle warmth. "We truly desire this individual, and we wonder if you might assist us." "Assist you?" Jiaodu scoffed with a derisive laugh. "I am no philanthropist. Do you have any idea how much effort it took for me to dispose of him? Besides, he is not one of your Konoha ninjas. We are willing to offer something," Xia Yin began, but before he could finish, Kakashi interjected coldly. "We intend to take him back, alive or dead." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Xia Yan's expression darkened. It was not merely the firmness of the stance that troubled him. It was Kakashi's brazen assertion of inevitability that cast a shadow over the situation. In ordinary circumstances, such a demeanor would be admirable. However, in this context, it proved rather detrimental. There are numerous scenarios in which the Umbu engage in target elimination. The most common involve pursuing traitors or executing assassination missions. Yet, another scenario is considerably complex: the eradication of spies. "Oh," Jiaodu's eyes glimmered momentarily, but then his gaze turned dangerously sharp. "Do you intend to make a move, little brat?" "Mr. Jiaodu, please do not take offense." Xia Yin swiftly pulled Kakashi back, speaking quickly. "You are certainly no philanthropist. Hence we are prepared to purchase his head at market value." "What say you? Market value?" Jiaodu looked at him with palpable disdain. "Do you take me for a fool? I understand your intentions regarding him, and I must thank that little brat beside you for the revelation. This fellow is a spy, isn't he? And surely he possesses information pertaining to Konoha. I suspect if I were to disclose this news, many would be eager to bid higher for his head. Do you truly believe your offer of market value is fitting? What does Mr. Jiaodu propose?" Xia Yin shot a discreet glare at Kakashi, then continued with his gentle demeanor. "Simple." Jiaodu's expression suddenly turned grave, and he articulated each word with precision. "The price must increase." Xia Yin was taken aback, staring at Jiaodu, whose face was now a mask of sincerity. For a moment, he questioned whether this man, too, had traversed realms. Nevertheless, Xia Yin maintained his composure, contemplating that Jiaodu's demand was, in fact, unsurprising. This individual had lived long enough to develop an indifference to most things, save for a singular thirst for wealth, which served to affirm his existence. In his eyes, only the allure of money remained. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yin discreetly gestured to Kakashi with a tactical signal, while still keeping his voice warm. "Mr. Jiaodu, Konoha seldom engages in such negotiations. Does this imply that a confrontation is imminent?" Jiaodu's tone turned icy, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Umbu ninjas are troublesome, yet perhaps they come with a bounty, after all. It remains to be seen whether Mr. Jiaodu possesses the capability." Xia Yin remained as serene as ever, yet the chakra within him had begun to simmer. Suddenly, Kakashi burst forth from behind him, hurling several kunai at Kakuzu. In that very moment, Xia Yin sprang into action, advancing toward the lifeless body. Faced with the sudden assault from the two Konoha Anbu, Kakuzu remained remarkably composed. Perhaps he had anticipated such an eventuality, for Konoha would not negotiate with a bounty hunter over trivial matters. Moreover, even if Konoha were inclined to parley, he would not be amenable to it. Kakuzu initially thought he had merely slain a Konoha ninja with a significant bounty, only to discover, upon engaging, that this individual was actually a sand ninja. What was more critical was that this fellow bore a commendable price on the bounty list. He had not contemplated much initially, pondering why this individual donned Konoha's attire, masquerading as one of their shinobi. Perhaps it was a precautionary measure to avoid trouble with Konoha while within the Land of Fire. However, Kakuzu soon grasped the truth. This individual was a spy embedded within Konoha, who had been exposed and subsequently pursued by the Anbu, only to fortuitously encounter him. This individual likely possessed valuable intelligence regarding Konoha, and if it were indeed significant, he could command a high price for it. Thus, why would he sell it solely to Konoha? Kakuzu was a pragmatist. He only recognized the value of money and had no regard for the 5 great villages. Otherwise, he would not have aligned himself with the Akatsuki. With hands clasped, Kakuzu's chakra surged within him, and in the next moment, a searing heat began to radiate. Fire release, head hardening. The powerful fire technique melted the kunai mid-flight, simultaneously obstructing the advance of Xia Yin and Kakashi. Confronted with such a predicament, Xia Yin swiftly formed hand seals, water release, water barrier. A broad curtain of water was rapidly conjured, directly countering Kakuzu's fire technique. However, Xia Yin's water barrier could not withstand Kakuzu's flames. In an instant, vast clouds of water vapor spread forth, enveloping the entire area. Seeing this, Xia Yin leaped into the air and dashed to the side, attempting to evade the flames while closing in on Kakuzu. He was acutely aware of Kakuzu's formidable strength. After all, a being who had lived for so long possessed terrifying quantities and qualities of chakra, not to mention combat experience. Xia Yin did not harbor the illusion that he and Kakashi could triumph over this adversary. His actions were merely a pretext for retreat. As an Anbu of Konoha, he needed to consider future developments and could not afford to act disgracefully. His intent was clear, to attempt to reclaim the body first, and if that failed, to flee. While Xia Yin was well aware of this strategy, Kakashi remained oblivious to his thoughts. Shielded by the water release, he deftly evaded the flames. And upon noticing the rising mist, he immediately accelerated to the side, unwittingly forming a pincer maneuver with Xia Yin against Kaku. In his rapid dash, the ninja blade strapped to his back was drawn, and he struck fiercely toward Kakuzu. A sharp, jarring clang of metal reverberated through the mist-laden forest. Kakashi gazed at Kakuzu with a hint of astonishment, for this individual had managed to block his ninjato with but a single hand. Just how resilient was this man's physique? However, Kakashi had little time to contemplate, as Kakuzu exerted a slight push, and in the next moment, Kakashi found himself propelled uncontrollably backward. Yet, being a seasoned ninja who had survived on the battlefield for so long, his experience was considerable. Faced with this predicament, he forced his body to maintain equilibrium midair, subsequently leaping backward with the intention of landing atop a large tree. Observing Kakashi's retreat, Kakuzu had no intention of allowing him to escape unscathed. Yet, as he extended his hand, his peripheral vision caught sight of another figure encroaching upon his prize. Humph! With a cold huff, Kakuzu temporarily disregarded Kakashi and turned his attention toward Shiryin, unleashing a fist entwined with black threads that severed Shiryin's wrist with terrifying force. Aiming to strike him down, Shiryin, witnessing this turn of events, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Even without the Sharingan, which would have granted him clarity regarding the trajectory and positioning of the incoming blow, his years spent cultivating within his own body, especially the foundational attributes, had honed his reflexes to an extraordinary degree. In an instant, he shifted his body, narrowly evading the fearsome fist that crashed into the earth with a thunderous impact, sending shards of stone scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Shiryin leapt aside, his ninjato slicing through the black threads like a bolt of lightning. With Shiryin's cover, Kakashi finally landed securely atop the treetops, his gaze catching the ninjato in his grip, which bore a small chip on its blade, with cracks extending to the hilt. Is this man utilizing Earth Release? Kakashi furrowed his brow, realizing the truth. He was adept in both Earth and Fire Release, employing Earth for defense and Fire for offense. True to his genius, Kakashi had deduced valuable intelligence about Kakuzu after but a brief skirmish. Since Earth Release served as his defense, Kakashi felt confident in his ability to breach this seemingly impenetrable barrier. With rapid hand seals, cerulean arcs of electricity coalesced in his palms, and simultaneously, a sound reminiscent of startled birds began to resonate. Lightning Release counters Earth Release, and Kakashi possessed a piercing lightning technique, granting him no apprehension regarding his capability to shatter the defense. Shiryen, too, recognized this development. Even without employing his sensory abilities, he could discern the situation, as the din of Chidori was too pronounced to ignore. Wasn't this supposed to be a stealthy assassination technique? The cacophony seemed designed to ensure that no one could possibly miss it. Shiryen mentally shook his head at the irony. In the future, Kakashi's ambush on Kakuzu would be utterly silent, with the sound of Chidori only audible post factum. This indicated that the future Kakashi had continuously refined his techniques, while the present version had yet to embark on such enhancements. Nevertheless, the might of Chidori stood firm, and Shiryen resolved to support Kakashi. Knowing that with Kakashi possessing Obito's Sharingan, his perceptive abilities would be undeniably sharp. Locking onto a moving target can be described as a mere trifle, provided that the target's attention is sufficiently diverted. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan promptly halted his retreat and took a decisive step forward. He was merely of Jonin rank, a stark contrast to the seasoned Akatsuki leader, whose prowess far surpassed his own. Fortunately, it seemed that Akatsuki was not engaging with full intensity, affording Xiaoyan and his companions a valuable opportunity. If they could manage to inflict even a minor setback upon him, it would be a significant victory. Naivete. Akatsuki, of course, heard the call of the Chidori and immediately grasped the implication. He felt a surge of fortune. The technique was the Chidori, and its wielder was none other than the renowned Kakashi Hatake, a bounty of 10 million ryo or more. However, just as he intended to seek out Kakashi, another white-haired youth suddenly approached, which irked Akatsuki, as it was evident this boy intended to synchronize with Kakashi. Yet, how could this child possibly breach his Earth Release defenses? Moments later, Akatsuki's expression shifted subtly. The boy leapt high into the air, and his ninja blade began to spin, compressing water-style chakra to its utmost potential. Water Release, Water Blade Slash. Was this not a technique of the legendary Senju Tobarama? Akatsuki, having lived for an extensive period, was quite familiar with many figures and events within the ninja world. He had once ambushed the First Hokage, and thus had encountered the Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, as well. Known as the fastest ninja in the ninja world, Tobarama's title was now on the brink of being overshadowed by a rising generation. Yet, Akatsuki could not forget the past. Aside from the enigmatic Flying Thunder God technique, Tobarama was most adept at utilizing water release and secret arts. His mastery of water release had left an indelible mark on the world. Basic water release techniques were commonplace, yet those developed by him were extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, his water release exhibited a distinctive characteristic: extreme compression that resulted in remarkable penetrative and cutting capabilities, thus yielding unparalleled might. Such water release techniques had become rare since Tobarama's demise. However, this particular technique was so unique that Akatsuki recognized it instantly upon the boy's initial move. Given that this was the ninjutsu of the Second Hokage, Akatsuki could not afford to be careless. He immediately summoned his chakra, causing his entire being to take on a darker hue. The potent Earth Release chakra coalesced around him, and as he completed the technique, Xiaoyan's water blade slash struck Akatsuki. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated through the forest as Akatsuki merely raised his right arm to block Xiaoyan's technique, rendering his ninja blade incapable of further descent. The wildly spinning water release swirled upon his blade, sparks erupting where the ninja blade met Akatsuki's arm. This individual's application of Earth Release was indeed remarkable. Xiaoyan felt a tingling in his arm, prompting his eyelids to flicker involuntarily. In his 13-year journey through time, he dedicated at least half of his existence to cultivating foundational attributes in fruit-bearing plants. Although he encountered some setbacks, the results were undeniably remarkable. His primary focus remained on enhancing bodily coordination, speed, and reaction time. although he also sowed a fair number of seeds aimed at augmenting his strength. Swift agility, quick reflexes, and excellent coordination are hallmarks of a ninja's prowess in physical techniques. Moreover, in his youth, Xia Yin had often fantasized about the Flying Thunder God technique, naturally preparing himself for similar endeavors. Despite the Senju clan's decline, they had bequeathed numerous valuable legacies, ensuring that even if passed to Konoha, backups existed. Though he placed slightly less emphasis on strength, he was still undeniably on par with those aged 18 or 19. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him, at 13 years of age, to possess the strength of a Jonin despite limited bloodline development and inadequate chakra. However, at this moment, he found himself thwarted while employing ninjutsu, unable to breach the earth-style defense of his opponent, which was utterly outrageous. Yet, there was no time to ponder. As he noticed the fist, he had severed the string from twitched slightly out of the corner of his eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing just as that fist shot upwards, crashing down onto his previous position. Indeed, it was the earth grudge fear. He had sensed chakra beneath the ground earlier, revealing the cunning nature of his adversary. Cursing inwardly, Xia Yin landed firmly, his hands swiftly forming seals. Water release, water shockwave. Xia Yin unleashed a powerful, high-pressure water column, which, like before, was thoroughly compressed into a sharp blade of water. Kakuzu, witnessing this, could unequivocally ascertain that this white-haired youth bore some connection to Senju Tobarama, as the technique he employed was reminiscent of the one that had brought Tobarama renown in his time. A descendant? Or perhaps a prodigious talent cultivated by Konoha? Kakuzu mused silently, though he dismissed it from his mind. While this technique posed some difficulty, it was insufficient to breach his defenses. Not only did the technique of this white-haired boy seem formidable, but even the young one behind him, presumably Kakashi, would struggle to penetrate his defenses. Finding the encounter intriguing, he resolved to engage thoroughly before dealing with Kakashi, which would yield a handsome reward. Kakuzu remained unmoved, and the events that unfolded were as he had anticipated. Indeed, Xia Yan's water release was powerful, yet he had not entered sage mode, and his strength was merely that of a Jonin, making it improbable for him to penetrate Kakuzu's defenses. As expected, the water shockwave once more severed the black line connecting Kakuzu's palms, colliding forcefully with his body. This time, Kakuzu staggered slightly, and cracks appeared on his chest, but that was the extent of the impact. While a ninja's defenses might falter, Earth-style ninjas invariably developed defensive techniques, especially those that operated on themselves. Jiao Du, a being who has lived for countless years, possesses an exceptional level of self-defense and protection. In the original work, after losing the heart that enabled his earth-based techniques, he exhibited almost no resistance, and a single strike could prove fatal. Furthermore, it was only after being struck by Kakashi's lightning technique that his formidable defensive heart was destroyed. Observing Jiao Du's seemingly carefree demeanor, Xia Yin suddenly smiled. For Kakashi had arrived on the scene. However, Jiao Du's brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss. Just then, Xia Yin abruptly severed his ninjutsu and, without hesitation, executed a swift body flicker technique that left Jiao Du unable to locate Kakashi. Suddenly, Jiao Du's eyes widened in shock, accompanied by a piercing cry and the intense pain in his chest, followed by a numbing sensation. He looked down in disbelief at the hand that had pierced through his torso. Jiao Du realized he had underestimated his opponents. These two young ninjas from the Umbu certainly possessed some skill. Although he was not in any real danger, the loss of his earth heart incited a sense of anger. Yet his body remained paralyzed, leaving him powerless. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Yin, who had initially been heading toward Jiao Du, swiftly altered his course. In an instant, he dashed to the corpse on the ground and severed its head with a single stroke. His actions flowed seamlessly, indicating that he had encountered such predicaments before and had employed similar measures in the past. Without any hesitation, he signaled to Kakashi with a tactical gesture, then seized the severed head and fled, leaving only a shadow in his wake. Both Kakashi and Jiao Du were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Kakashi quickly regained his composure, drawing the hand lodged in Jiao Du's chest and hastily pursuing Xia Yin. Meanwhile, Jiao Du was left in a daze. The numbness in his body rendered him incapable of pursuing them even if he had replaced his heart. It was only after they had completely vanished from sight that he regained his senses. Who on earth are these audacious individuals? Later that night, in a cave within the Land of Fire, Kakashi and Xia Yin sat quietly. After a day of fleeing, they had reached the nearest town to Konoha. However, Xia Yin had no intention of entering, for they had just taken a life from the formidable Jiao Du, whose strength had long since reached the level of a Kage. This was not a mere theft, it was a true snatching of life, something Jiao Du would likely find intolerable. Despite their swift escape, Xia Yin believed that someone like Jiao Du, who placed immense value on his money, would undoubtedly pursue them, making confrontation inevitable. Their success in claiming a life was primarily due to Jiao Du's carelessness. He had not regarded himself or Kakashi as worthy adversaries. This had granted them a fleeting opportunity to accomplish their task. Yet, should they truly be pursued, they would have to face Jiao Du at his full strength. And Xia Yin harbored no illusions that the two of them could contend with such a formidable foe. Avoiding the town, they meticulously erased all traces behind them, even employing shadow clones to confuse the enemy by taking detours. As a seasoned warrior who had fought on the battlefield for nearly 9 years and spent almost 6 years in the Umbu, such maneuvers were second nature to them. Yet, Kakashi remained somewhat perplexed, uncertain as to why Xian was exercising such caution. "Captain," he murmured while idly stirring his instant meal, casting a glance at the guard dog stationed at the cave entrance. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Kakashi inquired, "Isn't this being overly cautious?" "It is merely a break. Just call me Xian," came the gentle response after Xian stretched leisurely. "A touch of caution is never amiss, for we are not facing mere trifles." "Isn't he already dead?" Kakashi frowned, recalling how that man had been pierced through the heart by his own Chidori. He found it hard to believe that one could survive such a fatal wound. The defensive capabilities of a ninja were limited, even a kunai, if it struck a vital point, could lead to immediate death. There were no exceptions, nor could anyone rely on luck. "Dead?" Xian shook his head softly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Kakashi, that man is far from dead." Pausing briefly, Xian observed Kakashi, who seemed poised to ask a question, and smiled while shaking his head. "Are you puzzled?" Typically, upon joining the Umbu, one familiarizes oneself with various intelligence reports before gradually engaging in missions. "I am uncertain whether this was the Fourth Hokage's directive or the captain's decision, but it is quite unusual for you to accompany me on a mission directly. That man, Kakuzu, is exceedingly dangerous. According to intelligence records, he once faced 6 elite jonin from the black market, each valued at over 30 million, and annihilated them all. During that operation, he too was stabbed through the heart, yet he ultimately exchanged for nearly 200 million ryo at the black market. You indeed pierced his heart. But I truly doubt such a character would succumb so easily." Xian spoke with deliberate slowness, and Kakashi listened intently. Initially, when he heard about the Umbu's standard procedures, Xian had observed Kakashi's expression and demeanor closely. Within the confines of the cavern, they had removed their masks, yet Kakashi still donned his traditional face covering. Regrettably, Xian could discern no signs of abnormality in Kakashi's eyes. He remained remarkably composed. To be candid, he had hoped for a more pronounced reaction from Kakashi. However, as the conversation progressed, Kakashi finally exhibited some surprise, evidently taken aback by Kakuzu's prowess. He was similarly astonished that a man with a gaping wound in his chest could still be alive. Yet, he also recognized that if Xian's assertions were accurate, this bounty hunter named Kakuzu was very likely still breathing. Kakashi was no fool. He realized that during their previous encounter, Kakuzu had not fought earnestly, clearly underestimating them. If he were indeed alive, and Kakashi believed him to be dead, the repercussions could be dire. Upon contemplating this, Kakashi gently nodded, acknowledging, "I understand, Captain." "So, you took advantage of his complete paralysis to sever the target's head, and then swiftly retreated?" "Indeed," Xian replied with a smile. "Though we encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Studying the intelligence upon our return will greatly benefit our mission. Information is paramount in the world of ninjas. Once you grasp the enemy's intelligence while they remain oblivious to yours, you gain a significant advantage, allowing you to catch your opponent off guard and potentially eliminate them." Moreover, what Xian asserted was not mere conjecture. It was substantiated by documented intelligence within the Umbu. However, this information was fragmented across various minor reports. Xian was confident he had seen these intelligence pieces, hence his willingness to speak up. He harbored no concerns that Kakashi would return to investigate and fail to unearth these details. Observing Kakashi silently nodding without further comment, Xian maintained a gentle demeanor. Yet internally he sighed. "Why do you not follow my line of thought and ponder why, upon entering, you immediately disregarded protocol and engaged in the mission. However, seeing that Kakashi had not entertained such considerations, Shigeno felt no inclination to elaborate further. His intention in subtly guiding Kakashi was merely to provide a reminder. The depths of the Anbu are profound, and one might easily find themselves overwhelmed. The fourth Hokage had just assumed office, lacking a solid foundation, while the entirety of Konoha remained under the influence of the third Hokage. Not to mention, the Anbu still adhered to the third Hokage's directives, with even the head of the Anbu remaining one of the third's most loyal followers. This period is exceedingly sensitive. Even if the fourth had ample justification for Kakashi's entry into the Anbu, it nonetheless triggered the nerves of those loyal to the third Hokage. Were they so impatient? Did they so ardently desire the power of the Anbu? To them, Kakashi's entrance into the Anbu was merely a signal. Otherwise, it would not have resulted in him receiving a rude awakening from the captain upon his arrival. With a dismissive shake of his head, Kakashi remained oblivious. And that was acceptable. At most, he could offer some friendly advice later. Shigeno held little interest in the power struggle between the third and fourth Hokages. If he were to place a bet, he would lean towards the third Hokage, considering the old man had over a decade of life left, whereas the fourth had barely more than a year. However, should he inadvertently stir some unrest among them, it would not be detrimental to Shigeno. After all, his family eagerly anticipated the third Hokage's downfall, and in some respects, Shigeno acted as a spy. As an Anbu member, he spent his days eliminating spies. Yet little did they realize that he was one as well. Shigeno could be considered a spy, albeit a familial one, rather than one implanted by another village. In a certain sense, he bore some resemblance to the future Itachi Uchiha, with the sole distinction being that he did not serve as a double agent. Perhaps the third Hokage was reluctant to act against him, or perhaps he believed that the Senju clan had reached a point where they could not stir up further turmoil. Shigeno encountered no significant issues upon entering the Anbu. Yet he was acutely aware that the higher-ups in Konoha were not oblivious to his true identity. The connections wielded by the elder who raised him, while trustworthy, should not lead one to underestimate those who hold the reins of the village. Regarding Shigeno, they could perceive everything while feigning ignorance, the distinction lying solely in which option aligned more favorably with their interests. After a restful night, Shigeno and Kakashi rose early. According to reports from their ninja hounds, no unexpected events had transpired the previous night. It seemed that Kakuzu had either failed to pursue them or simply could not locate them. In either case, they appeared to be safe for the moment. Erasing the traces of the previous night, the two swiftly set forth back to Konoha. The route the Anbu took to return to the village differed from that of ordinary ninjas. Konoha had multiple entrances, but the distinction lay in the fact that the guards at these alternative entrances were not mere ordinary ninjas. Those stationed at these points were predominantly Anbu or members of Root, and other ninjas were not permitted to traverse these paths. After a thorough inspection, Shigeno and Kakashi successfully entered Konoha, but as they approached the Anbu headquarters, Shigeno suddenly halted. "What is the matter, Captain?" Kakashi inquired, puzzled by Xiaoyan's abrupt stop, still trying to comprehend the situation. "After the mission concludes and we disperse, you will meet with the fourth Hokage, correct?" Shigeno queried softly after a moment of contemplation. Kakashi furrowed his brow, uncertain of the implications behind Xiaoyan's words. However, he could discern that Xiaoyan's tone remained remarkably gentle, exuding warmth and friendliness. It must be said that such a demeanor, coupled with the tender smile Xiaoyan maintained when unmasked, significantly enhances one's likability. Although Kakashi was oblivious to Xiaoyan's intentions, he pondered briefly and then nodded earnestly. "In that case, please refrain from disclosing what I mentioned to you last night during the report, especially the initial phrases." Xiaoyan lightly patted Kakashi's shoulder before continuing. "If you must report it, please document it in writing and submit it rather than verbalizing it. It would be best to inform the Hokage that your actions have been misinterpreted." With that, Xiaoyan fell silent, resuming his stride towards the Anbu headquarters as if nothing had occurred. Kakashi stood there, bewildered, entirely at a loss regarding Xiaoyan's cryptic message. However, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further, recognizing that his captain and old comrade would likely not provide clarity. There was a distinct possibility that Xiaoyan would regard him with confusion and simply ask, "What are you talking about?" With a mind full of questions, Kakashi accompanied Xiaoyan to report the mission. Due to the peculiar nature of this assignment, they returned with only a single head. This seemed to displease their captain somewhat. However, He refrained from reprimanding Kakashi and instead directed his dissatisfaction towards Xiaoyan. According to his perspective, Xiaoyan, as an elite member of the Umbu, accompanied by a genius ninja like Kakashi, should not have encountered such issues. Xiaoyan refrained from arguing, instead graciously admitting that the fault lay with him, resulting in complications during the mission and that Kakashi bore no responsibility. However, he subsequently provided a detailed account of the mission, which caused the captain's brow to furrow. Kakadu, that legendary bounty hunter, had unexpectedly crossed paths with that individual. If they had indeed encountered that person, then Xiaoyan and Kakashi's ability to return with the target's head could be deemed a flawless execution of the task. With this thought, the captain no longer pressed them, nor had he ever intended to trouble Xiaoyan. Yet, to Kakashi, this scene appeared somewhat peculiar. Xiaoyan's words echoed in his mind, though he struggled to comprehend them. He was not oblivious and sensed that the captain's focus was likely directed at him. After submitting their report, Xiaoyan departed the Umbu headquarters with Kakashi. Their conversation was sparse, and they soon parted ways. Observing Kakashi's retreating figure, Xiaoyan finally concealed his true emotions behind his mask, though he still maintained a gentle demeanor. Despite having grown accustomed to wearing a warm smile for everyone, he had come to believe himself a benevolent individual over time. Yet, how could one who had spent years operating in the shadows truly be considered kind-hearted? After a day's mission alongside Kakashi, the cold, hopeless, and lifeless aura surrounding him rendered Xiaoyan unable to smile. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that Kakashi's current state was dire. Yet it was precisely this despair that compelled him to take action. After all, he was the teacher of the Savior and a disciple of the Fourth Hokage. Had he not been inserted into my team, it would have sufficed. Now that he was here, inaction would be unacceptable. With a slight adjustment to his breathing, the warmth returned to Xiaoyan's countenance beneath the mask. Although unseen, this habitual demeanor bore its advantages, especially since he had grown accustomed to it. Aspiring to become the foremost power in the ninja world essentially meant stepping onto the grand stage of this unpredictable realm, even standing at its center. Thus, he must cultivate a persona uniquely his own. He had no intention of emulating Uchiha Madara, the archetype of a villain who is cold and unyielding, trusts no one, and wields overwhelming force to dominate his subordinates. Although Xiaoyan did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he pondered, is the work of the Umbu truly virtuous? After 5 years immersed in darkness and bloodshed, he could hardly regard himself as a good person. Nonetheless, he could establish a persona of goodwill for himself. His best models were the First and Fourth Hokages, powerful, radiant, humble, and, when necessary, resolute, while remaining understated at other times. This was precisely the path Xiaoyan chose to follow, consistently upholding this style. It must be said that such a label indeed benefits him. He enjoys considerable goodwill among his former classmates as well as within the Umbu. His small team holds him in high esteem, embodying the type of loyalty that would have them count the currency after he has sold them out. Unfortunately, the arrival of Kakashi necessitates the departure of one. Xiaoyan shook his head slightly, soon disinterested in the matter. His team lacks any notable figures, and the members possess rather ordinary abilities, primarily emerging from an orphanage. However, they are remarkably loyal and dependable, the only drawback being that they are all branded with the legacy of the Third Hokage. This may prove advantageous, as Kakashi's inclusion could slightly alter many circumstances. Raising his gaze, Xiaoyan directed his attention towards the Hokage rock, a more radiant smile forming beneath his mask. Alerting the Fourth Hokage and Kakashi serves a dual purpose, assisting his clan while simultaneously aiding himself, a perfect symbiosis. Thus, the situation unfolds. As he calmly relayed to the elder before him within a modest dwelling in the civilian district of Konoha, the residence exuded an ancient charm, starkly contrasting with the contemporary decor of Konoha, evoking a palpable sense of history. It is said to have been established during the illustrious era of the Senju clan, and even amidst their decline, it remains preserved. However, Xiaoyan harbors no fondness for this place. Everything about it emanates an air of decay. It evokes a sense of being ensnared in the glory of the past, unwilling to confront the present, a disheartening reality that mirrors the elder's own existence. Regrettably, there is no alternative. After each mission, he must either submit intelligence or report here. This occasion pertains to the latter, requiring him to detail everything, be it matters within the Umbu or the tasks he has undertaken, meticulously recounting every nuance. After all, He is, in essence, a spy. Having recounted the entirety of his mission, from encountering Kakuzu to his final exchange with Kakashi, he awaited a response. The elder appeared lost in contemplation, eventually nodding with deliberation. The marks of his deliberation were somewhat pronounced. Although the relationship between the Fourth and Third Hokage is somewhat distant, he is nonetheless the disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, it has come to my attention that the Fourth Hokage is facing considerable challenges, with the Umbu fully compliant to Sarutobi's directives. Considering all factors, your actions may seem somewhat audacious, but they can be interpreted as a well-meaning reminder. Ultimately, in the face of self-interest, there is little room for rationality or gratitude. Xia Yin nodded slightly at this statement. While he did not particularly care for the elder's nostalgia for the past, incessantly preaching the merits of the Senju, it must be acknowledged that the elder's mind can be quite muddled at times, yet exceptionally lucid at others. Indeed, when confronted with self-interest, there exists scant rationality or gratitude. It is possible that Minato Namikaze harbors such thoughts. His position as Hokage was obtained when Hiruzen Sarutobi relinquished his role to promote him directly. He undoubtedly possesses a sense of gratitude. Yet he is completely unfamiliar with the responsibilities of Hokage and was selected in a rather hasty manner without having cultivated his own support base. Consequently, he neither has nor dares to take any action, instead adhering strictly to the directives of the Third Hokage. While Minato is earnest, the interest group surrounding Hiruzen may not share this sentiment. An interest group is never comprised of a single individual. Hiruzen serves as the spokesperson, but his role necessitates the careful coordination of the various interests within the group. Furthermore, he must secure sufficient benefits for this interest group to maintain their support. In simple terms, even if Hiruzen does not view Kakashi's entry into the Umbu as significant, his interest group might interpret it differently, perceiving it as a signal that the Fourth Hokage seeks to reclaim authority over the Umbu. Thus, there remains a degree of resistance towards Kakashi within the Umbu, which subsequently leads to further developments. That concludes today's discussion. The elder has no intention of continuing. It is advisable to maintain a certain distance from Kakashi, although not to alienate him. I trust you understand how to navigate this. Yes, elder, Cheyenne replied with a smile, and then stood up. I shall take my leave now. Very well, the elder said, taking a gentle sip from his teacup before calmly continuing. By the way, I have arranged for a gift to be sent to you. You may wish to examine it closely. Yes, elder, Cheyenne responded with another smile and slowly exited. He softly closed the door behind him and departed without looking back. Remembering the elder's words, though merely as a fleeting thought, the two of them are quite different. Even though their goals may bear some resemblance, they are not entirely aligned. Nonetheless, Cheyenne feels a deep sense of gratitude for the elder's guidance and nurturing. Although he has burdens, had it not been for a relatively stable environment, he would not have reached his current position. It is best to reflect on how to proceed next. With Kakashi having entered the Umbu, there are matters I must also consider. Additionally, what could the elder's gift be? Lord Hokage, that is the situation, Kakashi said, kneeling on one knee in the Hokage's office. He had just recounted the mission he undertook with Cheyenne. However, his report was not entirely forthcoming. He withheld certain remarks made by Cheyenne, keeping them to himself. Wasn't he it enough to simply call me sensei? Minato furrowed his brow upon hearing Kakashi's report. Yet he quickly donned a warm smile. Well, I did not expect your first mission would involve such a troublesome adversary. Yes, Cheyenne mentioned that we were unable to contend with that individual, Kakashi replied, his head lowered, his tone icy. Nevertheless, we completed the task. Shinomiya Natsuhiko, as it happens, is your classmate. You should follow his example and study diligently, Minato remarked with a smile. Very well, you may take your rest now. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied, rising to his feet. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a scroll and handed it to Minato. This is the detailed report of the recent mission. I take my leave now. Without granting Minato the opportunity to respond, Kakashi turned and departed. Minato was somewhat perplexed. Had Kakashi not just recounted his entire situation? Why then was he presenting a report, rendering his previous account somewhat redundant? Nevertheless, Minato calmly accepted the document, having sensed something amiss during Kakashi's briefing. According to the standard procedures of the Umbu, one should first familiarize oneself with intelligence before embarking on any mission. While Minato had never served in the Umbu, his understanding of their protocols had deepened considerably since ascending to the position of Hokage. In fact, Minato speculated whether the Umbu perceived Kakashi's combat prowess as sufficiently formidable, opting for direct engagement over procedural training. Yet, Kakashi's slightly unusual demeanor prompted Minato to reflect further, particularly regarding the contents of the report he had just received. Opening the scroll, Minato's expression subtly shifted as he continued to read. Upon finishing, he swiftly closed the scroll, his countenance reflecting a profound bewilderment. After a lengthy pause, he sighed softly. This truly is a remarkable gift. Kakashi's scroll contained little in terms of extensive details, but was rich with pivotal phrases. For instance, it indicated that Natsuhiko was uncertain about Kakashi's situation, as well as the potential misunderstandings surrounding the Hokage's actions. Minato was no fool, although he was amiable and kind. This did not equate to naivety. Possessing a high intellect from a young age, he was capable of discerning and contemplating numerous matters. His experiences on the battlefield had further honed his judgment and cognitive abilities. Kakashi's immediate deployment to a mission upon joining the Umbu suggested that, contrary to his initial belief in Kakashi's strength, it was rather a demonstration of authority directed at him. Coupled with the suggestion that actions could be misconstrued, Minato's mind began to race with possibilities. Having recently assumed the mantle of Hokage, despite his official title, he found himself unable to exert full control over many matters, particularly concerning the Umbu. The Umbu represented one of the core powers of the Hokage, and following the Third's resignation, one would expect the Fourth to fully command them. Yet, he had merely allowed Kakashi to enter without further consideration, leading to such complications. Perhaps I am overthinking this, Minato suddenly realized, sensing the precarious nature of his thoughts. He promptly quelled the impulse to delve deeper. Glimpsing at the scroll in his hand and sensing the lingering shadows surrounding him, he let out a soft sigh. After carefully stowing the scroll away, he resolved that it would be wiser to take it back with him, as leaving it behind could potentially invite unnecessary trouble. Shinjimaru Natsuhiko, or rather, Senju Natsuhiko, seemed to harbor a certain intrigue. Unbeknownst to him, significant events were transpiring within the Hokage's office as he returned to his own quarters. It was indeed time for him to deliberate over his forthcoming plans, particularly in regard to how to procure greater benefits for himself in the future. Long before, Natsuhiko had already discerned that what he could attain in Konohagakure would undoubtedly surpass anything available elsewhere. First and foremost was the matter of competitiveness. The precariousness of Konoha's future remained vividly etched in his memory. The signs of decline had begun to surface during the era of the White Fang and the legendary Three Ninjas. Many had either perished, were on the brink of defection, or had long departed from Konoha. Even Jiraiya ultimately chose not to remain within the village's confines. As for the generation of Minato Namikaze, the number of shadow-level powerhouses was, to be frank, rather limited. Perhaps only he and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his wife Kushina, could be counted among them. Other prominent figures, such as Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Fugaku, as well as the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, while undoubtedly formidable, still fell short of reaching true shadow-level prowess. Of course, should Uchiha Fugaku possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, that would present a different scenario altogether. In Natsuhiko's generation, however, a remarkable array of ninja emerged, each capable of standing alone. Yet, when one scrutinizes the details, apart from Kakashi, who was often evenly matched with others, and Guy, who nearly kicked the narrative to its conclusion, the gap between them and their peers was quite pronounced. The others were elite jonin, while Kakashi and Guy represented shadow-level, even super shadow-level existences. The talent pool in Konoha had indeed suffered a significant decline, and this was an inevitability for the future. For Natsuhiko, this presented an unparalleled opportunity. He could hardly believe that, given a decade or so, he would fail to attain shadow-level status. After all, he possessed certain advantages. His initial efforts, though arduous, had already brought him to the level of Jonin. Moreover, he was confident that upon entering Sage Mode, he would undoubtedly reach elite Jonin caliber. Notably, his Sage Mode was still in its nascent state, with intermediate and advanced forms yet to be explored. And he even speculated about the possibility of achieving a complete state or a six-path state. Regrettably, he lacked the seeds and the qualification to cultivate them. Yet the future held great promise. Even in its basic form, Sage Mode wielded considerable power. Once his intermediate sage fruit ripened, Natsuhiko believed he could very well be considered a quasi-shadow level entity. At the very least, he would embody the essence of a quasi-shadow-level existence, even if the duration of such power were somewhat fleeting. Furthermore, he possessed the option of bloodline development, although he remained uncertain about how to expand upon this mode of enhancement. However, he was not overly concerned, whether it be his fundamental attribute seeds, chakra attribute seeds, sage seeds, or seeds of chakra reserves. They were all randomly extracted from plants. Naturally, if he could identify plants more closely aligned with certain attributes, the likelihood of success would increase significantly. He contemplated that he might even draw seeds capable of enhancing his bloodline development in the future. Strictly speaking, his only competitors were Kakashi and Guy. The latter was a training fanatic, oblivious to the struggles for power. Perhaps he lacked the awareness altogether. Otherwise, he would not foolishly aspire to save Hiruzen Sarutobi in the future. As for Kakashi, he seemed to possess a more passive strength rather than an active one. Summer Yin silently envisioned Kakashi ascending to the position of the Sixth Hokage, a role that would essentially be handed to him. Attaining the Hokage title is not merely a matter of excellence. One must also align with the various interest groups to secure the position. Kakashi, as the disciple of the Fourth Hokage, could be considered a person of noble lineage. Furthermore, he maintained good relations with various jonin of his generation, many of whom were his classmates. His rise to power was bolstered by the unwavering support of the absolute backbone of Konoha at the time. While the old guard of power was annihilated by the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb, the reshuffling of the upper echelons of power, coupled with Kakashi's strong connections and formidable strength, naturally propelled him into the limelight. Additionally, another reason for his ascent was that the two individuals renowned as saviors of the ninja world were both his disciples. Kakashi's rise, in the eyes of Summer Yin, was a replicable model, and he believed he could do even better. However, such aspirations are often fraught with unpredictability. Nonetheless, this path was certainly preferable to mingling with the Akatsuki. Setting aside the competitors, the internal strife among the organization's members was daunting enough to frighten Summer Yin. Entering would be akin to offering oneself as a mere pawn. For now, his primary focus would be on enhancing his strength, attracting various talents, and further promoting the persona he had already established. Summer Yin quickly resolved that strengthening his abilities would naturally involve planting seeds, a process that required patience. The pursuit of talent was indeed vexing, yet he felt compelled to attempt it. In truth, he was aware of a talent base he could explore. However, engaging with them would inevitably bring forth numerous complications. The group he pondered over was indeed a source of trouble. Konoha possessed the most talent, predominantly characterized by emotional rather than rational dispositions, and the only individuals that fit this description were the Uchiha clan, who managed the Konoha Guard. It must be said that these Uchiha were a veritable goldmine, their talents beyond imagination. Yet, therein lay the predicament. Their circumstances were dire, and Summer Yin felt that excessive interaction with them could lead to his own troubles. They have long since fractured internally. One faction clamors about the injustices they have endured, contemplating the use of violence to gain the village's recognition. Conversely, another faction believes that violence is futile and seeks to engage in open and honest dialogue with the village in a peaceful manner. In Xiaoyan's view, neither outcome bodes well for them. Engaging in warfare with Konoha? While Konoha may indeed be weakened, how much power does the Uchiha clan truly possess at this juncture? If Xiaoyan's memory serves him correctly, the current Uchiha might not even have a single Sharingan to wield. Even if there is one, it belongs solely to Uchiha Fugaku. Certainly, the Uchiha will possess more than one Sharingan in the future, yet the problem lies in the fact that two of those are already ensnared by indoctrination. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku's character is evident. One only needs to observe the original text, where he patiently awaited his demise at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, to understand his disposition. Thus, in terms of power at the level of shadows, there is little need for consideration. As for the comparison of mid to lower tier strength, even if the Uchiha members are elite, how numerous are Konoha's ninjas? Coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's strategies inherited from Senju Tobirama to counter the Uchiha, the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha has long since deepened, with many harboring resentment towards them. This is an inherently unequal war. It is no wonder that Uchiha Fugaku has consistently refrained from stepping into the limelight. Had he not been forced into a corner at the end, he might have continued to endure in silence. Reflecting on this, Xiaoyan could not help but shake his head. As for negotiating peace with Konoha, it is not entirely out of the question. but the real issue lies in whether anyone is willing to engage in dialogue with them. The sole individual who might be open to acceptance and negotiation is the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, this esteemed Hokage perished during the Nine-Tails incident. Thus, the one who could have provided the Uchiha with a glimmer of hope has met his untimely end, leaving them with a bleak future. Should they seek to reach out to the Uchiha? Xiaoyan pondered silently. Judging by talent and potential, if he could rally the Uchiha to his cause, it would significantly aid his mission. Yet, he is currently merely a captain of an Umbu squad, and the existing relationship between the Senju and Uchiha complicates matters further. Within a year, following the Fourth Hokage's demise, he would have even less foundation to attract these individuals. It is indeed a troubling predicament. He must take it one step at a time. If all else fails, he could instead seek to engage with those two individuals who may eventually enter the Umbu. The Uchiha with the potential to join the Umbu are Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. To be candid, Xiaoyan holds only a moderate regard for both of them, primarily due to certain actions they have taken. Of course, if one merely focuses on the dynamics of a village and a clan, some of their choices are not particularly surprising. Ultimately, they are merely ninjas, not decision-makers. The real issues arise from Uchiha Fugaku. Additionally, their own worldview and values present certain flaws. If they have not yet been entirely indoctrinated by the time they enter the Umbu, perhaps I might be able to approach them. If one has already undergone transformation, then so be it. Xiaoyan swiftly made a decision. If the Uchiha clan's fertile lands were available, he had no intention of relinquishing them. However, his connections were exceedingly limited, compounded by the overwhelming influence of the will of fire. He was reluctant to complicate his own circumstances. Over the years, whether in school or within the Umbu, Xiaoyan had consistently embodied the ideals of the will of fire. Whenever his dreams were mentioned, his responses were textbook, vowing to protect the village and striving to become Hokage. He would never declare his intention to protect a specific individual. During times of war, such notions of bonds were unfounded. Policies during war differ vastly from those in peace. Should defeat befall them, the consequences would be unfathomable, hence the tragedy of Hatake Tsukumo. Of course, one cannot overlook the fact that Kakashi's father had surpassed the limits of toleration set by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. It appeared that Hatake Tsukumo did not conform to the traditional master-disciple framework of the Second Hokage, and public sentiment towards him was decidedly unfavorable. It was said that even those he saved harbored disdain for his actions. The machinations behind this were glaringly evident. Hatake Tsukumo had indeed risen to prominence, delivering a devastating blow to the mentor-student lineage of the Second and Third Hokage. Xiaoyan would not emulate him. He would not finish off his teammates when they were lagging behind. He believed his companions ought to express gratitude towards him. Such is the essence of political correctness. Knock, knock, knock. As Xiaoyan pondered, a sudden rap on his door jolted him back to reality. He recalled that the elder had mentioned preparing a gift for him. Though the specifics of this gift remained unclear to Xiaoyan, he was aware that members of their clan could choose to learn certain specialized jutsu upon reaching a certain age. The Senju clan, having once enjoyed great wealth, had relinquished many techniques to Konoha for various reasons, yet substantial backups remained, and some techniques were never surrendered at all. For instance, sage techniques were undoubtedly retained by the Senju clan. Konoha was likely aware of this, yet the arduous nature of mastering sage mode, as gleaned from Jiraiya, posed a significant challenge. Moreover, Konoha had to be cautious about their image. An unseemly display could invite unnecessary troubles. Even if they were unafraid of complications, they were averse to fostering animosity among others, especially since such matters could potentially affect other clans, leading to greater losses than gains. Upon opening the door, Xiaoyan was greeted by a middle-aged man named Usuji Jin, with whom he was relatively familiar. Although he had been cared for by the elders since childhood, his foundational training in ninjutsu had been imparted by this very Usuji General Uncle Jin. Xiaoyan exclaimed, his face lighting up with a warm smile as he slightly bowed. The elder mentioned you would come. I did not expect it to be you. I live nearby, and it has been some time since I last saw you. Usuji Jin smiled as he spoke, then patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, revealing a mysterious grin. I believe you already comprehend the purpose of my visit. Can you guess what I have brought for you? More secret techniques from the Second Hokage, perhaps? Xiaoyan blinked, uncertain. He recalled that during his training, the Second Hokage's techniques had been mentioned, and they were indeed objects of immense desire. Before Orochimaru, he was the foremost innovator in the ninja world. Even to this day, the techniques of Senju Tobarama wield considerable influence over the entire ninja realm. Xia Yin yearned to acquire even one of those techniques. His own water release techniques hardly qualified as secret arts. They were merely powerful variations of water release. What are you thinking? At your age, you can only learn one. Yusuji Jin shook his head, then handed the scroll directly to Xia Yin. Here you go, although I hope you'll strive harder. Strive harder? Xia Yin queried, somewhat perplexed. However, upon unrolling the scroll, he instantaneously grasped Yusuji Jin's intention. For inscribed upon it were the formidable words, Flying Thunder God Technique. Why this technique? Xia Yin furrowed his brow as he gazed at the scroll, feeling a swell of confusion in his mind. The Flying Thunder God Technique was no trivial matter. It was exceedingly powerful, capable of breaching even the constraints imposed by bloodline limits. Just consider Minato Namikaze, who, despite being born a commoner, exhibited prowess in battle after mastering the technique that surpassed even those from prestigious clans. The ability to annihilate 50 ninja, including formidable jonin, is a testament to its terrifying capabilities. It was precisely due to Minato's existence, compounded by Iwagakure's need to confront Kumogakure's vengeance on the second front, that a truce with Konoha was reached. Yet, this technique was not something one could simply master with ease. Xia Yin felt a sense of helplessness. As a member of the Senju clan, he had inquired about the technique from his elders at a young age. The response he received almost dissuaded him entirely from pursuing it. The difficulty was beyond imagination. Mastering this technique demanded not only extraordinary talent, but also astonishing reflexes and bodily coordination. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lies in its ability to traverse space instantaneously and launch a sudden, lethal attack on the enemy. Consequently, it places exceedingly high demands on both reflexes and physical coordination. Without adequate reflexes, one might land without even realizing it. Lacking sufficient coordination, one would struggle to maintain balance. In such a case, not only would launching a surprise attack be impossible, but one might also fall to the ground or even collide with another's weapon, which would be catastrophic rather than tactical. Konoha has preserved its legacy for nearly 50 years, having witnessed 4 Hokage reigns. Yet to this day, only the long-deceased Second Hokage and the currently sidelined Fourth Hokage have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, Minato Namikaze had not shied away from attempting to impart this technique. He even devised a method to simplify its complexities. In truth, he succeeded, yet even with that success, it bore no practical utility. The likes of Kushina Uzumaki, Obito Uchiha, and the others barely grasped its essence, rendering them incapable of wielding it in combat. Even for purposes of teleportation, they struggled somewhat. The demands of this technique are undeniably excessive. After bidding farewell to Yusuji Jin, Cheyenne returned to his abode, reflecting as he gradually unfurled the scroll in his hands. Nevertheless, the foundation he had cultivated over the years bore some fruit. He managed to pass the first part. The second part, however, the Flying Thunder God technique, was tormenting. It imposed severe physical requirements and demanded a high level of proficiency in the technique itself. This was no ordinary jutsu. It was a sealing technique. The Flying Thunder God seal is, in essence, a variant of sealing arts. Mastery of this technique necessitates a thorough understanding of sealing arts, and a deftness in swiftly inscribing the seals is imperative. Do not be misled into thinking that the Flying Thunder God is merely about throwing kunai. It also requires the user to stealthily mark the enemy during surprise attacks. For instance, when Minato faced Obito in the future, he silently left a mark, which ultimately allowed him to strike effectively, severing the connection between Obito and the Nine Tails. Overall, the complexity of the Flying Thunder God is indeed beyond imagination. Cheyenne swiftly perused the scroll and, having committed its contents to memory, incinerated it, watching it reduce to ashes. Releasing wafts of blue smoke, he sighed deeply. It seems he must dedicate more time to sealing arts and the crafting of his own seals. Although the Flying Thunder God is troublesome, even exceedingly difficult to master, Cheyenne has no intention of surrendering. It is essential to note that he is somewhat different from others, as he possesses external assistance. For him, the greatest challenge lies not in skillfully executing the technique, but in successfully performing it in its entirety for the first time. His unique trait is that once he fully employs a technique, he essentially masters it. One must admit, This trait is truly advantageous. His water release technique exemplifies this. And so does his yet-to-be-utilized earth release. Thanks to such mastery, coupled with years of experience in the Anbu, he possesses strength equivalent to that of a Jonin. Despite harboring only Chunin-level chakra, with this trait aiding him, Shigeno is confident that he can master the Flying Thunder God, perhaps even surpassing both Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze in proficiency. Of course, a crucial prerequisite remains: the sealing arts. Though Shigeno belongs to the Senju clan, his family possesses numerous sealing scrolls at their disposal. However, he truly does not perceive himself as particularly gifted, especially considering that the system of sealing techniques is entirely distinct from other ninjutsu systems. For him, it represents a wholly new challenge. It is worth noting that during his childhood, he had secretly attempted this, yet to no avail. In pursuit of the Flying Thunder God technique, it seems he must exert considerable effort. Furthermore, Kakashi is now under his command. If things do not go as planned, he may have to find a way to enlist Kakashi's assistance in visiting that esteemed lady, the Hokage. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, and indeed one of its most pivotal figures, Kushina Uzumaki's mastery of sealing techniques is undeniably impressive. It is likely that even Minato's Flying Thunder God technique owes much to her contributions. With her guidance, Xiaoyan believes he could certainly learn a thing or two. His expectations are modest. He merely wishes to grasp the fundamentals of sealing and the intricacies of condensing the Flying Thunder God sealing formula. With the aid of his unique capabilities, he could adeptly utilize these techniques, thereby accomplishing one of the most troublesome steps of the Flying Thunder God technique. Once he thoroughly masters these elements and employs them competently, while his self-taught methods may be more tailored to his needs, the current circumstances dictate that direct instruction from others, especially someone as capable as Kushina, would be far more beneficial. The thought of how, in the original narrative, sealing techniques rendered the Nine Tails immobile, and even posthumously, with her lingering chakra, assisted Naruto in successfully sealing the beast, ignites a fervor within Xiaoyan. Kakashi's value is indeed immense, and the assistance he can provide is beyond imagination. Initially, Xiaoyan merely sought to remind Kakashi as a precaution for the future, while simultaneously undermining the relationship between the Fourth and Third Hokage. Whether this would be of any utility, he did not know, nor did he care. However, it seems that this maneuver does hold some value. The precise nature of its effect, whether positive or negative, remains uncertain. Regardless, whether beneficial or detrimental, I can subtly adjust the circumstances to my advantage. After resting at home for 2 days, Xiaoyan dutifully reported to the Anbu. The work within the Anbu is quite demanding, yet during periods without missions or extraordinary circumstances, the workload can be relatively light. One may find themselves able to rest for a few days after completing a mission, but the next assignment may leave no time for respite at all. Thus, within the Anbu, one must not only acquire various skills and remember a multitude of intelligence, but also effectively plan their time. Xiaoyan excels in this regard. Although he possesses unique advantages that allow him to avoid squandering time on trivial matters, meticulous planning and the pursuit of knowledge remain essential. During his 2 days of rest, Xiaoyan not only contemplated potential paths for the future, albeit some remained vague, but also diligently studied sealing techniques. He is well aware that mastering sealing techniques is a formidable task. Yet if he does not strive earnestly, his hopes will dwindle even further. I am not a genius. I merely possess certain advantageous conditions that assist me. Consequently, I must exert myself even more diligently. Xiaoyan is also quite aware of his own talents. Were it not for his ability to cultivate those extraordinary fruits to aid himself, he would likely have perished in the clandestine missions or been dispatched to the front lines, becoming one of the many casualties. Ironically, the so-called Spirit of Fire, during the era of Senju Hashirama, essentially embodied the very principles upon which Konoha was founded. It was a noble endeavor aimed at safeguarding children from the perils of war, preventing the premature extinguishing of innocent lives amidst chaos, thereby attracting a multitude of ninjas to establish it. However, during both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, countless young children found themselves thrust onto the battlefield throughout the reign of the Third Hokage. This reality starkly contradicts the original intent of Konoha's founding and the will of fire espoused by Senju Hashirama. Even if this was not his intention, and despite Konoha reaching its most perilous juncture, the fact remains that such actions transpired. Were it not for Xiaoyan's fortunate circumstances, including familial connections, he too might have been unable to evade this fate. "Good morning, Captain Nightingale." "Good morning." Upon arriving at the Umbu headquarters, Xiaoyan greeted his colleagues with a smile. However, he quickly noticed Kakashi seated alone in a corner. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to approach Kakashi, understanding that to secure an introduction to Kushina, fostering a good relationship with Kakashi was imperative. "Why are you sitting here alone?" Xiaoyan inquired as he reached Kakashi's side. "Building rapport with others will ultimately benefit you greatly." "Captain," Kakashi replied calmly, raising his gaze, but offered no further response. Xiaoyan, undeterred, took Kakashi by the arm and led him toward the lounge. Kakashi found this action somewhat perplexing, yet he did not resist. In his eyes, Xiaoyan was his captain, and his mentor had also encouraged him to cultivate a good relationship with him. Soon, they arrived at the training room, where several Umbu members were engaged in basic training exercises. Such activities help maintain their physical agility and serve as a warm-up for their missions. The tasks assigned to the Umbu are not confined to outside the village. There are often duties within the village that require their attention. Moreover, compared to external missions, time for preparation within the village is scarce, making prior readiness essential. "Captain," as they entered, two Umbu members approached and greeted Xiaoyan. These individuals appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, their physiques robust. However, it seemed somewhat peculiar for them to address someone as young as 13 or 14 as their captain. Yet, no one around found this odd. The competition within the Umbu was far more brutal than that outside. During wartime, a ninja-S rank can be elevated through the successful completion of certain special missions, resulting in wartime promotions. However, the underworld holds no such notions. Only through sufficient strength and a considerable volume of missions can one attain elevation. Thus, the belief that all members of the Umbu are elite shinobi came into being, a harsh yet effective reality. Although Xiaoyan may have gained entry into the Umbu through somewhat dubious means, his prowess is undeniably substantial, and it took him 3 years to earn his position as squad leader. "I knew you two would be here." Xiaoyan revealed a warm smile and gestured toward Kakashi. "This fellow, I presume you are already aware, is my former classmate, a truly gifted ninja." At this juncture, Xiaoyan paused briefly before indicating his two teammates to Kakashi and continued gently, saying, "These two are named Yaya and Jinny. They are the ones who have saved my life." Both Yaya and Jinny lack surnames. If one must assign a surname, perhaps pharmacist would suit them best. They both hail from an orphanage, their parents long lost to the ravages of war, leaving no trace to investigate. Hence, they bear only their first names, a stark reminder of their misfortune. Yet, they are fortunate in their own right, for they have entered the Umbu rather than being cast into the depths of dehumanization. "Do not heed the captain's fanciful tales. It is he who saved us," Jinny thought, shaking his head, and then nodded toward Kakashi. "I am Jinny. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance." "Likewise, I am Yaya. I too look forward to your guidance." In contrast to Jinny and Yaya's demeanor, Kakashi appeared overly polite yet lacking in warmth. However, being new, he did not take it to heart. Moreover, it is likely that Jinny and Yaya had already reviewed his dossier, leading them to harbor no confusion regarding Kakashi's coolness. Naturally, their enthusiasm for Kakashi was tempered, for one must remain cautious around an individual who has directly eliminated a comrade, even within the Umbu. "Very well, everyone. Henceforth, we shall be teammates," Xiaoyan said with a smile once he noted that introductions had concluded. "Although we do not know how long we will remain a team, as long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely accomplish our tasks flawlessly." "Yes, Captain," Yaya, Jinny, and Kakashi replied in unison. The turnover within the Umbu is significant, yet not trivial. For instance, the demise of personnel during missions or the sudden insertion of individuals like Kakashi necessitates a reshuffling of the original team. The casualty rate within the Umbu is indeed considerable, as they face adversaries of no ordinary caliber. Remaining undetected is preferable, however, once discovered, the chances of return may dwindle significantly. Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction at this scene. But just as he intended to impart some motivational wisdom to his teammates and further bridge their camaraderie, a voice rang out suddenly. "All personnel assemble." Such is the nature of Umbu missions. Although one may be stationed here, one can never truly know when a mission may arise. One may find oneself utterly oblivious to the precise nature of their task. The confidentiality surrounding it is, indeed, exceedingly stringent. However, aside from Kakashi, The members of this small team are seasoned veterans who have spent considerable time within the Umbu, thoroughly accustomed to the prevailing operational protocols. The training room, once bustling with activity, has suddenly transformed into an expanse of emptiness. While the lounge in the front hall has become a gathering place for all Umbu stationed at this location, the members stand silently in formation, aligned according to their respective teams, exemplifying the high caliber of the Umbu at this moment. Is everyone present? The captain surveyed the assembly with a discerning gaze before speaking in a detached manner. You have a mission that requires immediate departure. The target is a border outpost located to the northwest. The team leader will collect the specific details of the mission site. Your objective is to intercept and eliminate any hostile ninjas attempting to assault the outpost. Remember, it is imperative to eliminate all threats. Do you understand? Yes, Captain. The Umbu responded in unison, with Cheyenne echoing their affirmation. Such missions are not unfamiliar to the Umbu, particularly following the peace treaty between Konoha and Iwagakure, which has led to a notable increase in such assaults over the course of a few months. Cheyenne himself has undertaken several of these missions. While he may not be as adept as he is at neutralizing spies, he is certainly no stranger to them. Upon receiving the necessary instructions, Cheyenne prepared to embark on the mission. Just as he had secured the Umbu-issued equipment alongside Kakashi and the others, the captain approached him. Captain, Cheyenne said promptly, his demeanor respectful and proper. Nightingale, you will once again execute this operation alongside White Fang, the captain stated with his customary indifference. He cast a glance at Shinichi and Yaya before continuing. As for Gray Cat and Heron, you are assigned to the 5th and 9th teams of the 2nd Squad. You will serve as team leaders and are responsible for reorganizing your units. Is that understood? Yes, Captain, Cheyenne and the others promptly replied. Gray Cat and Heron are code names for Shinichi and Yaya, while the 2nd Squad represents another division within the Umbu. The Umbu is subdivided into various departments, including the intelligence, interrogation, operations, and reserve departments. Each department requires mutual cooperation and consists of several small teams, with a relatively modest number of personnel. The reserve department, as one might expect, serves as the backup division of the Umbu, where newcomers report upon entering the organization. Here, they undergo a period of training before being deemed qualified to participate in missions. Due to the exigencies of war, Cheyenne had spent only a month in the reserve department, effectively graduating ahead of schedule. The operations department, boasting the second largest number of personnel within the Umbu, is regarded as the most critical division. Within the operations department, there are 3 major squads, each comprising over 10 teams, collectively amounting to around 40 to 50 ninjas. Almost every individual within this assembly is an elite, possessing skills that, while perhaps not reaching the level of a Jonin, certainly demonstrate capabilities that exceed those of Jonin in specific aspects. Congratulations to you both, team leaders. After the captain turned to leave, Xia Yin immediately smiled at Zhun Yi and Yi Yi, saying, I never expected to have 2 captains with me. Captain, please don't say that, Zhun Yi replied, awkwardly shaking his head. He then sighed in resignation. It seems that the 2 squads over there have been completely annihilated. Indeed, Captain, Yi Yi added, looking somewhat troubled. This time, we've really endured a lot. Assigning new captains and rebuilding a squad essentially means that the former team has vanished entirely. Xia Yin was unaware of the troubles faced by the 2nd Squad, but the outcome was evident. With a slight sigh, he chose not to dwell on the matter, as both Yi Yi and Zhun Yi were clearly grappling with these issues as well. Nevertheless, they all had tasks to attend to, so they refrained from further discussion and soon parted ways. After retrieving their equipment, Xia Yin, accompanied by Kakashi, swiftly departed from the village. At times, he pondered whether he had spoken too soon. Just moments ago, they were discussing how long they might be together, and the next moment, they had separated. However, Xia Yin did not dwell too much on these matters, for changing teammates was not a significant concern for him. After years in the Umbu, he had seen many teammates come and go. Besides those who had fallen during missions, some had left the Umbu for frontline duties requiring experienced personnel, and others, like today, had been reassigned to different teams. He had never resorted to eliminating his teammates. At most, he had had to abandon some for the sake of fulfilling a mission. Interestingly, he had faced no repercussions for his actions. Rather, his prompt and decisive handling of issues had led him to become a squad leader. Zhun Yi and Yi Yi had only been part of his team for a few months. However, Xia Yin's gentle demeanor, impressive abilities, and calm judgment during missions had garnered their unwavering trust. They were, without a doubt, the most compatible teammates he had encountered in his time. Captain, with the squad disbanded. As they walked beyond the borders of Konoha, Kakashi could not help but inquire. Xiaoyan glanced at him, but regrettably, the mask Kakashi wore obscured any expression on his face. Even without the mask, it would be difficult to discern his features, as he often wore a scarf. Kakashi's question made Xiaoyan raise an eyebrow. Evidently, their prior tentative conversation had yielded some effect. However, Xiaoyan could tell that this was not the captain intentionally targeting Kakashi. Some matters, when taken to extremes, could lead to unfortunate outcomes, and the annihilation of Umbu squads was not an uncommon occurrence. He did not believe that the captain would deliberately deceive them, as despite the fierce competition among the Umbu teams, their relationships remained amicable. A simple inquiry would clarify matters, and besides, Kakashi had the Fourth Hokage backing him. While the Fourth may not have control over the Umbu, appointing a captain would be a straightforward task. The team requires our obedience, and we shall comply, Xiaoyan remarked with a smile. In truth, such occurrences are not uncommon within the Umbu. I have lost count of how many teammates I have had, and one simply becomes accustomed to it. Thus, it is understandable why the captain previously expressed uncertainty about how long we might remain together, correct? Kakashi turned to glance at Xiaoyan, hesitating momentarily before inquiring. Captain, may I pose a question to you? Certainly, Xiaoyan replied. Have you ever personally eliminated one of your own teammates? Kakashi's query left Xiaoyan momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated Kakashi would pose such a peculiar and impolite question. However, upon reflection, he began to comprehend Kakashi's rationale for such an inquiry. The nature of Umbu's work is inherently ruthless, merciless, and bloody. It is not unheard of to eliminate a hindrance within one's ranks during a mission. Just look at the people of Kirigakure. Their Umbu may even choose to eliminate all their teammates to prevent intelligence from falling into enemy hands. All of them. Moreover, in the eyes of the majority, Umbu operatives are perceived similarly, regardless of their village. Consequently, Kakashi's question is rather reasonable, considering he too has once taken the life of a teammate. Even if it was an accidental killing, he would not dwell on such thoughts, nor would he ponder why his companion made such a choice. He would only fixate on the fact that he had committed the act. I'm afraid I cannot say whether I have done so, Xiaoyan replied gently, though his tone carried an ambiguous quality, tinged with a hint of melancholy. You are well aware of the nature of Umbu missions, or else you would not have asked me such a question. Likewise, I am aware of your own experiences. Within the Umbu, many matters are devoid of secrets. Yet, since you have inquired, I shall share a tale with you. It was approximately in my third year within the Umbu that we undertook a mission to acquire intelligence from Iwagakure. Initially, the operation proceeded smoothly, but our fortunes soon faltered, and we found ourselves pursued by Iwagakure's Umbu. After a fierce chase, only my injured teammate and I remained, despite his grievous wounds. He implored me to fulfill the mission. Furthermore, he wished for me to end his life. Dying at the hands of the enemy was too humiliating. Being captured alive would lead to a fate far more dreadful. The Umbu indeed possesses techniques to dissolve oneself, yet the agony they entail is beyond imagination. It would be preferable for my comrade to act swiftly and embrace death, thus sparing oneself from suffering. Moreover, my allies in the Umbu are adept at handling corpses. However, when faced with this request, Xiaoyan hesitated momentarily, only to resolutely decline and offer a suggestion to his comrade. Rather than perish at my hands, it would be wiser to divert the enemy and await rescue. Xiaoyan's statement was indeed sincere, yet it appeared to be misconstrued in the moment. The Umbu operative assumed Xiaoyan was attempting to motivate him to survive. Subsequently, he chose to trust Xiaoyan, allocating his remaining chakra to create a shadow clone resembling Xiaoyan, thereby luring the enemy away. As for the ultimate outcome, it was far from splendid. Xiaoyan chose not to intervene for rescue. Instead, he reported the incident to the captain, who similarly refrained from formulating a rescue plan. Thus, the matter concluded, as it was largely presumed that the Umbu operative had already perished in the line of duty. However, this narrative could be recast. Xiaoyan subtly altered his suggestion to imply that the Umbu operative had taken the initiative, thereby transforming the entire essence of the tale. In truth, I should have directly ended his suffering. After recounting his revised story, Xiaoyan exhaled softly. Given his grievous injuries, survival seemed virtually impossible. Rather than endure such agony, it would have been merciful to grant him a swift release. At this juncture, Xiaoyan paused, turning to gaze at Kakashi, whose mask revealed a semblance of confusion. His voice softened significantly. In truth, I envy you, Kakashi, Xiaoyan murmured. Kakashi snapped back to reality, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. Indeed, Xiaoyan affirmed with a nod. Though I cannot fathom the circumstances you faced, nor can I ascertain the thoughts that occupied your mind, you accomplished what I dared not. You are a hero, a warrior. So too was Rin. For a samurai, wielding a blade requires mere courage. Yet for a ninja, especially concerning one's comrades, the burdens are manifold. Xiaoyan appeared to sigh, a mixture of admiration and melancholy for Kakashi. This left Kakashi in a state of perplexity. He grasped the essence of Xiaoyan's words, but was at a loss for how to respond. He could not fully accept Xiaoyan's sentiments, yet felt an inexplicable desire to align himself with them. This tumultuous and oppressive emotion lingered in his heart, prompting him to question whether his actions, or Rin's choices at that moment, had indeed been erroneous. Kakashi was engulfed in uncertainty, yet regrettably, he could not discern the answers he sought, nor did he truly understand what answers he desired. Observing Kakashi's silence, Xiaoyan refrained from further engagement. He had deliberately steered certain thoughts towards the depths of Kakashi's psyche, which sufficed for him. The subsequent developments would unfold in due course. Nevertheless, it was rather unexpected for this individual to willingly seek my company. Was it his original intention, or did the Fourth Hokage offer him some advice? As he journeyed onward, Shiyuin couldn't help but ponder the implications of his conjecture. If he were indeed correct, it would render the situation all the more intriguing. Initially, his intention had been merely to stir the pot, but after acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique, his thoughts had undergone a transformation. He had previously deliberated on the merits of the situation. Yet Kakashi's current demeanor seemed to indicate one undeniable truth. The Fourth Hokage harbored no ill will towards him. It appeared that with a little more effort, he might persuade Kakashi to assist him. Contemplating this, a smile inadvertently graced Shiyuin's countenance, hidden beneath his mask, and his spirits lifted considerably. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of further exertion. Upon returning, he must maintain his rapport with Kakashi. Once again, Shiyuin's gaze fell upon his system, a device reminiscent of a data panel, prompting a sigh to escape his lips. Name: Senju Shiyuin. Gender: male. Date of birth: March 24th. Year 34 of the Konoha calendar. Rank: Jonin, Chunin. Bloodline development: Beginner, Senju secret techniques, seeds, Jonin chakra volume seed, 60 maturity. Intermediate sage art seed, 82 maturity. Advanced earth style seed, 70 maturity. Advanced water style seed, 70 maturity. Fruits: 0 mission. Become the true big boss of the ninja world, unique. Only the growth of the intermediate sage art chakra seed showed slight improvement. The others remained unchanged. Gazing at his data chart, Shiyuin could only let out a resigned sigh. Despite being pleased with the enhancement of the sage art chakra seed, he yearned for the completion of the Jonin chakra volume seed more. His chakra levels were alarmingly low, or rather, the chakra he could utilize was woefully insufficient. The true extent of his chakra was something he struggled to comprehend. The 4 seeds within him, whether intermediate or advanced, consumed chakra at an alarming rate. Shiyuin recalled that he initially could only cultivate 2 seeds, gradually progressing to 4, then 8. This increase had momentarily delighted him until he recognized the monumental issue that deterred further cultivation. Setting aside the excessive time consumption, his chakra had always been limited, resulting in a meager distribution among the numerous seeds. The consequence was painfully slow cultivation, leading to his current predicament of having yet to produce a single advanced fruit. Furthermore, he feared that his previous cultivation methods might completely deplete his chakra reserves. He had no desire to end up like Guy. Although his foundational attributes would allow for such a pursuit, he held great admiration for Guy, be it in character, personality, or strength. Yet his appearance was something he found difficult to accept. Moreover, Xiaoyan had no intention of focusing solely on physical techniques. With a foundation for comprehensive development, how could he confine himself to a singular aspect? However, calculating the time, he believed he could obtain these fruits within half a year to a year. The thought of such a one-time harvest brought a sense of joy to Xiaoyan's heart, for this haul could be deemed a qualitative leap. Achieving the level of a Jonin in terms of chakra was immensely significant for him. Furthermore, the intermediate fruits of sage arts would afford him greater self-preservation capabilities. It is crucial to note that this era is not akin to that of the future Naruto, where elite shinobi roamed freely and jonin were regarded as inconsequential. Even though signs of the impending turmoil had begun to emerge, with figures like Obito challenging the established order and the imminent arrival of those pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan in the coming years, he remained confident that with the intermediate Sage Mode, he could face these challenges with relative ease. As for the advanced fruits of earth and water release, they stirred even greater excitement within Xia Yin. Once he acquired these fruits, it would signify a deeper understanding and mastery over certain chakra attributes. Currently, his water and earth release techniques were of intermediate creation, yet the power he wielded when employing them was fearsome. At this moment, he had already begun to grasp the transformations and qualitative changes of these two chakra attributes quite adeptly. Should he attain the advanced fruits, it would likely mean a complete mastery of these abilities, perhaps enabling him to simplify the execution of these techniques significantly. Perhaps he could become akin to Senju Hashirama, effortlessly summoning techniques with a mere clasp of his hands. Hand seals. Such practices were beneath true ninjas. A genuinely powerful shinobi could execute all steps with but a single seal. Moreover, performing hand seals in real combat provided far too many opportunities for the enemy. Unless he could grasp another's hand to aid in sealing or execute 5 seals in a second, standing still to perform seals rendered one a living target. Xia Yin had no desire to become a living target, and he firmly believed that the day he transcended this limitation was not far off. In the days that followed, Xia Yin and Kakashi traversed the terrain with little conversation. Kakashi pondered Xia Yan's words, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle, while Xia Yin contemplated his future development and considered various aspects of sealing techniques. It was not until dusk that they discovered a cave to rest for the night, planning to continue their journey the following day. Their small team's destination lay within the regions of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain, a place Xia Yin was quite reluctant to approach. The reason was simple. The Land of Rain was the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Obito had likely already lured Nagato, who was actively developing the Akatsuki, as evidenced by Kakuzu's presence. Xia Yin vividly recalled that Danzo had, for certain special reasons, accepted Hanzo the Salamander's invitation to confront the Akatsuki. This operation was conducted with great fanfare, as Hanzo openly declared Danzo's allegiance. The outcome, however, was nothing short of tragic. The Root organization, led by Danzo, has been nearly obliterated, with him being the sole survivor returning to Konoha. This event has dramatically altered his aspirations. Once an ambitious dreamer of becoming Hokage, he has now turned to wholeheartedly support Orochimaru. However, the outcome has left him utterly disillusioned, as Orochimaru's failure signifies yet another lost gamble for him. To make matters worse, he finds himself devoid of any means to resist. For his most crucial piece on the chessboard is gravely injured and currently in a state of recovery. Danzo's actions have not only ensnared himself, but have also ensnared Konoha in a web of misfortune. With a long-standing vendetta against Konoha, which had been somewhat alleviated by Jiraiya, Danzo's recent maneuvers have reignited both old grievances and new animosities. Moreover, he has not only implicated himself and Konoha in this debacle, Hanzo of the Salamander has also suffered immensely. Not only has Danzo faced adversity, but his subordinates have also been nearly wiped out. Despite this, Danzo remains a Konoha ninja and a high-ranking official within the village, with the protection of the village and Nagato and his allies needing to consolidate their strength. Immediate action against him is unlikely. However, Hanzo's situation is markedly different. Being in Amigakure, where they are constantly in each other's sights, it is evident whom Nagato would prioritize. At present, it appears there has been no engagement, as Nagato's forces still require development, and Hanzo's formidable power cannot be underestimated. Nonetheless, Nagato must exercise caution in dealing with Hanzo, for Shiranui is merely an ordinary Konoha ninja, and a confrontation with Hanzo could prove disastrous. It must be said, the potency of Shimura Danzo is indeed formidable. Furthermore, his actions often result in self-inflicted harm as well as harm to others. At a monitoring point situated at the confluence of the borders of the Land of Fire, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Rain, Konoha's ninjas vigilantly observe their surroundings as they have done in times past. The war has concluded, at least in a certain sense, bringing an end to a decade-long battlefield that is gradually calming. This is a tremendous relief for the ninjas stationed in the border area, as they are the first line of defense against the enemy's relentless assaults when war resumes. Although the conclusion of hostilities does not guarantee their return to Konoha, and the borders of Konoha are hardly serene, the situation is certainly much safer than before. Captain, how much longer until your shift ends? In the tower of the monitoring point, a young ninja inquired curiously of a middle-aged man beside him while peering through binoculars at the distance. The Border Patrol ninjas rotate their duties at designated intervals, allowing those on leave to return to Konoha and reunite with their families. The middle-aged ninja chuckled, shaking his head in response, and then playfully rebuked, "I see you're eager to accompany me back, aren't you? Captain, we are part of the same squad." The young ninja replied, a smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it quite normal for us to return together?" "I suspect you're merely daydreaming," the captain retorted. The middle-aged ninja gently tapped the young man's shoulder and inquired, "So, when will you be getting married?" "Captain," the young ninja retorted, visibly embarrassed. Their exchange elicited laughter from the nearby Konoha ninjas who were also on lookout duty, the conclusion of the war having eased the burdens on their hearts. Had it been during wartime, such banter would have seemed utterly inconceivable, as they would have been uncertain if they would see the sun rise the following day. The atmosphere at the surveillance point was vibrant, though this liveliness was short-lived. "Captain," at that moment, a Konoha ninja scanning the surroundings with binoculars suddenly exclaimed, "There are 3 squads of ninjas approaching from the west." "What?" The middle-aged ninja's expression shifted slightly, but he remained composed as he asked, "Can you discern which village they belong to?" From their attire and headbands, they appeared to be IWA ninjas. After a careful observation, the Konoha ninja added, "But Captain, why are they coming from this direction?" "I understand your concern," the middle-aged ninja interjected, "but everyone, stay alert, and remember, we must not strike first. Understood?" This captain maintained his calm demeanor, having sensed something amiss in the trajectory of the approaching IWA ninjas. Yet, he was cautious. A ceasefire agreement had been established between Konoha and IWA, and initiating hostilities would be tantamount to violating that treaty. Even if he suspected these IWA ninjas might be imposters, he dared not take the risk. If they were indeed genuine and he acted first, it would amount to a direct breach of the peace accord between Konoha and IWA. Even if a skirmish did not ensue, he would likely face severe repercussions. "Yes, Captain. Be careful." As the Konoha ninjas responded loudly, the sharp-eyed captain suddenly noticed several shurikens hurtling toward them. He promptly alerted his comrades. The Konoha ninjas reacted swiftly. Some drew their shurikens to deflect the incoming projectiles, while others hastily used their binoculars as shields. Seizing the opportunity, the IWA ninjas charged into the surveillance point, launching an immediate assault on the Konoha ninjas. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged ninja rushed forward, deftly blocking one of the IWA ninjas with his shuriken, and shouted, "Do you intend to disrupt the peace between Konoha and IWA?" Unfortunately, the IWA ninjas paid him no heed, intensifying their attacks. The captain realized they were certainly not authentic IWA ninjas. The dire truth was that, although these IWA ninjas were not exceptionally powerful, their numbers far surpassed those of the Konoha defenders. Moreover, they had launched a surprise attack, seizing the initiative. In mere moments, several Konoha ninjas had already sustained injuries. Amidst the chaos, the captain found it impossible to send a distress signal or contact the main forces for reinforcements. If this continued, they would all be doomed. With a swift kick, he sent the enemy before him sprawling. However, it was not long before others surged forward, and facing a numerical disadvantage, he found himself encircled from all sides. Ordinary ninjas lack the coveted Sharingan, unless they have reached a commendable level of strength or can overpower their surrounding foes. Otherwise, anyone in such a predicament would appear utterly passive, even helpless. As he blocked the assault from the IWA ninja, the captain cast a glance around, relieved to see that his team members were still alive, albeit wounded. The young ninja who had previously inquired about when they could return had suffered a grievous stab from a kunai, crimson blood gushing from his wound. Thankfully, it had not pierced a vital area. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to death by now. Yet, if this continued, death would merely be a matter of time, and none would escape its grasp. Was this to be their end? The captain deflected a fatal blow and hurried to support the young ninja, but in the next moment, he felt a wrenching pain in his back. A kunai had pierced through him. As he felt his strength ebbing away and the searing pain dulled his senses, a grim thought crossed his mind. Death is undeniably terrifying, especially for one with lingering attachments. Despite the excruciating agony, the captain launched an attack against the ninja behind him. but turning around brought an indescribable torment. His speed naturally diminished, and his counterattack could not inflict any damage. Instead, his movement left him vulnerable to another enemy's strike. When an IWA ninja's kunai sliced through his side, blood surged forth, and he could no longer support himself, collapsing to the ground. He still clutched the kunai tightly, yet he could not rise again. His vision began to blur, and he felt as though this was the end. Regrettably, Naomi, it seems I will not be able to return to see you, the captain thought to himself, letting out a deep sigh. As he gazed at the approaching kunai of his adversary, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Even in death, he would not allow his enemy a moment of respite. Just then, a brilliant blue kunai hurtled through the air with a piercing whistle, striking the chest of the enemy before the captain with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Cheyenne and Kakashi had rested well through the night and set out immediately. However, Kakashi regarded Cheyenne with curiosity during the latter part of the night. When he had taken over the watch, he had seen Cheyenne studying a scroll on sealing techniques. Sealing techniques are certainly not simple matters, and ordinary ninjas seldom have the opportunity to acquire them, given their formidable complexity. Kakashi could understand how Cheyenne had obtained such knowledge. After all, he was an esteemed member of the Umbu, and it was only natural for someone of his caliber to acquire rare resources through his achievements. The art of sealing is indeed not easily mastered. Those who can learn it are exceedingly rare, and in every village, those who practice sealing techniques are considered elite. Even if their prowess is lacking, they are still assigned to sealing teams, where they receive adequate protection. Observing the seals employed by each village to fend off external threats reveals just how vital these practitioners truly are. Although these sealing techniques may falter against particularly formidable adversaries, they at least provide forewarning of an impending invasion. Captain, are you particularly interested in sealing techniques? Kakashi inquired with curiosity as they embarked on their journey. Somewhat, Cheyenne nodded. I have always held a fascination for sealing techniques, but unfortunately, it seems my talent is somewhat lacking. However, I have no intention of giving up. Is that so? Kakashi murmured, pursing his lips, lost in thought. Let us not dwell on that. We should hasten our pace, Cheyenne replied with a smile, shaking his head. Let us not forget we have a mission. Delays could lead to complications. Upon hearing this, Kakashi promptly fell silent, recognizing the importance of their current undertaking. Yet, he made a mental note of Cheyenne's aspiration to learn sealing techniques. For many, sealing might indeed be an arduous endeavor, with scarce resources for study. But Kakashi possessed a distinct advantage. In the future, he would demonstrate considerable skill in sealing arts. Having been the one to first seal the cursed mark placed on Sasuke by Orochimaru, Kakashi had a solid foundation in sealing techniques. Given that his mentor was the illustrious Minato Namikaze and his teacher was the formidable Kushina Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails, the two set off once more at a swift pace, and after more than a day, they reached the borders of the Land of Fire. The expanse of the Land of Fire is indeed vast, making it quite normal for ninjas to spend several days traveling. Fortunately, they were not engaged in a protective escort mission, so they did not need to consider the endurance of their employer. Neither were they part of a large troop assembling for battle, which would require them to account for the speed of all members. The agility of just the two of them ensured their swift journey. However, upon arrival, they did not proceed directly to the encampment. Instead, they opted to survey the area first. The Umbu and station ninjas operate within two distinct systems, and to avoid complications during transitions, members of the Umbu, like Cheyenne, typically refrain from initiating contact with them. This is also a matter of maintaining secrecy, as it is difficult to ascertain whether any infiltrators exist among the station ninjas. If there are, the exposure of the Umbu's movements would jeopardize the mission, and mitigating risks is paramount for the Umbu. After taking a brief tour around the border and inspecting a nearby observation point in close proximity to their base, Cheyenne nodded in approval. The observation points presented no issues, and the surroundings were exceptionally tranquil. Even in such a strategically perilous location, there had been no sign of intruders thus far. Captain, this place appears quite satisfactory, Kakashi remarked, scanning the area before adding calmly. However, isn't there another observation point we have yet to visit? Indeed, there is, Cheyenne confirmed. Cheyenne nodded and said, let us proceed. Once we have completed the inspection of this surveillance point, we may take a brief respite. Each surveillance point is strategically positioned differently, yet they all encircle the stronghold, providing a clear and unobstructed view of the surroundings. Should these strongholds come under attack, unless the assailants are overwhelmingly powerful or numerous. They can release signal flares to request assistance. However, now that the covert operations unit has been deployed, it indicates that the enemy's numbers may be considerable. As they advanced, Xia Yin suddenly furrowed his brow. His heightened perception had detected fluctuations of chakra in the distance. His sensory abilities have always been remarkably sharp, allowing him to discern many occurrences with minimal effort. The intensity of the chakra waves suggested that a battle was underway, leading him to suspect that the surveillance point had indeed come under assault. Accelerate. Prepare for combat, Xia Yin instructed succinctly. Understood, Captain, Kakashi replied without hesitation, clearly aware of Xia Yan's considerable sensory capabilities. Although he was uncertain about the extent of Xia Yan's abilities, he deemed him trustworthy. After issuing his command, their pace increased significantly, and as they hurried along, they began to ready their combat gear. Before long, they could visibly discern a surveillance tower not far ahead, where more than a dozen ninjas clad in red attire from the Rock Village were attacking the ninjas of Konoha. Rock ninjas? Kakashi frowned at the sight. Are they deliberately disguising themselves to disrupt the peace between Konoha and the Rock Village? It was evident that this was a situation everyone recognized. Xia Yin calmly remarked, ultimately, it all comes down to matters of interest. Interest? Kakashi furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Xia Yan's words. However, there was no time for inquiries. As they were drawing ever closer, and the station ninjas of Konoha appeared to be faltering under the assault. At that moment, Xia Yin suddenly produced a kunai, and in an instant, a formidable wave of water-style chakra coalesced around it. This spectacle caused Kakashi's eyes to widen. The chakra enveloping the kunai grew increasingly abundant as it began to compress and spin with fervor. In the next moment, the chakra settled. Yet its water-like properties seemed to have been fundamentally altered by Xia Yin. Sharp, keen, and exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, it was almost palpable, even causing Kakashi to catch his breath. This represented a transformation of chakra, both in form and quality, reaching an exceptional level, Kakashi mused. In the next instant, Xia Yin hurled the kunai with great force, producing a harsh friction as it sliced through the air, with a piercing whistle and an intense pressure. It struck fiercely towards the chest of an enemy in the distance. The kunai, infused with Xia Yan's chakra, plunged brutally into the chest of a rock ninja, subsequently tearing through his torso and spraying crimson blood towards those behind him. Damn it! A figure clad in the garb of an earth ninja let out a fierce curse, immediately raising his kunai in defense. Yet, before the piercing blue of the shuriken, his efforts seemed utterly futile. Upon the clash of his kunai with the shuriken, cracks swiftly appeared, and in an instant, his weapon shattered. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of a fellow ninja beside him, who yanked him aside just in time, the shuriken would undoubtedly have pierced his chest. The middle-aged captain found himself momentarily stunned. A moment ago, he faced certain death. Yet now, the situation had flipped drastically, the sudden rush of adrenaline overwhelming. Nevertheless, as a competent ninja, especially in the heat of battle, he could not afford to collapse and watch idly, despite his grievous injuries. Struggling to rise, he glanced at his remaining subordinates and sighed deeply. His team comprised 3 members, a standard ninja squad, yet at this moment, one lay slain, while the other 2, including himself, bore significant wounds. However, relief washed over him as reinforcements arrived. He thought to himself, and in the next moment, 2 young men donned in black and white armor, their faces concealed behind white animal masks, appeared before him. Though youthful in appearance, the chakra emanating from them left the middle-aged captain taken aback. Umbu, perhaps? These 2 youngsters were not to be underestimated. Unbeknownst to the captain, Shine assessed the situation with a keen eye before drawing his kunai. Kakashi stood at his side, equally vigilant, refraining from action as he awaited Shine's command. This elicited a nod of approval from Shine. Kakashi, known for his pride, had been disobedient in the original tale, striking down enemies without hesitation, even when commanded to halt. Kakashi's current demeanor signified his trust in Shine, a promising development, prompting Shine to issue his orders. Leave 1 or 2 alive. Eliminate the rest. Understood, Captain. Kakashi replied coldly, and in the next breath, he became a streak of lightning, launching toward the earth ninjas, arcs of electricity crackling from his wrist. Without a moment's pause, Shine employed the body flicker technique, appearing beside an earth ninja, and without hesitation, he swung his kunai. His speed was astonishing, The enhancement from his foundational attributes was unfathomable, combined with his mastery of the body flicker technique, rendering him nearly invisible. With a swift slash, the blade gleamed, and a spray of crimson erupted as Cheyenne cleanly severed the body of the earth ninja before him. Before his enemies could react, he spun around, unleashing another strike, slicing through the air toward another foe. At this moment, the earth ninjas finally reacted, launching their assault against Cheyenne, but by then, he had already dispatched another adversary. The blade of the ninja sliced through the throat of the rock shinobi with just the right amount of force, severing his carotid artery. Blood sprayed past Cheyenne's mask, and without a moment's hesitation, he spun around to intercept the incoming strike of another ninja's blade. Simultaneously, several shuriken were hurled toward him. Faced with such a dire situation, Cheyenne displayed no signs of panic. As the shuriken struck his body, he transformed into a cloud of smoke, leaving a piece of wood to fall to the ground. A substitution technique? Caution! One of the rock ninjas realized the precariousness of their situation and shouted loudly. Yet, behind him, the swirling chakra had already coalesced. Water release, water dragon bullet. What? Using water release in a place devoid of water? The technique rapidly formed into a colossal dragon, crashing violently into the rock ninjas within the confines of the narrow observation point. Bang! The surveillance tower could no longer withstand the ferocity of Cheyenne's battle, collapsing under the onslaught of his water jutsu. Cheyenne, quick-witted and agile, seized the middle-aged man and a severely injured leaf ninja. As for the other surviving individual, whose injuries were relatively minor, Cheyenne paid him no mind. Landing steadily on the ground, he swiftly hurled several shuriken to prevent the enemies from advancing immediately. Before forming another set of hand seals, water release, water dragon bite. With his chakras surging, a massive whirlpool erupted from the ground, sending several rock ninjas flying who had yet to regain their footing. As the whirlpool continued to rise, it eventually coalesced into a gigantic water dragon hovering over 10 meters high. The dragon roared furiously before crashing down onto the ground. Those rock ninjas who had been toppled by the previous whirlpool had no time to rise and escape. At least 3 were eliminated by Cheyenne. The remaining 2 managed to evade, though the waves generated by the dragon's impact enveloped them, forcing them to engage in combat atop the water's surface. This unusual combat environment seemed to leave them somewhat disoriented. Unaccustomed to fighting in water? Observing their condition, Cheyenne raised an eyebrow. Few in the ninja world struggled in such a setting, though there were exceptions. For instance, those hailing from the arid land of earth or the severely parched land of wind. Cheyenne could surmise the origins of these individuals, yet 2 opponents felt excessive. He only required 1 captive. While a deceased body could indeed be returned for examination, such scrutiny would yield only past information. Many more nuanced details could not be extracted through interrogation. Thus, capturing a live target was generally the optimal choice for UMBU operatives and even standard task teams, unless circumstances left no alternative but to return with a head. As his gaze swept across the vigilant pair before him, Cheyenne sensed his chakra reserves and involuntarily shook his head slightly. He felt balanced and formidable in every aspect. Yet he was acutely aware of his singular flaw. His chakra was rather insufficient. Nonetheless, it matters little, as Cheyenne slightly bent his body, adopting an offensive posture, while his left hand slowly moved behind him to form seals. It was about to conclude. Water release, instant water. In the next moment, a surge of his limited chakra erupted forth, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already behind an IWA ninja, who had yet to react. By the time the ninja sensed a sharp pain in his neck, his consciousness was already beginning to blur. At that moment, a single thought echoed in his mind. How swift! It seems everything has been resolved. In the heart of the forest, Cheyenne observed Kakashi approaching, dragging an IWA ninja along, and could not help but smile. During the battle, he and Kakashi had acted separately, and he had not witnessed the situation on the other side. However, he could sense Kakashi's condition, and the piercing sound of Chidori confirmed that Kakashi was handling these foes with absolute ease. As for Cheyenne himself, it was needless to say. These adversaries were no higher than the rank of special jonin, lacking even a true jonin among them. Against a veteran UMBU like Cheyenne, such a combination posed a threat, albeit a minor one, especially since they had no ninja capable of countering his speed. Speed has always been a person's most formidable weapon. In the original story, Lee, when facing Sasuke, leveraged his speed to be seen while his body could not keep up. Those possessing the Sharingan are often in such a predicament, and these adversaries certainly did not possess such an ability. Xia Yan's speed surpassed that of Li by far. Even elite unburdened by weights would not stand a chance against him. The fruits of foundational attributes are truly formidable. Though the years had taken a toll on Xia Yan, leaving lingering repercussions, the changes it wrought in him were undeniably evident. Yes, Captain. Kakashi calmly tossed a nearly incapacitated foe before Xia Yan, then glanced around and inquired, "Where are the others?" "They sustained severe injuries, so I ordered them to retreat." Xia Yan replied with a gentle smile. "There are medical ninjas at the base. Their conditions cannot wait for us to escort them back." Those wounded were indeed ill-suited to remain in the fray, and thus Xia Yan hastened their departure post-battle. The ninjas understood well that they had no ground to contest against the Umbu, and they were filled with gratitude towards their rescuers. Had these Umbu not arrived in time, they would have likely perished here. These two Umbu were their saviors. Moreover, they could not linger any longer. If they stayed, they would risk succumbing to excessive blood loss. Therefore, with the assistance of a lightly injured ninja, they began their journey back to the base. After providing a brief explanation, Xia Yan turned his attention to the two surviving IWA ninjas, slowly advancing towards them as he produced a kunai. "Now, only the two of you remain. I present you with a choice." Xia Yan's voice remained calm, even imbued with a touch of tenderness. It is unclear why, but upon hearing that voice, Kakashi could not help but shudder. He had an unsettling feeling that his captain harbored ulterior motives. As anticipated, Xia Yan casually tossed the kunai beside the two IWA and slowly began to speak. "I do not intend to interrogate you for information. That would be too troublesome. Likewise, I have no desire to take both of you back. That would be a waste of time. You need only leave one person behind. The survivor will accompany us to Konoha. Although interrogation is painful, at least there is a chance of survival. And if you cooperate sufficiently, you can avoid much suffering. Now, you may choose. Choose. What kind of absurd choice is this?" Kakashi glanced at Xia Yan from the corner of his eye, but ultimately remained silent, allowing Xia Yan to take the lead. After all, these individuals were not from the Umbu. Had they been, their questions would not have been met with such ease. Umbu ninjas undertake their missions with the resolve to self-destruct, and they possess techniques that could lead to their complete dissolution. Even Kakashi, who had only recently joined the Umbu, was equipped with such abilities, let alone Xia Yan, who had spent many years in the organization. It was precisely because Kakashi understood the nature of the Umbu that, after incapacitating one of the foes, he took the time to check, only breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming that this individual was not from the Umbu. However, in the next moment, Kakashi's expression shifted slightly, and he began to adopt a vigilant stance. He had clearly seen Xia Yan discreetly signal him, indicating the presence of an impending ambush. Were there more enemies approaching? Surely, they must be reinforcements for these individuals. In truth, even without their words, I had already deduced your true identities. Xia Yan appeared unfazed, his tone remaining gentle and calm. "You are from Sunagakure. It must be quite the challenge for you to disguise yourselves as IWA. Yet, you are rather unfortunate. Did you not anticipate being discovered by us?" One of the Sunagakure ninjas, seemingly provoked by Xia Yan's words, raised his gaze and parted his lips, though he ultimately refrained from continuing. Soon after, a cold smirk crept across his face, as if he looked down upon Xia Yan's intelligence-gathering efforts, believing that the Konoha Umbu were merely fishing for information. "Is that so surprising?" Xia Yan slightly shook his head. "In truth, we detected your movements long ago. Otherwise, we would not have appeared here. Do you think your actions in Sunagakure were conducted with complete secrecy? Do not be absurd. You have no choice but to comply with our demands, at the very least. One of you may survive." Xia Yan's words were delivered in a remarkably calm manner, seemingly indicating that he had a firm grasp on the situation, to the point that even Kakashi believed that Konoha had already acquired the intelligence. However, in reality, Xia Yan was deceiving them. As the team leader, he was well aware that the information had originated from the Land of Grass. In times of war between great nations, it is the smaller ones that suffer. The Land of Grass was indeed the main battlefield between Konoha and IWA, but it certainly could not be devoid of preparations. The Hidden Leaf Village now finds itself in a state of considerable decline, despite maintaining the operational structures of its roots and the Umbu among the major ninja villages. The activity level of those involved has begun to wane in order to avert unnecessary conflicts and frictions. However, this does not extend to the smaller nations, where activity remains as vigorous as ever. Ultimately, not every small nation possesses a figure akin to Hanzo of the Salamander. Nor does every minor village boast a presence like that of the hidden waterfall village, which, despite not being one of the 5 great nations, harbors the 7 tails. The sudden influx of foreign ninjas cannot escape the notice of the Leaf Village. Even if their origins remain a mystery, their intentions can be surmised. Yet, the 2 sand ninjas appear oblivious to these realities, their minds muddled by Shien's words. Could it be that their actions have already been detected within Sunagakure, prompting the intervention of Konoha's Umbu? It seems you have yet to reach a decision. After waiting for a moment, Shien, observing their inaction, chuckled softly. Very well. Allow me to make the decision for you. Let us begin with you. As his words fell, Shien's figure abruptly vanished, and almost instantaneously, a violent tremor echoed from afar. Shien had long been aware of another presence concealed behind the forest. This individual had hidden themselves effectively, yet regrettably, they could not escape Shien's perceptive abilities. However, Shien hesitated to act. His chakra reserves were considerably depleted. As a mere chunin, after a previous battle, he found himself in a precarious state. Although he dispatched the sand ninjas with ease, the toll on his chakra was significant. It was unfortunate for these sand ninjas to encounter a skilled Umbu ninja like Shien, particularly one so adept in speed, resulting in their overwhelming defeat. Under normal circumstances, even a chunin would not succumb so swiftly when pitted against a jonin, provided they did not falter. They could easily stall for time, although the ultimate outcome would still be their demise. Having employed numerous techniques, Shien's chakra was nearly exhausted. Moreover, he sensed the concealed individual, whose chakra fluctuations surpassed that of a chunin. Given that this person was responsible for reinforcements, it could only imply that they were likely a jonin. Thus, Shien opted for a strategy of delay, intending to provoke the individual's emotions while simultaneously recuperating his own chakra. Although his chakra reserves were undeniably a source of shame for the Senju clan, he took pride in his ability to restore them efficiently. In a matter of minutes, his chakra had rebounded to 70%, notably without the aid of any soldier's pills or similar substances. Once he had sufficiently recovered, Shien knew he could not afford to prolong the encounter any further, and his chakra levels compelled him to make a decisive choice. The opponent was a jonin, and unequivocally hostile. Unlike Kakazu, he could neither retreat nor engage half-heartedly. Therefore, Shien resolved to give his utmost effort, striving to vanquish this adversary in the shortest possible time. Xia Yan's thoughts were remarkably lucid. He had already devised a strategy to confront the situation at hand. Although he was unaware of his opponent's identity, it was unlikely that he would encounter someone as formidable as Kakuzu again. In truth, facing Kakuzu was not as daunting as it seemed. From his previous encounters with anime, Xia Yan understood that this individual rarely exerted himself to the fullest. Whether contending with the monk from the land of Earth or the two-tails Jinchuriki, he had essentially refrained from putting forth any significant effort, allowing Haiden to handle the challenges instead. When he finally engaged Asuma, he hardly applied himself. And only against Kakashi did he truly unleash his full potential, motivated by the desire to reclaim a heart that had been stealthily taken from him. With this knowledge as his foundation, Xia Yin felt confident in restraining his inclination to activate Sage Mode during his confrontation with Kakuzu. After all, even if he did, it was improbable that he would prevail. It would be more judicious to reserve that power for a hasty retreat. As it turned out, Kakuzu behaved precisely as Xia Yin had anticipated. His overconfidence rendered it unnecessary for Xia Yin to employ Sage Mode during his escape. However, the current circumstances were vastly different. Xia Yin had no intention of holding back. In the instant he activated the body flicker technique, the sage chakra within him surged with vigor. Had he not been wearing a mask, one could have discerned a faint reddish hue gracing his visage. The hidden sand ninja, who had been eavesdropping, was not particularly surprised to hear Xia Yin mention that Konoha was aware of their origins. There were merely two possibilities. Either they were employing a ruse or their actions had indeed been discerned. Regardless of which scenario was true, neither held significant weight. Deception was futile without substantial evidence, and even if their intentions were understood, the Sand Village, having suffered defeat, was reluctant to instigate another conflict. Just as Konoha likewise lacked the capacity to provoke war anew. If they could leverage their identity as rock ninjas to stir discord with Konoha, it would be fortuitous, allowing them to extend their influence in the land of birds and the land of rivers. The land of birds served as a buffer between the wind and earth nations, while the land of rivers acted as a buffer adjacent to the fire nation. These buffer zones were prime territories for mission allocations, and expanding their influence into these regions would undeniably be advantageous. In essence, such maneuvers were a gamble wherein success guaranteed profit, and failure would incur minimal loss. Although some ninjas might be sacrificed in the process, the cost was trivial compared to the benefits for the village. If captured, they would have to devise a means of extricating themselves, perhaps even attempting to retain the two Konoha Anbu. The Sand Anbu contemplated this, yet in the next moment, an overwhelming sense of peril washed over him as the Konoha Anbu surged forward. The pulsating chakra emanating from the Anbu spoke volumes of his formidable prowess, the quality of which had reached astonishing heights. How had this individual detected my presence? Moreover, his strength is extraordinary. The expression on the face of the Sand Shadow S. Anbu shifted instantaneously, for, based on prior observations, this little specter possessed formidable strength. Nonetheless, he was merely at the level of a jonin, comparable to himself, yet his chakra appeared to be rather limited. In a confrontation between jonin, a surprise attack would suffice for victory to be within his grasp. Though he faced two opponents, one being the esteemed war hero Kakashi Hatake of Konoha, he did not regard them with excessive concern. In his eyes, Kakashi's reputation as a war hero was largely attributed to the legendary Fourth Hokage, rather than his own merit. Little did he anticipate that before he could make a move, he had already been locked onto, and the opponent's strength was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Observing the sharp blade, the Sand Anbu instinctively employed the body replacement technique. He was no mere amateur, otherwise he would not have been assigned such a task. A rumble resonated through the earth, and a thick cloud of smoke began to spread. The Sand Anbu landed deftly atop the treetops, glancing at his shoulder, where the fabric of his clothing had been rent, revealing a faint crimson hue beneath. His reflexes had been swift enough, yet he had still been struck. What maddening speed did this white-haired boy possess? However, there was no time for contemplation, as the Konoha Anbu offered him no respite, launching another assault. Faced with an attack as rapid as a flash, the Sand Anbu clenched his teeth, his chakra surging forth. In the next moment, the sand beneath the earth seemed to respond, surging upward and solidifying with the aid of his chakra. Yet, the blade continued its descent, slicing through the still coagulating sand and tearing his mask apart. Drops of blood fell alongside the blade's trajectory. Having entered Sage Mode, Shigene's strength had ascended to the level of an elite jonin. Moreover, his sensory capabilities and foundational skills had undergone significant enhancement. Although he had yet to reach the level of a Kage, Shigeno felt as though he was not far from it. However, achieving such a state posed considerable challenges for him at present, though he was not overly concerned, as he possessed external assistance. With the aid of this external support, he had drastically reduced the time required to master and harness his powers. His task was to adeptly wield these abilities, aligning his combat awareness with his newfound strength. While Shigeno believed that the Anbu was hardly a place for human beings, he could not deny that without the rigorous training of the Anbu, he would never have arrived at this juncture. Confronting the Sand Anbu, Shigene's power had nearly reached its zenith. However, this Anbu still elicited a slight furrow of his brow. Their reaction speed was remarkable, and their use of techniques was exceedingly astute, truly befitting a jonin. Especially as he gazed at the sand before him, Shigeno appeared somewhat astonished, for he had recognized the technique employed. If he was not mistaken, this should be the magnet release, sand gold. In Xia Yan's recollection, there were not many who possessed this technique. It was considered a form of bloodline limit. The one who had mastered this bloodline limit to its fullest was the third Kazekage of Sunagakure, who met his demise at the hands of Sasori. Following him were the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and his wife, Karura. Even Gaara's abilities were a gift from Karura. Who, then, was this individual? Why did he possess this bloodline? As Xia Yan gazed at the Anbu member he had just wounded, revealing his true identity, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This young man, with his striking golden hair and handsome features, possessed a gentle demeanor coupled with a hint of melancholy that made Xia Yan feel as though he had encountered him before. Suddenly, Xia Yan seemed to recall something from the Anbu intelligence. He believed he had made a connection. Magnet Shield? You are Yashimaru, the special assassination unit of Sunagakure? Yashimaru remained silent, but seizing the opportunity during Xia Yan's speech, he swiftly produced several kunai. In the next instant, these kunai appeared to have a life of their own. hovering in the air. Witnessing this, Xia Yin was nearly certain that this man before him was none other than Yashimaru, the uncle of Gaara. Not inclined to speak, Xia Yin observed the silent Yashimaru, gently shaking his head. His voice remained warm, akin to that of an old friend, yet his words were laden with an unsettling gravity. Then take your silence and descend into hell. With that, Xia Yin's figure flickered, akin to a teleportation, and he appeared at Yashimaru's side. His ninja blade moved with uncanny precision, aiming for Yashimaru's neck, the movement so swift it was almost imperceptible, yet fluid as water. Yashimaru was evidently unable to match Xia Yan's speed, yet he showed no intention of surrendering. His reflexes were remarkable, his body swayed like a willow, narrowly evading Xia Yan's strike. Simultaneously, the hovering kunai shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards Xia Yin. However, it was impossible for these kunai to land a hit. With a few deft maneuvers, he evaded them effortlessly. The remaining kunai clashed with his blade, producing a flurry of bright sparks. Suddenly, Xia Yin furrowed his brow slightly. In his sage mode, he keenly sensed an anomaly with his blade. Even the slightest hint could not escape his heightened perception. Interesting, Xia Yin mused inwardly. Though he maintained an outward pretense of ignorance, continuing his assault on Yashimaru. Yashimaru truly had no means to resist Xia Yan's speed, and could only draw a kunai to fend off the relentless strikes of Xia Yan's blade. At this moment, Kakashi arrived on the battlefield. Before his arrival, he had incapacitated the two sand shinobi to prevent their escape. However, he chose to remain hidden, curious about Xia Yan's condition. Through the Sharingan, he discerned that Xia Yan's chakra had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, the quality of which surpassed all conceivable expectations. Moreover, his speed was so astonishingly swift that it was almost impossible to grasp. Frankly speaking, Kakashi believed that even with the Sharingan, he would be utterly unable to withstand such velocity. This fellow, Xia Yin, was truly formidable. Why had he not noticed him during their school days? Yet, why was his chakra reserve so limited? Kakashi felt a twinge of peculiarity, surmising that perhaps age was the reason behind this anomaly. Observing the two flickering figures on the battlefield, Kakashi could tell that although Xia Yin had a lesser amount of chakra, he excelled in quality and possessed a distinct advantage in speed. The individual seemingly named Yashimaru was evidently no match for Xia Yin. Defeat was merely a matter of time. However, had his captain noticed that Yashimaru had tampered with his ninja blade? While Kakashi pondered this, Yashimaru suddenly executed a body flicker technique, withdrawing from the battlefield. And without waiting for Xia Yin to approach, he formed a hand seal. "You have lost," Yashimaru stated flatly. "Though you are strong, this is where it ends for you." "Is that so?" Xia Yin replied with a slight smile. "I am quite curious about the source of your confidence." "You shall find out," Yashimaru retorted, as he swiftly formed seals, his chakra surging forth. In that instant, Xia Yin's expression changed, for the ninja blade in his grasp suddenly became uncontrollable, reversing its direction and stabbing towards him. Without any resistance, as if he had not reacted at all, the blade plunged forcefully into Xia Yin's abdomen. Yashimaru smiled at this scene, while Kakashi wore a peculiar expression. To Yashimaru, it seemed that the leaf umbu before him was utterly finished. Yet through the Sharingan, Kakashi saw clearly that Xia Yin had long since detected the anomaly and had preemptively employed the shadow clone and body replacement techniques to evade. It was evident that he was now poised to launch a surprise attack. "I told you, this is where it ends." Yashimaru slowly lowered his hands from the seals, letting out a soft sigh. "I am sorry, we each serve our masters. Please rest in peace." "Thank you." Just as Yashimaru finished speaking, a gentle voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Are you not speaking too soon?" Yashimaru's pupils dilated rapidly, and in an instant, he raised his kunai to defend himself. However, another kunai, with a ghostly swiftness, stabbed fiercely into his chest, causing blood to spill forth once again. Had he not reacted swiftly and performed adequate evasive maneuvers, he would have surely met his demise. Yet Xia Yin showed no intention of relenting. At the moment Yashimaru evaded his attack, Xia Yin followed up with a kick. With the aid of chakra, Xia Yin's foot struck Yashimaru squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Yashimaru could no longer endure, spitting out blood as he was propelled backward, crashing violently against a towering tree. Boom! The colossal tree could not withstand such an impact. Amidst the thunderous roar, it shattered and collapsed. Yashimaru, leaning against the roots, struggled momentarily before losing consciousness. Having executed this sequence of assaults, Xiahan could not help but exhale softly, the crimson eyeshadow on his face vanishing beneath his mask. His heightened perception sensed that Yashimaru had indeed succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving him no opportunity to employ any substitution techniques to counter his strikes. Although Xiahan refrained from utilizing ninjutsu, even in sage mode, he understood that physical combat constituted the primary mode of engagement in genuine warfare. Often, ninjutsu served merely as an auxiliary measure. Unless one possessed a definitive, decisive technique, it was prudent to avoid recklessly employing ninjutsu. This was a lesson gleaned from years of experience in the Umbu, compounded by the fact that his chakra was limited. An indiscriminate use of techniques would only exacerbate his predicament. "Captain," Kakashi remarked upon witnessing that Xiahan had concluded the battle, immediately leaping forth. "Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine." "Do not worry," Xiahan replied with a slight smile. He was indeed untroubled. In truth, he had long been aware of Kakashi's discreet presence nearby and his current reluctance to intervene. He found this entirely reasonable. At times, intervening could yield less favorable outcomes than remaining passive. In Xiahan's previous life, there was a well-known adage: the true potency of a nuclear bomb is greatest when it remains on the launch pad, rather than after it has been fired. The same could be said for a clenched fist. The psychological pressure and fear it instills are far greater than when it is unleashed. Kakashi's silent presence imparted an intangible pressure upon Yashimaru that was undoubtedly more effective than any intervention he could have made, especially since Xiahan did not require his assistance. Xiahan had already discerned Yashimaru's ploy. He merely sought to exploit the properties of the magnetic shield. By continually striking his own ninjato with kunai, he aimed to imbue it with chakra, facilitating control and retaliation. In truth, he succeeded in this endeavor, yet Xiahan had anticipated his intentions and strategies. Despite having previously been discovered by Xiahan, Yashimaru presumed it to be a mere coincidence or believed that Xiahan had set some trap to unveil him. Furthermore, the immense pressure Xiahan exerted compelled him to devise a counterattack. Unbeknownst to him, Xiahan awaited the magnetic shield's chakra to reach sufficient levels before discreetly employing shadow clones and substitution techniques, allowing his true form to conceal itself nearby. Quietly observing as Yashimaru activated the chakra on his ninjato before launching a surprise attack. "Evidently, we have captured a significant prize," Kakashi remarked, directing his gaze towards Yashimaru. "Is this fellow truly Yashimaru, the brother of the fourth Hokage wife?" "If the intelligence is accurate," Xiahan nodded, smiling as he replied. "Moreover, this individual is also an Umbu, possessing far more intelligence than those two sand shinobi. Yet," he added, "such entities within the Umbu possess the capacity for self-destruction." Xiahan suddenly felt a twinge of trepidation. Capturing this significant target would undoubtedly be a substantial achievement, especially considering he was the brother-in-law of the Sand's leader. In the realm of ninja missions, it is often the case that living captives hold far greater value than the deceased. Whether for intelligence gathering or as a means of exchanging interests, they are undoubtedly an excellent choice. However, the peculiarities of the Umbu's nature leave Xiayan at a loss. Having only recently begun to explore the intricacies of sealing techniques, he finds himself utterly incapable of restraining this individual's chakra. "Captain, perhaps we should consider administering some poison?" Kakashi, well aware of Xiayan's intentions, pondered for a moment before hesitantly proposing. "If we keep him in a state of unconsciousness, we could transport him back with us." "Do you possess such a drug?" Xiayan momentarily paused, casting a surprised glance at Kakashi. "Not at all," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. "However, Captain, shouldn't the Umbu typically have access to similar substances for their missions?" Xiayan sighed in resignation. "While some do employ such methods, I certainly did not prepare any. Indeed, though certain individuals within the Umbu may resort to poison, Xiayan has never been one to utilize such means. For him, encounters with adversarial Umbu have generally ended with either their defeat or his swift retreat from combat, rarely allowing for the capture of an enemy. This instance, however, is an exception. Had this individual not been Yashimaru, the younger brother of the fourth Hokage, the combination of identities would render him quite valuable. Otherwise, he would have likely met the same fate as the Umbu Xiayan previously dealt with, dispatched to eternal rest long ago. With a resigned sigh, Xiayan settled beneath a nearby tree, contemplating his next course of action. Unbeknownst to him, as his body leaned against the trunk, a sudden activation stirred within his mind's system. Detecting a plant with special attributes, initiating analysis. Xiaoyan blinked in surprise. This voice was all too familiar, having encountered it countless times over the years. Moreover, the emergence of this sound typically heralds one singular event. He has stumbled upon a seed he has yet to collect, or perhaps one of a more advanced nature. Frankly, this external enhancement is rather intuitive. It will only alert him to seeds he has not previously gathered, unless they are of a superior grade. Unless Xiaoyan himself expresses an interest, the system does not provide hints. Yet at this moment, he harbors no such inclinations. Analyzing data, primary wind release seed. Before long, the mechanical voice echoed in his mind once more, causing Xiaoyan to raise an eyebrow. Wind release? This was indeed an ability he had never before encountered. To date, he had only managed to unearth 2 chakra attribute seeds, one for earth release and another for water release. The remainder were primarily basic attribute seeds and chakra quantity seeds. His luck had barely extended to a sage technique seed. Elements such as fire release, lightning release, and wind release had eluded him until now, but today, it appeared fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a wind release chakra seed. This revelation brought a smile to his lips. Upon discovering the chakra seed, Xiaoyan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Even if he does not intend to cultivate them, he can first store these chakra seeds. Later, when he has accumulated sufficient chakra, or if he decides to temporarily cease planting a particular type of seed, he can cultivate them then. The method Xiaoyan employs to extract the seeds is rather straightforward. It involves utilizing the secret technique of the 1,000 hands, which is innate to his bloodline. To be candid, he still does not comprehend why his 1,000 hands technique is primarily used to siphon the life force from trees. What is the matter, Captain? At that moment, as Xiaoyan pondered, Kakashi's voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts. Any good ideas? Not at the moment, Xiaoyan replied, shaking his head. However, I believe we should bind him up first, especially his hands. If you wish, you could break his fingers. Furthermore, it is essential to find something to gag him. He must not be allowed to speak or bite off his own tongue. Binding his hands will prevent this individual from forming hand seals, and breaking his fingers would directly sever any of his intentions. Finding something to stuff in his mouth not only prevents him from biting off his tongue, but also safeguards against the possibility of him casting techniques through verbal incantations. Some sealing techniques are inscribed upon the teeth or tongue, despite this individual being the younger brother of the 4th Hokage. He remains a ninja and a member of the Umbu. It is always prudent to exercise caution and implement necessary precautions, even if such scenes may be rather unappealing. Kakashi, upon hearing Xiaoyan's strategy, did not object, for he himself was uncertain of what to do. This was his first encounter with the significance of sealing techniques, and it was no wonder that his captain, despite having formidable strength, still showed interest in them. Moreover, his own teacher shared this fascination. Kakashi considered whether he too should delve into sealing techniques. Even if mastery eluded him, at the very least, he could learn to seal some simple or special items. Thereafter, Xiaoyan had little further to do. After receiving orders, Kakashi swiftly took Yashimaru away, likely intending to place him with the sand shinobi they had previously captured. Once Kakashi departed, Xiaoyan immediately rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the large tree he had just been leaning against. It appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities, indistinguishable from the trees produced by the seeds he had previously obtained. This left Xiaoyan with a sense of helplessness, sighing softly. He still had not discerned the criteria by which his ability judged the attributes of seeds that could be extracted from these plants. He had even attempted to locate natural tree species from those he had extracted seeds from, hoping to cultivate them himself. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results, as he found that actively absorbing life force did not grant him anything. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as he obtained what he desired, that sufficed. With these thoughts in mind, Xiaoyan began to form hand seals, a peculiar chakra surging rapidly within him. As his chakra continued to swell, a thin layer of azure chakra enveloped him. It was reminiscent of the moment he witnessed in an animated series when Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were resurrected. And Tobirama prepared to confront Sasuke. Extending his right hand, Xiaoyan pressed it against the immense tree, and in that fleeting moment, he perceived the vitality of the tree with remarkable clarity. It radiated a pale green energy, brimming with exuberance, a force that one could not help but yearn for. However, under the guidance of Xiaoyan's delicate blue chakra, this vitality became chaotically disordered, as if it had found its master, and then surged frantically towards his being. Before his very eyes, the great tree began to wither. Its verdant leaves gradually turned to a sickly yellow and fell, one by one. In no time, all the life force within the tree was completely drained by Shigeno. Although the tree still stood tall, it was palpably devoid of vitality. The green energy swiftly coalesced within Shigeno, compressing into a diminutive point of light. He raised his hand, and soon a swirl of illumination began to form, culminating in the emergence of a pale green seed nestled in his palm. Could this be the seed of wind-style chakra? Shigeno examined the seed, feeling the gentle, breeze-like essence emanating from it, and a smile graced his lips. He then retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. This sealing scroll was specifically designed to store significant items, accessible only by the chakra of its holder. As he formed a hand seal, his chakra flowed into the scroll, and a puff of white smoke erupted, revealing a diary in his grasp. This diary contained all of Shigenu's memories of the Naruto world, along with essential analyses. It was undoubtedly one of his most treasured possessions. Likewise, the seed held equal significance for Shigeno, as it was intrinsically linked to his future. Thus, he resolved to keep them together, ensuring that his belongings would not be lost. Opening the somewhat worn diary, Shigeno placed the seed inside and sealed it securely. After completing this task, he exhaled softly, returning the scroll to his pouch before making his way towards Kakashi. However, he was taken aback as he approached Kakashi, startled by the scene before him. What is this? Shigeno gaped at Kakashi, or more accurately, at the group of sand ninjas. Surely, Kakashi had not yet encountered Paradise of Affection, or perhaps Jiraiya had not yet authored such works. It seemed he was still engrossed in writing inspirational biographies, promoting his utopian ideals, which were, quite frankly, derived from the naive and innocent aspirations of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, it must be said that such aspirations bring a glimmer of hope in this world, rife with the pursuit of interests and profound despair. Shaking his head, Yin harbored immense respect for such idealists, particularly for Jiraiya, who not only embraced lofty ideals but also acted upon them. Yet, this fellow, despite his greatness, was undeniably a lecher, or he would not have penned such works. Contemplating this, Yin's gaze genuinely turned towards Kakashi. This fellow too. Perhaps this is what one might call being repressed? At this moment, the rock shinobi were all securely bound, though the method of their restraint was somewhat peculiar. Moreover, their mouths were stuffed with small iron balls, which Kakashi had deliberately tied with cloth strips, securing them at the back of their heads. Finally, the mission was accomplished. Under the bright moonlight, Yin stretched lazily in a secluded forest within the Hidden Leaf Village. This mission had consumed an entire week of their time, though most of it was spent on the road. The actual execution of the task lasted merely a few minutes, at most half an hour. Such is the nature of ninja missions, unless it involves large-scale war operations, which may last several hours or even days. The encounters are often brief. Yin had never participated in a war. Although the brutality he faced was not inferior to that of war, he had never experienced such grand conflicts. Moreover, the missions of the Umbu were predominantly brutal and dark, providing him no opportunity to engage in relentless battles. It was fortunate he had not encountered such circumstances. Otherwise, with his limited chakra, shaking his head slightly, Yin cast a smile at Kakashi. A few days prior, they had captured several sand shinobi, including Yashimaru, at the border of the Land of Grass, pondering how to bring them back. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they decided to transport the most significant individual back first. Undoubtedly, Yashimaru was the most crucial and valuable ninja among the captured sand shinobi. Thus, Yin entrusted the other two sand shinobi to the Defense Forces ninja, allowing their commander to dispatch personnel to escort them back to the Hidden Leaf. Meanwhile, Yin and Kakashi set off directly with Yashimaru, without any delay. They proceeded with great caution, having already revealed their identities among the defense forces. Should there be a spy, it was evident that news of Yashimaru's capture would be reported back. Such an outcome could potentially summon a rescue team, and despite their prowess, they were reluctant to confront the Umbu of the Sand Village. The Umbu do not engage in rational discourse, nor do they fight openly. The essence of an Umbu ninja lies in employing every possible means to eliminate their adversaries. Thus, they moved swiftly on their journey, and Yashimaru endured considerable hardship, scarcely having any moments of consciousness. Each time he showed even a hint of waking, he would promptly be knocked unconscious by Kakashi or Yin. With a perceptive ninja like Xiaoyan present, there was no opportunity for him to feign unconsciousness, nor to exploit any chance to employ self-destructive techniques. Although fatigued, this course of action was undoubtedly the most prudent and secure. After dedicating 2 to 3 days, they finally managed to escort Yakimaru back to Konoha, and upon delivering him to the Umbu stationed at the village's side entrance, both of them exhaled in relief. The fruits of their labor astonished the captain of Xiaoyan's squad, who had been waiting for news. Yakimaru was far from an ordinary adversary. His cunning was formidable, and as a seasoned opponent of Konoha's Umbu, the captain was well aware of his reputation. The fact that such a troublesome individual had been apprehended by these 2 youngsters was nothing short of remarkable. By the way, Kakashi, after taking a moment to relax, Xiaoyan turned to Kakashi and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the 2-day holiday?" Kakashi shook his head, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of a break. "I'm not sure yet, but honestly, a holiday doesn't mean much to me." Xiaoyan cast a sidelong glance at him, realizing that Kakashi was not inclined to take a respite. Whenever he found himself idle, his mind would inevitably wander. It was only through the continuous engagement in missions that he could maintain focus and deter errant thoughts. Just previously, while pursuing a rogue ninja, Kakashi had experienced auditory hallucinations at the moment he executed his Chidori, hearing Rin's gentle voice echoing in his ears. Such illusions had compromised his strike, and had it not been for Guy's timely arrival, Kakashi could have found himself in grave peril. Contemplating Rin brought a slight furrow to Xiaoyan's brow, as he seemed to come to a realization about his next course of action. A holiday is an opportunity for you to recalibrate. Do not squander this hard-earned time for rest, Xiaoyan gently remarked, lifting his gaze to the luminous moon above. Though it's somewhat late now, we should still have time. We? Kakashi paused, curiosity piqued. Captain, do we have another mission? Indeed, we shall visit the hero's cemetery, Xiaoyan affirmed with a nod. It has been a long time since I last saw my old friends and classmates. Although it is late and finding a florist may prove difficult, as Umbu, the night might serve as our optimal time for action. The hero's cemetery, you say? Kakashi redirected his gaze, understanding dawning. The night is indeed the most opportune time for Umbu. I comprehend, Captain. Kakashi did not object. When he removed his mask, he was simply Konoha Ninja Kakashi, yet donned in it, he transformed into the Umbu's white fang. Although he harbored little fondness for this moniker, which seemed rather inconsequential, the moment he unleashed his abilities or was seen by others, his Sharingan would inevitably reveal his identity. After all, he was the only one in the entire ninja world to possess such a unique eye. In the past, Kakashi would pay tribute to Rin and Obito under the guise of a leaf ninja. This time, however, he intends to honor them in the capacity of an Umbu. Although the essence of these identities may seem subtle, they embody distinctly different mindsets. He yearns to confront the memories of Obito and Rin through the lens of an Umbu-esque perspective. The words of Shiryen linger in his ears, echoing with significance. With a newfound purpose, the 2 of them set forth, yet this time they refrained from hastening their pace, opting instead for a steady, measured stride. Within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, danger was a rarity, and their journey had already left them fatigued. However, as they continued on, both suddenly furrowed their brows in unison, acutely aware of several chakra signatures that seemed to hover in the periphery, observing them. They traversed a secluded forest, far removed from the bustle of humanity, where the sudden influx of chakra could not escape their vigilant attention as Umbu operatives. Without exchanging a word, both Shiryen and Kakashi instinctively fell into a state of alertness, their hands gradually resting upon their weapons. Yet, unlike Kakashi's straightforward vigilance, Shiryen bore an expression of perplexity. He had activated his sensory abilities upon detecting the chakra. In that moment, he became aware of a multitude of sealing techniques surrounding them, specifically designed to thwart sensory ninjas. Such an extraordinary capability was rare within the confines of the Leaf Village. Could it be that I have encountered those individuals? Shiryen speculated that the ninjas they faced might belong to the most notorious organization within the Hidden Leaf. He could not deny the overwhelming dread inspired by this group, especially considering the role that Root played in the village, which often invoked a greater sense of despair than the Umbu. To be candid, the functions of the Umbu and Root may appear to overlap in certain respects. However, in reality, they diverge significantly. The Umbu, for instance, would discern whether a fellow ninja had genuinely betrayed them before taking action, whereas Root would not exercise such discretion. Their existence is justified by resolving matters that the Umbu cannot directly address or in instances where absolute evidence eludes them. This comparison reveals that the Umbu are akin to a towering tree basking in light, while Root remains shrouded in darkness, perpetually concealed beneath the soil. They undertake the most perilous missions as well as those deemed unsavory, absorbing the blame that the Umbu might otherwise face. This dichotomy mirrors the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. One is the noble and illustrious Hokage, while the other embodies the treacherous shadows of the ninja world. As Shiryen pondered these thoughts, he suddenly noticed that the fluctuations of chakra from their unseen adversaries had grown increasingly pronounced. Clearly, they had detected the movements of Shiryen and Kakashi, prompting a series of defensive reactions. Such a response led Shiryen to shake his head subtly. It appeared that Root had sustained significant losses and faced considerable challenges in reorganization. Xiaoyan was not unfamiliar with the Root. After the conclusion of a certain mission, he and his team returned with the corpses of their enemies, only to be halted upon entering the village. To this day, he vividly recalls the chilling demeanor of the Root ninjas. They were composed, indifferent, and utterly lifeless, resembling the dead more than anything else. One could argue that they appeared even more corpse-like than the current Kakashi. Yet, in Xiaoyan's eyes as a member of the Umbu, their performance was markedly inadequate. However, it was precisely due to the significant decimation of Root's main forces that Xiaoyan felt a semblance of safety, for he had once received an invitation from them. The current iteration of Root was not yet the reckless entity it would later become. They still retained a semblance of dignity, perhaps striving to build their reputation. Danzo's ambition to become Hokage was hardly a secret. Nearly all the higher-ups in Konoha were aware of his intentions. Furthermore, Danzo was a man of action, willing to follow through on his desires. The revelation of Orochimaru's human experiments during the Hokage selection process was no coincidence. It was clearly a maneuver by Danzo to undermine the competition. By leveraging public pressure, he forced Hiruzen Sarutobi to resign due to his signing of a peace treaty with the Rock Village. Subsequently, he subtly disseminated information regarding Orochimaru, aiming to sabotage his candidacy and secure substantial gains for himself. However, he did not anticipate that his own Root would suffer such a devastating blow in the Land of Rain, compelling him to wholeheartedly support Orochimaru. What he failed to foresee was that his interference would prevent Hiruzen Sarutobi from endorsing the tainted Orochimaru for Hokage. Simultaneously, Hiruzen, burdened by the pressures from the treaty, contemplated stepping back into the shadows. Yet, with no viable alternative to Orochimaru, he relinquished any thoughts of abdicating his power. The ultimate outcome was that Danzo was once again betrayed, Orochimaru was disqualified, and a junior, Minato Namikaze, emerged as the frontrunner, marking Danzo's complete failure. As Xiaoyan reflected on the evolution of Hokage and Root, several ninjas clad in Umbu attire stealthily emerged. Fully armed and radiating chakra, they exuded a distinctly hostile demeanor. Witnessing this, both Xiaoyan and Kakashi were momentarily taken aback. Xiaoyan had not anticipated their emergence, and their stance was unequivocally adversarial. Kakashi, on the other hand, promptly drew his ninja blade, perplexed as to why fellow Umbu members would adopt such a posture. Yet, he would show no mercy in the face of adversaries. "Stop! What are your intentions?" At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from an underground passage, sternly admonishing all present ninjas. Xiaoyan slightly turned his head, realizing that not far from them lay an entrance leading underground. The seals here were remarkably potent. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow slightly, certain that he had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings before the appearance of these ninjas. In his prior investigation, he had only sensed the seals and the general location of these Root ninjas, utterly failing to detect the entrance. Such sealing techniques were indeed rather alarming. They were clearly designed to conceal significant secrets. "Apologies for the inconvenience caused to you both. Are you members of the Umbu?" As the voice of the man resonated, the Root ninjas, who had initially seemed poised to strike, collectively halted and gradually retreated into the shadows. The man then approached Xiaoyan and Kakashi, calmly inquiring, "Greetings. I am the captain of the 5th Squad of the 1st Umbu Division. You may call me Nightingale, and this beside me is my subordinate. You may refer to him as White Fang." Xiaoyan responded in a gentle tone, though he maintained a degree of vigilance. After all, these individuals belonged to the Root. "I have just returned from a mission and was on my way back to the village when I unexpectedly found myself targeted along the way." "Which division do you belong to, Nightingale?" "White Fang. The man did not answer Xia Yan's questions directly, but instead scrutinized the two of them intently. He recognized both code names. Nightingale was regarded as a promising genius whom the Root had previously attempted to recruit, only to be declined. As for White Fang, that code name belonged to Sakumo Hatake, and now this young man had inherited it, which surely implied that he was Kakashi. As the man continued to observe, he quickly confirmed that the white-haired individual known as White Fang was indeed Kakashi. That Sharingan was unmistakable. There was no way he could be mistaken. With a sigh, the man lamented the incompetence of the newly recruited ninjas, who were utterly foolish. Did they truly intend to intercept every passing ninja? With so many seals in place, how could they risk exposure? If that were the case, they would have been discovered long ago. Moreover, while ordinary ninjas could be dealt with, it was evident that these two were not to be trifled with, especially Kakashi, the disciple of the Fourth Hokage. Our identities are somewhat special, Captain Nightingale. You should be able to surmise our previous encounters. The man spoke to Xia Yan with a calm demeanor, having already formulated a plan for the situation. We've encountered each other before. Xia Yan, having already discerned their identities, nevertheless engaged earnestly. He furrowed his brow as if pondering deeply, then suddenly appeared to grasp the situation. Ah, it is you. It seems Captain Nightingale has come to an understanding. The man nodded. I apologize for today's events, which arose from a misunderstanding due to special circumstances. I shall return to impose disciplinary measures on them. However, I comprehend the situation, Your Excellency. Xia Yan, not waiting for him to finish, spoke directly. I shall forget this matter, this place, and will not record it in my report. At most, if Lord Hokage inquires, I will convey the truth. Xia Yan was acutely aware of the nuances of conversation. He knew precisely what to say and what to withhold, as well as to whom he could speak. In truth, he wished to assert that he would only report honestly to the Third Hokage, but he was mindful of Kakashi standing beside him. Thus, he vaguely referred to the Hokage. Casting a fleeting glance towards Kakashi, the man before him immediately grasped his intent and nodded earnestly. Observing this exchange, Xia Yan understood that matters had been settled. Although he felt a deep dissatisfaction at encountering these individuals, he was acutely aware of his own lack of power to resist. Fortunately, for the time being, these individuals were preoccupied and had no time to concern themselves with him or the fallen Senju clan. For figures like Danzo or the Third Hokage, who inherited the will of the Second Hokage, their primary focus would always be the erratic Uchiha clan. Furthermore, should they wish to confront the Senju, they would never do so overtly. After all, they were the family of the First and Second Hokage, the founders of Konoha. They would not dare to be excessively harsh. Even if they did take action, it would largely be in accordance with the policies of the Second Hokage, presenting the Senju clan as a model representative to give the appearance of their own decline, thus avoiding a display of excessive cruelty in public. Who were they? Once matters were concluded, Xia Yan promptly pulled Kakashi away from that place. Once they had distanced themselves significantly, Kakashi could no longer contain his curiosity. Prior to this, he had never encountered such individuals and was entirely unaware of their existence. How could he not be intrigued by the sudden meeting, especially given their demeanor, which suggested a readiness to attack? It was evident how brazen they had become. They? Xia Yan glanced back before turning his gaze towards Kakashi. It would be prudent for you to refrain from inquiring too deeply into their affairs. If possible, forget about today. We must adhere to the confidentiality regulations of the Umbu. Is that so? Kakashi frowned, falling into silence. This response left him feeling exceedingly frustrated. They had nearly come to blows, yet he remained ignorant of their identities. However, Xia Yan's words were irrefutable, for the principles of the Umbu dictated such discretion, a fact Kakashi was well aware of. Just as Kakashi resignedly shook his head, choosing not to press further, Xia Yan suddenly made a discreet hand gesture indicating surveillance. Upon noticing this signal, Kakashi's eyes sharpened with vigilance. Did these individuals even monitor the Umbu? Xia Yan, oblivious to Kakashi's thoughts, cast a subtle glance at the small insect flitting about in the sky. He had always been cautious, especially when dealing with those from the Root. He dared not let his guard down for a moment. After departing, he had been employing his perception to survey his surroundings. Indeed, he soon noticed that there were some insects nearby, faintly emanating chakra. Could they belong to the Yamanaka clan? Xia Yan had already surmised the specific lineage of those tracking him, and according to his memories, it seemed that Root had always harbored a keen interest in the Yamanaka clan. In the original narrative, Danzo, with a blatant disregard for the established rules. Targeted the prominent figures of the great clans, with the Yamanaka clan being his primary focus. Had it not been for Yamanaka Shino's voluntary substitution for Yamanaka Izumi into Root, the numerous tales surrounding Team 8 might never have unfolded, nor would there have been a Yamanaka Izumi living beneath the sun's warm embrace. However, it must be noted that it was precisely because Danzo acted with the tacit approval of Sarutobi Hiruzen that such a breach of protocol occurred, leading to a rift between Hiruzen and the various clans of Konoha, resulting in no one coming to his aid during the Chunin exams. But who was this individual now? Xia Yin feigned ignorance while silently contemplating. Soon enough, he appeared to recall something. I remember that when Danzo sought out Yakushi Nono, he brought along two individuals. One was Orochimaru, and the other was Yamanaka Ryoma. Xia Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had nearly confirmed the identity of this person. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was undoubtedly Yamanaka Ryoma. To stand alongside Orochimaru in protecting Danzo, this individual was certainly not a mere trifler. Xia Yin had already sensed that this individual's chakra was exceedingly formidable. In terms of both quality and quantity, it had surpassed that of an average jonin. Furthermore, the insects within this person's body were equally terrifying. The sheer density of those chakra-infused insects sent shivers down his spine. It was no wonder that the Hyuga clan was reluctant to associate with the Yamanaka clan, for a mere inadvertent glance from their Byakugan could lead to an epic catastrophe. Xia Yin was uncertain whether these insects were venomous, but given the nature of Root, even if they were not initially toxic, they would surely be cultivated into lethal specimens. He dared not gamble with his safety and would never allow these insects to come into contact with him. A single bite from such creatures could result in an untimely demise, a fate Xia Yin was determined to avoid. It appeared that the underground chamber he had encountered earlier was, without a doubt, a laboratory of Root, or perhaps a joint facility with Orochimaru. With such stringent security and the presence of a formidable ninja like Yamanaka Ryoma, the significance of this place was undoubtedly profound. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that it housed someone in dire need of protection, such as Shimura Danzo. Xia Yin was uncertain which scenario it was, but regardless, he had no desire to venture closer. What relieved him was that those insects ceased their pursuit after they exited the forest. Clearly, the performance he and Kakashi had put on had temporarily assuaged Yamanaka Ryoma's suspicions. What transpired next? From the depths of the underground laboratory within the dense woods of Konoha, a silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in a black robe and wielding a cane, with his right eye bound in bandages. This individual exuded an aura of coldness, and his imposing demeanor instilled a sense of dread. He was none other than Shimura Danzo. My lord, Oil Woman Ryoma knelt before Danzo, bowing his head low. Two Umbu passed by, and our men reacted excessively, drawing their attention. Umbu? Danzo furrowed his brow. Returning so late? Have you ascertained their identities? Yes, my lord, Ryoma nodded respectfully. They are Shinkai Natsuhiko and Hatake Kakashi. Just returned from the border after capturing the Sans Umbu member, Yashimaru. Had Kakashi heard Ryoma's words, he would surely have shown some surprise. In such a brief span of time, this fellow had managed to discern who they were, the nature of their mission, and even the achievements they had accomplished. Yet, if Natsuhiko were present, he would likely exhibit no astonishment whatsoever. Danzo's collaboration with Orochimaru was not solely driven by a desire for Orochimaru to ascend to the Hokage position. He also harbored the ambition to reconstruct the Root organization, which had been nearly obliterated by Nagato. Likewise, he needed to step further into the limelight, no longer remaining in the shadows of the underground Root. Thus, his goal was to become the head of the Umbu, or at the very least, the de facto controller of the organization. His infiltration into the Umbu was not insignificant, and his grasp of the internal intelligence was certainly formidable. The mission of Natsuhiko and his companions might seem confidential, yet for Danzo, it was merely a routine task, one he could peruse at will. Shinkai Natsuhiko, Hatake Kakashi? The mention of these names rendered Danzo momentarily silent. He undoubtedly recognized them. It was precisely because he was aware of their identities that he fell into contemplation, for they were indeed somewhat troublesome figures. However, such troubles posed little concern for Danzo. After a brief silence, he leisurely remarked, "Understood. Both are talented individuals. What is their subsequent performance?" Natsuhiko is quite astute. He knows us and understands what should be said and what should not, Ryoma murmured. However, due to Hatake Kakashi's insistence, he indicated that this matter would be reported to the Hokage, my lord. Very well, I comprehend, Danzo nodded, responding flatly. Reporting to the Hokage is a matter of course. It is not of great significance. Have you conducted any follow-up? Yes, my lord, Ryoma affirmed with a nod. Hatake Kakashi sought to inquire, but Shinkai Natsuhiko did not utter a word. Upon hearing this, Danzo deemed it sufficient. It was evident that Natsuhiko possessed a keen sense of self-awareness. As for the report to the Hokage, Danzo had not given it much thought, even though he could discern that the Hokage referenced by Natsuhiko was ambiguous. It could refer to the current Fourth Hokage or the actual controller of the Umbu, the Third Hokage, yet it mattered little to him. What he undertook was known to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had even tacitly approved of it. And as for Namikaze Minato, what right did this mere child have to investigate him? This matter ends here. However, you must keep an eye on the subsequent developments. Danzo spoke with indifference. Moreover, you shall carry out the punishments for those individuals tonight. They are utterly unworthy. Understood, Lord Danzo, Orochimaru replied resolutely. I shall ensure they comprehend the standards expected of a root ninja. Upon exiting the forest, Cheyenne and Kakashi arrived silently at the hero cemetery. Perhaps due to the late hour, the cemetery exuded an unusual tranquility, with only the sound of the wind rustling the branches breaking the silence. Under Kakashi's guidance, they swiftly reached a corner of the cemetery where two gravestones stood side by side. One belonged to Lin Yahara, while the other was dedicated to Obito Uchiha. This was not Cheyenne's first visit. In an effort to maintain his persona, he had accompanied Guy and others here during his leisure time. However, the demands of war and covert missions, coupled with his somewhat tenuous feelings for these classmates, meant that his visits were few and far between. This was indeed his inaugural pilgrimage to pay respects at the graves of Lin Yahara and Obito Uchiha. The two stood quietly before the gravestones, momentarily devoid of the desire to speak. Kakashi was entirely absorbed in his own emotions, while Cheyenne's gaze remained fixed upon the two graves. He was aware that Lin Yahara's grave might still contain her remains, whereas Obito's grave was undoubtedly empty, for that fellow was very much alive. With a faint sigh, Cheyenne turned his attention to Kakashi. Though masked, it was evident that Kakashi's inner turmoil was profound. Suddenly, Cheyenne recalled a question Kakashi had once posed to him. While his answer had been thorough, it lacked perfection. However, broaching that topic seemed somewhat troublesome. Should he directly tell Kakashi that he was indeed doing well? Kakashi was clearly mired in self-doubt, and perhaps a straightforward approach would yield favorable results. Yet, Cheyenne felt this matter was a gamble. Failure could jeopardize the rapport he had cultivated with Kakashi. Returning to square one would be acceptable, but plummeting into the negatives would be disastrous. Captain. Just as Cheyenne contemplated how to persuade Kakashi, the latter spoke unexpectedly. Do you truly believe I am worthy of envy? Huh. Cheyenne glanced at Kakashi, bewildered by the peculiar question. I apologize, Captain. Perhaps I am yet unable to fully grasp your sentiments. Kakashi opened his mouth to speak, but faltered, exhaling deeply after a moment. Captain, am I a failure? I personally took the life of the person most dear to me. Even if you console me by saying it was not my fault, that I was blameless, I still feel like a complete failure. I have let everyone down. I have betrayed Obito's trust. Enough, Kakashi. This time, Cheyenne did not wait for Kakashi to finish speaking before interrupting him. It was evident that Kakashi was grappling internally with considerable turmoil, seemingly unable to accept or comprehend certain truths. Despite his outward facade of indifference, the despair and repression within him were impossible to disguise. However, this situation also indicated that Kakashi had not yet become so emotionally detached as to evoke fear. It seemed he was beginning to place his trust in Cheyenne. Reflecting on this, Cheyenne gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said with profound significance, you know, success in life is merely ephemeral, for failure is the true melody that resonates throughout our existence. Cheyenne's words left Kakashi momentarily stunned. He had never considered that someone would articulate such a sentiment. Is failure truly the principal theme of life? Is that truly acceptable? Yet, Kakashi could not refute the realization that, upon deeper contemplation, he indeed recognized success as a fleeting moment, even if the radiance of that brief success could illuminate a lifetime. The multitude of failures concealed beneath that luminous facade was known only to himself. Take Kakashi as an example. Others hailed him as a prodigy, having developed the formidable Raikiri at a tender age. Yet, In the process of creating this technique, Kakashi himself could not recall how many times he had faltered. Even with eventual success, it remained an unfinished masterpiece, lacking the most crucial element, his Sharingan. The complete realization of Kakashi's Raikiri was ultimately contingent upon Obito's demise. A devastating blow to him, and one of his most profound failures as a leader. Is failure indeed the main theme of life? Kakashi murmured, sinking into silence. Indeed, failure is the predominant melody of life. Xiaoyan let out a soft sigh, but soon donned a gentle smile. However, Kakashi, the manner in which one confronts failure delineates the various paths individuals may take. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze subtly directed towards Xiaoyan, grasping some essence of his words, yet struggling to fully comprehend them. Nevertheless, Xiaoyan was undeterred by Kakashi's musings. He recognized this as an opportunity to express himself and was determined not to squander it. You see, Kakashi, failure is, in essence, a test of character. Some individuals crumble under the weight of failure, becoming perpetually incapacitated, and we label them as failures. Yet others possess the resilience to rise repeatedly. Regardless of the number of setbacks they endure, they learn from their experiences, gleaning wisdom from their missteps, and venture forth towards success with that knowledge. Such individuals are the true victors, and the successes they achieve often overshadow their myriad failures. At this juncture, Xiaoyan paused, allowing his gaze to linger on Kakashi for a moment before continuing with warmth. Indeed, whether it is we or others, we continually advance amidst the oscillation of success and failure. The distinction lies in the choices we ultimately make. Kakashi, past failures do not dictate future outcomes. To dwell in the sorrow of defeat is to truly desecrate those who have bestowed upon you the gift of success. I believe true maturity does not lie in the pursuit of perfection nor in the avoidance of failure, but rather in confronting one's own shortcomings. For this is the essence of life. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi felt a stir within him. He understood Xiaoyan's intent and realized that Xiaoyan was, in essence, offering him solace. Such an unconventional approach, which refrained from declaring right or wrong and instead discussed the comforts of success and failure, seemed more palatable to Kakashi. With a slight shift in perspective, he could uncover the answers he sought. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi turned to Xiaoyan, parting his lips to utter something, yet found himself at a loss for words. He could only close his mouth and bow his head, silently gazing at the two gravestones, though his expression appeared transformed. The guilt and turmoil that once clouded his heart began to dissipate, replaced by contemplation and a profound confusion. Xiaoyan sensed that he had said enough. He donned his mask once more and turned to depart. However, as he walked away, he spoke again. I cherish a particular saying, that the only true heroism in this world is to recognize the realities of life while still embracing it. I offer this sentiment to you, Kakashi. The matters concerning Lin and Obito are indeed regrettable, yet one must not remain ensnared by past failures. If you truly wish to honor their sacrifices and rectify your own shortcomings, then carry forth their will. Though the path may be arduous and fraught with pain, at least when we reach the Pure Land, you can joyfully convey to them that you have not squandered their efforts. His voice then grew unusually somber, barely audible. You might inquire about those individuals with the Fourth Hokage. With that, Xiaoyan vanished into the darkness, leaving Kakashi standing amidst the moonlight and gentle breeze. Quietly, he remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the gravestones before him, while the echoes of Xiaoyan's final words reverberated in his mind. Kakashi did not consider himself a true hero, nor had he ever, yet Xiaoyan's words illuminated the notion that even in the absence of heroism, one should cherish life. To honor those who sacrifice their lives for him, to carry forth their will relentlessly, to, upon entering the Pure Land, proudly proclaim that he bore their will and did not betray their sacrifices. Contemplating this, Kakashi's eyes appeared to clear significantly. Gazing at the gravestone before him, he seemed to perceive a boy clad in a blue-black coat, donning goggles, giving him a thumbs up. He also appeared to see a girl with short brown hair, her face adorned with purple face paint, offering him a gentle smile. Kakashi silently pondered, the names Obito and Rin echoing in his mind, his gaze growing ever more resolute and clear. I shall not betray your sacrifices. I will carry forth your will and live boldly. The resolve of Rin and Obito was to protect Konoha, to safeguard their homeland, and to cherish all those dear to them. For this purpose, Obito laid down his life, as did Rin. Though Kakashi, who bears their aspirations, remains alive, He too must fight fiercely for Konoha. He cannot afford to let this all go to waste. He will not allow that which he cherishes to be obliterated once more. Keep pushing forward, you troublesome spirit. Press on, Kakashi. As Kakashi's heart solidified in conviction, the two figures before him seemed to whisper softly, bidding him farewell. In the steadfastness of his gaze, they gradually ascended into the heavens, their encouraging smiles slowly fading into the tapestry of his starry sky. The following morning, Shigeno rose promptly. With his biological clock firmly established, he scarcely contemplated altering it. Even if he had only rested for a few hours, it sufficed for him. Though he still believed the Umbu was no place for ordinary folk, he had to concede that his tenure there was invaluable. For instance, in his past life, he had suffered from varying degrees of insomnia, yet within the Umbu, he had mastered a rather unique ability, the capacity to enter deep slumber at will. In this state of sleep, aided by chakra, he required only a brief respite to fully recuperate. A rare holiday had commenced. Stretching lazily, Shigeno quietly made his way outside. However, as he passed by the elder's wooden hut, he discreetly slipped a scroll inside before gradually departing. As a member of the Senju clan serving in the Umbu, he was acutely aware of his identity. There was no need for pretense. He was, in essence, a spy, an agent for his family against the village. Thus, every time he undertook a mission or any action within the Umbu, he was obligated to report to the elder. Shigeno did not relish this feeling, yet he understood the necessity of such actions. While he felt little sense of belonging to the Senju clan, he had to acknowledge that it was this very clan that provided him with a measure of protection upon his arrival in this world. Furthermore, the foundational training as a ninja, along with the acquisition of various jutsu, was facilitated by the Senju. He recognized that the preferential resources he received were largely due to the talent he had demonstrated. Without such aptitude, he would not have been granted these opportunities. Nevertheless, he accepted what he had been given without quibbling over the circumstances surrounding it, within the confines of one's capabilities and ensuring personal safety. Attempting to repay kindness is indeed a perfectly reasonable endeavor. Moreover, the desire to accomplish the task of uniting the Senju clan is an inevitable pursuit. At times, Shigeno finds himself pondering whether it would have been more advantageous to be reborn into the Uchiha clan or the Senju clan. After much contemplation, he concludes that this question lacks a satisfactory answer, as the strengths and weaknesses of both clans are glaringly apparent. The Senju clan boasts relative internal stability, yet their current influence is severely diminished, and their strength has suffered significant losses. Conversely, the Uchiha clan possesses formidable influence and considerable resources. However, they are plagued by internal divisions and are further estranged from their village, all while being scrutinized by the powerful figures of Konoha. To put it bluntly, the Uchiha clan may not withstand the passage of 7 or 8 years before they, too, are consigned to the annals of history, much like the original narrative. The Senju clan, after enduring a similar span, risks fading from Konoha's influence until they are forgotten, even by themselves. In simple terms, neither clan seems destined for a favorable outcome. Shigeno shook his head, casting a sardonic glance at the 4 statues standing resolutely atop the mountain. The 2 clans that founded Konoha, one through might, the other through policy, have both been cast into the depths of history, a mockery that is truly unfathomable. If one were to argue that these clans still endure, it would not be entirely unfounded, as one boasts Tsunade and the other Sasuke. However, in such a comparison, the Uchiha clan appears to have the upper hand, considering their survivor is a veritable savior. Nevertheless, none of this bears any relevance to me, for regardless of the outcome, I fear that my future remains bleak. Shaking his head, Shigeno proceeded towards the training grounds. Konoha is home to numerous training arenas, specifically designated for the use of ninjas. Shigeno had no interest in venturing to the abandoned training grounds within the forest. Firstly, they are too distant, and secondly, the events of the previous night still linger vividly in his mind. The current state of the route is precarious, with its members clearly lacking in quality. Shigeno wished to avoid trouble. Even though he could surmise that those involved the previous night would not fare well, he was wise enough to learn from past mistakes. Moreover, the training I intend to undertake is not of great magnitude. Perhaps I might even find a sparring partner. With this thought in mind, Shigeno soon arrived at a training ground. It must be said that the enthusiasm of Konoha's ninjas is commendable, even at this early hour. Around 6 or 7 in the morning, some figures were already present. However, Xia Yin felt a twinge of disappointment as there were still too few individuals. The scarcity of people meant that he was unable to find a suitable partner to assist him. It seems I have arrived a tad too early. Scanning the area, he utilized his perceptive abilities to gauge the chakra of those present, only to discover that, in terms of chakra, there were no suitable candidates in attendance. Although using chakra as a measure of a person's strength may not be the most judicious choice. As Xia Yin himself possesses limited chakra, yet has ascended to the rank of Jonin, it undeniably serves as an excellent gauge of an individual's foundational abilities. After all, those endowed with potent chakra are seldom weak in prowess. Regrettably, among those present, Xia Yin observed few with formidable chakra. Most seemed to be of the Chunin level, with some merely at the Genin stage. Furthermore, by scrutinizing their training methods, Xia Yin could ascertain that their practical combat skills were rather mediocre. Having perpetually engaged in combat, Xia Yin remained acutely attuned to the strength of his opponents, particularly in terms of fundamental capabilities with which he was intimately familiar. Shaking his head in resignation, he concluded that training alone would be more beneficial, as finding a sparring partner could lead to unforeseen complications regarding who would truly be the mentor. As he continued deeper into the training grounds, intent on discovering a serene spot for practice, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a somewhat familiar silhouette. This individual, with long black hair tied up in a high ponytail to accommodate her training, donned a form-fitting black combat uniform adorned with a striking emblem on her back that resembled a red and white table tennis paddle. It was evident that she belonged to the Uchiha clan. Upon encountering her, Xia Yin momentarily froze when she casually threw a kunai, inadvertently revealing a flicker of chakra. He was nearly certain of her identity. If all went as expected, this individual was likely his former deskmate. If memory served him correctly, her name was Uchiha Sora. Xia Yin's recollection of his former classmate was primarily inspired by the intriguing nature of her name, which sparked a plethora of thoughts. The name Uchiha Sora, when deconstructed, held its own fascination, though he remained uncertain whether she had a brother. Despite being deskmates, Xia Yin did not possess a deep understanding of her character, although she was indeed quite amiable according to his memories. However, as an individual with the mindset of an adult, Xia Yin found little interest in the affairs of children, particularly given her affiliation with the Uchiha clan. He was acutely aware of the clan's grim future, one that would see it decimated to a mere handful of survivors. Moreover, Uchiha Sora had scarcely appeared in future accounts, suggesting she either perished in the wars or fell victim to the clan's tragic demise. Coupled with his childhood preoccupations of evading conflict, it was only natural that he would not forge a close bond with the Uchiha. Unexpectedly encountering her now, he mused silently that the ravages of war had seemingly spared her. With that thought, he resolved to turn away and depart, as the training grounds were already occupied, and he had no intention of competing for space. However, just as Xia Yin prepared to leave, Uchiha Sora noticed something and turned around. The training area was expansive. If one wished to utilize it, there was ample room to do so. The voice was gentle, reminiscent of the moment several years ago when Xia Yin first encountered her upon entering the school, though now it bore a more mature tone. Xia Yin paused, feeling that there was no real necessity to walk away immediately. Compared to the other completely unfamiliar ninjas, this individual, albeit someone he had not approached closely back then, was nonetheless a familiar face. Thus, he decided to engage. A smile graced Xia Yan's face as he gently nodded his head. However, for a brief moment, Uchiha Qiong remained silent, curiously observing the young man before her, as he seemed strangely familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Qiong appeared to recall something, and with a hint of surprise, she inquired, "Are you Xia Yin?" Deep mirror Xia Yin? Yes, Xia Yin replied, momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. It's been a long time, Qiong. He was genuinely surprised that she recognized him, considering he had always maintained a low profile during his school days. The reason he could identify Uchiha Qiong stemmed from an early activation of an enhancement, which granted him a keen sense of perception. Back then, as her deskmate, he remembered her chakra, and coupled with the Uchiha clan's enviable beauty, it was hard for him to forget. One must admit that fate showed undue favoritism towards the Uchiha clan, for amidst them, it was quite rare to find an individual of peculiar appearance. In fact, to put it differently, being attractive within the Uchiha clan was rather unremarkable, as most shared similar looks. However, if one were to possess an average or even unusual appearance, they would undoubtedly be remembered in the Uchiha clan. Unexpectedly, it truly is you. Xiong smiled, radiating warmth akin to a spring breeze. It has been nearly 6 years since we last met. I have only heard of you through others. You're merely a junior ninja now, continuously undertaking missions. Xia Yan understood the underlying questions she wished to pose. Thus he took the initiative to speak. He preferred not to disclose his actual circumstances, as his identity within the Umbu required discretion. He was not Kakashi, and he did not desire his identity to be widely known. Is that so? Uchiha Xiong nodded gently, then smiled as she said, "Fortunately, the war has ended, hasn't it?" "Indeed, the war has concluded," Xia Yan nodded, appearing somewhat reflective. As a ninja, one must possess a certain level of acting prowess, especially for those within the Umbu, where the ability to masquerade as anyone is essential during special missions. Without adequate acting skills, survival was improbable. Xia Yan's acting was passable. His demeanor conveyed a sense of someone who had survived a calamity, even though he had never set foot on a battlefield. Let us not dwell on that. Xia Yan decisively shifted the topic, aware that too much discourse can lead to missteps. He opted to inquire about other matters. How have you fared over the years? Things have remained much the same. Since graduating, I have been in the land of whirlpools, Uchiha Xiong said softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Fortune has smiled upon me, as I have remained by the side of the esteemed clan leader without encountering any significant issues. Upon the conclusion of last year's conflict with the Hidden Mist, I returned and have been on standby ever since. I now intend to visit the medical department, though my application is still under review. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of fire release, were dispatched to the land of water as the primary force against the Hidden Mist when war was declared. Accompanying them were members of the Hyuga clan, as the Hidden Mist excels in utilizing dense fog and has even devised techniques like the mist technique to obscure vision. In such an environment, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can be particularly effective. Thus, despite the underlying tensions between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans caused by their rivalry for the title of Konoha's foremost family and the supremacy of ocular techniques, collaboration remains essential. Moreover, Uchiha Ao's fortune is indeed commendable. Her participation in the battle against the Hidden Mist in the Land of Water attests to her considerable talent. Those lacking such aptitude would not be sent there, but rather thrust into dire conflicts in the Land of Grass against the Rock Shinobi or the Land of Hot Water against the Cloud Shinobi, where members of the Uchiha clan would receive scant support. The medical department is undoubtedly a wise choice. Cheyenne contemplated this while smiling and encouraging, "Keep striving. I believe you will gain entry into the medical department. Perhaps in the future, I may even seek your assistance." "Thank you," Uchiha Ao replied, her smile remaining genuine and radiant. "I will do my utmost." It must be said that Uchiha Ao embodies the quintessential traits of the Uchiha women. In Cheyenne's recollections, the appearances of Uchiha women have been rare, yet each shares a commonality. They are gentle, intelligent, and beautiful. Whether it be the mother of the infamous Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Makoto, or his childhood friend, Uchiha Izumi, they exemplify this archetype. Even in the distant past, following Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha during the clan's internal strife, Uchiha Tajiri, who quelled all disturbances, also possessed similar qualities. Cheyenne found it curious why the Uchiha men often behaved erratically, while their women exhibited an almost unfathomable gentleness. Could it be that their peculiar affliction is transmitted only to males? Cheyenne was uncertain about the specifics of the Uchiha clan's eccentricities, but he was acutely aware of one truth. Uchiha Ao's aspiration to join the medical department would likely prove quite challenging. The medical department lies at the heart of Sarutobi Hiruzen's sphere of influence, its significance immeasurable. Despite Sarutobi's initial reluctance towards the establishment of the medical department and medical ninjas, he has always been a pragmatist. Once the medical department, under Tsunade's leadership, demonstrated its extraordinary efficacy, significantly boosting Konoha's morale and saving countless lives, the importance of the department became undeniable. He began to firmly seize control of the entire medical department, continuously allocating funds through the Ministry of Finance, significantly elevating the status of the medical ninja, a burgeoning faction within the ninja system. This transformation allowed the medical department, in a mere decade, to evolve from an insignificant workshop, often overlooked and underestimated, into one of the most prominent and influential departments in Konoha. No ninja is truly unafraid of life and death. With the logistical support of the medical department, the backing of Sarutobi Hiruzen surged dramatically. The success of the medical department even instigated a revolution across the ninja world, prompting nearly all ninja villages to tentatively establish their own medical divisions. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen allow others to infiltrate such a vital department? He would never permit anyone he did not trust to gain a foothold. Even the mere notion of contamination was unthinkable, let alone its implementation. The existence of the medical department equated to immense support, and since he harbored distrust towards the Uchiha clan, how could the girl, Uchiha Ao, possibly gain entry? However, this was not something Cheyenne would disclose to Uchiha Ao. It was beneficial for this quiet girl to harbor her own thoughts, and he saw no reason to undermine her. After a brief warm-up, Cheyenne commenced his training, which was quite simple, rooted in the fundamentals, with an advantage that propelled him to mastery of his abilities. He had never grown complacent in his training. Possessing power and understanding it did not imply maximizing its usage. The crux of his years of study lay in how to efficiently defeat an opponent in battle without excessively depleting his chakra. The lingering aftereffects of his past reckless actions remained unresolved, compelling him to seek alternative solutions. Uchiha Ao silently observed this scene, witnessing Cheyenne's training for the first time. In their school days, she had been among the more accomplished students, while Cheyenne had lagged slightly behind her, though he was still formidable. After he left school, she had not seen him again, and her memories were confined to those vivid years of education. Despite learning some of his experiences through mutual acquaintances in the years that followed, it all felt like mere hearsay. Upon seeing Cheyenne again today, Uchiha Ao noted that his strength seemed to have increased significantly, yet he was still engaged in basic training, causing her to furrow her brow. Was it due to a lack of sufficient ninjutsu resources? A soft sigh escaped her. In her memory, Cheyenne was a civilian ninja, which explained his scarcity of ninjutsu resources. She pondered whether she should assist him in certain aspects to help him escape this predicament. In the Konoha office, Kakashi knelt on one knee, while in front of him, Minato Namikaze intently examined a scroll. This scroll meticulously chronicles the entirety of the mission undertaken by Kakashi and Cheyenne, detailing their discovery of the assailants' identities and the complete process of capturing Yashimaru. To be frank, Minato Namikaze himself had not anticipated such a significant yield from this operation. Although he understood that identifying the perpetrators would not lead to Konoha initiating any form of warfare or seeking retribution, the village was currently too weakened to engage in military actions without incurring further losses. Even if it were the Sunagakure responsible, or even a minor nation, Konoha could do little more than covertly retaliate. As Hokage, Minato faced an overwhelming array of considerations, both political and economic, alongside the sentiments of the ninja and the morale of the entire village. This multifaceted dilemma was a novel experience for him, its complexity surpassing his expectations. However, the capture of Yashimaru by Cheyenne and the team presented an excellent opportunity. If managed astutely, Konoha could gain considerable leverage. Yet, the matter concerning the Third Hokage was a source of frustration for Minato. The third was exceedingly prudent, his desire to conclude the war having reached an apex where even minor conflicts seemed unacceptable to him. Minato empathized with his stance, yet found it difficult to endorse it. As such an approach, while ostensibly beneficial for Konoha, ultimately undermined the village's morale. It appeared that he would need to contemplate how to garner the Third Hokage's support. Minato, grappling with the challenges of governance, felt a sense of helplessness. Although he held the title of Hokage, he realized that many matters were beyond his control. Nevertheless, he resolved to exercise patience, reminding himself not to indulge in reckless thoughts, for his position had been meticulously cultivated by the third. Well done, Kakashi, Minato mused, a smile gracing his features. Your collaboration with Cheyenne was exceptional. Congratulations on accomplishing such a mission. With this thought, he resumed his examination of the scroll, which consisted not of a single report, but two, reflecting Kakashi's decision to utilize scrolls for comprehensive reporting based on previous experience. Minato, understanding Kakashi's intentions, maintained an impassive demeanor as he unfurled the scroll. Despite feeling that such precautions were unnecessary, the ever-watchful ANBU operatives concealed within the office elicited a slight sigh from him. Setting aside these emotions, Minato began to scrutinize the scroll earnestly. However, as he delved deeper into the contents, his expression shifted once more. An exceedingly clandestine basement, an ominous inclination to engage the ANBU, which incited profound apprehension in the seasoned operative Cheyenne, the need for extraordinary caution in reporting, Upon witnessing these developments, the expression on Namake's Minato's face shifted noticeably. He was acutely aware of the identities of those individuals. In all of Konoha, there were few who could act so brazenly. Yet a deeply entrenched organization within the village could indeed execute such audacity. Their actions were devoid of moral boundaries and unrestrained by conscience. Their existence represented the darkest yet most pivotal aspect of Konoha. They were known as the Roots, the very foundation of the village. More sinister than the Umbu, and similarly more bloodthirsty, they instilled a profound sense of dread throughout Konoha. Only they dared to confront the Umbu with a semblance of trepidation and appeared poised to take action. Was this unprofessional conduct? Suddenly, Namake's Minato recalled a prior clandestine operation conducted by the Roots, one so secretive that even he, as Hokage, was oblivious to its specifics. Following that operation, it seemed that only Danzo returned, after which the Roots began to significantly recruit new members. Could it be that the incident had inflicted substantial losses upon the Roots, necessitating a reconstruction? If so, it would elucidate their seemingly unprofessional behavior. The Roots would not employ chakra to track their targets and would not easily engage in conflict with the Umbu. Having unraveled these thoughts, Minato's expression darkened further, his countenance becoming even more severe. If such a covert basement could provoke these unprofessional Root ninjas to vigilance and potential aggression, what secrets lay beneath? Human experimentation. Minato suddenly recalled certain rumors regarding Orochimaru that circulated prior to his ascension as Hokage. Moreover, during a casual conversation with Nara Shikaku, he learned that Danzo had unequivocally supported Orochimaru during the selection for Hokage in the Land of Fire. However, this was suppressed by the Third Hokage, who cited Orochimaru's burgeoning ambitions as the rationale. Did this imply the existence of human experimentation? Was the Third Hokage aware of this matter? Furthermore, were the Roots still engaged in such activities with Orochimaru? Contemplating this, Minato grew increasingly intrigued by the so-called basement. He pondered what truly lay within. Could it be, as he suspected, a deeply concealed illegal human experimentation facility buried within Konoha? This matter needed clarification, and despite the potential complications, it was imperative to uncover the truth. Minato resolved silently. As Hokage, he must uphold his responsibilities, regardless of the peril it might invite. Apart from this pressing issue, there was another surprise that the young Shiranui had presented him. Setting aside the scroll in his hand, Minato's gaze fell upon Kakashi, still half-kneeling on the ground. Upon Kakashi's arrival that day, Minato had noted a significant change in the young man's demeanor. Initially perplexed by the situation, it became clear to him after reviewing the scroll, especially the latter part detailing Kakashi's visit to the hero's cemetery alongside Shiranui. Is failure the predominant theme of life? This notion may initially seem profoundly pessimistic. However, upon delving deeper into its essence, one uncovers a core of optimism and aspiration. Indeed, when Bluffing Shueman first heard Xiaoyan and Kakashi utter these words, he could not help but shake his head. Yet, as he absorbed the entirety of the context, he realized that Xiaoyan was, in fact, offering solace to Kakashi in this manner. Moreover, Bluffing Shueman had to concede a truth. Xiaoyan's words were remarkably insightful. This child possessed an extraordinary intellect and a gentle disposition. Furthermore, it appeared that this young individual intended to study sealing techniques. Bluffing Shueman pondered silently, formulating thoughts that led him to believe he might wish to meet this youthful Umbu operative, whether out of gratitude or for other motives. Contemplating this, he raised his gaze towards Kakashi. It seems I must extend my gratitude to Xiaoyan. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi? The esteemed Hokage, Kakashi, lowered his head even further. Very well. You may leave. Bluffing Shueman waved his hand casually. Today is your day of rest. Take the time to recuperate. After your day off, bring Xiaoyan to see me. Yes. Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied earnestly, nodding. It did not surprise Kakashi that his mentor wished to meet Xiaoyan, for the young man possessed a wealth of knowledge that could intrigue his teacher. Additionally, Kakashi discerned that his mentor preferred to keep certain matters discreet. Otherwise, he would not have expressed a desire to thank Xiaoyan so openly. Clearly, this was a convenient pretext. Rising obediently, Kakashi turned and exited the Hokage's office. He felt that the matters he needed to report had been thoroughly addressed, and he was uncertain about what would follow, though he did not dwell on it excessively. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to inform his captain, Kakashi mused as he made his way to Xiaoyan's residence. As his captain, It was only natural for him to inquire about Shigeno, and interestingly, Akai and the others seemed quite familiar with him. They were well acquainted with Shigen's personality traits and abode, though they remained unaware of his specific undertakings. This revelation led Kakashi to understand that Shigen's gentle demeanor was consistently present. However, he found himself questioning why someone so tender-hearted would choose to join the Umbu. To him, it was evident that the Umbu was not a fitting environment for Shigeno. Despite Kakashi's brief tenure there, he had already gleaned much about its operations. With these thoughts in mind, he soon arrived at Shigen's home, only to be disappointed to find that Shigeno was not at home. However, according to the neighbors, he had departed early and seemed to have gone to a nearby training ground. Armed with this information, Kakashi wasted no time and swiftly proceeded to the training area. Clearly, his captain was an exceptionally disciplined individual. Even during moments of respite, one who does not forget to continue their training truly deserves respect. Kakashi now seems to comprehend why Shigeno, an unremarkable figure during their school days, possesses such formidable strength now. Having witnessed Shigen's speed, he is acutely aware that he might not stand a chance against Shigeno when he is fully committed, even with the advantage of his Sharingan. Observing Shigen's movements is one matter. Keeping pace with him is an entirely different challenge. It did not take long for Kakashi to arrive at the training ground, and he quickly located Shigeno deep within the area. Trusting Shigeno implicitly, he approached without hesitation and called out, "Captain?" Upon hearing this voice, Shigeno instinctively revealed a gentle smile and turned to greet the caller. He recognized the voice immediately, even if he had not. He would have maintained such decorum as a matter of habit. However, at that moment, as he turned, he froze slightly, realizing he was undeniably on vacation. Why? During his time off, would Kakashi still refer to him as captain? Shigeno felt a bit perplexed, and Uchiha Chion, who had been observing his training, shared a similar sentiment. She quickly recognized the visitor as none other than Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha Chion and Shigeno were classmates and even desk partners at that time. Kakashi, as a prominent figure in their class, an undeniable genius, was known by all. In Shigen's recollection, their class had a considerable number of students. In fact, every class in Konoha had its fair share of pupils. However, only a select few left a mark in the annals of Konoha's history. He remembered that during the original storyline, Irika's class was quite lively, with a myriad of nameless faces alongside the famed 9. In truth, those individuals eventually underwent class division and graduated as well, albeit with less recognition than the 9 renowned students. Shigeno had long observed that Konoha employed an elite system for selecting ninjas. During their time at the Ninja Academy, students were evaluated through various tests to ascertain their talents. Naturally, considerations regarding the students' family backgrounds were also taken into account, such as whether they hailed from prominent families. Once these determinations were made, those deemed worthy of attention would face an additional round of testing administered by elite Jonin instructors. However, this round of assessments did not focus on strength, as those from influential families had already surpassed the standards of their peers. Instead, the evaluation centered on the character and integrity of these children. Only those who successfully passed this round would be regarded as the village's esteemed prospects, earmarked for further cultivation. If all went according to plan, these children would ultimately evolve into the core strength of Konoha's future. Even the higher-ups might select certain individuals for specialized training, grooming them to one day inherit the central power of Konoha. In contrast, the children born of humble ninja origins, who exhibit mediocre performance, face a rather grim fate. It is not that they lack opportunities. Although they are assigned to a guiding teacher, the elite Jonin are, after all, scarce resources. Furthermore, these guiding teachers do not provide the meticulous instruction afforded to those specially cultivated children. Their primary task is to help newly graduated genin acclimate to the lifestyle of a ninja and familiarize themselves with various workflows. Along the way, they closely examine if there are any overlooked talents, reporting any such discoveries for further cultivation. Otherwise, they will not be given further attention. It can be said that a staggering 90% of civilian ninjas are dismissed in this manner, especially during wartime, when the conflict is at its most pressing. These civilian ninjas may not even receive the opportunity for evaluation before being thrust onto the battlefield. In Xia Yan's recollection, his class from years ago consisted of more than 50 individuals, yet he only remembers the names of a few. As for the fates of the others, he remains uncertain. Some may have perished, while others might have faded into obscurity beneath the brilliance of Naruto and his peers. As for Uchiha Chion's future, he could somewhat predict it. Captain? Uchiha Chion gazed at Kakashi in confusion, taken aback by his presence, for she had heard whispers of Kakashi's circumstances. After such a harrowing event, it was likely that Kakashi bore a heavy heart. It was said that the current Kakashi resembled a figure of pure ice. His demeanor so cold that it was nearly inconceivable for anyone to approach him, not even his former friends. However, Uchiha Chion found it peculiar. Kakashi did not appear as cold as she had imagined. Moreover, he had just addressed Xia Yin as captain. Wasn't Kakashi a genius who graduated and entered the battlefield at the tender age of 5 or 6, elevating to Jonin status at an early age? How could such a proud individual behave in this manner? Furthermore, if Kakashi were to address someone as captain, it would presumably only be their class captain, now the fourth Hokage. What on earth was happening? Kakashi himself seemed to sense that something was amiss. He had not anticipated this situation, and for a moment, he fell silent. Good morning, Kakashi, Xia Yin said with a hint of exasperation, though he managed a slight smile as he inquired. It's rare to see you here at the training ground for the first time. Good morning, Xia Yin, Kakashi replied, still somewhat unaccustomed to addressing Xia Yin by name. Nevertheless, he quickly clarified the purpose of his visit. The Hokage wishes to see you. The Hokage? Xia Yin was momentarily taken aback, and Uchiha Chion shared his astonishment. The Hokage wanted to meet Xia Yin? Uchiha Chion's expression grew even more perplexed. She genuinely could not comprehend what was transpiring. Was it possible that Xia Yin was not merely an ordinary ninja, but rather a figure of remarkable valor on the battlefield? One whose prowess even the genius Kakashi had to acknowledge? Uchiha Chion was lost in such musings, while a subtle smile soon graced Xia Yin's face. It seemed that many of his actions, particularly those directed towards Kakashi, had indeed yielded significant results. Though he was uncertain of what the fourth Hokage would say or do upon meeting him, Xia Yin was convinced that it would not bode ill. With this thought in mind, he nodded earnestly. I understand. Shall we proceed now? Kakashi immediately shook his head in response. No, the sensei means we should wait a couple of days. A couple of days? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yin grasped the intent behind Minato Namikaze's words. 2 days hence marked the end of his vacation, and as Hokage, he could not possibly deprive his subordinates of their well-deserved respite, particularly the precious leave of the Yumbu. With this understanding, Xia Yin managed to quell his somewhat impulsive inclinations. Having just encountered a root operative the previous night, rushing to meet the Hokage now could indeed complicate matters. He privately reflected upon his eagerness, realizing he might have been truly captivated by the Flying Thunder God technique. The power he currently wielded was undoubtedly commendable for an ordinary ninja. However, in comparison to higher-tier abilities, it paled significantly. Particularly lacking in chakra, he yearned for more exceptional and life-preserving jutsu. Clearly, the Flying Thunder God was the most fitting technique for him at this stage. It was only natural that his mindset would undergo some transformation. Though he felt a tinge of impatience, his recovery was remarkably swift. Ultimately, he possessed the cognitive faculties of an adult, coupled with sufficient patience. 2 days would merely pass in the blink of an eye. It was evident that he needed to contemplate how best to approach the fourth Hokage over the coming days. Xia Yin mused inwardly, recognizing that he had yet to align himself with any faction, as he remained uncertain about his choices. The swift decline of the fourth Hokage's brilliance was undeniable, yet one could not overlook the formidable charisma he possessed. Regrettably, while personal charm held significance in the real world, it was overshadowed by individual strength and the associated interests. Xia Yin firmly believed that, given ample time, Minato Namikaze could undoubtedly neutralize the influence of the third Hokage's factions, thus becoming the true Hokage. To speak bluntly, had it not been for unforeseen events, Minato could have outlasted these individuals simply through endurance. Alas, fate had other plans. Kakashi, having clarified matters, intended to depart, feeling somewhat awkward remaining there. He did not recognize the girl beside Xia Yin, yet he discerned that she belonged to the Uchiha clan. As the insignia on her attire was unmistakable, Kakashi naturally harbors a sense of indebtedness towards the Uchiha clan. Even with Xia Yin's encouragement, he has managed to let go of some of his burdens. Nevertheless, the passage of time has been brief, and he requires further moments to acclimate to it all. Today, his careless remark initially led to Xia Yin's predicament, and shortly thereafter, he encountered another member of the Uchiha clan, which left him somewhat overwhelmed. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Xia Yin unexpectedly interjected, I understand. Thank you, Kakashi. Not at all. Kakashi attempted a smile, though it appeared somewhat rigid. If there's nothing pressing, since I'm already here, why rush to leave? Cheyenne shook his head, his expression brightening as he remarked. Considering we've known each other for quite some time, and I had the fortune of briefly serving as your temporary captain on the battlefield, we have yet to engage in a proper spar, have we? Spar? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Cheyenne to make such a request. In truth, Cheyenne was not merely acting on impulse. He desired to test his own strength against the prodigious Kakashi. Of course, this intensity referred solely to the sparring context, and not a full-blown battle. During their spar, Cheyenne would refrain from employing sage mode or mini water techniques. Although he held a certain disdain for Senju Tobarama, it was undeniable that his water techniques were somewhat exaggerated. While others utilized water to strike and reshape the terrain, ultimately drowning their opponents in a torrent, Tobarama transformed water techniques from mere quantitative use to qualitative prowess, wielding them like a high-pressure water gun or even a high-pressure water blade. Such techniques were intended for obliteration, not for sparring. Hence, by discarding these formidable jutsu, their spar would revert to a more fundamental contest of skills. Cheyenne had no need to worry about revealing his strength, especially with Uchiha Cheon beside him. Moreover, there existed another motive behind his desire to spar with Kakashi. Having been caught off guard earlier, he felt compelled to find a way to rectify the situation. Otherwise, he would not have made such a statement. Kakashi quickly grasped Cheyenne's intent and found himself intrigued. He had witnessed Cheyenne's full power when he had effortlessly overwhelmed the Suna Jonin, Yashimaru, with his speed. However, given the nature of the spar, Cheyenne would undoubtedly hold back. And Kakashi was curious about the level of combat prowess Cheyenne would exhibit during their engagement. Since the captain has a notion, I am more than willing to oblige, Kakashi said, casting a glance at Uchiha Cheon before nodding decisively. He was somewhat puzzled about the familiarity between this Uchiha and Cheyenne, wondering if this individual was also a peer of his. Nonetheless, Kakashi refrained from inquiring further, his attention swiftly returning to Cheyenne as his chakra began to coalesce. Cheyenne maintained his smile, though his stance subtly inclined forward, his hand instinctively resting at his waist. The location of Cheyenne's ninja tool pouch is marked by a kunai emanating a chilling gleam at its outermost edge. Suddenly, in a flash, the figures of the two combatants vanished almost simultaneously, reappearing amidst the clash of metal as they intertwined. Their speed was astonishing, beyond imagination. Uchiha Cheon silently withdrew to the side, acutely aware that the intensity of their confrontation was far beyond her reach. Yet, she remained within the training ground. Her curiosity piqued about the prowess of her two former classmates from years past. She knew Kakashi was a prodigy, even impressive enough to be the youngest jonin, a title earned during wartime. However, she believed wholeheartedly in Kakashi's capabilities as a jonin. To her surprise, Cheyenne, her former deskmate, also demonstrated remarkable strength. Despite being an ordinary ninja, he had somehow become Kakashi's captain during the war, a fact that left her mind reeling, especially as she observed their movements. She realized she could scarcely discern their actions. Alas, she lamented inwardly, if only I had activated my Sharingan, I would not struggle to perceive their movements. Unbeknownst to them, both Cheyenne and Kakashi grasped the magnitude of their battle after a fleeting encounter. They disengaged momentarily, then almost in unison, hurled their kunai. Seizing the initiative was essential for ninja at their level, as their strength had yet to reach a point where they could afford to counterattack effectively, unless one possessed the Sharingan. A metallic clang resonated as the two kunai collided midair. In the next instant, Cheyenne and Kakashi surged forward, catching the kunai that had ricocheted towards them. This time, Cheyenne's assault was swifter. He understood the nuances of the Sharingan, yet he was also keenly aware that Kakashi's control over it was still lacking. Thus, he resolved to overwhelm Kakashi with speed, confident that even without Sage Mode, he ranked among the swiftest in the Jonin echelon. I am curious to see if you can replicate my movements, Cheyenne thought. However, Kakashi's ambition to mimic Cheyenne's actions at this stage was indeed a futile dream. Furthermore, Cheyenne's speculation proved astoundingly accurate. Kakashi's adaptation to the Sharingan was not yet proficient. Although he could perceive Cheyenne's movements, his body struggled to keep pace. With a fierce grip on the kunai, Cheyenne slashed forward with a velocity akin to lightning, leaving Kakashi unable to match the speed. In the face of an unavoidable attack, Kakashi's combat experience proved invaluable. Utilizing the insight granted by the Sharingan, he discerned the angle of the kunai's assault and deftly shifted his body to evade the lethal strike. True to his nature, Kakashi attempted to counterattack even while evading the onslaught. To passively endure blows will inevitably lead to a dire outcome. Only by attempting to counterattack and reclaiming the initiative can one devise a strategy to triumph over the adversary. In the fleeting moment that Kakashi evaded the assault, his body inclined slightly downward. While maintaining a defensive stance against Shien's further onslaught, he suddenly delivered a swift kick aimed at Shien's groin. Shien's expression darkened slightly. Should that kick land, a trip to the medical department would be unavoidable. However, he did not perceive Kakashi's actions as erroneous. The confrontations among ninjas have always been devoid of scruples. Even in practice, as long as it is not fatal, anything goes. Shien swiftly elevated his leg, his reflexes and physical coordination enabling him to make the most judicious choice even in extreme circumstances. With a resounding thud, Shien's leg intercepted Kakashi's kick, and he immediately pressed down, grounding his leg. Using this as a pivot, Shien propelled his other leg forcefully towards Kakashi. Kakashi promptly executed a backflip to evade the strike, while simultaneously seeking to widen the distance in their engagement. In his retreat, he did not neglect to swiftly hurl a shuriken toward Shien. Alas, such a tactic bore no fruit. Shien merely sidestepped to evade the shuriken's trajectory. In truth, Kakashi had never anticipated that this maneuver would pose any significant threat. Once he had created sufficient distance, he commenced forming hand seals. Earth style, earth spike. With the seals completed, chakra surged into the ground, and in the next instant, dozens of sharp earth spikes erupted beneath Shien's feet. These formidable spikes were exceedingly sharp, and Shien was acutely aware that should he be pierced by them, the outcome would be far from favorable. In response, Shien lightly leaped into the air, and Kakashi seized the opportunity, rushing towards him. Is this deliberate? Shien pondered silently. Just as Kakashi was about to make contact, the suspended Shien suddenly vanished. In the next heartbeat, Kakashi felt a sharp shuriken aimed at his side. Such remarkable speed in the body flicker technique. Shien's movements were utterly elusive, especially given that he had been suspended in midair. Yet Kakashi remained composed, having witnessed Shien's full prowess before. In this critical moment, he quickly completed the hand seals with one hand, and Shien's shuriken, as anticipated, pierced through his form. However, amidst the thick smoke and the distinct sensation of something other than the shuriken penetrating flesh, a piece of wood materialized before Shien's eyes. A substitution technique? Shien experienced little surprise, for his perceptive abilities had already alerted him to Kakashi's actions. Even now, he had pinpointed Kakashi's location, lightly descending to the ground. Shien suddenly pivoted, observing Kakashi charging forth, unabashedly revealing his intentions. He understood all too well that no matter how he concealed himself, he could never evade Shien's keen awareness. In previous encounters, Kakashi had already witnessed Shien's perceptive abilities, leaving no room for complacency. Did he wish to compete in taijutsu and exploit the advantages of the Sharingan? Very well. In the face of Kakashi's assault, Shien exhibited no trace of trepidation. While the Sharingan was formidable, it depended on the wielder's skill. In an instant, the two had become entwined in battle, the clamor of metal clashing reverberating incessantly. Shien's speed was akin to lightning, each movement succinct and precise. Though lacking in grace, it possessed a unique allure. Kakashi, though somewhat fatigued in his defense, managed to keep pace with Shien, thanks to his solid foundational skills and enhanced speed from his lightning release, preventing him from becoming disoriented. Moreover, amidst the intensity of their combat, Kakashi seemed to discern the details of Shien's attacks with increasing clarity, allowing for more accurate predictions of his assault trajectories. However, he also noted that the consumption of chakra was becoming increasingly significant. Kakashi pondered this in silence as the intensity of their physical confrontation escalated. Their velocities were astonishingly rapid, with the naked eye perceiving only two figures weaving through one another, each intersection sparking bursts of flame. It was evident that their current speed far exceeded that of their initial exchanges, leaving Uchiha Chion unable to comprehend the unfolding events. At that moment, Shien abruptly leaped backward, hurling a kunai at Kakashi before swiftly forming hand seals. Earth style, Earth Stone Dragon. Accompanied by his seals, earth and stone rapidly coalesced into a colossal dragon of astonishing might, charging ferociously toward Kakashi. Earth style? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shien, proficient in water style, would also wield earth techniques. However, he swiftly regained his composure, immediately forming his own hand seals with remarkable speed, completing his jutsu in an instant. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi's seal speed was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps only a handful could rival him in that regard. The massive Earth Dragon, without a hint of hesitation, collided violently with the earthen wall, a thunderous roar echoing throughout the training ground, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust. Many ninjas training in the morning turned their gaze toward the commotion. Although they had missed the earlier skirmish, the intensity of chakra colliding was already beyond their comprehension. Is it a clash between jonin? They murmured, astonished at the sheer power displayed, even in a friendly spar. Kakashi remained acutely vigilant, scanning his surroundings. As the earthen wall crumbled, he suddenly realized that Shien's presence had vanished, a situation that heightened his alertness. Had he concealed himself? Kakashi's keen eyes searched the vicinity. Underground? Soon, the answer became apparent, as his Sharingan clearly detected the chakra fluctuations emanating from below. The eruption of chakra surged with astonishing swiftness, and Kakashi was no less quick in his response. Grasping a kunai, he thrust it fiercely towards the source of the chakra explosion. However, as the kunai pierced the ground, a sudden change washed over his expression. He distinctly perceived a palpable fluctuation of chakra emanating from the opposite side. Silently, Kakashi returned to his empty abode, and as he surveyed the desolate house, a soft sigh escaped his lips. Yet, after years of solitary comings and goings, he had long since grown accustomed to such solitude. Closing the door behind him, he plopped down onto the floor, his face contorting in pain. Ouch, that hurts. Kakashi squinted, rubbing his shoulder, which throbbed agonizingly. That rascal Shiryen had truly given him a run for his money. Even though they were merely sparring, their exchanges had escalated beyond mere restraint. Consequently, despite their efforts to hold back and refrain from overusing jutsu, they had indeed resorted to employing ninjutsu. Kakashi was aware that Shiryen possessed the ability to use water release. Having witnessed its formidable nature during missions, seemingly inherited from the Second Hokage, this was not particularly alarming, as many ninja could master the Second Hokage's techniques, and Shiryen, as a captain of the Umbu, was expected to know such jutsu. However, when Shiryen unexpectedly employed earth release, Kakashi found himself taken aback. He had to admit that his classmate and captain's talent exceeded his expectations and was rather formidable. In truth, the vast majority of ninjas are born with only one type of chakra affinity, requiring rigorous training to develop others. Yet, a select few are naturally endowed with two or even more chakra affinities, often deemed prodigies. Kakashi himself was born with dual affinities, excelling in lightning and earth release. While on missions with Shiryen, Kakashi had only seen him utilize water release, and he had been led to believe that Shiryen possessed a singular chakra affinity, leaving him unprepared for the latter's earth release. It seemed everyone had underestimated their captain. Once his shoulder felt somewhat relieved, Kakashi sighed in resignation, sensing that his captain had been rather ruthless. Perhaps it was due to his extensive time in the Umbu, as even in sparring, he exhibited a certain ferocity. Moreover, his captain's tactical application was undeniably adept and cunning. Recalling the earlier confrontation, it appeared that Shiryen had employed the technique of decapitation in his mind to conceal himself underground. However, Kakashi later discovered that what lay beneath was merely a shadow clone, as he erected an earth-style wall to block incoming attacks. Shiryen had already utilized his shadow clone, while his true self had swiftly hidden away. By employing such a tactical diversion, Shiryen had deftly directed Kakashi's focus towards the shadow clone underground, only to launch a surprise attack from behind. The Sharingan, initially exhibiting its prowess in taijutsu and ninjutsu confrontations, was subsequently rendered ineffective by the captain's countermeasures. As Kakashi reflected upon the events, he increasingly discerned that Shiryen's assaults appeared to be imbued with a distinct intent. It seemed that from the very beginning, Shiryen had been meticulously guarding against Kakashi's Sharingan. One could even assert that every maneuver Shiryen executed was calculated, exploiting the inherent weaknesses of the Sharingan to launch surprise attacks. Kakashi, who was already unpracticed in wielding the Sharingan, found himself wholly ensnared in Shiryen's offensive rhythm. Thus, it was only natural that his defeat ensued. Was Shiryen truly adept at countering the Sharingan? Yet, why did the captain possess such familiarity with it? Kakashi pondered earnestly, but after considerable contemplation, he realized he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Ultimately, he could only categorize Shuyen's battlefield strategy as an exceptionally successful adaptation, unable to conceive any alternative reasoning. In Kakashi's view, Shuyen seemed to have a commendable rapport with the Uchiha clan. The ever-watchful Uchiha Shion, who had remained a bystander throughout the confrontation, appeared to be a friend of the captain. Moreover, Kakashi discovered that his initial assumptions were indeed accurate. Uchiha Shion, along with himself and Shuyen, had once been classmates. Furthermore, this girl had sat beside Shuyen during their time at the academy. Reflecting upon his fleeting year, merely a few months, at school, Kakashi felt the burden on his shoulders lighten. He suddenly realized that he had lingered too long in the sorrow of the past, causing him to miss countless moments worthy of cherishing and reminiscing. Obito, Ringai, and Shuyen, taking a deep breath, Kakashi acknowledged the magnitude of his losses. Especially poignant was the realization that only after losing did he turn back to recognize the invaluable treasures he had once held dear, exacerbating his inner turmoil. Although failure is the prevailing theme of life, he was reluctant to succumb to it again. Obito, Rin, I will heed Shuyen's counsel. I shall carry your will and live courageously. Uchiha Chiong returned home alone, her mind still swirling in confusion. She had never anticipated that her classmate, who had been born into a humble background and had seen the battlefield by the tender age of 8, would evolve into such a formidable individual. 5 or 6 years prior, when Shuyen departed from the academy, Uchiha Chiong had felt deeply unsettled. Acutely aware that they were on the brink of war, one in which someone like Shuyen might struggle to survive. Despite her sorrow, there was little she could do, and she mourned for a considerable time. However, as the situation at the front began to improve, news from fellow classmates reassured her that Shuyen was safe. Time progressed steadily, and as her own graduation approached, she followed the other members of the Uchiha clan to the battlefield in the land of whirlpools. In her mind, the visage of Shuyen had begun to blur, a testament to the fact that 5 years had elapsed since their last encounter, during which they had both evolved. All she could recall was that Shuyen possessed hair as white as snow, reminiscent of Kakashi's. Though the finer details of his features eluded her, the name Shinjian Shuyen remained indelibly etched in her memory. When the war came to a definitive close, she returned to her village, only to find that Shuyen was still nowhere to be found. Perhaps he was preoccupied, or perhaps he had other missions to attend to. She was uncertain. Her only means of gleaning information about her desk mate's current state was through others. To her astonishment, she discovered that the training grounds within the Uchiha clan had been reserved in advance, compelling her to seek out the village training grounds for her practice. It was this very choice that led her to encounter Shuyen once more, allowing her to witness the formidable prowess he now possessed. After a restful 2-day respite, Shuyen awoke punctually on the day his leave concluded. The 2 days had been rather tedious for him, although he did not exhibit any symptoms of discomfort associated with vacation. Fully relaxing seemed ill-suited to his role in the Umbu. His sparring sessions with Kakashi served merely as a diversion. Yet they also allowed him to address certain vulnerabilities that had arisen from his identity. At the very least, he need not worry about others incessantly inquiring about his whereabouts over the years. Standing before the mirror, Shuyen pondered quietly as he prepared himself. His identity was fraught with complexities, particularly regarding his whereabouts after leaving school at the tender age of 8. Unlike Kakashi, he dared not reveal his affiliation with the Umbu, especially being a descendant of the Senju clan, which introduced even more serious implications. However, to a certain extent, these issues had been resolved, albeit through less than perfect means. It seemed Kakashi was truly unaccustomed to uttering his name, prompting Shuyen to cleverly exploit Kakashi's reputation to fill the gaps of his absence over the years. By showcasing his abilities in their sparring, he could at least honor Kakashi's title of captain. He could easily claim that he had remained on the battlefield, even having partnered with Kakashi to accomplish missions. Once he had meticulously arranged his appearance, Shuyen donned his mask once more and stepped out of his room. Yet today, his destination was not the Umbu headquarters. Instead, he was headed towards the Hokage building, having not forgotten that he was to meet the Fourth Hokage that day. Shuyen had awaited this meeting for 2 full days, fully aware that it would likely yield little in terms of substantial information. However, he was confident that this encounter would provide insights that could influence many subsequent events. He silently hoped for a favorable outcome as he entered the Hokage building. The Hokage building, arguably the most emblematic structure in Konoha aside from the Hokage rock, does not appear particularly grand from a distance. However, upon entering, one quickly realizes that it is indeed the epicenter of power within the village. Numerous offices are housed within, including the crucial Department of Administration. Moreover, Shine is aware that the Hokage building contains a spacious conference room capable of accommodating over 100 individuals. He recalls having once undertaken a sentry duty in that vast space, and the memory of its grandeur remains vividly etched in his mind. Silently ascending to the top floor, where the Hokage's office resides, Shine encountered no significant obstacles after a thorough inspection, perhaps due to prior arrangements or his affiliation with the Umbu. He was granted smooth access to the office. Lord Hokage, he greeted, bowing respectfully before Minato Namikaze, who was seated at his desk. Good day, Shine-kun, Minato replied, lifting his gaze and offering a warm smile. Indeed, it is often said that seeing someone in person surpasses hearing about them. And Shine could not help but acknowledge the warmth radiating from Minato, often referred to as the little sun. Such affability was something Shine had never encountered during his time with the Third Hokage. Please, just call me Nightingale, Lord Hokage, Shine said, feeling a mix of emotions yet remaining cautious, adding, as a member of the Umbu, it is best not to disclose my true identity. My apologies, that was my oversight. Minato readily acknowledged his error, showing no trace of arrogance. Well then, Nightingale. The primary purpose of our meeting today is to sincerely express my gratitude for everything you have done for Kakashi. Rising from his seat, he regarded Shine with genuine sincerity, his demeanor devoid of pretense. Kakashi is my disciple, and he is currently my only student. As for the others, he paused, letting out a slight sigh, choosing not to elaborate further. In truth, even without his continuation, Shine comprehended the unspoken words. It is likely that among Konoha's younger generation, few are unaware of the trials Kakashi has faced. Given Minato's youth and his unwavering presence in Konoha, he indeed had few disciples. Kakashi was the sole remnant of his former team. The state Kakashi was in previously was well known to all, his demeanor reminiscent of a living corpse, and his frigid attitude, akin to that of ice, spoke volumes about the darkness that had enveloped this once promising genius. Minato had hoped that by introducing him to the Umbu, with its demanding tasks, Kakashi would be too occupied to dwell on the past. He also wished that the Umbu's structure would aid Kakashi in adapting to his former circumstances. Little did he anticipate, however, that in such a short span, after being assigned to Shine's team, Kakashi's condition would show remarkable improvement. Such improvements are fundamental. Even though Kakashi has yet to fully regain a state of normalcy, he has indeed begun his transformation towards it. In summary, I am grateful to you, Nightingale. Minato Namikaze inhaled deeply, then rose to his feet and stated earnestly, had it not been for you, I cannot fathom what Kakashi might have become. There is no need for gratitude, Hokage-sama, Shine replied, slightly shaking his head, his tone remarkably humble and gentle. Kakashi was once my classmate and also my comrade. I would not wish him to remain in such a state. It is simply my duty. Nevertheless, I have decided to offer you some rewards, Minato said with a smile. I heard from Kakashi that you wish to learn sealing techniques. Is that correct? Indeed, Hokage-sama, Shine replied, lowering his head slightly, a smile emerging from beneath his mask. It seemed that this meeting had yielded far more favorable results than he had anticipated. Minato understood that his desire to learn sealing was no surprise, as Kakashi would undoubtedly report such matters. Given Shine's inquiry, the subsequent developments were not difficult to predict. However, their conversation thus far remained quite formal, devoid of any other topics. Minato had not even broached the subject of the underground laboratory. Shine speculated that Minato might believe he was uninformed about it, perhaps feeling that Shine's rank precluded him from involvement, or that it was simply not the right time to inquire freely. Yet, Shine was unconcerned, sensing that this matter was far from over. The Umbu, being one of the most vital components of a Hokage's power, seldom received commands directly from the Fourth Hokage. Moreover, despite Minato and Shine meeting in a personal capacity, the Umbu remained diligently at their posts. This situation was indeed intriguing, the exchange between the Hokage and his subordinate, with the Umbu guarding the periphery, was expected. However, when the Hokage engaged in personal dialogue with a subordinate, such as a teacher or a mentor to his disciples, the Umbu members would typically withdraw to afford the Hokage sufficient privacy. Shine had once had a subordinate who served in the Hokage's office, and it was customary for the Umbu to vacate the premises whenever Danzo Shimura, Kohor Udatain, or Hamura Mitokado arrived. Yet now, The Umbu not only remained, but also intensified their vigilance within the office. Furthermore, it was exceedingly rare to hear the Fourth Hokage's voice. It was predominantly the Third Hokage who held unilateral authority. Such intriguing dynamics led Shigeno to believe that Minato might harbor some ulterior motives. It is worth noting that Shigeno had subtly influenced matters through Kakashi. Coupled with the amicable relations he exhibited with Kakashi, his 5 years of experience in the Umbu, and his current role as a squad leader, all these elements served as compelling factors that drew Minato's interest. As long as Namake's Minato genuinely aspires to acquire the authority of Hokage and earnestly seeks to transform Konoha through this role, the discord between him and the Third Hokage is bound to persist. Setting aside other matters, the mere existence of the Uchiha clan is sufficient to incite numerous grievances between him and the faction loyal to the Third Hokage. Upholding the will and ideals of Jiraiya, Minato desires to reintegrate the Uchiha with Konoha. However, for the Third Hokage's faction, which inherits the will of the Second Hokage, particularly the likes of Danzo, the Uchiha must inevitably be dealt with. The clash of old and new ideologies, the collision of reality and aspiration, fills Shigeno with a sense of anticipation. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable. Shigeno sighed softly, then gradually made his way out of the Hokage building. The day was splendid, with sunlight casting its warm embrace upon him, prompting Shigeno to furrow his brow slightly. Perhaps due to his prolonged stay in the Umbu, he found himself unaccustomed to walking under the sunlight of Konoha whenever he donned his mask. This peculiar and inexplicable sensation elicited a bittersweet smile from Shigeno. Indeed, the Umbu is hardly a place for humans. Nevertheless, this encounter could be deemed a perfect meeting. He touched the scroll nestled in his pocket, quickly regaining his composure before swiftly vanishing into the shadows. In truth, the scroll bestowed upon him by Namake's Minato was merely an introductory tome on sealing techniques, a subject with which Shigeno was already familiar. After all, he belonged to the Senju clan, and despite their decline, they still possessed a modicum of heritage. The former Uzumaki Kushina, after all, was the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Although she had shared some of her sealing techniques with Konoha, a considerable number remained undisclosed. Those undisclosed techniques were partially retained within the Senju clan, now overseen by an elder, while the whereabouts of the remainder remain a mystery. With many speculating that these sealing arts perished alongside the Uzumaki clan, irrevocably lost to the annals of history. However, Shigeno held a different perspective. Although he had yet to explore the nearly abandoned Uzumaki estate on the outskirts of Konoha, he believed it harbored significant secrets. The reason he had refrained from investigating was that there still resided a member of the Uzumaki clan within Konoha. Though Uzumaki Kushina had married Namake's Minato, Shigeno was unconvinced she had never ventured back to her roots. It was perhaps her continued existence that kept Konoha from taking action regarding that place. However, it was quite astonishing that the mask of death was left behind when Konoha did act. Of course, such remarks merely served to highlight that Konoha, unaware of the method to unravel the Shiki Fuin, would naturally be oblivious to the significance of the mask of death. Regardless of the mask, Shigeno was content to know approximately where another segment of the sealing techniques lay. He had even contemplated that, regardless of the choices he would make in the future, he would visit that place at certain pivotal moments. Especially now, as he harbored a profound desire for sealing techniques, regardless of whether mastery was required. He had no intention of allowing those techniques to fall into the hands of others. With such a substantial fortune, Shigeno naturally held little interest in the introductory materials provided by Minato Namake's. Likewise, Shigeno was convinced that Minato was well aware that the best way to grasp the fundamentals of sealing techniques was through hands-on instruction. If one could master the basics solely through textbooks, what purpose would a teacher serve? As he gradually advanced forward, Shigeno concealed his figure within the shadows, reflecting thoughtfully as he walked. The scroll that Minato had bestowed upon him was not intended for Xiaoyan's perusal. Rather, it served as a covert means to facilitate their true encounter. Those unversed in sealing techniques would not grasp this nuance, and even those who practiced them would find no issue with providing Xiaoyan a glimpse of the materials beforehand. It must be said that the Hokage's methods were somewhat discomforting. He found himself resorting to such tactics to meet Xiaoyan. However, this approach also enlightened Xiaoyan to one crucial fact. It appeared that Minato was contemplating matters related to the Umbu. The scroll, though seemingly ordinary, had revealed its secrets to Xiaoyan the moment he received it. He had sensed a hidden element within the scroll, a particularly unique seal. If he was not mistaken, it should be the Flying Thunder God seal. Indeed, Minato had inscribed such a seal within the scroll, a Flying Thunder God mark. In circumstances where conversations could not be conducted openly in the office, it was only in secluded places, devoid of others, and outside the Umbu's protective purview, that meaningful discussions could take place. However, Xia Yin was unaware of when Minato intended to seek him out. Nonetheless, he remained unconcerned, for he had already perused the Flying Thunder God scroll himself. Rather than waiting for Minato to approach him, he deemed it more effective to activate the seal and initiate contact himself. To earn someone's trust, one must first exhibit sufficient sincerity. This time, Xia Yin resolved to be forthright, clearly informing Minato that he was cognizant of the Flying Thunder God. He could even reveal to Minato that his true name was not Shinkami Xia Yin, but rather Senju Xia Yin. He believed that Minato was already aware of this information. After all, even without tangible power, he was still the Hokage. In the depths of night, Minato lay quietly in bed, gazing at Kushina, who had succumbed to slumber beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Kushina was the one he had cherished since childhood, and their union felt like a divine blessing to him. Minato had always considered himself fortunate, a belief he held since his early years. From a young age, his childhood sweetheart became his wife, and subsequently, the esteemed Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, became his mentor, imparting countless lessons upon him. Whether in the realm of ninjutsu or the nuances of human existence, or the essence of being a ninja, Jiraiya remained the person he revered most, without exception. Furthermore, since his youth, he harbored a dream of becoming Hokage. Now, that aspiration has been realized, and he stands as the youngest Hokage in the history of Konoha and indeed the entire ninja world. Such fortune leaves Minato Namikaze feeling almost incredulous. It is a reality he must cherish deeply. However, as he reflects on this, a sigh escapes him. He acknowledges his luck. Yet this fortune has been overshadowed since he ascended to the position of Hokage. He has come to realize that he once viewed everything too naively. While he is fortunate, much of it can be attributed to the era's circumstances and the protection of his mentor. Upon becoming Hokage, he has glimpsed a different facet of the world. Although his exposure is still limited, he has already perceived many complexities that were previously beyond his imagination. Many matters can no longer be judged solely by right and wrong. Instead, they often hinge upon interests and stances, which must guide decision-making. For instance, today, following Shinya's departure, he tentatively drafted a proposal concerning the Uchiha clan. He has long been aware of the friction between the Uchihas and the village, and he has been contemplating, from the perspective of Hokage, how to assist the Uchihas in reintegrating into the village's embrace. This is, of course, an experiment. He wishes to gauge the reactions from both the Third Hokage and the Uchiha clan regarding his decision. However, before he could await any response from the Uchiha, his draft was swiftly returned in the afternoon. In simple terms, the document had barely passed through the administrative department before being intervened and sent back. The responsibilities of Hokage are far more intricate than he had imagined. Minato quietly sighed, but he dared not express too much emotion. Many matters must be handled with patience. Take Shinya for instance. Minato genuinely hopes that Shinya can contribute something meaningful. Based on Kakashi's reports, Minato finds himself contemplating many things. Moreover, Shinya's current role within the Umbu aligns perfectly with Minato's expectations. With commendable strength and as a classmate of Kakashi, who is now his captain and also a captain of a small Umbu team, Shinya's involvement could prove invaluable. His assistance in revealing insights from within the Umbu would be far more beneficial than Kakashi's input. Kakashi, being his disciple, cannot fully immerse himself in the Umbu due to their bond. Thus, Minato truly requires someone who belongs entirely to the Umbu and possesses sufficient experience therein. At that moment, Minato Namikaze suddenly furrowed his brow, for he had discovered that his Flying Thunder God seal had been activated. This peculiar occurrence left him perplexed, pondering who could have triggered his mark, especially since the method employed seemed rather extraordinary. Such a technique not only allowed for the normal use of the Flying Thunder God technique, but also enabled the determination of the location of the seal's engraver. The individual who activated the seal possessed knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato silently contemplated this and swiftly rose to his feet, donning his outer garment. Simultaneously, he began to keenly sense the origin of the activated seal, but soon his expression grew strange. He realized that the activated Flying Thunder God mark was not from any of the areas he typically frequented, but rather from a very remote corner of Konoha. In that moment, Minato seemed to form a hypothesis, as he discerned that there was likely only one person who fit this description. With this thought in mind, he cast a glance at the still slumbering Kushina before making his way to the living room. As he walked, his chakra began to gather within him. And the instant he stepped into the living room, his chakra surged forth. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the room, only to find himself standing within a forest. Beneath his feet lay a scroll of sealing techniques, and before him stood a silver-haired youth clad in Anbu attire, wearing a mask. With a sigh, Minato remarked, "Perhaps it would be more fitting to call you Shirien-kun, wouldn't it?" The youth replied, "In truth, it would be perfectly acceptable for the Hokage to call me Senju Shirien as well." His voice remained gentle, imbued with a distinct respect. Minato was taken aback, realizing that Shirien had directly revealed his surname. He regarded Shirien earnestly. "It seems you have deduced quite a bit." Shirien remained silent, yet the calmness in his exposed eyes spoke volumes. Indeed, he had surmised much, or rather, he had long since grasped many truths. Konoha could not be oblivious to Shirien's identity. He had suspected this long ago, and the evidence confirmed that Konoha was indeed aware, though it remained a matter of whether they were willing to breach that veil of silence. During this encounter with Minato, Shirien sought to acquire more. Thus he understood the necessity of being sufficiently candid. Yet, how could he manifest such honesty? He was no fool. It would be absurd to disclose that he had traversed dimensions or possessed some external advantages. Such revelations were, of course, impractical and would be secrets he bore for a lifetime. Given this, the optimal course of action was for Shirien to reveal the identity he had long concealed, which Konoha was already privy to: his origins from the Senju clan. The decline of the Senju clan had compelled them to remain hidden, and now, with Shirien voluntarily clarifying the identity he had kept under wraps, his openness was more than sufficient. To be forthright, whether towards me or the Hokage, is a form of respect. Xia Yin maintained a gentle smile as he bowed slightly, addressing the Hokage with respect. "Lord Hokage, I humbly seek your guidance." "I understand." Xia Yin-kun, sighed Minato Namikaze, nodding in response. "Then I shall also look forward to your guidance." Xia Yin correctly discerned that his revealed identity had, to some extent, garnered Minato's acknowledgement. However, he was acutely aware that this recognition was quite minimal. Furthermore, Xia Yin understood that his actions might provoke Minato's aversion, potentially leading him to suspect ulterior motives. In truth, if Minato were to entertain such thoughts, Xia Yin would find it entirely understandable. After all, if he were confronted with someone like Xia Yin, who conveyed ambiguous information through Kakashi while concealing their true identity and harboring resentment towards the Third Hokage and his associates, he would undoubtedly be cautious. Minato was no fool. Although he possessed a kind heart and goodwill towards the villagers, he had fought valiantly on the battlefield for many years, facing numerous crises. If he were naive, he might have perished long ago. Thus, Xia Yin's current task was to manage his demeanor towards Minato carefully, ensuring that their relationship did not devolve into hostility. He still had his sights set on mastering sealing techniques and the Flying Thunder God technique, and any deterioration in their rapport would be a significant loss for him. "I imagine you must have many questions in your heart, Lord Hokage," Xia Yin remarked softly, slowly removing his mask to reveal his face, a gesture of sincerity. "Indeed, I have many inquiries," Minato affirmed with a serious nod. "Xia Yin-kun, I am genuinely curious about your intentions behind the words you had Kakashi relay to me. Honestly, I have not contemplated it too deeply. If possible, I would prefer not to meet the Fourth Hokage." Xia Yin sighed lightly, appearing somewhat resigned, which caused a perplexed expression to cross Minato's face. In truth, the Hokage should be able to sense that his orders were largely ineffective in reaching their intended recipients. In the realm of the Anbu, many of the commands we receive come from the Third Hokage rather than the Fourth. Therefore, Lord Fourth, if there were no pressing necessity, I would not dare to approach you. Xia Yan's sincerity was palpable, his subtle frustration unmistakable, and Minato's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He was well aware of these dynamics. However, hearing them articulated through the perspective of an Anbu agent was a more profound blow to him. The Anbu represented a crucial strength for any village, and yet his control over this vital force was alarmingly close to non-existent. How could this not weigh heavily on Minato's heart? Moreover, it is not merely the shadowy realm that he governs with an iron grip, The minister of the Department of Administration, Nara Shikahisa, regards him with utmost respect. He diligently attends to his directives, producing a myriad of analytical documents and forms of governance, which await promulgation. However, during this period of anticipation, he chooses to inform the Third Hokage, or perhaps Shimura Danzo. To put it plainly, while he possesses the title of Hokage, he lacks the genuine authority that accompanies it. Then, Summer Yen, what prompted you to make such a choice? Taking a deep breath, Minato Namake's expression grew serious, his voice tinged with a certain coldness. You are aware of my current predicament. Thus, your visit and the sharing of this information raises the question, do you wish for me to sever ties with the Third Hokage? No, Lord Fourth, you misunderstand me. Summer Yen promptly interrupted Minato, adamant that he would not shoulder this blame, even if he harbored certain thoughts. Admitting to them was out of the question. Lord Fourth Hokage, should you fall out with the Third Hokage, let us not even consider the possibility of victory. The ramifications of such an event on Konoha would be beyond calculation. Since he had no intention of admitting fault, he resorted to an appeal to reason and emotion, maintaining a gentle smile without a hint of change in his demeanor. The war had only just concluded, and Konoha was in a state of vulnerability. Should such a scenario unfold, the consequences would be dire. While I must concede one truth, as a member of the Senju clan, I indeed wish for the Third Hokage to relinquish his power. My allegiance to Konoha, and especially as a member of the Umbu, demands a more judicious choice. After uttering this, Summer Yen fell silent, yet his perceptive instincts remained keenly attuned to Minato. Although Minato displayed a stoic countenance, Summer Yen could sense the tension easing within him, indicating he had surmounted the first obstacle. Once the initial hurdle of trust was crossed, the path ahead would be considerably less arduous. With this in mind, why then? Summer Yen, have you sought my counsel? Minato remained silent for a considerable time before letting out a soft sigh. I do not believe your intentions revolve around sealing techniques. Nor do I think they concern Kakashi. To speak plainly, perhaps we can continue this dialogue. Indeed, to risk so much to meet the Hokage could hardly stem from trivial motives. Summer Yen smiled and nodded. In truth, my primary intention is something the Hokage should have already surmised. Surmised? Minato furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he spoke with a newfound seriousness. The Flying Thunder God technique? Indeed. Summer Yen replied, lowering his gaze to the scroll on the ground, his tone calm. My foremost goal is to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato nodded. Having suspected Summer Yen's desire to learn this technique, especially since the boy's ability to activate the Flying Thunder God seal spoke volumes. Moreover, as a member of the Senju clan, his curiosity and aspiration to learn such a technique were hardly surprising. I understand, Minato nodded. And what else? In addition, I fervently hope that the Fourth Hokage shall emerge victorious. Shien spoke with remarkable calmness, his voice remaining gentle as ever. As a member of the Senju clan, I believe the Hokage understands our sentiments. The hope of my victory? Minato Namikaze gazed steadily at Shien, realizing that many thoughts occupied his mind. It seemed that what Shien represented was no longer solely himself, but rather the entirety of the Senju clan. To hope for his triumph was to wish for him to overcome the Third Hokage and reclaim the authority that rightfully belongs to the Hokage. Only then could the Senju clan once again ascend to a position of power within Konoha. Minato scrutinized Shien, yearning to discern something different in his gaze. Alas, Shien remained serene and composed, as if devoid of any other emotions. How do you wish for me to win? After a lengthy silence, Minato inquired. In a manner that does not incite conflict or cause harm to Konoha, and to become the true Hokage, Shien promptly provided the most conventional answer. Is that so? Minato asked in a grave tone. Is this the perspective of your Senju clan? No, it is my own perspective, Shien replied, shaking his head. I have not reported back. As some within the Senju clan. He paused, and Minato nodded gently, acknowledging that extremism exists in all factions, which was hardly surprising. However, he harbored doubts about whether Shien could genuinely represent the Senju clan. After a considerable pause, Minato couldn't help but let out a bitter smile within. What does it matter whether he can represent them? What can I do in my current situation? Lifting his gaze, Minato fixed his eyes on Shien and ultimately made a decision. I understand, Shien. I hope to receive more information regarding the Umbu and the inner workings of Konoha. Matters which are beyond my purview, but accessible to you. No problem, Hokage-sama. Furthermore, I shall personally instruct you in the Flying Thunder God technique, and I hope you will master it. Yes, Hokage-sama. Personally instructing me? Why not allow Kushina to teach me the sealing techniques first? Shine had not anticipated that this groundbreaking meeting would yield a mixed bag of emotions. Minato's lack of trust was evident, and Shine was acutely aware of it. Yet, he also understood that Minato had little choice in the matter. Thus, establishing a modicum of trust based on this skepticism, while assessing Shine's true intentions through the intelligence acquired, seemed to be Minato's best course of action at present. Moreover, Shine bore several significant identities, such as being a classmate of Kakashi, and he was now viewed as a trusted individual by Kakashi. Additionally, he had a 5-year tenure as a captain in the Umbu. Although his position was not particularly high, it granted him access to a considerable amount of information. The value of these identities was undeniably crucial, and Minato recognized his need for such resources. Furthermore, he understood that he currently lacked the capacity to deal with individuals at the ministerial level, and even had little recourse with the captains. Thus, someone of Shine's standing emerged as his most advantageous option at this juncture. From a young age, the illustrious Minato Namikaze has meticulously charted his desired path, evolving from weakness to strength. In a bid to facilitate contact with Shine, he even graciously intends to instruct him in the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato is acutely aware that someone from the Senju clan like Shine will undoubtedly possess ample resources regarding this technique. Shine's own performance attests to this, as he is knowledgeable about the Flying Thunder God and can even activate its seals. However, what he lacks is merely the art of sealing. Yet, Minato believes that teaching only the sealing technique would hardly suffice to satisfy Shine. Given the circumstances, he aims to maximize the benefits within his realm of choices. The ravages of war have imparted numerous lessons to Minato. Despite his gentle demeanor and goodwill, he is compelled to make specific choices at pivotal moments. Consequently, teaching Shine the complete Flying Thunder God technique would undoubtedly foster a greater sense of trust than merely instructing him in sealing techniques. However, Shine finds himself bewildered by Minato's decision. While he indeed requires guidance in the Flying Thunder God technique, as someone with an advantage, he could easily master it. In contrast, he harbors more ambitious ideas regarding the expansion of sealing techniques. Upon realizing that Minato intends to personally participate, Shine is left feeling overwhelmed. Yet, he finds himself unable to decline Minato's kind offer. Resigned, he sits in the Umbu lounge, letting out a slight sigh. This meeting with Minato has yielded favorable outcomes. Although it may not fulfill all his aspirations, it is certainly better than many alternatives. At the very least, he has made progress with the Flying Thunder God technique. And now he must dedicate the next 10 months to mastering it thoroughly while seeking additional sealing techniques. Shine harbors no doubts about his ability to master the Flying Thunder God. His advantages instill him with great confidence in this pursuit. The only aspect requiring attention is how to unleash the full potential of the technique in real combat scenarios. Those who have mastered the Flying Thunder God are undoubtedly formidable. Just look at the Second and Fourth Hokage, the sole practitioners of this technique. Their prowess is unmatched, and the foes they have defeated, some even slain, testify to the technique's immense potential. As for sealing techniques, their variety far surpasses that of the Flying Thunder God. Shine believes that in terms of potential, sealing techniques are equally as formidable as the Flying Thunder God. The once fearsome tailed beasts have ultimately been subdued by sealing techniques, often finding themselves rendered as docile as children. Tailed beasts are indeed terrifying entities, particularly for ordinary ninjas, including some of the elite, who find them exceedingly challenging to confront. However, there are individuals who, when confronted with the tailed beasts, can utterly subdue them from beginning to end, preventing the beast from causing any turmoil whatsoever. Take, for instance, the Senju clan's physical torment of the tailed beasts, the Uchiha clan's psychological torment, and the Vortex clan's sealing techniques, which inflict both mental and physical anguish. Although it must be said that the sealing techniques of the Vortex clan do not quite measure up to the Uchiha's Genjutsu or the Senju's would release. They excel in their dual effects, allowing the tailed beasts to experience simultaneous pleasures of confinement and the sight of the outside world, yet never permitting them to feel true freedom. At this stage, Shine lacks would release abilities, possibly due to not having acquired the necessary seeds. Thus, he is quite willing to invest time in sealing techniques, and he does not believe that such techniques are solely effective against tailed beasts. These arts can undoubtedly yield unimaginable effects on humans as well. Just look at the Third Hokage's use of the Shiki Fujin against Orochimaru, which exemplifies a derivative application of sealing techniques. While Shigeno does not contemplate the Shiki Fujin, he does consider other possibilities, such as directly sealing chakra. As Shigeno was deep in thought, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "What are you pondering?" It was Kakashi. Shigeno slightly turned his head, smiled, and replied, "Nothing much. Just contemplating a few other matters." "Is that so?" Kakashi nodded, not dwelling on it further, and directly seated himself. "By the way, the teacher is looking for you. He intends to teach me sealing techniques," Shigeno said with a grin, having no intention of concealing this fact. The notion of Minato teaching sealing techniques, even the Flying Thunder God technique, is immensely beneficial for Shigeno. He harbors even deeper intentions, though this matter requires careful planning and waiting. He does not believe that as a captain of an Umbu squad maintaining contact with Minato, the Third Hokage would remain oblivious. Should there be any reaction, Shigeno could gain further advantages, and why would he conceal such an opportunity? "Your teacher is personally teaching you sealing techniques?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then unexpectedly broke into a rare smile. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a crescent shape. Even without seeing his entire face, Shigeno knew he was genuinely smiling. "In that case, we are now like brothers in the art." While the sentiment holds true, it still depends on the Hokage's availability. Although Shigeno is astonished by Kakashi's transformation, he maintains a composed demeanor. "By the way, there is something I must inform you." Kakashi soon opened his eyes, his expression reverting to its previous calmness. "Do you remember the matter concerning the obliterated 2nd Division's 5th and 9th squads?" "Of course I remember," Shigeno nodded. Knowing that 2 of his subordinates had been reassigned to lead the restructured teams, he could hardly forget. According to intelligence, they were eliminated by a single individual. "Oh, who is this person capable of such deeds?" "It is indeed somewhat related to us. The one who eliminated them was Kakuzu." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Yin found himself momentarily bewildered, though his expression quickly shifted to one of awkwardness. Kakuzu was truly a vengeful character. After all, it was he who had severed the head of Kakuzu's corpse, intended to be exchanged for money. It seemed excessive to take revenge on the other members of the Leaf Sambu for this. Yin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Such circumstances were undeniably frustrating. Yet he felt compelled to remain silent. Members of the Leaf Sambu were perpetually among the most perilous individuals, especially those engaged in pursuit and assassination, whose danger level was alarmingly high. There were always those who, in pursuit of success, faced dire consequences, and countless others had perished in the line of duty. Thus, being eliminated by Kakuzu was, in strict terms, a rather commonplace occurrence. In a sense, Kakashi had avenged them. Kakashi had removed a heart composed of earth chakra from that wretched being. Though it did not entirely eradicate Kakuzu, it was better than nothing. While Kakuzu's retribution brought Yin discomfort, it was ultimately a minor concern. In truth, Yin should have been wary since the reassignment of Jinny and Ya. The removal of 2 individuals from his ranks could not be without reason, but at the time, Yin assumed it was merely the captain targeting Kakashi, giving it little thought. However, it now appeared that the captain was indeed addressing the matter of Kakuzu, serving as a subtle warning to Yin. Even though Umbu personnel were susceptible to retaliation, it was his own actions that had provoked trouble. A silent warning was warranted. It seemed this matter was indeed connected to us. Yin sighed softly, yet quickly donned a gentle smile. "However, there is no need for concern. We have already reported the situation in advance, have we not?" While this statement held truth, Kakashi sighed lightly. One cannot shake the feeling of guilt. Had it been us who perished, especially considering we had reported the matter beforehand, such information should have been disseminated to ensure everyone's caution. Yin interrupted Kakashi, fully aware of his implications. It merely suggested that they had intended to devise a plan to eliminate Kakuzu, but was that truly feasible? It was indeed possible. As Yin possessed valuable intelligence on Kakuzu, with a coordinated effort alongside Kakashi, there might be a chance. However, this was merely a possibility and would not compel Yin to commit to such an endeavor. He operated under the principle of either being entirely assured or refraining from action. Those were his only 2 choices. During a previous encounter with Kakuzu, he had only acted when he was confident of his escape, a fact that had proven true. In this situation, he felt no need to deliberate further. It was best to let it go. "Ah, I understand." Kakashi nodded gently, inquiring about the fate of their team. You are the squad leader. Yet our numbers seem somewhat disproportionate. We are still short by 2 members, but it is of little concern. Xia Yin replied nonchalantly. Moreover, even if we were to bring in new recruits, it would prove to be a rather tedious affair. Training requires time, and there is no rush. A small team, including the captain, could consist of either 3 or 4 members. Xia Yin's previous team was the standard 4-member squad with the leading ninja included. The structure of the Umbu typically remains unchanged, thus they needed 2 more slots to complete their team. However, the Umbu also possesses a degree of flexibility. Regardless of whether the team is full, as long as the candidates are not those specifically requested by the captain, it is acceptable for the vacancies to remain unfilled. Nevertheless, it remains imperative that the assigned missions must be executed, irrespective of the team's size. One cannot be excused from duty due to such trivialities. Xia Yin was well aware of these matters, but he did not dwell on them excessively. As he had mentioned, bringing in newcomers is indeed a cumbersome process. New recruits are naturally drawn from the reserve list, and upon joining, they must undergo a necessary period of adjustment. This acclimatization is essential, albeit time-consuming. And the truly talented individuals on the reserve list are often already earmarked, leaving only the less remarkable candidates available. If such individuals are brought in without an appropriate adjustment period, they are likely to serve merely as fodder for the shurikens or ninjutsu. Although Xia Yin had never engaged in such practices, he had entertained the thought. Had he not been concerned about potential scrutiny upon their return, he might have acted upon it. The Umbu are not mere battlefield ninjas. Their inspections are perpetually the most rigorous and troublesome, which is why he often lamented that the Umbu was hardly a place for human beings. Therefore, regarding the inclusion of newcomers, he generally opted for patience and observation, waiting for more suitable candidates to emerge. For novices who encountered difficulties during missions, he typically refrained from taking drastic measures, avoiding excessive rescue efforts. This approach aligns well with the ninja values of Konoha during wartime, and Xia Yin was acutely aware of the political correctness involved. He would not engage in any flagrant displays of favoritism. We shall wait until we have time, Xia Yin remarked, patting Kakashi on the shoulder with a gentle smile that exuded an innocent demeanor. Otherwise, bringing them in now could jeopardize their safety during missions. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Captain, by the way, I hope my previous slip of the tongue did not cause you any distress. Rest assured, it is of no consequence. Xia Yin replied with a smile. Your subsequent cooperation has been commendable. I do not foresee any issues. Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment at the compliment. His cooperation was hardly commendable. It was, in fact, a genuine clash of combat skills. Achieving that level of performance without resorting to lethal ninjutsu was the utmost limit for him. Yet, that very limit, which left him somewhat overwhelmed by Xia Yin's prowess, was misconstrued as mere cooperation, leaving Kakashi struggling to find amusement in the situation. However, it did not take long for him to notice that Xia Yin had taken out paper and pen, seemingly recording something, which piqued his curiosity. Captain, what are you doing? Kakashi inquired, a hint of perplexity in his voice. Particularly, as he observed the content Xia Yin was writing, which pertained to the assailants they had previously encountered, his intrigue deepened. For Lord Hokage, Xia Yin replied calmly, his tone notably subdued. Certain matters must be clarified, and this is, after all, part of my mission. A mission? Kakashi inhaled deeply, then nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He was unaware of the nature of the mission linking Xia Yin to his mentor, and he had no intention of probing deeper. For he understood that the complexity of the situation far exceeded his imagination. Kakashi was not mistaken. Indeed, the matter was exceedingly intricate. However, if one were to consider Xia Yin's perspective, the complexity was not as pronounced as it appeared. Xia Yin was not particularly concerned that reporting the situation within the Umbu would attract any trouble, as the internal monitoring of its members was comparatively lenient. Although this leniency was relative, the necessary checks were still thorough, yet Xia Yin was indifferent to such scrutiny, setting aside the question of whether anyone was observing him. Given that he was situated in a sufficiently concealed area, he even hoped someone might notice and subsequently relay this matter to the Third Hokage, which would not pose a significant danger. Nevertheless, he would not be overly conspicuous, as such blatant traces would be too obvious and clumsy. Since Xia Yin had already made an agreement with Minato Namikaze, he naturally prepared the necessary materials, including his observations and experiences within the Umbu. For instance, He intended to report on the root members encountered during a mission with Kakashi and even mention the existence of an underground laboratory. He had not disclosed these matters during his previous meeting with Minato, nor had Minato been in haste for him to do so. This was because Minato was aware that Cheyenne was still engaged in a defensive mission. Night patrols were required not only from the regular defense ninjas of Konoha, but also from the Yambu, which faced even more perilous and troublesome tasks. This was to guard against spies within the village transmitting information, even if such efforts often proved futile. Every village harbored numerous spies, a tacit understanding among all, and at times, even the village leaders might exploit these informants. Nevertheless, it was essential to eliminate potential threats, particularly those spies who had thus far evaded detection yet managed to acquire sensitive information, making them prime targets for capture. When encountering such individuals, the Yambu's mission was to neutralize them swiftly. Acting decisively was fraught with danger, and allowing these individuals to escape would be a dereliction of duty. Hence, Minato refrained from wasting Cheyenne's time unnecessarily, especially since he himself had clandestinely ventured out and needed to return to accompany his wife. Cheyenne's current preparations are entirely focused on his next encounter with Minato Namikaze. As he diligently learns the Flying Thunder God technique, he intends to convey his sincerity to him. Once he masters this technique, his prowess is poised for a remarkable enhancement. However, he is curious about how his strength evaluation will transform. Presently, his evaluation has already ascended to the level of a Jonin, largely due to his exceptionally high foundational attributes. Coupled with 2 types of chakra fruits, as well as his mastery of earth and water release techniques, his overall strength has reached the Jonin tier. Despite his chakra reserves being only at the Chunin level, the Flying Thunder God technique's chakra consumption is entirely dependent on distance, which implies that if Xia Yin engages in close combat, his chakra reserves, albeit at a Chunin level, would be more than sufficient to sustain him, albeit with some limitations on frequency. Moreover, the combat efficacy of the Flying Thunder God is exceedingly formidable, leading Xia Yin to ponder whether mastering it might elevate his overall strength evaluation to that of an elite Jonin, or even to the level of a Kage. Of course, this remains mere speculation, and the specifics will only be revealed upon his mastery of the technique. Even once learned, Xia Yin believes he would initially be limited to close-quarters combat with the technique. As for long-range escapes, he feels it prudent to refrain unless he acquires additional sources of chakra. Speaking of sources of chakra, there are indeed numerous options available. Tailed beasts present a prime choice. However, given his current strength and status, it is utterly implausible for him to control one, even if they were released. The very thought of tailed beasts stirs something within Xia Yin. If he were to master sealing techniques, he might be able to intervene during the Nine Tails incident 6 months hence. Nevertheless, he lacks the audacity to approach the Akatsuki organization, especially since his aspirations have shifted towards the position of Hokage. As a member of the Senju clan, he possesses a legitimate claim to this ambition, and he believes that with careful maneuvering, he stands a considerable chance. He would never entertain the foolish notion of associating with Uchiha Madara, who was once vanquished by Senju Hashirama. Thus, even if the Nine Tails were to emerge, he would refrain from interference. Other tailed beasts present their own challenges. Some have yet to be resurrected, like the Three Tails, while others are securely housed within their Jinchuriki, closely monitored by their villages. Furthermore, Xia Yin doubts his ability to contend with those rogue Jinchuriki, such as the one from Awagakure. Who knows whether the Four Tails Jinchuriki has fled? While the intelligence divisions may have access to such information, one should never underestimate the concealment capabilities of a village or a powerful ninja. With tailed beasts ruled out, Xia Yin's thoughts suddenly shifted as he recalled something significant. In fact, it seems there are 2 additional sources of chakra. One appears to belong to the Zero Tails residing within the body of Amaru from the Sky Village, although this woman has yet to be born. Moreover, the exact origins of the Zero Tails remain shrouded in mystery, as does the role played by the enigmatic figure known as Shigeno. Xia Yin finds himself utterly uninformed. He is merely aware of the existence of such a being. Beyond this, his understanding of the intricacies of the Hidden Air Village is rather limited. He knows only of its colossal fortress, with little else to illuminate his knowledge. After all, the Hidden Air Village has been extinguished for many years, and Xia Yin's interest in this original narrative is rather tepid. Remembering the names of its characters, their general information, and the status of the fortress is quite an achievement for him. Conversely, another tale captivates him far more. although it too belongs to the realm of original narratives. It revolves around the poignant reunion between the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his son, Naruto Uzumaki. The notion of traversing time and space ignites a profound curiosity within Xia Yan. Consequently, he has retained a wealth of details and information regarding this chakra source. He knows it is referred to as the Dragon Vein, and he possesses comprehensive knowledge about its specifics, condition, and location. Most crucially, Xia Yan is acutely aware that, at present, this chakra source is likely overlooked by all. The Hidden Leaf Village should have shown interest, yet Minato has sealed it away, along with his own memories, leading to a significant loss of vital details. The sealing techniques of the Sand Village leave much to be desired. Despite the strength of the One-Tail's seal, their own practices are quite poor. The state of Gaara speaks volumes. It is said that he has never truly rested. The Dragon Vein concealed within Lulan? Xia Yan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Once he masters sealing techniques, he will seize the opportunity to explore it further. After all, such an ownerless treasure could prove immensely beneficial to him. With a newfound objective, Xia Yan feels invigorated. However, he is acutely aware that, given his current abilities, pursuing the Dragon Vein would likely end in disaster. Furthermore, his current status forbids him from roaming freely outside the village. Yet, he allows himself to dream, confident that within the coming months, he can transform this aspiration into a tangible reality. Nevertheless, that is a matter for the future. For now, Xia Yan must focus on enhancing his strength, gradually plotting his course. Without power, all aspirations are mere fantasies, especially in a world like that of Naruto, where strength is one of the most critical elements. Power, he muses quietly. Who knows how far I might go in the future? Truthfully, he sometimes feels bewildered about the path he should take to reach a level of transcendent mastery. At this moment in time, he finds himself in one of the safest periods. The two formidable individuals who could single-handedly annihilate a village have long since passed, and the ninja world has not witnessed such terrifying deities in the last 50 or 60 years. Yet, in the coming decade, such beings may re-emerge, perhaps better described as formidable adversaries. One is Uchiha Sasuke, and the other is Uzumaki Naruto. These two individuals undeniably possess the power to obliterate the ninja world single-handedly. Just look at those they ultimately vanquished. Each could have accomplished such feats. However, it appears they have faced their share of misfortune, for their external assistance is transient. After their climactic battle, it seems that the Sage of Six Paths reclaimed their enhancements. Following them is Boruto, where even the simplest fire techniques fail to ignite, and the divine beings there are extraordinarily formidable. Perhaps they should not be referred to as divine. An invasion of extraterrestrial entities in the ninja realm would be more accurate. In any case, Xia Yan is reasonably content with the timing of his transmigration. Arriving too early would have rendered him a mere foot soldier, and arriving too late would have left him in the same predicament. At this juncture, he still has the opportunity to develop and thoughtfully strategize the path he wishes to pursue. At the very least, he can endeavor to fulfill the singular task of the greatest antagonist in the ninja world. Yet, in this lineage-centric realm, many paths have already been irrevocably defined. After some serious contemplation, Xia Yan shook his head in resigned acknowledgement. While the lower-tier powers can exhibit a variety of capabilities, the trajectories of higher-tier powers have long since been established. For the descendants of Indra and Asura, the optimal approach is to acquire the chakra of the other, thereby enhancing their own strength or, shall we say, their genetic attributes. However, herein lies the dilemma. Although Xia Yan is a descendant of the Senju clan, he is quite certain that he is not the reincarnation of Asura, even if he were to encounter Naruto and Sasuke, the children of external assistance. He remains unaware of when exactly they awaken the chakra of Indra and Asura. If too much time has elapsed, it would render any potential benefit moot. Perhaps gathering such power could inadvertently attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths, which would be the most troublesome of circumstances. The Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, is certainly not deceased. With strength of that magnitude, how could he possibly perish? With a keen awareness of his own limitations, Xia Yan refrains from contemplating the chakra of Indra and Asura. The intricacies of this matter are far beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, he possesses external assistance that allows him to acquire chakra of all attributes, which serves as his advantage. Xia Yan's gaze shimmered slightly. The more chakra attributes he possesses, the more complete his power becomes. With external assistance, he is utterly unconcerned about mastering these chakras entirely. Moreover, possessing chakra with complete attributes enables him to attain a coveted artifact, the truth-seeking orb. The potency of this orb requires no extensive elaboration. It possesses the capacity to dismantle nearly all ninjutsu systems, making it one of the most formidable weapons. When chakra of all attributes is thoroughly fused, it culminates in the bloodline limit, Kekkei Mora. Kekkei Mora is undoubtedly the most powerful and terrifying force within the Naruto universe, capable of overpowering all bloodline limits. However, the difficulty of birthing Kekkei Mora transcends the imagination. It necessitates the fusion of 7 distinct chakra nature transformations. How many bloodline limits exist within the entirety of the ninja world? Xia Yin was uncertain, yet the emphasis placed on bloodline limit ninjas by every village, with the exception of the Hidden Mist village, underscored the rarity of such individuals. In essence, a typical bloodline limit fusion is merely the ultimate amalgamation of 2 distinct chakra types. Presently, there exists only one individual in the entire ninja realm who possesses the bloodline limit of elimination, and that is the 3rd Hokage, Inoki. Even at the venerable age of 79 during the 4th Great Ninja War, Inoki displayed a level of combat prowess and destructive capability that defied the imagination. The sheer power exhibited by Inoki, who had fused 3 types of chakra, invites contemplation on the cataclysmic potential of someone who could merge 7. Moreover, Xia Yin possessed a unique foundation. Due to his external enhancement, he could relatively effortlessly acquire these chakra types, even mastering them without arduous effort. The only quandary that troubled him was the matter of fusion, yet Xia Yin believed it was unwise to dwell on such concerns at present. Furthermore, there existed the possibility that his enhancement might allow him to discover fusion seeds, thereby yielding fusion fruits. Fusion was the most complex and vexing aspect. Yet the existence of the enhancement provided Xia Yin with a degree of reassurance. Although he had yet to comprehend the basis of his enhancement, which extracts corresponding chakra from plants, as long as it derived from flora, Xia Yin felt emboldened to experiment. For instance, he could explore the possibility of creating unique plants that retained this fusion property. If all else failed, he could even consult his family's ancient texts and seek assistance from Orochimaru, although turning to him would be a last resort. Under normal circumstances, he would prefer to avoid such an encounter. Orochimaru was undeniably astute and perilous, and dealings with such a character posed a challenge for Xia Yin, one that was entirely unnecessary. Were Xia Yan's strength sufficient to easily overpower Orochimaru, it would pose no issue. Regrettably, at this juncture, Xia Yin would likely find himself akin to Kakashi in the original narrative, pursuing the rogue Orochimaru, only to have his mask shattered by a single blow. With a deep sigh, he gazed at the densely filled pages of his notes, halting his pen. To his surprise, he had penned so much while contemplating. However, it mattered little. Despite the excess, it adequately conveyed his sincerity, did it not? Upon clarifying certain matters, Xia Yan's subsequent days settled into an extraordinarily regular rhythm. With no holidays on the horizon, he dutifully accompanied Kakashi on their missions. Fortunately, luck favored him. During this period, his tasks were not particularly arduous. They primarily involved patrolling for spies or rogue ninjas departing the village, or thwarting those who impersonated foreign ninjas in their assaults on Konoha. In truth, these assignments were rather effortless for both Xia Yin and Kakashi. At the very least, they had not encountered formidable adversaries such as Kakuzu or Yashimaru. It is quite intriguing that during their first team formation, they faced an opponent of Kakuzu's caliber, and in their second encounter, they confronted an elite jonin like Yashimaru. Following these 2 instances, the most troublesome adversaries they encountered were merely jonin. In truth, jonin are considered the elite of a village, even in the Hidden Leaf village, which does not boast an overwhelming number of ninja. There are still over 200. Naturally, if one were to take comprehensive strength into account, the number might be somewhat greater. Yet, even with an increase, it pales in comparison to the vast population of the Hidden Leaf. How many inhabitants does the Hidden Leaf possess? Including ordinary residents, the total exceeds 100,000, and with such a colossal population base, even if the number of jonin were to double, it would still seem woefully inadequate, perhaps due to the exceptional performance displayed by the 2. The captain was not in a hurry to have Shine supplement their ranks with new recruits. This captain clearly understood Shine's perspective, as training a ninja is no trivial matter, particularly for those entering the Umbu. even a mere supplementary team member, is deemed exceedingly valuable. Before long, a month had passed. The outstanding performance of Cheyenne and Kakashi over this period earned them a 3-day holiday, which brought immense joy to Cheyenne. Though 3 days may seem brief, it represents a splendid opportunity for Cheyenne. Moreover, throughout the month of undertaking missions, he had diligently perused every book on sealing techniques available to him, even committing much of it to memory. What he lacked was systematic instruction and guidance to help him comprehend how to apply the knowledge he had acquired to realize the characteristics of sealing techniques. With a day of rest commencing tomorrow, he planned to visit the Fourth Hokage. After finishing work that evening, Cheyenne exchanged greetings with Kakashi before making his way home. As he walked, he opened his personal panel, curious to see its current state. Upon scrutinizing it closely, he was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of pleasant surprise. Name: Senju Cheyenne. Gender: male. Date of birth: year 34 of the leaf calendar. March 24th. Rank: Jonin, Chunin. Bloodline development level: initial, Senju secret techniques, seeds, Jonin chakra volume seed, 60 maturity. Intermediate sage art seed, 85 maturity. Advanced earth release seed, 71 maturity. Advanced water release seed, 71 maturity. Fruits: none. Mission: to become the true boss of the ninja world, unique. Had the maturity of the intermediate sage art seed increased further? Cheyenne himself had not anticipated such progress, while his other seeds had not remained entirely stagnant. The mere fractional increase in the maturity of the earth and water release seeds left him somewhat contemplative. As for the chakra volume seed, he could hardly bear to cast at a glance. Had it not been for the unmistakable indication of the Senju secret arts inscribed in his bloodline, coupled with the undeniable fact that his adoptive parents were undoubtedly of the Senju clan, he might have found himself questioning whether he truly was a descendant of the Senju. His progress in chakra cultivation had reached a point where it transcended mere embarrassment. Alas, such was the case. At least there was a semblance of surprise, was there not? With a resigned sigh, Cheyenne decided not to dwell on it any further, having grown accustomed to such uncertainties over the years. Moreover, the seed of sage chakra had indeed provided him with a remarkable boon, as its moderate nature made cultivation considerably less arduous. Yet, this was still a delightful revelation. For Cheyenne understood that once he mastered the intermediate sage mode, he could unleash an even greater power built upon his existing abilities. Contemplating the Flying Thunder God technique, Cheyenne hesitated to envision the possibilities, as he had speculated whether he might directly ascend to the rank of a Kage in the system's assessment. Achieving such a status would undeniably represent a qualitative leap, a rarity even among the elite. As the peak of Konohagakure in its prime had only seen 6 Kage at the helm: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Hatake Tsukumo, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. This era marked the zenith of Konoha's power, yet it was a time long past. Nevertheless, he quickly shook his head, reasoning that even if he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, his overall prowess would likely not reach the Kage level. After all, his insufficient chakra made him ill-suited for prolonged combat, a limitation that Kage did not share. Yet, achieving a level deemed near Kage by the system seemed entirely within reach. In truth, the classification of a ninja's strength in this world was far from the precise delineations of the system. The notion of a Chunin defeating a Jonin was entirely plausible if one employed strategy effectively, even utilizing shuriken to gain the upper hand. He shook his head slightly, acknowledging that the system's evaluation of his capabilities had afforded him a clearer understanding of his own strengths. Furthermore, even if his overall prowess was merely assessed as near Kage, it still granted him a semblance of life-preserving capability in this era. With this thought, a smile crept across Cheyenne's lips. He grew increasingly eager about mastering both the sealing technique and the Flying Thunder God technique. Swiftly making his way to his residence, he did not forget to carefully deliver a scroll to the elder's abode as he passed by. He then remained in hiding until he confirmed that the scroll had been retrieved by someone within the elder's household before slowly returning to his own humble dwelling. Upon his return, Cheyenne was somewhat taken aback to discover that his home had been tidied up, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. To his recollection, he had not enlisted anyone to assist in cleaning his room. Moreover, his space was devoid of clutter, with little to be organized. Did someone perhaps tidy away cobwebs? Were there enemies lurking? Or was it something else entirely? Xia Yin was perplexed, yet he exercised considerable caution as he thoroughly inspected his room. Ultimately, he was 100% certain that someone had merely come to assist him in tidying up. But what could this mean? Xiaoyan pondered. Could it be that the family intended to arrange a fiancé for him? In large families, it is often a privilege to have marriages orchestrated for their young. Although he was only 14, engagements were certainly feasible. The mere thought of this made Xia Yan's expression turn peculiar. Could they truly be introducing a Lianhua to him? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell further on the matter, resolving instead to rest well for the night, as he was to meet Hokage Minato the following day. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Good morning, Xia Yan-kun, he greeted as dawn broke. Early the next morning, Xia Yan quietly appeared in a secluded forest. After conducting a brief assessment of his surroundings, he promptly summoned Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique, which had been left behind by him. Xia Yan had no intention of visiting the Hokage's office to seek out Minato, and it was evident that Minato had no such plans either. Thus, determining the time himself and summoning Minato was the wisest course of action. Sure enough, it was not long before Minato materialized before him, just as he had the previous evening. Maintaining his gentle and seemingly harmless smile, Xia Yan greeted Minato. The Hokage reciprocated with a warm smile. Yet he scrutinized Xia Yan from head to toe. It must be acknowledged that while the Senju clan's genes may not rival those of the Uchiha, they certainly possess their own merits. Particularly within the lineage of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, Xia Yan boasted a head of white hair and striking features. However, Xia Yan was acutely aware that his appearance was somewhat atypical for the Senju clan. Typically, members of the Senju sported brown hair. Thus, a deviation in hair color often indicated notable looks. Just look at Tobirama Senju, then at Tsunade, and finally at Xia Yan to see the truth of it. Yet, for Xia Yan, he preferred the idea of having black hair, as he had in his previous life. He felt that white hair was rather too conspicuous, especially during stealth missions, where a head of white would shine like a bright moon against the darkness. Unfortunately, genetic traits are immutable, and after so many years, he had grown accustomed to it. Thus he had no desire to dye his hair back. It seems Xia Yan-kun is ready, Minato remarked after appraising him for a moment. Then let us begin without delay. Hokage-sama, before we commence, I believe you should take a look at this, Xia Yan said, gently shaking his head as he handed a scroll to Minato. Raising an eyebrow, Minato accepted the scroll and opened it, expecting Xia Yan to have him teach first before revealing any intelligence. It appeared that this young man was indeed quite intriguing. However, Minato Namikaze did not dwell too much on it. His curiosity about what Shiryen had documented for him was piqued. Yet, as he began to read earnestly, the expression on his face subtly shifted, eventually becoming rather grim. The scroll contained information solely pertaining to what he had already learned and speculated regarding the Umbu and the root. Minato had already mentally prepared himself for this content. Yet upon witnessing the records firsthand, he could not help but feel a sense of shock. He was acutely aware of the various departments within the Umbu, as these smaller divisions perfected the operational mechanisms of the organization. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that each key figure within these departments had been distinctly marked by Shiryen as loyal to the Third Hokage. This included the leader of the Umbu Interrogation Unit, the head of the Intelligence Division, the two captains of the Action Unit, and the minister of the Umbu. With such individuals in place, one could easily imagine the training and ideological indoctrination imparted to the Umbu members, and to whom their loyalty would ultimately lie. Yet, the sole captain not marked as loyal to the Third Hokage had been indicated by Shiryen as loyal to a mysterious figure. This annotation caused Minato's brow to furrow. Could it be that others sought to infiltrate the Umbu as well? Captain Shiryen. It took a moment, but when Minato had thoroughly reviewed the scroll, his demeanor became exceptionally grave. Can you vouch for the authenticity of this report? I apologize, Lord Hokage, but this report contains some of my first-hand observations, as well as certain conjectures. Shiryen resolutely shook his head, refusing to concede to these matters. In truth, Lord Hokage was already aware that regardless of the veracity of this intelligence, he would deny its existence, would he not? Minato fell silent, recognizing that in his current capacity as Hokage, he would be hesitant to readily acknowledge such matters, let alone coming from Shiryen, a member of the Senju clan and a mere captain in the Umbu. Nevertheless, Minato was curious as to why Shiryen, as a captain, had access to so much information. Are you perhaps wondering why I have encountered such intelligence? Without needing Minato to ask, Shiryen anticipated his thoughts. A slight smile graced his lips as he calmly replied. Lord Hokage, as a member of the Senju clan who has spent considerable time in the Umbu, Do you truly believe my sole purpose is to serve Konoha? Even if I harbored such sentiments, my clan would not wish for that. Therefore, you bear the responsibility of investigating the internal conditions of the Umbu and reporting back to your clan, correct? Without requiring Shiryen to finish his thought, Minato instantly grasped his meaning. However, his gaze was somewhat peculiar. Although he had been exposed to such intelligence, information was merely information, and it was entirely different from a living person acknowledging it. Yet, Shiryen bore no such burdens. He nodded directly, as if he were entirely unconcerned about the exposure of this slight secret. Indeed, I believe that Lord Hokage must have encountered similar intelligence, correct? Shiryen inquired with a subtle smile, though his tone suggested a sense of certainty. Yes, I have seen similar reports, but they were halted before confirmation could be established. Minato Namikaze hesitated briefly before nodding earnestly. This is hardly surprising. After all, the Umbu was founded by the esteemed Tobirama Senju, and there remains a considerable influence from the Senju clan within. Shiryen sighed softly, remarking, although this influence has waned significantly with the decline of the Senju clan and the departure of Lady Tsunade from the village, there are still individuals and families that choose to ally with us, thus allowing us to acquire a substantial amount of intelligence. Furthermore, my continuous presence in the Umbu has naturally enabled me to ascertain a considerable amount of information. Consequently, the intelligence in the hands of Lord Hokage is, in essence, personally validated by me. Is the Family S intelligence truly confirmed by you? Minato's mouth parted slightly, yet he ultimately fell silent, just as Shiryen had indicated. The complete decline of the Senju clan coincided with Tsunade's departure from the village. Nevertheless, some individuals and families still harbor hope for the Senju, despite their weakened state. The Senju likely possess their own unique strengths, and with the support of such familial power, acquiring some core intelligence from Konoha is not surprising. The Umbu, after all, was established by Tobirama Senju. Moreover, the intelligence that Shiryen presently provided him evidently stemmed from familial sources. In truth, Minato was overthinking the matter. Or perhaps Shiryen's acting prowess was exceptional to a fault. The Senju clan did possess their own network of intelligence. However, that network has long since been rendered ineffective. Years ago, Tobirama Senju formed the Umbu to counter the Uchiha, simultaneously establishing the root to counterbalance the Umbu. Essentially, he invested the entire familial intelligence network into these endeavors. Currently, the Senju clan's ability to procure intelligence is indeed lamentably limited. Aside from his conjectures, the information Shiryen has shared required considerable effort to obtain. Yet, Konoha could hardly have complete insight into the actual circumstances of the Senju clan, which afforded Shiryen an excellent opportunity. Regardless of how he articulated his thoughts, Minato could never be entirely certain, could he? Observing the grave expression on Minato's face, Shiryen maintained his smile, sensing the internal struggle and conflict within Minato. This turmoil was precisely what he sought. He did not expect to possess the infectious charm akin to Naruto, despite his efforts to cultivate a trustworthy and gentle persona. However, time was still too short, and let us not forget, he was a member of the Umbu. The struggle and conflict indicated that Minato was contemplating. Once thought processes emerged, it signified a significant opportunity for Shiryen. Even though Minato would prefer to place his trust in Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had nurtured him and enabled him to fulfill his lifelong dream of becoming Hokage, the current situation compelled him to ponder deeply. Shiryen seized this opportunity, creating a scenario that left Minato in a state of indecision that was difficult to refuse. After a considerable pause, Namikaze Minato finally nodded slightly. I understand. Thank you for the information. This is my responsibility, Lord Hokage. Shiryen responded with a smile. However, I still have some questions. Minato fixed his gaze on Shiryen, inquiring each word deliberately. Are you certain about presenting family intelligence in this manner? Furthermore, the individual you marked is not the third Hokage, but rather the captain of a mysterious figure. Do you possess more detailed information? Please rest assured, Lord Hokage, although I have not reported to my family, they might view this as a positive development. Shiryen maintained an ambiguous demeanor regarding the intelligence, yet he was confident that Minato would comprehend. As expected, upon hearing Shiryen's words, Minato seemed to understand, nodding knowingly. Shiryen had previously stated that this was his personal endeavor, entirely unrelated to his family. Whether it truly was unrelated remained a matter for contemplation, as Minato suspected that even if they were aware, they would feign ignorance. The necessary information would still be provided. while inquiries beyond that would remain unasked. It was akin to re-establishing a connection. Betting on both sides was not unusual. Placing all one's eggs in one basket was what truly seemed peculiar. Unless, of course, there was no alternative. After a brief pause, Cheyenne continued. As for that captain who was not clearly marked, I believe Lord Hokage must have heard of a certain individual. Who? Minato inquired directly. Cheyenne smiled faintly before slowly revealing a name, Shimura Danzo. Minato was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this name, his expression turning quite peculiar. He was undoubtedly familiar with this individual, as Danzo was one of the significant figures wielding power in Konoha. However, why would he involve himself with the Umbu? Minato understood that Danzo had always harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage, a sentiment he had never concealed. Furthermore, which Konoha ninja did not yearn for the position of Hokage. Yet, Danzo shared a deep bond with the Third Hokage, not merely as classmates, but as comrades who had stood together through life and death. Given that the Umbu was still under the control of the Third Hokage, was this arrangement tacitly accepted, or had some clandestine maneuvers taken place? Minato found it perplexing, as Danzo's actions seemed tantamount to betraying the Third Hokage. He leaned towards the notion of it being accepted, yet why would the Third Hokage bestow a portion of authority over the Umbu to Danzo? After all, Danzo commanded the route. Had he misjudged the situation? Furrowing his brow, Minato pondered, is there some underlying issue? Lord Hokage, you are mistaken in your inquiry, Cheyenne replied with a resigned smile, raising his hands innocently. I am merely a small team leader within the Umbu. How could I possibly know so much? However, I can inform you that the captain's choice of Danzo likely occurred before your election as Hokage. Before my election as Hokage? In that moment, as he found himself nominated and competing against Lord Orochimaru, it struck Minato Namikaze that many pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. Based on fragmented information, it appeared that Danzo had not initially supported Orochimaru. At that time, the rumors surrounding Orochimaru's human experiments were circulating throughout Konoha. However, subsequent events necessitated a restructuring of his roots, during which those rumors began to fade, and Danzo shifted his allegiance to Orochimaru. Was it the need for restructuring that ignited Danzo's desire to gain control over the Umbu, exchanging his support for Orochimaru's ascension? Did he perceive Orochimaru's victory as inevitable, prompting him to act preemptively? The more Minato pondered these matters, the closer he felt to the truth. Yet, with each revelation, a chill gripped his spine. The internal strife within Konoha's upper echelons had far exceeded his expectations. Was this truly the Hokage he had longed for? Taking a deep breath, Minato quelled his inner turmoil and turned his gaze toward Cheyenne. At that moment, his expression was a tapestry of complexity, as this information had led him to contemplate numerous implications. If these revelations were indeed accurate, the assistance they offered was beyond imagination. Conversely, if they were fabricated, then Cheyenne, or rather, this forlorn Senju clan, sought to obliterate the village. A thorough investigation was imperative. He must personally verify these claims. Minato quickly resolved within himself that he could trust no one at this juncture. The expansive Konoha had always enveloped him in warmth. Yet now he felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. Fixing his earnest gaze upon Cheyenne, Minato adjusted his emotions before speaking. I understand. Thank you for this invaluable information. There is no need for such formalities, Hokage-sama, Cheyenne replied, shaking his head. With a sober expression, he continued. It would be prudent for you to verify this information personally, as there are aspects we cannot ascertain. Cheyenne's candid demeanor elicited a gentle nod from Minato, who chose not to pursue the topic further. Placing the scroll Cheyenne had provided on the ground, he swiftly formed hand seals to unleash a fire technique, igniting the scroll and watching it rapidly turn to ash. As the wisps of smoke dissipated, Minato calmly declared, Now, I shall teach you the sealing technique and the flying thunder god technique. Are you prepared? Naturally, I am ready, Cheyenne responded, a warm smile gracing his features. Then, I look forward to your guidance, Hokage-sama. Minato's instruction was marked by a seriousness and rigor that Cheyenne had not anticipated. It was as though Minato approached his teaching as if he were mentoring a disciple. What was this circumstance? Cheyenne felt bewildered, fully aware that Minato would dedicate himself to his instruction, especially after Cheyenne had so candidly shared such substantial information. Even though the intelligence still requires meticulous review by Minato Namikaze, given the plethora of intricate matters involved, The dedicated instruction he provides is undeniably invaluable. However, it is now evident that Minato's role transcends mere guidance. It embodies a profound impartation of knowledge. Although Xiaoyan finds this notion somewhat distasteful, particularly as it derives from modern vernacular that has long since lost its original significance, the reality is that Minato's current approach exemplifies this very essence. He harbors no intent to withhold information, commencing with the most fundamental sealing techniques, and, during breaks, sharing insights into the Flying Thunder God technique. Such instruction is truly beyond Xiaoyan's wildest imaginings. Despite his somewhat sluggish progress in sealing techniques, he senses that he is nearing the completion of the initial stage. However, he remains uncertain about the timeline, perhaps a month, perhaps longer. Xiaoyan muses that, possessing an advantage, he could achieve mastery of his current abilities upon successful execution. Yet, he must first accomplish that success, a feat he has yet to fully achieve. It is not for lack of effort. He has attempted a sealing technique, only to see it fail for various reasons. His performance in sealing techniques has been less than satisfactory, regrettably devoid of external support, such as a landlady. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and although Xiaoyan's progress in sealing was not ideal, he significantly enriched his theoretical knowledge. Coupled with Minato's attentive teaching, he developed a commendable understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique, which he had not extensively explored before. It can be said that Xiaoyan is now almost fully prepared, awaiting the arrival of his proverbial east wind. Moreover, during these 3 days, Minato's demeanor towards him underwent noticeable change. Xiaoyan, possessing keen observational skills and aided by his perceptive abilities, discerned even the slightest shifts in Minato's attitude. He speculated that this transformation likely stemmed from Minato's validation of the intelligence he provided through his own channels. Although Xiaoyan remained uncertain of the specific aspects that had been confirmed, he did not dwell on it, as all facets bore equal significance to him. Even if some intelligence contained minor inaccuracies, such discrepancies were permissible. He had never claimed that his information was infallible. Well, Xiaoyan, it appears this session of instruction must conclude here. Minato smiled as he observed the setting sun. With 3 days having passed, it was time for Xiaoyan to return to the Umbu for reporting, necessitating a temporary halt to their teachings. Over this brief period, Minato's perception of Xiaoyan indeed transformed considerably. Most notably, he had confirmed the authenticity of certain pieces of intelligence provided by Xiaoyan. It must be said that the revelations of such alarming truths greatly troubled Minato. However, with this newfound understanding, he gained a clearer judgment of his own situation, becoming acutely aware of his position. Even though these pieces of information had not been entirely confirmed, Xiaoyan had nonetheless demonstrated his worth, and Kakashi Hitaki was well aware of his need for Xiaoyan's assistance. Furthermore, it seemed that Kakashi had developed a certain admiration for talent. Xiaoyan's foundational knowledge of sealing techniques was remarkably solid, clearly indicating that he had put in considerable effort discreetly. Although he had yet to master the sealing technique, Kakashi understood that this was entirely normal. Sealing techniques differed from other ninjutsu, their complexity far exceeding that of conventional skills. Kakashi vividly remembered spending an entire month to achieve his first seal during his own studies, under the direct tutelage of Kushina, and his performance had been quite lackluster, highlighting the formidable difficulty involved. Should Xiaoyan truly learn and master the Flying Thunder God technique, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Konoha, especially if approached without any selfish motives. The current state of Konoha was indeed frail, and Kakashi was more than willing to guide Xiaoyan, appreciating his talent. "Thank you for your guidance, Hokage-sama," Xiaoyan said with a radiant smile, bowing earnestly. "Without your instruction, my progress would not have been so swift." "Thank you. It is nothing. After all, you are a ninja of Konoha, are you not?" Kakashi replied earnestly, patting Xiaoyan on the shoulder. "If, and I emphasize if, the opportunity arises, I would be willing to be your teacher." "Thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama," Xiaoyan responded, understanding Kakashi's intentions. He smiled softly and added, "If the chance presents itself, I shall certainly call you teacher, Hokage-sama." However, it was evident that the moment had not yet come. Kakashi had not fully confirmed Xiaoyan's inner thoughts and was uncertain of his motives. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan harbored other intentions, not necessarily feeling compelled to align himself with Kakashi's path. No one could predict when the right moment would arrive, perhaps soon, or perhaps it would never come. "Now, before you leave, allow me to present you with something." Kakashi approached a large tree and pressed his palm against it. With the surge of chakra, Xia Yin clearly observed a seal of the flying thunder god materialize upon its surface. However, this seal was incomplete. It was merely the most rudimentary form, devoid of any personal characteristics. Yet, Xia Yan's eyes brightened slightly. For he understood that Kakashi was not merely showing him this seal, but rather imparting knowledge of the sealing technique itself. This foundational sealing technique of the flying thunder god was indeed significant. You may study the method of this seal. I believe it will prove immensely beneficial to you, Kakashi said with a smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Xia Yin beamed with joy, recognizing the value of this sealing technique. Well then, I shall take my leave. Wolfing Watergate paid no heed and continued. Let us meet again when you next take a rest. Yes, Lord Hokage, Xia Yin replied with a smile and a nod. Wolfing Watergate was not one to indulge in idle chatter. He nodded slightly and then vanished from the spot as if he had never been there at all. Like a wisp of smoke. Ah, the flying thunder god technique. Xia Yin observed this spectacle, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Though he understood that such considerations were not pertinent to him at this moment. Yet, he pondered, is the future promising? Stretching lazily, Xia Yin sat against a tree, feeling the fatigue of a day's training weigh upon him. What he never anticipated was that while resting against that tree, his mind was stirred by the system. Detecting special attribute plant, analyzing. The data analysis revealed a primary sealing type seed. What on earth is going on? Upon returning home, Xia Yin plopped down on his bed, his mind a tumult of confusion. He truly could not comprehend why that decrepit tree bore the fruit of sealing techniques. He speculated whether it had something to do with Wolfing Watergate leaving that seal upon the tree. For this was the only explanation that could clarify how he obtained such a thing. However, what troubled him was that the seeds he had acquired previously did not come about in this manner. The speed type seed had been procured from a bamboo grove, the strength type from a cypress, and the reaction type seemingly stumbled upon among flowers. Xia Yin examined the yellow seed in his hand, recalling the origins of his past seeds. The earth-style chakra seed, the water-style chakra seed, and even the sage art chakra seed were all obtained from various trees or plants. Except for the wind-style chakra seed, whose acquisition remains unclear, it too was taken from an inconsequential tree. Why was this instance so uniquely extraordinary? Could it be that the seeds he collected earlier were, in fact, infused with similar powers, thus giving rise to such attributes? The more he contemplated, the more his head throbbed, and finally, he sighed deeply, weary of further speculation. Nonetheless, he resolved to experiment thoroughly. For instance, he could have Kakashi employ lightning techniques on the trees, and then he would extract and observe the results. Having made a decision, Xia Yin dismissed his previous doubts. If he was correct, it could save him considerable time in the future. Of course, if he was mistaken, it wouldn't be the end of the world. He had navigated many years thus far without issue, and there was no need for him to dwell on it. Although he could not decipher the reason behind today as peculiar circumstances, life must go on. He would regard it as a beautiful coincidence and an unexpected turn of events. However, the pressing question remained, how to handle this seed. Having resolved one perplexing matter, another loomed ahead. Indeed, it was the sealing technique seed that now occupied his thoughts. He had never imagined that he would acquire such a seed, which is why he had been diligently studying the art of sealing. Now that the seed had manifested, he felt a mix of joy and helplessness. The joy stemmed from the realization that this seed could significantly enhance his sealing abilities, empowering him further. This would allow him to allocate more time towards practical applications of sealing techniques rather than mere study. However, the helplessness arose from the fact that cultivating the seed would also require time. Even for a rudimentary seed, Xia Yin estimated it would take over a month. In that span, he could very well master the sealing techniques himself. Moreover, there was another troubling issue. He had already planted sufficient seeds. The profound lessons from his childhood lingered in his mind. Not to mention, he had already sown 4 seeds, and the number he had been assigned was ample. Planting another? Who knew what consequences that might bring, even if it were merely a low-grade seed? His current chakra reserves were already dwindling, and the addition of another seed could deplete them further. Xia Yin found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He had hesitated to plant the wind attribute chakra seed earlier, and now he was equally reluctant. Yet, the thought of the flying thunder god technique stirred his resolve. After much internal conflict, Xia Yin clenched his teeth and made a decisive choice. Plant it, he thought fiercely. With a month ahead of him, and barring any perilous missions, he was confident that his current strength would suffice. He did not believe he would encounter foes like Kakuzu again. Against ordinary adversaries, Kakashi would be more than adequate. And for troublesome opponents, he could simply activate Sage Mode. The allure of sealing techniques was unparalleled. No other chakra seed could compare, at least not in his current perspective. Having resolved his indecision, Xia Yin tightly grasped the seed in his hand, and simultaneously, a surge of green chakra emanated from his palm. This was a manifestation of his bloodline's power, the Senju secret technique. As the green chakra rippled, Xia Yin distinctly felt the seed integrate into his body. Gradually, the yellow seed seemed to traverse through his bloodstream, settling in the vicinity of his heart, where it quickly established its presence. In an instant, Xia Yin sensed his chakra rapidly flowing into the seed, which began to undergo a transformation. Name: Senju Natsuhiko. Gender: male. Date of birth: March 24th. 34th year of the Leaf Village calendar. Rank: Chunin, Jonin. Bloodline development level: Initial, Senju secret techniques, seeds. Jonin chakra seed, 60 maturity. Intermediate sage art seed, 82 maturity. Advanced earth release seed, 71 maturity. Advanced water release seed, 71 maturity. Initial sealing technique seed, 1 maturity. Fruits: none. Mission: to become the true ultimate villain of the ninja world, the only one, indeed. Yet another portion of chakra was drained away. Feeling the chakra being drawn to nourish this seed, Natsuhiko's heart ached profoundly. With his already limited chakra, it felt as though circumstances had worsened considerably. However, he bore no regrets. Once a decision was made, he would never waver. In terms of benefits, it was evident that the Flying Thunder God technique was currently more formidable. Natsuhiko was astute. He understood how to make the right choices. This matter concluded here, and he must exercise caution in the coming month. Natsuhiko pondered silently. Additionally, he had been in the company of the Fourth Hokage for 3 consecutive days and wondered what reactions might be unfolding with the Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been vigilant in overseeing Minato Namikaze, a level of scrutiny that could only be described as stringent. After all, as Hokage, he had barely any opportunity to meet privately with others in the Hokage's office. Could that not be deemed excessive? Moreover, Natsuhiko vividly recalled a moment from the anime during Kakashi's arc, where Orochimaru bluntly pointed out why Hiruzen chose Minato. It was simply because Hiruzen needed a compliant puppet. Nothing more. Now, this relatively obedient puppet had unexpectedly mingled with the descendants of the Senju clan. It was intriguing to consider what thoughts and reactions the strongest Hokage in history, the Third Hokage, would have. Natsuhiko tilted his head, genuinely curious about the Third Hokage's plans. He awaited the Third's next move. It was worth noting that while Minato had made one accurate guess, he had also made a miscalculation. Natsuhiko was indeed investing in 2 fronts. Putting all eggs in one basket was perilous. However, this particular endeavor only represented himself. It did not encompass the Senju clan. Natsuhiko was aware that whether or not he involved the Senju clan, they had already entered the chess game long ago. His identity had dictated many outcomes, a reality he could not alter. Yet, he lacked the inclination or means to inform the Senju clan. Ultimately, his influence within the clan was rather limited. Among the younger generation, he fared reasonably well, but as a member of the Umbu, his interactions with peers in his own generation were few. Among the older generation, his age and other capabilities did not warrant significant attention. Certainly, there are reasons for Xia Yan's concealment of certain pivotal elements, such as the Sage Mode, which he has never disclosed to anyone. This technique undoubtedly stands as Xia Yan's most significant trump card, barring any extraordinary circumstances. He would never divulge it to another soul unless he deemed it necessary. For the time being, he resolves to hold off on this matter, intending to address familial issues at a more leisurely pace once he acquires what he seeks. After a restful night, Xia Yan arrived punctually at the Umbu headquarters the following morning. To his surprise, Kakashi was already there, seated quietly in a corner, awaiting his arrival. "Good morning, Kakashi." Xia Yan greeted him with a smile. "How have the past 3 days treated you?" "Not too bad, though I'm still getting accustomed," Kakashi replied softly, lifting his gaze. "It seems everyone is quite warm-hearted." During his brief respite, Kakashi had tentatively sought out his former friends, who had, without him needing to search, already approached him. Having been distant for so long, he began to reach out once more to those he had once cherished, gradually allowing himself to revel in that warmth again. Yet, The remnants of his former despondency lingered, despite Xia Yan's encouragement and his own newfound clarity. Altering such ingrained coldness was not an easy feat. He endeavored to adapt, yet still felt a sense of unease. Xia Yan could surmise Kakashi's sentiments and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Take your time. After all, you have taken the most crucial step." "Yes, I understand," Kakashi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Xia Yan could discern that Kakashi seemed to be relishing the moments they had shared in the past. Even in a seemingly indifferent soul, there lies a yearning for sunlight. Within a cold heart, warmth can still reside. The gentle rays of warmth will inevitably thaw the frost, and as for Kakashi, despite the evident shadows of Obito that linger, he too has undergone a transformation. Yet, Kakashi's expression soon turned peculiar, his gaze fixed on Xia Yan, lips parting slightly, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. In the past 3 days, he had gleaned much through conversations with Akai, particularly regarding the Uchiha girl. Xia Yan had mentioned that she was a former classmate, but that was the extent of the information. However, through Akai, Kakashi learned many intriguing details, such as the fact that this girl seemed quite interested in Xia Yan after he left school. Although she had never met him, she was aware of his amicable relationship with Akai and had gathered considerable insight about him through their interactions. This level of attention appeared to hold greater significance than mere coincidence. Fortunately, Kakashi recognized that Akai was unaware of the specifics regarding Xia Yan. Otherwise, he might have ventured into the realm of espionage. "What is it?" Xia Yan noticed the peculiar glint in Kakashi's eyes and inquired curiously, "Your gaze seems rather strange, doesn't it?" "It's nothing." Kakashi hesitated briefly, ultimately deciding it best to refrain from speaking carelessly. "I was merely pondering whether you've seen the teacher in these past 3 days. "I have," Xia Yan replied. "The Hokage has been quite gracious towards me." As he spoke of his recent successes, Xia Yan's expression subtly shifted. "I've learned quite a bit as well." "That is good." Indeed, Kakashi chuckled lightly, allowing the conversation to taper off. The mention of this topic inadvertently reminded Xia Yan of his own dwindling chakra reserves, while Kakashi felt somewhat embarrassed to delve into such matters, leading to a mutual silence between them. However, this silence did not linger for long, as the captain abruptly entered the lounge, prompting all present to rise in respect. Respect for superiors is a fundamental virtue among ninjas, particularly in a militarized context where hierarchical distinctions are taken quite seriously. The captain surveyed the room before his gaze settled on Xia Yan and Kakashi. "Nightingale, White Fang, come with me." "Yes, Captain," they responded in unison, exchanging glances that indicated their mutual anticipation of an impending task. Clearly, the captain's summoning signaled the assignment of a troublesome mission. Although Xia Yan was not averse to undertaking tasks, he found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament, contemplating whether it might be better to take it easy this month, perhaps by adopting a more discreet demeanor to avoid drawing undue attention. Yet, he had not anticipated being dispatched on a mission on his very first day back at work. "Come in," the captain instructed as they arrived at the office door, stepping inside first. "Yes," Xia Yan and Kakashi swiftly followed him in. "Take a look at this," the captain said, handing them a document. "This mission isn't overly troublesome, but it is somewhat complex." "Complex?" Xia Yan inquired as he unfolded the document, studying it alongside Kakashi. Having previously encountered similar situations where tasks were handed over for direct examination, Xia Yan recognized that the complications were often less daunting than anticipated. However, the captain's remark regarding its complexity piqued his interest. As he scrutinized the report, Xia Yan's brow furrowed slightly. The document detailed unusual occurrences in a place known as Shizaki Castle within the Land of Fire. Legend has it that this area was once a kingdom, now consumed by the Land of Fire, yet certain names have been preserved. Shizaki Castle, in particular, has become notorious for the frequent disappearances of those who visit, including instances of mass vanishings. Such bizarre phenomena have naturally captured the attention of Konoha, which had previously dispatched a team to investigate the matter. Regrettably, the entire team, including the leading Chunin, has vanished without a trace. Consequently, this matter has fallen into the hands of the Umbu. As they journeyed toward Shizaki Castle, Shayuin found himself contemplating the intricacies of this assignment. Such a task he would naturally not decline, although it appeared complex and necessitated thorough investigation. It was indeed far less burdensome than undertaking assassination missions, hunting tasks, or ambush operations. The most remarkable aspect was the task's time frame, an astonishing half-month. This duration afforded Shiyuan ample opportunity to significantly advance his progress. By the end of these 2 weeks, he estimated he would likely achieve 50 to 60% completion. Moreover, he experienced a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this mission before. Was it in a comic or an animated series? Shiyuan pondered earnestly. Recognizing that having traversed this world for 13 or 14 years, he could not recall every detail with precision. Even though he had maintained a journal from an early age and occasionally revisited it to ensure he did not overlook critical matters, the entries predominantly chronicled significant events. Similar to the records of the empty ninja village, it was impossible to document every minor occurrence. Wait a moment, could it be that Shizaki Castle? Shiyuan's expression shifted as he delved into thought, seemingly recalling something intriguing. If this were the case, then this mission might prove to be quite captivating. The duo moved swiftly, reaching a small town adjacent to the capital of the Land of Fire within a day. After the local Umbu made a brief communication, they opted to secure lodging at an inn. With ample time to proceed with the task, there was no need for haste. However, Shiyuan did not anticipate that. As he prepared to retire for the night, Kakashi would suddenly appear at his door. "What brings you here?" Shiyuan inquired curiously after admitting Kakashi. "Can't sleep? Shall we go out for a drink?" "Don't jest, Captain. We cannot indulge in alcohol," Kakashi replied, shaking his head seriously. Shiyuan pouted, bewildered by the absurdity of such regulations. In the world of ninjas, those under 18 are prohibited from drinking, regardless of their prowess in battle. In other words, one may take lives, but is forbidden from enjoying a drink. Shaking his head, Shiyuan dismissed such ponderings and closed the door, allowing a gentle smile to grace his lips. "Are you troubled by the mission and unable to sleep?" "Indeed, Captain," Kakashi nodded, settling into a chair. "This mission lacks a clear specification of the enemy. Yet I sense something amiss." "How so?" Shiyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Kakashi's analytical prowess, eager to discern whether the young man had unearthed anything significant. "The missing individuals." Kakashi spoke calmly. "The castle within Shizaki City has seen a number of individuals vanish over the centuries, and while these occurrences are documented, they follow a certain pattern. Not everyone who enters the castle disappears. Not everyone who enters disappears." Shiyuan observed Kakashi's serious demeanor and couldn't help but nod internally, acknowledging the boy's impressive analytical skills. "It's quite simple. If there is a pattern, we can naturally eliminate many possibilities." According to Kakashi's analysis, there are fundamentally 2 conclusions. As Shiyuan stroked his chin, he had a vague idea of what it could be, yet he mustn't reveal it. Following Kakashi's line of thought, he spoke. "We can deduce that there are 2 outcomes. One is an unknown organization, or perhaps even the village itself, including our own, is involved in abductions. Human experimentation?" Kakashi furrowed his brow. "If that is the case, we are in serious trouble." "There is another possibility," Shiyuan interjected, his expression somewhat enigmatic. "The castle might harbor grave issues. Or rather, it is not a castle at all, but a beast or something even more terrifying." "A monster?" Kakashi immediately grasped the implication. "Captain, do you mean it is hunting?" Shiyuan nodded slightly. In his memory, there were not many who dared to conduct human experiments. While caution was necessary, who knows if an organization not present in the original story had emerged. However, being aware of the original narrative, he knew that those chaotic organizations did not operate within the Land of Fire. The deterrent power of Konoha was substantial. No one would jeopardize their lives unless they had protection. Take Danzo and Orochimaru's human experiments, for instance. Had it not been for Hiruzen Sarutobi's endorsement and the support of the Root, they would have likely been exposed long ago. Moreover, what they were facing this time was indeed a colossal monster. If it is a monster, that is somewhat comforting. Shiyuan patted Kakashi on the shoulder, smiling as he added. "For humans are always far more challenging to deal with than monsters." "Are you suggesting that the human heart is inscrutable?" Kakashi seemed to grasp Shiyuan's meaning, nodding gently. "Then we should prepare for both scenarios." Before Kakashi could finish, Shiyuan interrupted. "Regardless of whether it is a monster or a certain organization, we must investigate thoroughly and, of course, remain ready to act at any moment." Having stated his point clearly, Shiyuan refrained from further elaboration, confident that Kakashi understood the course of action. After all, this mission was unlikely to involve any organization, and it sufficed to confront the monster directly. Although Shiyuan did not recall the specific appearance of this creature, aside from knowing it was a lizard, he was uncertain of its precise strength. Nonetheless, as he had mentioned, humans would always prove more troublesome than monsters. If memory serves, It seems the summoning scroll lies within that creature's belly. If we are cautious enough to retrieve it, we might succeed. Although Xia Yan has always been cautious and prudent, he possesses a robust confidence when the moment calls for it. In this era, kaleidoscopes have not yet proliferated. Nagato remains incapacitated, yet continues to forge the 6 paths of pain. The pinnacle of this world is likely limited to the various village shadows and individuals akin to Kakuzu. The last time he managed to escape from Kakashi's grasp, even if Kakuzu had been somewhat negligent, it served as a testament to Xia Yan's undeniable strength. With unwavering self-assurance, Xia Yan believes that even in his current state, he stands a chance against ordinary jonin, and even against some elite jonin. Even if victory eludes him, the act of fleeing is certainly not insurmountable. With Sage Mode at his disposal, albeit for a brief duration, it is more than sufficient for a hasty retreat. As Xia Yan observed Kakashi's departing figure, he refrained from bidding farewell, instead taking a seat on the edge of his bed to ponder. Moreover, among the techniques I excel at, the body flicker technique for swift escapes is indeed one of my fortes. With a clear resolve in mind, Xia Yan and Kakashi began preparing for their mission. This task was merely outlined in broad strokes, lacking specific details, thus necessitating that Xia Yan and his companions gather intelligence on their own. This very reason granted them a generous span of half a month to accomplish their objective. Half a month is no trifling matter. The number of Umbu operatives is limited, with each member considered a lead, allowing ample opportunity to undertake numerous missions within that time frame. Unlike the Umbu dispatched to infiltrate other villages, Xia Yan and his team were not involved in such activities within Konoha, as this responsibility has long been appropriated by the root. This decision, made by the Second Hokage to prevent the Umbu from monopolizing power, has seen only modest results, despite the Third Hokage's ongoing attempts to reclaim that authority. However, for Xia Yan, this is a fortunate circumstance, as he need not worry about being dispatched to lurk in foreign ninja villages, waiting for years on end. Gathering intelligence can be a rather monotonous affair, yet it presents an opportunity for leisure that Xia Yan would not overlook, despite already possessing a rough understanding of the pertinent information. Moreover, after several days, the maturity of his ceiling-type chakra seeds has reached 12%, which aligns with his expectations. Nevertheless, while indulging in leisure, maintaining a semblance of diligence is essential, especially since Xia Yan has sensed something amiss. Upon entering Shizaki City, Xia Yan became acutely aware of an unseen presence observing them. His perceptive abilities are a trusted asset. He is confident in his accuracy, yet he is equally perplexed as to who might be scrutinizing them. As they approached the castle of Shizaki City and the desolate graveyard beyond its walls, the surveillance intensified. Who could it be? Is there an unforeseen variable at play? Xia Yan remains uncertain, as his arrival predates Naruto's involvement by a full 16 years, suggesting that many things may indeed be different. As night descended in Xia Yan's room, he and Kakashi sat together, exchanging intelligence and finalizing their conclusions. It had become increasingly clear that no organization was conducting human experiments, as no relevant traces had been discovered. If such experiments were indeed taking place, they would inevitably leave behind substantial evidence, such as indications of personnel transfers. And the locations of these experiments would not be far removed. Leaving no trace at all was implausible. Furthermore, the handling of bodies post-experimentation also yielded no clues. Thus, I believe we need not dwell too deeply on this aspect. Human experimentation is exceedingly complex, and regardless of the methods employed, one would inevitably leave some form of evidence. After being monitored for several days, Xia Yan had conducted a thorough examination and found himself somewhat suspicious that an organization might be engaged in clandestine activities. Even if someone employed sealing techniques to obscure their actions, Xia Yan remained unconvinced that anyone could achieve a level of perfection surpassing that of the roots of Konoha. Consider the Akatsuki, the current foremost enemy in the ninja world. Their research on sealing techniques is rather lackluster, and even their ability to seal tailed beasts relies on the powers of the Rinnegan. As for the Shell organization, Xia Yan was entirely uncertain of its existence, as the timeline was simply too premature. Regrettably, he had discovered nothing, only aware that he was under surveillance. So, should we consider it a monster? Kakashi inquired softly, having conducted considerable investigation during this period. However, I have not detected any signs of the monster's movement. There were not even any traces of excretion. Perhaps this creature does not require waste elimination, Its gastric acid could very well dissolve bones, Cheyenne casually remarked. In fact, such monsters are not uncommon. Much like Lord Orochimaru's serpent. Orochimaru's serpent was quite renowned in Konohagakure. Cheyenne recalled it was called Manda. During the war, he had heard tales of Orochimaru unleashing this serpent on the battlefield of the Land of Whirlpools, devouring over 50 ninjas in a single gulp, significantly undermining the morale of the Hidden Mist. Although the serpent possessed a notoriously foul temperament and was ultimately slain by Deidara, it was undeniably a strategic asset. Cheyenne had heard from ninjas on the battlefield that after consuming over 50 ninjas, the serpent exhibited no adverse reactions whatsoever. In fact, it had shown no signs of excretion. For such creatures, that quantity likely did not necessitate a trip to the restroom. Moreover, Cheyenne was aware that the massive lizard, which had taken on the form of Shokuzaki Castle, had maintained such a state for over a decade without being discovered, indicating no issues in that regard. While over the years, a number of individuals had gone missing, the scale of such occurrences likely merely sufficed to sustain its life requirements. Captain, Kakashi interjected, speaking of monsters. Something comes to mind. Upon hearing Cheyenne mention Manda, he pondered for a moment before continuing. Legend has it that the last sovereign of Shizaki Castle, Shizaki Gosaku, once possessed a colossal spirit beast. Captain, could it possibly be? It is indeed quite likely. Natsuhiko's demeanor grew somewhat unsettled, yet a subtle smile graced his lips. This creature, immense in size and formidable in strength, driven by hunger, would resort to feasting upon humans. Although it had already attacked humanity and subsisted on such prey, its demeanor was predominantly one of restraint and passivity. Coupled with the intelligence you previously shared, I can now ascertain what we are confronting. Since Kakashi has revealed the answer, Natsuhiko felt no hesitation in affirming it. The name Shizaki Gosaku was not one that Natsuhiko was particularly familiar with. He could only distinctly recall that massive lizard. As for the whereabouts of this entity now, Natsuhiko was uncertain. However, given that Shizaki Castle has been consumed, might it be inferred that this being has perished? Perhaps it lingered in unyielding spirit, entrusting its immense spirit beast to guard this place in its absence. If this were the case, then Natsuhiko would be spared a significant complication in dealing with the spirit summoner. He had long coveted this lizard, despite its undeniably malevolent actions, such as preying on humans. Yet, the world of ninjas has always been a predatory realm. Natsuhiko himself was unaware of how many lives he had claimed. He would not cast judgment upon the instincts of such a beast. Moreover, if one were to scrutinize the situation, the assault from the Land of Fire, and even Shizaki Gosaku's decision to leave it here, seemed far more deserving of condemnation and inquiry. The fewer troubles, the better. For who knows the true extent of Shizaki Gosaku's power? The only current inconvenience lies with those who are observing us. Yet perhaps I can find a solution to this predicament. Natsuhiko had not forgotten about those who monitored him. As a member of the Umbu, being surveilled indicates a significant failure in performance. Furthermore, based on the observer's behavior, it is highly probable they are connected to this affair. Thus, Natsuhiko would undoubtedly not let them escape unscathed. Although they did not appear in the original narrative, it is conceivable that their existence was snuffed out by the halo of the Savior. Natsuhiko recalled that this mission had been assigned to Naruto, and aside from the first 13 years of misfortune, Naruto's luck had since soared to remarkable heights. Therefore, upon receiving this task, aside from encountering minor difficulties within the belly of the lizard, everything else proceeded without issue. The sole misfortune was that this fellow had the audacity to tear the scroll. The thought of Naruto's actions in the original narrative prompted a sigh from Natsuhiko. Indeed, this fellow's behavior was rather wasteful. Shaking his head, Natsuhiko resolved not to dwell on Naruto's antics. His primary objective remained to locate the scroll while simultaneously uncovering the identity of those who were surveilling him. However, Natsuhiko harbored a hypothesis. Could it be that those observing him were, in fact, the orphans of Shizaki Castle? Shochi Gangsawa has perished, consumed by resentment and the loss of his homeland. He would not wish for anyone to uncover the scroll, thereby allowing the spirit beast to escape. Thus, he faces two choices: to inter it within his grave, for the dead hold precedence, and while there are instances of grave desecration, they remain rare. In this world, disturbing the slumber of the deceased is far more detestable than extinguishing a living life. Although Cheyenne cannot fathom the absurdity of such a notion, that the dead are deemed more significant than the living, he finds himself grateful for it. As for the castle, It is even simpler. The castle itself embodies the spirit beast, its interior akin to its belly. To enter is tantamount to being consumed, leaving little chance for anyone to discover that spirit scroll. In the original narrative, Naruto found the scroll within the belly of a lizard. However, if we consider the Watchers as well, and view them through the lens of Shochi Castle's orphans, could it be surmised that these beings were tasked with guarding the scroll while alive, only to place it within the lizard's belly upon their demise, ultimately perishing there themselves? Xiaoyan recalls the skeletal remains of warriors, long turned to dust, yet still clad in armor, within that lizard's belly. If this is indeed the case, it becomes imperative for Xiaoyan to confront those who observe them. Kakashi, take a rest, he stated directly after contemplating the situation. Tomorrow, we shall commence our mission. Understood, Captain. Kakashi responded without hesitation, rising promptly, though soon a trace of confusion crossed his features. What shall we do? Naturally, once we ascertain certain matters, we will proceed directly into the castle, Xiaoyan replied calmly. If fortune favors us, we may not even need to enter the castle. I understand, Kakashi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to depart. I will return now, Captain. With that, Kakashi pushed the door open and gently closed it behind him. His actions pleased Xiaoyan greatly, whether stemming from trust or a lack of excessive concern regarding the matter. Kakashi's demeanor aligned perfectly with Xiaoyan's expectations. Rising to his feet, he donned his mask and opened the window, leaping forth into the night. Indeed, having made his decision, Xiaoyan would not squander time. As for whether the Watchers were as he suspected, it mattered not. Regardless of their nature, he would not spare them. Surveilling the Umbu was no wise endeavor. Though he was uncertain of the exact location of Shochi Gansua's grave, he recalled a cemetery not far from the outskirts. It was one of the places where the Watchers exhibited the most fervent reactions. With swift strides, he made his way toward the cemetery, reaching his destination in just over half an hour. Along the journey, he once again perceived the faint yet persistent gaze fixated upon him, its weight intensifying as he drew closer to the graveyard. Indeed, it aligns perfectly with my expectations. Xiaoyan silently mused. It seems that this cemetery conceals something truly intriguing. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding the existence of a clandestine organization conducting research in this locale. However, he had previously scanned the area with his perceptive abilities and could definitively ascertain that such a presence was absent. Moreover, he had detected the chakra of those observing him. Most possessed the chakra of elite ninjas, with the remainder being primarily of mid-tier and low-tier ninjas. Xiaoyan understood that he could easily contend with them. Although it might be troublesome and would necessitate the activation of his sage mode, he pondered, what of it? A modest sacrifice could potentially yield a considerable reward, especially if it led to an entity that was, in size, comparable to the legendary summoning beasts of the three sages. With this in mind, he gradually reduced his pace and began to step cautiously into the eerie cemetery, uncertain whether it was intentional or not. The towering trees flanking the cemetery effectively obscured the moonlight above. The entire graveyard was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, save for the mournful cries of distant animals and the wind rustling through the branches, producing sounds reminiscent of sorrowful wails. The atmosphere was thick with dust and a chilling, dilapidated aura that even someone like Xiaoyan found slightly unsettling. Taking a deep breath, he dismissed the foul odor of decay that permeated the cemetery. He needed to maintain his composure. Although he neither believed in nor feared ghosts, the current surroundings were undeniably disconcerting, especially as he sensed the owners of those veiled gazes drawing near with audacity. So, the ones who indulge in theatrics have finally decided to reveal themselves? Suddenly, Xiaoyan spoke, his voice lacking its usual gentleness. The slightly frigid tone echoed within the foreboding cemetery, intertwining with the soft susurrus of the wind through the treetops, enveloping the surroundings in a stifling chill. Esteemed one, this is not a place for you. Almost immediately, a middle-aged man's voice resonated within the cemetery, his tone equally somber and detached. This is the burial ground of the warriors of Shochi City. Your presence here as a ninja is nothing but a desecration. Depart at once. What if I refuse? Alternatively, if you answer a few questions, I shall take my leave. Then our paths shall inevitably diverge in life and death. Life and death, you say? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan momentarily paused, then a smile involuntarily crept across his face. How intriguing, truly intriguing. He had initially been concerned whether these individuals were indeed the orphans of Shochi City, but now he could ascertain with certainty that they were precisely the ones he sought. Furthermore, even if he was unable to procure the scrolls from them, perhaps this was a stroke of good fortune, was it not? Luck is a fickle beast, often difficult to assess. What may appear as misfortune to one could very well be the epitome of fortune for another. Encountering these individuals might have led others to lament their fate, yet Xia Yan felt immensely fortunate. Do you wish to contest life and death with me? Xia Yan's voice remained as gentle as ever, imbued with a certain softness. I understand, but do refrain from posturing, as it only serves to underscore your own weakness. You arrogant little wretch. The middle-aged man's tone shifted, tinged with a hint of anger that ignited a fire within him. You are undoubtedly doomed. Is that so? Xia Yan whispered softly, the chakra of his celestial arts beginning to pulse within him. Then, good night. Be careful. No sooner had Xia Yan's words escaped his lips than the middle-aged man felt an overwhelming sense of threat, prompting him to shout out in alarm. Yet, Xia Yan had already vanished, appearing like a specter beside a lower-ranked ninja. His ninja blade swiftly unsheathed, slicing through the darkness of the graveyard with a flash of silver, the blade gliding effortlessly across the ninja's throat. The ninja merely felt a brief chill before a warm dampness spread across his upper body. He opened his mouth to utter something, but only a raspy sound emerged, and soon his consciousness faded, collapsing to the ground, blood staining the earth around him. Quickly, too quickly. Xia Yan's ghostly speed surpassed all expectations, and in silence, a life was extinguished, instilling an unimaginable terror in the hearts of those who remained. Yet, Xia Yan showed no signs of hesitation, his speed intensifying as he advanced towards another ninja of intermediate chakra level. There were around 8 adversaries in total. Aside from the middle-aged man, who possessed the chakra level of a high-ranking ninja, the others were merely of intermediate and lower ranks. Xia Yan resolved to eliminate the lesser foes first, saving the high-ranking ninja for last. Although these lesser opponents posed little threat, Xia Yan wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, and dispatching them would also allow him to gauge the high-ranking ninja's mindset. Perhaps he would not even need to eradicate all of them, as the high-ranking ninja might reveal himself willingly. Regrettably, as Xia Yan struck down another intermediate ninja, he noted that the middle-aged man displayed no sign of yielding, only fury. You wretched fool, do not underestimate us. As Xia Yan flashed beside yet another intermediate ninja, this one let out a furious roar. Resolutely, he drew a kunai, attempting to parry Xia Yan's blade. However, Xia Yan was currently in sage mode, his perception, speed, and reflexes at their zenith. In response to the adversary's action, he merely shifted his blade in midair, and it pierced through the ninja's body as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Yet, upon completing this act, Xia Yan's brow furrowed slightly. The intermediate ninja was not yet dead, having desperately grasped onto Xia Yan's blade in his final moments. Additionally, Xia Yan observed that this ninja's kunai was rigged with explosive tags. This man was resolute in dragging him down with him, embracing a desperate fate. Boom! A tremendous blaze and a resounding explosion tore through the enveloping darkness of the cemetery, illuminating every detail within its confines. In an instant, smoke and flames engulfed the entire graveyard. As the acrid smoke gradually dissipated, the figure of a chunin lay lifeless on the ground. One side of his body had been utterly devastated, while the other bore numerous grievous wounds. These gaping injuries writhed grotesquely, revealing the pulsating pink flesh beneath, with blood gushing forth in torrents. Moreover, several shards of metal were embedded in the remaining side of his body. The moonlight was obscured by the shadows of trees. Yet amidst this dim graveyard, the fragments glimmered with an eerie bluish-green hue. As the light fluctuated, tainted by the blood, it created a chilling spectacle of vibrant colors. These were the remnants of Shien's ninja blade. With a firm landing, Shien's expression was far from favorable. Though one could respect such a fearless adversary, the trouble he had caused was considerable. His treasured blade had been shattered by this foe. However, aided by the earlier flames and his own heightened senses, Shien had unequivocally pinpointed the positions of his assailants. What intrigued him most was that they, too, had discerned his landing spot through the firelight, and they were already rushing toward him. Die. For the sake of Hayabusa and the others, avenge them. Kill him. For Chunin or Jinin surged forward the moment Shien touched down. Despite their awareness of the masked figure before them, an elite from Konoha Zumbu, they had something they were compelled to protect. Moreover, Shine had already slain 3 of their comrades. Their friends. Vengeance was imperative. Wait, come back. The Jonin, who had initially followed, sensed an unusual shift as he neared Shine, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Possessing considerable perceptive abilities, he had long been able to monitor the movements of incoming ninjas, ensuring that they did not disturb the slumber of the brave warriors who perished at Shizaki Castle, nor disrupt Lord Shizaki's eternal rest. This perceptive skill had undoubtedly saved him countless times in battle, allowing him to preemptively adjust his strategy and uncover enemy disguises. Yet now, he clearly realized that the Shine before him was merely an illusion, a mere shadow clone. Furthermore, this clone was harboring a formidable chakra. Boom. Regrettably, even as he attempted to issue a warning, it was too late. Though the Chunin and Jinin were not weak, they lacked the Jonin's acute perception. Additionally, Shine had already anticipated their movements and was thoroughly prepared, leaving them with precious little time to react. A violent explosion erupted, accompanied by a fierce tremor that once again sent dust swirling into the air. Not only that, but several graves in the vicinity were obliterated, exposing the stark, white bones buried within. Standing aloof atop the treetops, Xia Yin observed with a cold gaze the fallen ninja on the ground, listening to their hoarse, powerless cries, before finally directing his attention towards the remaining Jonin. Now, it was just the 2 of us. I had warned against empty bravado, for such posturing only served to highlight your inherent weakness. Xia Yin maintained a tranquil demeanor as he regarded the middle-aged man before him, who still possessed combat capability. The intensity of the man's rage had reached its zenith. His fists were clenched tightly, and Xia Yin could clearly perceive the despair and fury emanating from him. Yet, Xia Yin remained unconcerned. He had never been one to show mercy to his adversaries, especially against those who were evidently poised to attack him. Nonetheless, this man warranted some caution, as it was evident he possessed a commendable level of perception. From the outset, Xia Yin had speculated whether this individual possessed perceptive abilities, and now he was entirely certain of it. No wonder he had sensed a presence probing them earlier, albeit subtly. It was clear why this man could discern the situation the moment Xia Yin made his move. It explained why he had detected something amiss with the shadow clone. This was entirely due to the man's perceptive prowess. However, possessing such perception was not necessarily a formidable advantage. Exceptional perceptive skills could indeed enhance combat, but ordinary perception was primarily useful for gathering intelligence. Take, for instance, the perceptive ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, Shi, or the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Karen. Both epitomize the archetype of information-gathering ninjas. In contrast, combat perceptive ninjas push their abilities to the limits, integrating such skills into their fighting style. Frankly, individuals of this caliber were exceedingly rare, with Xia Yin only aware of his illustrious ancestor, Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama was renowned for his political acumen and formidable strength, having single-handedly transformed Konoha into its zenith, while Sarutobi Hiruzen merely inherited his legacy. Although his prowess paled in comparison to his brother Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, both capable of single-handedly challenging the ninja world, he had nonetheless slain Uchiha Izuna through sheer skill. Uchiha Izuna, the brother of Uchiha Madara, wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him exceptional insight, the ability to replicate jutsu, and bizarre ocular techniques, making him a formidable opponent for someone like Senju Tobarama, who primarily relied on ninjutsu and taijutsu. Yet, Senju Tobarama triumphed, not only due to his solid foundation and diverse tactics, but also thanks to his extraordinary perceptive ability that allowed him to anticipate Uchiha Izuna's movements. Ultimately, he succeeded in launching a surprise attack with the Flying Thunder God technique, leading to Uchiha Izuna's demise. Currently, Xia Yin endeavored to cultivate his perception, aspiring to learn from his ancestral predecessor who had led his entire clan to ruin. Although the results were rather mediocre, certainly inferior to the Byakugan in long-range detection and not comparable to the Sharingan in insight, being outmatched did not equate to ineffectiveness. The potential for growth in perception was indeed vast. As Xia Yin pondered while recuperating his expended chakra, the middle-aged Jonin could no longer contain himself. Perhaps it was the anguished cries of his comrades, who seemed to be on the brink of death, or the memories of those who perished at Xia Yan's hands, or the gruesome sight of bones exposed by the explosion. All of these stimuli ignited his nerves, making it impossible for him to restrain his emotions. Consequently, he decisively chose to strike. Grasping a kunai, he surged forward with a sudden burst of speed, aiming a fierce thrust at Xia Yan. In the face of such an assault, Xia Yan crouched low, deftly evading the man's thrust. In a swift counter, he pivoted, summoning a kunai in his left hand, aiming it steadily towards the man's ribs. Simultaneously, his right leg pressed against the man's left knee, and his right hand formed a fist, driving upwards towards the man's throat. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, and in the blink of an eye, he had discerned the man's intentions. The middle-aged ninja was taken aback by Xia Yan's rapid response. However, he remained remarkably composed. Years of combat had endowed him with keen instincts. As his chakra surged within him, the moment Xia Yan's kunai made contact, a white smoke erupted, and his body transformed into a block of wood. At that instant, the man, like a specter, appeared behind Xia Yan, his kunai stabbing unhesitatingly towards Xia Yan's nape. Trouble. Not again. When the middle-aged ninja's kunai pierced what he thought was Xia Yan's body, his expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, he realized that the Xia Yan before him had long since switched to a shadow clone. Most alarmingly, the turbulent chakra warned him that this clone was likely to explode just as the previous one had. He exerted every ounce of his strength to execute a body flicker technique just in time to narrowly evade the massive blast radius. However, Xia Yan, like a phantom, ensnared him. The blue chakra, distinctly infused with water release properties and exquisitely compressed, surged with the kunai aimed directly at him, just having forcefully executed the body flicker technique. The middle-aged ninja found himself momentarily stiff and unable to react. Yet, being a jonin, he instinctively made the most prudent choice. He charged forward, a kunai appearing in his hand, prepared to exchange life for life. Xia Yan instantly recognized his intent, yet he was no novice. Although he detested such gambles, he did not believe that his sage mode would cower before such tactics. With a swift thrust, his kunai pierced through the middle-aged jonin's chest, perfectly avoiding any vital organs under Xia Yan's control. He still had inquiries to make. How could he simply choose to eliminate him? Simultaneously, as the kunai lunged toward him, Xia Yan reached out with his left hand, resolutely blocking the strike. Subsequently, his head tilted slightly, evading the kunai that had pierced his palm, which now threatened to strike his head. "You have no chance left," he declared. Xia Yan appeared utterly indifferent to the injury he had sustained. Gazing coolly at the middle-aged jonin, "It seems that in this battle, where life and death are at stake, victory is mine." The middle-aged ninja let out a disdainful snort, his voice trembling, the intense pain rendering speech a laborious task. "Rest assured, you will not perish. I have avoided your vital points," Xia Yan remarked nonchalantly, simultaneously withdrawing his left hand from the kunai. Blood dripped steadily from his hand onto the ground, though the pace of the droplets, initially rapid, began to slow perceptibly. Xia Yan's body had a remarkable recovery rate. While it could not compare to his chakra regeneration, it was far superior to that of an ordinary person. Thus, he dared to confront the kunai directly, untroubled by his injuries. "What do you intend to do?" the middle-aged ninja inquired through gritted teeth, sensing that Xia Yan had ulterior motives. "It's quite simple," Xia Yan replied flatly. "I need to ascertain the location of Shochi Gongsua's grave, or rather, the whereabouts of his summoning beast scroll." The following morning, around 10 o'clock, Xia Yan finally rose from his bed. He glanced at the wound on his hand, which had nearly healed, and nodded in approval. His recovery abilities were indeed commendable. Despite having sustained a severe puncture that fractured the bones of his palm, he was recovering remarkably well. Although some pain lingered and his movements were not particularly nimble, it was more than sufficient. As a member of the Umbu, Xia Yan consistently wore gloves, alleviating any concerns about Kakashi discovering his condition. After all, the deeds he had performed the previous night were hardly commendable. Following his defeat of the jonin, Xia Yan had not hesitated to employ Jinjutsu to extract information. As an Umbu ninja, his proficiency in Jinjutsu was not exceptional, but he had mastered the art of interrogation. His profession necessitated such skills, and he did not lag behind. The jonin, upon hearing Xia Yan's intentions, attempted to resist, even contemplating death at Xia Yan's hands to safeguard his secrets. However, all his efforts were futile in Xia Yan's eyes, and he ultimately acquired the information he sought. The first piece of intelligence revealed the precise location of Shochi Gongsua's grave. Fortune smiled upon him as the grave was situated within the cemetery, albeit under a different name. Unknown to all. Clearly, Shochi Gonzwa had been wary of potential desecration by those from the Land of Fire, hence the presence of these loyal guardians. Moreover, aside from Shochi Gonzwa's grave, the cemetery housed the remains of other valiant warriors who had been interred alongside him. As for the second piece of intelligence, Xia Yin inquired further about the summoning scrolls. According to the words of the seasoned ninja, the summoning scroll is not located within the grave of Shizaki Gasuk. As he himself was the one interred there, it is devoid of any contents. Nayuki maintains a skeptical stance regarding this information, his belief stemming from the reliability of his own interrogation jutsu, which has proven effective throughout the years. Yet, he remains dubious. For this ninja possesses the keen senses characteristic of a perceptive shinobi, adept in the control of their own chakra. Nayuki fears that he may have been misled, that both pieces of information could be false. Thus, he resolves not to eliminate this individual just yet. He must first ascertain the validity of the intelligence provided. It soon becomes evident that his jutsu remains unblemished, and the words of the ninja prove accurate. Nayuki excavates Shizaki Gasuk's grave. Although the remains within have long since turned to bones, the umbu possesses its own methods for identifying corpses, even those in skeletal form. Based on prior information, Nayuki has a clear concept of Shizaki Gasuk's appearance. Through a series of evaluations, he can confidently ascertain that the occupant of the grave is indeed who he expects. Furthermore, the items buried alongside the remains are not meant for just anyone. Excluding the possibility of a decoy, it seems this individual is undoubtedly the right one. After meticulously organizing his thoughts, Nayuki steps out of his chamber. The fate of the aforementioned ninja, following his encounter with Shizaki Gasuk, is clear. After years within the umbu, Nayuki has grown accustomed to the method of eradicating threats at their roots. Umbu operations leave no trace. Once a conflict erupts, they show no mercy. Even though Nayuki bears no significant grudge against them, his objectives are clearly at odds with their intentions, leaving him no choice but to act without restraint. Thus, the umbu is no place for the faint-hearted, easily distorting one's essence, except for him. In the corridor of the inn, Nayuki encounters a prepared and awaiting Kakashi, and the two exit together. Kakashi, perceptive as ever, senses a disturbance despite Nayuki's careful concealment of his injured hand. "Your hand is hurt?" Kakashi inquires directly. "I detect the scent of blood. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Nayuki replies, casting a glance at Kakashi. "Rest assured, it's not unexpected, but it poses no issue." Indeed, after bandaging the injury and considering his unique constitution, the wound, while appearing severe, is not grave, particularly since Nayuki had taken antidotes prior to his battle with the ninja, to guard against any potential poison on the kunai. However, the assailant's weapon lacked such preparations, allowing Nayuki to exploit certain advantages freely. Though he may have wasted the antidote, a cautious approach is never unwarranted. "Very well, I understand," Kakashi nods. "So what is our plan now? Shall we proceed directly?" "Of course, I have completed the necessary preparations," Nayuki replies with a gentle smile. "Now, only one task remains, to locate the scroll." "The scroll?" Kakashi furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something. "Captain, you mean?" "Yes, indeed." Cheyenne harbored no intentions of concealment, nor could this matter remain hidden. Upon returning to the village, he would need to draft a report, which he would require in the future, so why bother obscuring this matter? Such a formidable creature would undoubtedly enhance my strength. Furthermore, should war arise, such a beast would surely prove itself a formidable asset on the battlefield. Kakashi nodded in agreement with Cheyenne's words. Indeed, such a colossal summoning beast could greatly augment a ninja's prowess, particularly during wartime, where such creatures are of strategic significance. If Cheyenne truly had a means to acquire such a being, it would be a boon for Konoha. However, a troublesome issue remained. Such summoning beasts must be bound by summoning scrolls. Otherwise, others would find it impossible to control such a monster. "Captain, do you know where the summoning scroll is?" Kakashi pondered for a moment before directly posing the pivotal question. "Last night, you went to scout the scroll's location, correct?" "Yes." There were some unpleasant incidents, but they left no trace. Cheyenne casually brushed off what had transpired the previous night, then continued, "From the intelligence I gathered, the scroll should be within the castle." This meant Kakashi did not inquire about what had happened. Instead, he directly pursued Cheyenne's topic. Did Shizaki Gosa place the scroll inside the belly of the summoning beast before his demise? "Yes, that's about right," Cheyenne nodded, then chuckled. "So what do you say?" Shall we embark on this perilous adventure together? Kakashi, uncharacteristically, rolled his eyes at such a question. This was the first time he had witnessed such a reaction from Cheyenne. Patting Kakashi's shoulder, Cheyenne strode towards the exit. Though uncertain of what precisely would unfold, he felt an exhilarating anticipation. It did not take long for Cheyenne and Kakashi to arrive outside Shizaki Castle. Gazing upon the enormous structure, Cheyenne's heart raced with excitement. The castle was indeed vast, rendering humans insignificant in its presence. Furthermore, despite the passing of 3 to 4 decades since the fall of Shizaki, the castle still retained its luster. An eerie circumstance that spoke volumes. I find myself increasingly eager. I wonder just how powerful this lizard truly is, Cheyenne mused internally, then turned his gaze to Kakashi, a smile gracing his lips. We are about to enter the belly of that beast. Are you prepared? There is no need for such a harsh tone, Captain. Kakashi sighed lightly. Besides, I am not alone. You are with me. Cheyenne's words did not intimidate Kakashi, and in fact, Kakashi's retort was even more sardonic. His implication was clear. He was not entering alone, and should trouble arise, there would be a companion to share the fate. Though Cheyenne understood, he was jesting. Such remarks still caused a slight headache. Fortunately, Cheyenne's attention was not focused on that. Upon hearing Kakashi's response, he proceeded directly toward the castle's grand entrance. The castle appeared to be completely unbarred, and with a gentle push, the imposing doors swung open. However, once they had fully entered, a resounding clang echoed as the doors shut automatically, causing Kakashi to furrow his brow in intrigue. How fascinating! Cheyenne sighed softly, and his perceptive abilities surged forth instantaneously. As he began to meticulously observe his surroundings, Captain, Kakashi suddenly spoke in a low voice. We are inside the mouth of that summoning beast. This creature possesses remarkable illusionary capabilities. Everything before us is merely a fabrication of its design. With the aid of his Sharingan, Kakashi was able to discern much more than the ordinary eye could perceive, revealing the true nature of the room. He also noted the flow of chakra within the fleshy walls, which pulsated disturbingly. Understood, Cheyenne nodded gently, but suddenly his expression shifted. He swiftly seized Kakashi and leapt into the air. Just as they ascended, dozens of crimson, cylindrical tendrils erupted, launching an assault towards them. Intriguingly, these tendrils exhibited a remarkable coordination, forming a tightly woven network of offensive strikes. Reacting swiftly after being pulled up by Cheyenne, Kakashi drew his ninja blade, enveloping it with lightning chakra before delivering a powerful slash at the incoming tendrils. Water release, water severing wave. Cheyenne was equally proactive, rapidly forming hand seals and unleashing a sharply compressed jet of water, severing the tendrils in its path. Regrettably, while their destructive capabilities were formidable, they were still in the domain of another. Cheyenne noted with concern the summoning beast's terrifying regenerative ability. Despite the tendrils being severed, they retained a vigorous vitality. With a continuous supply of chakra, new flesh began to sprout from the severed wounds almost instantaneously. What is happening? I don't recall Naruto and the others being attacked upon entry, Cheyenne mused, furrowing his brow as his senses frantically scanned the entirety of the castle. For greater accuracy, he opted to probe the depths of its interior. In the original narrative, it seemed they had found something on the top floor, yet Cheyenne dared not be overly confident, especially after encountering a group of orphans from Shuasaki Castle. Not below. Adhering to conventional reasoning, Cheyenne initially inspected the innermost region, but he quickly dismissed it. That area was the beast's stomach. Though it was hidden from view, he could sense the terrifying presence of gastric acid within. Furthermore, the skeletons strewn about, either lying or sitting, were a stark testament to the horror of that acid. However, the number of these remains was not substantial, and some had even been partially dissolved by the corrosive fluid. So, has it been starved to such an extent? No wonder there is not a single trace of excrement. With a swift throw of his kunai, Xiaoyan severed a tentacle, quickly spinning to evade another attack. Engaged in battle, while simultaneously gathering intelligence presented no challenge for him. Heightening his perception, he decided to look upward since the lower area was clear. In an instant, his awareness penetrated the layers of flesh within the spirit beast's body, swiftly enveloping the upper region. It must be said that the illusionary capabilities of this spirit beast were remarkably potent. It had transformed the area above into an array of houses, a sight that would bewilder anyone else. Yet, under Xia Yan's keen perception, these facades were rendered transparent. He recognized them as mere organs or parts of the beast. In the highest room, he discovered the enormous scroll lying flat within. Excellent, it was indeed here. After confirming this several times, a smile crept across Xia Yan's face. There was no doubt about that location. Armed with this knowledge, he knew it was time to cease entangling with the tentacles and swiftly retrieve what was needed. That was the most prudent course of action. Follow me, do not linger. He called back to Kakashi, who was still engaged in combat, before charging upward without a glance back. Kakashi reacted swiftly, slicing through an attacking tentacle with a single strike, then leaping to Xia Yan's side, providing cover as they ascended together. The colossal castle began to tremble, as if the lizards sensed their intentions. The tentacles multiplied, and smaller lizards emerged. Even the illusionary walls began to reveal their flesh-like nature. Countless small lizards burst forth from the meat walls, launching directly at Xia Yan and his companion. Xia Yan leapt into the air, piercing a lizard's head with his kunai, only to furrow his brow in concern. The sheer number was indeed alarming. He couldn't help but reflect on Naruto and the others' extraordinary luck. It was astonishingly fortunate. Sprinting forward, dispatching the attacking lizards, he and Kakashi reached the topmost level, where the scroll was kept. At that moment, the door to the room was tightly sealed, and due to their intrusion, the spirit beast's illusions began to falter. The shadows of the door intertwined with the meat walls, creating an eerie spectacle. Xia Yan showed no signs of slowing down. Moving rapidly, he formed a hand seal with one hand, his kunai now enveloped in a layer of blue chakra. Water style, water blade slash. The kunai, infused with razor-sharp water chakra, was thrust toward the door under Xia Yan's command. With a thunderous crash, the door shattered, revealing the interior. Xia Yan's eyes immediately fell upon the scroll resting on the table, prompting a radiant smile to grace his lips. It appeared they had succeeded. Xia Yan and Kakashi dashed into the room, while the castle around them quaked violently. As if the spirit beast sensed a grave threat, it unleashed a tremendous roar, and the internal environment underwent drastic changes. The illusion that could have been sustained has utterly failed, and the ever-expanding cellular tissue, writhing against the flesh wall, swiftly enveloped the entire surface. The number of tentacles attacking Xiaoyan and his companions increased exponentially, their assaults growing ever more frenzied, resembling a relentless struggle to the death. "Cover me, Kakashi," Xiaoyan's voice, once gentle, now bore an icy tone that Kakashi had never encountered before, devoid of any agitation yet imbued with an unsettling chill. Nevertheless, Kakashi paid little heed to this transformation. He understood that they were at a critical juncture. Should they succeed, Xiaoyan would summon a formidable and massive summoning beast, a boon for Konoha. Conversely, failure would spell doom for both, as they would become prey for the colossal creature, both young and resolute. Kakashi was no longer plagued by thoughts of past failures and the accompanying sorrow for Obito and Rin. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to fight with all his might. The vast expanse of tentacles posed a significant threat. If not dealt with in one fell swoop, complications would surely arise. Kakashi's mind raced with strategies as arcs of shimmering electricity manifested in his hands, rapidly suffusing him and his surroundings with a brilliant blue hue, the arcs beginning to spread. To envelop himself and shield his captain from harm, Kakashi's gaze grew resolute, and the arcs in his grasp flared even brighter. Suddenly, these arcs enveloped him completely. As this luminous shroud enveloped him, the blue radiance swept across the space like the auroras, and the countless tentacles launched a vicious assault, only to be swept away in an instant by the electric arcs resembling the northern lights. Kakashi, disregarding his chakra reserves, continued to unleash chakra with reckless abandon. It surged forth as if it were limitless, the blue aurora pouring out unreservedly, accompanied by the harmonious sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds taking flight and a pungent, acrid scent. A clear space formed around them. Xiaoyan stood in stunned silence, witnessing this spectacle. He swore he had seen this technique in manga and animation, yet, in his recollection, Kakashi had never employed it. Even though the foundation of the technique was laid by him, Kakashi had never used it, or so he thought. Xiaoyan was genuinely taken aback by Kakashi's display, momentarily questioning whether Kakashi had been reborn. The Chidori, a signature technique of Uchiha Sasuke, known for its association with the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan, was indeed a hallmark of that very Sasuke who had become a savior. Moreover, even if Sasuke had invented this technique, it was after he defected from Konoha, and their meeting had occurred 3 years later. Now, at least 16 years had passed since that pivotal moment, yet Kakashi had invoked the Chidori, leaving Xiaoyan utterly flabbergasted. However, Xiaoyan quickly regained his composure. He recognized the urgency of the situation. There was no time for such musings. He had a far more pressing task at hand. First, let us address the spirit beast before thoroughly interrogating Kakashi, especially since this fellow is currently at his limit. Kakashi's condition is not particularly favorable. Xiaoyan perceives this quite clearly. His chakra cannot sustain the extravagant usage of the Chidori technique, and ultimately, the burden of his Mangekyo Sharingan is exceedingly heavy. Unlike members of the Uchiha clan, who require the cells of Hashirama Senju to suppress their ocular powers, Hashirama-S cells similarly necessitate the Sharingan to counterbalance. Kakashi, being an anomaly who does not require such a counterbalance, stands alone in the ninja world, with his future seemingly holding a glimmer of hope. However, he has paid a corresponding price, as his chakra is perpetually needed to meet the demands of his Mangekyo Sharingan. With a swift tug, he unfurls the scroll with his left hand and discards a kunai with his right. In the instant the kunai descends, Xiaoyan's thumb glides across it, drawing a gash. Before the wound even begins to heal, he hastily inscribes his name, Senju Xiaoyan. Faced with such a summoning technique, Xiaoyan dares not employ the pseudonym of Shinkami Xiaoyan. Should it prove ineffective, the consequences would be dire. As soon as Xiaoyan's name is inscribed, the spirit beast's power seems to wane significantly, albeit only momentarily. Moments later, Xiaoyan suddenly realizes that not only has it regained its full strength, but its ferocity has also intensified. It unleashes a more frenzied roar, and the tentacles severed by Kakashi's Chidori once again fill the space. The surrounding fleshy walls ooze a noxious green slime, which drips incessantly downward. A few drops of acidic fluid splatter onto Kakashi, burning holes through his clothing. It appears that if they do not escape soon, they may face a dire fate of dissolution. Seeing this, Xiaoyan immediately pulls the nearly incapacitated Kakashi upward and secures the scroll at his back. He forms hand seals with one hand, swiftly completing the technique. Water release, hard vortex water blade. As chakra surges, a rapid whirlpool of water manifests upon Xiaoyan's right hand. This swirling vortex quickly condenses into a spear of water, spinning chaotically in multiple directions. Xiaoyan leaps into the air and thrusts it fiercely towards the fleshy wall before him. At that moment, the entire structure trembles violently, and a tremendous wail reverberates through the air. Boom! Under the pressure of the compressed and maximally rotated hard vortex water blade, a gash is carved into the fleshy barrier before Xiaoyan. Sunlight streams through the opening, and he feels a long-lost warmth wash over him. With a vigorous heave, he throws Kakashi towards the breach, following suit in his leap. Just as they exit, Xiaoyan observes the opening beginning to mend itself. This remarkable regenerative ability is astounding. He muses internally. Moreover, what now stands before him is no longer a castle, but a colossal lizard, bellowing towards the heavens. Its gaze swiftly locks onto Xiaoyan, deeply scrutinizing this individual with whom it shares an evident contractual bond. Subsequently, it erupted with a resounding bang, transforming into a plume of smoke and vanishing before Xiaoyan and Kakashi. What remained of the once mighty Shochi city was merely a barren foundation. Steadying himself on the ground, Xiaoyan exhaled deeply, relieved that the ordeal had not lasted long. Yet, for him and Kakashi, it felt as if an eternity had passed. Casting a glance at Kakashi, who lay motionless beside him, Xiaoyan shook his head and lowered the scroll he had been carrying. However, fatigue washed over him, causing him to fumble the scroll, which tumbled to the ground and unfurled dramatically. With a resigned shake of his head, he crouched down to tidy the scroll, intending to assist Kakashi in departing this place. As he approached, his gaze suddenly locked onto a name, rendering him momentarily speechless. Was that Kishimoto Masashi? Kishimoto, merely a cartoonist, was utterly ignorant of the nuances of Naruto. Xiaoyan had heard this sentiment countless times before his journey into this world, and the absurdity of it all was difficult for him to articulate. Nevertheless, one undeniable truth remained. All of Xiaoyan's knowledge of this realm stemmed entirely from that individual. Now, encountering that name, he was not particularly surprised, as there was a scene etched in his memory. Yet, he found himself in a state of bemusement, for in certain contexts, this was indeed the name of a creator deity. Could it be that this fellow had contemplated the possibility of traversing realms, and leaving himself an escape route? Xia Yin mused, chuckling at the absurdity of the thought, before carefully stowing the scroll away. It was no wonder Kakashi had exhibited such peculiar behavior. It was no wonder that the summoned beast had behaved with such loyalty. Even after attacking humans, its restraint made sense, as it appeared Kishimoto Masashi was orchestrating it all. Xia Yin chuckled inwardly, yet he did not genuinely believe that this Kishimoto bore much resemblance to the one who had crafted the entire Naruto universe in his previous life. In his former existence, this scenario was merely a humorous gag or an Easter egg, likely involving someone with the same name in this life. With the scroll secured, Xia Yin felt a sense of relief wash over him, and he plopped down onto the ground, sitting alongside Kakashi. Truly terrifying, he reflected. Kakashi sighed as he observed Xia Yin leaning closer. It seems we have managed to overcome this. Indeed, it was quite terrifying. Xia Yin nodded in agreement, gazing at the vacant pedestal before them with a hint of melancholy. This individual has certainly exceeded my expectations. Surprisingly, Xia Yin had underestimated the strength of that lizard. Its name was rather unassuming, Lizard Maru. Furthermore, he had come to grasp just how formidable Lizard Maru's power truly was. It has been trapped here for 3 to 4 decades, having lost its summoner, and has endured prolonged starvation. Its current strength is at most a fraction, perhaps 1/10, of what it once was. Yet even in this diminished state, it has left Xia Yin and Kakashi in a rather precarious situation. The true extent of its power during its prime is beyond Xia Yin's capacity to assess. One can only say, without a doubt, it is indeed a summoning beast crafted by the illustrious Kishimoto Masashi. But what of the present? Kakashi, with great effort, propped himself up. Is that creature obedient? Obedient? Upon hearing this, Xia Yin couldn't help but shake his head, without having engaged in a conversation with it. How could one ascertain its compliance? Although Xia Yin had never summoned a beast himself, he had encountered a few in his past life. For instance, Naruto's great toad, Gamabunta, was notoriously difficult to handle, and Naruto had certainly faced considerable challenges in negotiating with it. Of course, despite Gamabunta's cantankerous demeanor, it was still far more agreeable than Orochimaru's snake, which would often threaten its summoner. Sasuke's betrayal of it was quite justifiable. Perhaps the most amiable of them all was Tsunade's slug? Nonetheless, Xia Yin did not harbor excessive worries. The loyalty of this lizard was undeniably high, a fact he had no reason to doubt. Its steadfastness in this desolate place for so many years attests to its dedication to its original summoner. Moreover, this lizard, much like the summoning beasts of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, belongs to a vast lineage. The hierarchy within the lizard clan is structured from the highest to the lowest, with the weakest possessing merely observational abilities, while the strongest are akin to beings such as Lizard Maru. Although this lizard clan lacks a sage mode, given that their habitat is not a sacred ground, it suffices for Xia Yin. He himself possesses a sage mode, and with the acquisition of this great lizard, he could potentially present himself as a practitioner of the lizard clan's techniques when the time comes to reveal his abilities. The Senju clan inherently possesses a sage mode, yet Xia Yin finds himself unable to gain the slug's acknowledgement. He vividly recalls attempting to sign a summoning contract at the tender age of 10, only to be swiftly rebuffed by the massive slug's curt dismissal of his worthiness. As for the reasons behind this lack of recognition, the great slug remained entirely silent. Let us find a suitable place to rest, Xia Yin proposed after a brief moment of sitting with Kakashi. It seems rather foolish to linger here, and I also need to engage in a proper dialogue with that great lizard. Indeed, Kakashi replied, rising and rubbing his slightly aching back. We certainly need to find a place to recuperate, and I must contemplate that new technique. New technique? Xia Yin blinked in surprise, immediately recalling the previous technique. Is it the variation of Chidori? Yes, Kakashi confirmed. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. It is rather coincidental. You asked for my protection, and given the dire circumstances, I was contemplating how to defend against those tentacles while safeguarding myself. Consequently, did you conceive that integrated offensive and defensive technique based on Chidori? Shine's expression turned peculiar. Was this the mark of genius? To respond to an impromptu crisis with a burst of creativity and boldness, ultimately achieving success? With this in mind, Shine let out a sigh. He was aware that within the Senju clan, he was also regarded as a genius. Yet he recognized the vast chasm between himself and true prodigies. However, to be precise, my reliance is not solely on talent, but rather on my external advantages. Shaking his head, Shine chose not to dwell on such matters any longer. He casually inquired. Your new technique is quite intriguing. The amalgamation of offense and defense is undoubtedly an invaluable concept. What do you intend to name it? I haven't decided yet, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, he turned to Cheyenne. Do you have any suggestions? After all, this technique was conceived with your assistance. Had circumstances been different, I might not have arrived at this solution. You want me to name it? Cheyenne mused. What do you think of calling it Chidori-ryu? Chidori-ryu was indeed the name of Kakashi's technique, although the one who would ultimately name and popularize it had yet to be born. Nonetheless, Cheyenne was evidently unconcerned with such intricacies. Techniques may be static, but individuals are vibrant. He merely offered his thoughts, and whether Kakashi would adopt them was of no consequence to him. Opinions are not mandates. Kakashi, however, seemed to resonate with Cheyenne's suggestion, leading Cheyenne to believe that the name of this technique was unlikely to be altered. Yet, these were trivial matters. Both Cheyenne and Kakashi had more pressing concerns to address. For instance, Kakashi was acutely aware of the mission at hand, with over half a month allocated for its completion. Should the task prove to be cumbersome, they could easily request an extension. Given this, they had barely a week to fulfill the assignment. With ample time remaining, why not refine their techniques? Moreover, Cheyenne was in dire need of time. The recently tamed summoning beast required considerable interaction to transform into a viable combat asset. Kakashi was uncertain how long such interactions would take, as the summoning beast had not posed any challenges for him. His summoning was a ninja dog, proficient in reconnaissance, but not particularly beneficial in battle. Perhaps this explained why his relationship with his canine companion was amicable, devoid of complications. Cheyenne's situation was markedly different. Having forcibly subdued his summoning beast, it was unlikely to be compliant. He hoped that their captain could resolve this predicament with ease. In truth, Cheyenne believed that communicating with the summoning beast would not be exceedingly difficult, yet he had no intention of returning prematurely. To accomplish this task, time is indeed a requisite. Is it not? Furthermore, Cheyenne yearns for his seeds to mature further. After a week, the maturity of his sealing technique seed reached approximately 22%. If he were granted an extension of half a month, or even a slight delay, he could certainly surpass 50%. The initial stage of the seeds does not require excessive time, especially as Cheyenne can focus on their cultivation. However, once they reach the intermediate level, the time required escalates geometrically. One may be manageable, but several at once becomes a daunting challenge. As for the advanced seeds, one can readily observe Cheyenne's current predicament. How splendid it would be if the deadline for this mission were a month. Cheyenne mused inwardly, though this was merely a fleeting thought. The Umbu has its own regulations, and as a seasoned veteran with over 5 years of experience, Cheyenne would never contravene such rules. Moreover, the commotion they had caused led to the complete disappearance of a grand castle. Such an event transpired within the Land of Fire. It would be astonishing if the ninjas of Konoha remained oblivious to the circumstances. Chidori. In the forest, Kakashi clasped his left hand over his right, which was directed downward. Brilliant arcs of blue electricity erupted from his right hand, and as he channeled his chakra, these arcs began to expand, extending even 10 meters away. Cheyenne, perched on a nearby tree, observed this spectacle and couldn't help but nod in approval. Kakashi's talent is truly unparalleled. It has only been a week since he inadvertently utilized this technique, yet he has mastered it so adeptly. For a moment, Cheyenne even wondered if Kakashi possessed some hidden advantage akin to his own. Once unleashed, one could fully comprehend it, perhaps deliberately taking time to exhibit it gradually. This reflected Cheyenne's own reality. He had always approached matters in such a manner, and seeing Kakashi now evoked a sense of déjà vu. Shaking his head, Cheyenne dispelled the fanciful thoughts and gracefully leapt down from the tree, wearing a gentle smile. Congratulations, you have acquired a versatile ninjutsu of at least S rank. Thank you. Kakashi's eyes transformed into a crescent shape. If it weren't for that crisis, I would never have thought of using it this way. This is still thanks to the captain. Let us not dwell on that, Cheyenne chuckled, playfully tapping Kakashi on the shoulder. Enough about me, Kakashi shrugged, slowly inquiring. Captain, how is your summoning beast faring? Lizard Maru. You mean? Upon hearing this, a twitch of discomfort crossed Cheyenne's lips, before he responded with a smile. Have you not seen it already? At Cheyenne's reply, Kakashi fell silent. He had indeed seen it, but at that time, Lizard Maru's demeanor was somewhat unfriendly. A few days prior, Cheyenne had summoned Lizard Maru, and Kakashi had been there to witness it. The demeanor of the large lizard appeared rather hostile, at least from Kakashi's perspective, as it launched a direct assault against him. Xia Yan, however, refrained from retaliating, bound by the contract he had established, yet he felt little connection to this lizard. Seizing the moment, Xia Yan leapt onto the creature's head, an action that incited its fury, prompting it to bound away into the distance. Kakashi chose not to pursue, wary of the lizard's unpredictable temperament. It was only in the evening that Xia Yan returned, his countenance suggesting distress. Clearly, Kakashi surmised that Xia Yan's initial attempt had ended in failure. In the days that followed, Xia Yan consistently ventured out early and returned late, with faint tremors occasionally resonating from afar, indicating that his endeavor was far from smooth. He soon realized that he had underestimated the lizard's ferocity, casting doubt upon his previous analyses. Fortunately, the lizard, despite its aggression, refrained from harming its contractor, granting Xia Yan considerable leeway. With this assurance of safety, he was now able to confront the formidable creature effectively, to prevent causing significant disturbances to the nearby towns and residents. He opted to engage the lizard at a considerable distance. Fortunately, the lizard exhibited a sense of fidelity to their contract. Even if the manner in which Xia Yan had forged this agreement could only be described as devious. After considerable effort, the lizard finally acquiesced to his commands. Gaining the creature's approval, Xia Yan added a potent weapon to his arsenal. Moreover, he discovered that this lizard species possessed a remarkable ability. It could resonate with smaller lizards to generate chakra, allowing him to comprehend the speech of animals. While controlling them may be beyond his reach, the capacity to communicate with seemingly insignificant creatures proved invaluable for gathering intelligence. After much endeavor, I have reached a consensus with Lizard Maru, Xia Yan sighed softly, acknowledging the newfound support. Thus, I must extend my congratulations to the captain. Kakashi couldn't help but chuckle at this. Congratulations aside, I couldn't have achieved this without your assistance. Xia Yan shook his head and patted Kakashi's shoulder. Yet, his brow soon furrowed, and his gaze shifted to the distance. The captain was nearing quickly, in the border region between the land of fire and the land of rivers. A group of ninjas clad in Konoha's umbu attire hurriedly made their way toward the village. They appeared utterly disheveled, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Had they not been masked, one might have glimpsed the expressions of alarm etched upon their faces. They were in dire straits, relentlessly pursued by a seemingly invincible figure adept in puppet manipulation, resembling a monstrous entity. It was indeed hard to fathom how a single individual could pursue an entire squad of umbu operatives. Especially these individuals do not merely belong to the umbu. They also harbor members of the root. Captain Nanu's expression darkened upon hearing this revelation. As the leader of the 3rd Division, he had received a mission half a month prior, tasked with escorting and safeguarding the return of the root from the border of the land of rivers and the land of wind. The umbu and root are distinctly separate entities, with the existence of the root being one of Konoha's most closely guarded secrets. However, as a member of the umbu, he was privy to certain knowledge about the root, and due to unique circumstances, he was aware of far more than others. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly set out with the 3rd, 5th, and 7th teams, who were momentarily unoccupied. After several days of waiting, they finally encountered members of the root. Yet they also had to confront the relentless pursuit of the Sand Village's assassination squad. Following a fierce battle, which cost them over 6 umbu and left only 5 of the 8 remaining root members, they managed to escape. However, this escape was merely a self-deception. They soon realized they had drawn the attention of a far more terrifying adversary, clad in tattered black garments. With a numbed and icy visage obscured by a ragged black cloth, this figure hunched over as if crawling on the ground. This peculiar, almost crippled being inflicted considerable losses upon both the umbu and the root. They were oblivious to the identity of this entity, having never encountered him before. Yet his prowess shattered their expectations. His mastery of puppet techniques was beyond anything they had ever conceived, rivaling perhaps even that of Chio from the Sand Village. Yet no one could provide an answer to their queries. Faced with this foe, their only option was to flee. They did inquire about the reason for his assault, although they were akin to Cheyenne in their desire to avoid unnecessary complications. However, circumstances dictated their actions, and they were compelled to yield. I am merely curious about what the mouse, pursued by the Special Assassination Unit of the Sand Village, had taken to incite such fury. The raspy, cold voice, paired with hollow eyes, rendered him akin to a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. This frigid and numb entity made Captain Nanmu acutely aware of one undeniable truth. This specter would not relent in his pursuit. With no alternative, he faced the grim choice of either fighting, certain to result in their annihilation, or fleeing, dispersing some members to hinder the adversary and delay his advance. They could only stall for as long as possible, knowing those who remained would inevitably perish. Captain Nanmu's heart brimmed with fury and frustration. Under normal circumstances, they might have stood a chance of matching this adversary's strength, perhaps even vanquishing him. But now, despite their numbers, they had already been rendered utterly battered from their fierce skirmishes with the Shadow's clandestine forces. How could they possibly contend with this individual? Could it be that they have fallen so swiftly? It appears that Being and the others have met their demise. Gritting his teeth, Nanmu murmured, "Accelerate. Ahead lies Shochi City, where our stationed troops await us." If we can reach there. Yet before Nanmu could finish his thought, a kunai suddenly hurtled toward him. The weapon glimmered with a faint green light under the sun, unmistakably laced with poison. Nanmu sensed the impending danger and quickly shoved the nearby shadow operative aside. The operative fell to the ground just in time to narrowly evade the lethal strike. However, the kunai's speed was astonishing, and Nanmu's current condition was dire. Under normal circumstances, he would have effortlessly dodged it, but now he struggled, particularly in his attempt to withdraw. His movements were evidently sluggish. With a sickening sound, the metal tore through flesh, and the kunai grazed Nanmu's arm, crimson blood gushing from the wound. The blood was bright red, a typical hue, yet within moments, its color began to shift. The wound on Nanmu's arm rapidly festered, the edges darkening ominously. Poison, the eternal nightmare of humanity, even for ninjas. Nanmu swiftly channeled his chakra to combat the dreadful toxicity, though the effect was rather lackluster as he could not staunch the bleeding. Yet, failing to do so would certainly hasten his demise. No need to waste your efforts. At that moment, a raspy, chilling voice echoed around them. While you may resist slightly with your chakra, once it is depleted, the toxin will course through your blood to your heart. Moreover, I have infused my venom with some intriguing additives. Your body will decay. Your coagulation ability will fail, and you will die a most agonizing death. Who are you exactly? Nanmu disregarded the voice entirely, crouching swiftly to retrieve a bandage to staunch the bleeding. The shadow operatives surrounding him formed a protective formation, yet the members from the route remained distant, seemingly searching for the figure in the shadows while preparing for a potential retreat. Nanmu, however, had no desire to contemplate the route's intentions. His focus was solely on this malevolent figure before him. What is your ultimate goal? Now that we have entered the land of fire, do you still act with such impunity? The land of fire? And what of it? The despairing voice resonated once more. And this time, its owner gradually emerged from the forest. You dare to enter the wind country and the river country. Why should I not venture into the land of fire? Do you intend to oppose us of Konoha entirely? Nanmu hastily secured his wound, standing resolutely to face this figure. Ignorant, the man, resembling a malevolent specter, shook his head, a hint of disappointment flickering across his features. You do not represent Konoha, and can you even notify them? As he spoke, his sinister demeanor seemed to drain away any remaining enthusiasm. He cast a glance at the Umbu before him and suddenly erupted into a raspy laughter. It appears you Umbu are not of the same ilk. Very well, let us dispose of you first, leaving one alive. With that, he raised his left arm, and in an instant, countless shuriken were unleashed. These shuriken, akin to the kunai from before, were all laced with a deadly poison. The densely packed poison needles scattered, covering the entire area within the Umbu's reach. Kusunoki immediately began forming hand seals, but the poison coursing through his veins rendered him incapable of properly gathering chakra. The other Umbu, even those who were not poisoned, found themselves in a dire predicament, and the speed of the poison needles left them barely able to react. Just then, a surge of chakra erupted from a distance. A massive earthen wall rose abruptly, shielding them. What is it, Captain? In the forest, Kakashi observed Cheyenne, who wore a furrowed brow as he gazed into the distance, prompting his curiosity. Someone is approaching. They are being pursued and are still some distance away from us. Cheyenne replied calmly, though his expression betrayed a hint of unease. He distinctly sensed that among the pursued, there were several chakra signatures he recognized. This indicated that those being hunted were indeed familiar to him. Moreover, these chakra signatures were notably different from those of his old classmates, leading Cheyenne to deduce that their owners were likely members of the Umbu. What struck him as peculiar was the audacity of whoever dared to pursue the Umbu within the Land of Fire. Could it be a crime scene orchestrated by Kakuzu? Suddenly, an exceptionally strange chakra presence entered Shine's perception. This chakra was of remarkably high quality. It was not Kakuzu's, yet it was equally formidable. It was likely a shadow-level powerhouse hunting a group of Umbu. Had these individuals managed to attract the attention of the Wind Shadow? No. Although Shine had never encountered the fourth Wind Shadow, he was certain it was a human. However, the chakra now enveloping him bore an extraordinarily unique essence. This sensation led Shine to believe that the owner of this chakra might not even be human, since discovering his ability to perceive chakra and honing it over time. Shine had encountered countless entities. He could easily distinguish between human chakra characteristics and those of other beings. The life force of this shadow-level warrior was exceedingly bizarre. It possessed human traits, yet resembled that of a puppet more. Could it be Chiyo? Shine pondered silently. Recognizing that the route the Umbu had taken to flee undoubtedly led from the Land of Rivers. Beyond the Land of Rivers lay the Land of Wind. If one were to contemplate this, it appears that the only shadow-level puppet master in the Land of Wind thus far is the elderly Chiyo. Of course, there is another, one who, in the truest sense, ignited the third great ninja war, Sasori. The reason the Hidden Sand Village instigated this war was not merely due to the disappearance of the third Kazekage. The Land of Wind is entirely engulfed by sandstorms. Presenting exceptionally adverse geographical conditions, they lack sufficient water sources, abundant mineral resources, and are not situated along vital trade routes. Consequently, for the Hidden Sand Village to develop, they had no choice but to expand outward. The Land of Rivers seemed a promising option, yet it lies strategically positioned between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, serving as an excellent buffer zone. For Raza to extend the influence of the Hidden Sand Village into the Land of Rivers, he was compelled to engage in conflict with Konoha. Although it may seem that the ninja villages operate under the control of their respective daimyos, establishing military institutions on their territories, it is often the powerful ninja villages that truly wield authority. The likes of Danzo could silence the daimyo of the Land of Fire with just a glance. Illustrating this point, naturally, Raza was unwilling to be subjugated by the daimyo, and his decision to wage war stemmed from another reason. The Hidden Sand Village had languished in weakness for years, unable to achieve self-sufficiency, and their economy was entirely under the control of the daimyo. Furthermore, it was the disappearance of the third Kazekage that afforded him the opportunity to rise to power. His situation bore some resemblance to that of the current Minato Namikaze. Except for the absence of a predecessor's shadow looming over him, his support base was virtually non-existent. Eager to prove himself, Raza seized the opportunity, viewing the death of White Fang and Tsunade's departure as evidence of Konoha's decline. However, he was clearly overestimating his capabilities. Konoha, even in its weakened state, was not something he could contend with. Yet, it must be acknowledged that he capitalized on this opportunity, successfully dragging Konoha into the quagmire of war, leading to the current state of genuine vulnerability within the village. The individual who provided Raza with this opportunity was none other than Sasori, the once proud puppet master of the Hidden Sand Village, who assassinated the third Kazekage. If it truly was him, then matters would become exceedingly dire. Yahiko furrowed his brow. He had no desire to involve himself in this affair. Yet the fleeing ANBU had headed towards their vicinity in Shisaki Castle. They were currently in the forest outside Shisaki Castle, alarmingly close to the ANBU. Ignoring this situation could lead to significant trouble. Even if they were to depart now, the pursuers would likely catch up in less than a minute. If it were just him, he could easily flee. However, bringing Kakashi along would tarnish his reputation. Let us proceed, Yahiko contemplated, his expression hardening with resolve. We must hurry, or they may not endure for much longer. It seems we have encountered a grave predicament. Kakashi did not dispute this. Instead, he promptly retrieved a soldier pill, pulled down his mask, and placed it in his mouth, subsequently donning both his mask and face covering. He had just been experimenting with ninjutsu, and although the consumption of chakra was not particularly high, it was certainly not negligible. If he did not replenish it properly, he might find himself unable to contribute significantly shortly. Kakashi was never one to lag behind. He had always held himself to rigorous standards. The two moved swiftly, and in mere moments, they were nearing the position of those foes. However, Shine's expression changed slightly as the Umbu had been completely caught up with, and a shadow-level adversary was about to make a move. Kakashi, I'll go ahead, Shine said quickly. You need to accelerate. The situation is dire, understand? I understand, Captain. Kakashi nodded immediately, feeling an eerie chakra resonating through the forest. Cheyenne slightly adjusted his breathing, and in the next instant, his speed surged, transforming him into a streak of lightning as he dashed forward. Kakashi, having witnessed Cheyenne's speed before, was not surprised by this situation, yet he could not help but sigh. It was astonishingly fast. Such speed was truly difficult to keep up with. He pondered why Cheyenne was so swift. Was it to escape? However, Kakashi dared not entertain such thoughts. For immense troubles lay ahead, and arriving late would spell disaster. Cheyenne sprinted forward, having activated Sage Mode midway. His speed was beyond imagination. Faced with such foes, he dared not entertain any semblance of complacency. In an instant, he reached the outskirts of the battlefield, where he immediately noticed a hunched figure resembling a creature sprawled on the ground. It was Scorpion. Cheyenne recognized the figure instantly, and at that moment, Scorpion launched an attack. Countless poisoned sunbonds shot forth like they were free, completely enveloping all the Umbu. Cheyenne shook his head and immediately formed hand seals, as the chakra within him surged violently. Earth style, earth flow wall. Is this support? Katsu looked at the suddenly rising massive earthen wall, momentarily taken aback, before he quickly grasped the implications. Yet, his expression soon darkened further. He intended to seek out the Leaf Ninja stationed in Shokuzaki City and have them relay information back to the village immediately. However, encountering this unexpected situation was far from welcome, as the station ninjas were hardly a match for that adversary. The station ninjas were generally of mediocre strength, especially the patrolling ninjas, who were mostly composed of Chunin and Genin. Thus, Katsu contemplated having them relay information instead of engaging in battle. But now, the patrol team had arrived, complicating matters significantly. Suddenly, Katsu furrowed his brow, as the earthen wall before him seemed excessively large. Moreover, the high-quality chakra fluctuations compelled him to frown. If they were not from the patrol team, then who could they be? Perhaps passing mission ninjas? As Namu pondered, his expression transformed when a figure clad in the same dark attire of the Konoha Umbu, adorned with a bird-shaped mask, emerged. The presence of Umbu in this vicinity puzzled him. Was it on a mission nearby, or had they come to assist? Or perhaps they were inadvertently drawn here upon discovering a disturbance. Are you all right? Before Namu could voice his thoughts, Xia Yin interjected, retracting some of his chakra, aware that he could not sustain it for long. I am Ying, captain of the 3rd Squad of the 1st Division. What is happening here? Ying, is that you? Despite being the captain of the 3rd Division, Namu recognized most of the Umbu members. What brings you here? Before he could finish, Xia Yin suddenly grasped his shoulder and leaped backward, just as a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal tail spike had violently pierced through the earthen wall Xia Yin had erected, simultaneously impaling an Umbu ninja standing at the forefront. Xia Yin had been vigilantly monitoring the movements of the scorpion, even as he posed his questions. To his astonishment, he realized that the individual before him was a formidable foe. Earlier, he had not paid much attention during their journey, but now he discerned he was facing a captain. The fact that a captain had personally embarked on this mission emphasized its significance. Moreover, Xia Yin observed that a group of ninjas remained distant, despite their injuries. An idea struck him. Those donning Umbu attire were not solely Umbu members. These could very well be root operatives. In Konoha, only root personnel were permitted entry into the Wind Country, and Xia Yin's deductions aligned with this revelation. How intriguing. At that moment, Scorpion, manipulating his puppet, unexpectedly spoke. Reinforcements. You say? It seems your mission is indeed noteworthy. I shall take this more seriously. With that, Scorpion ceased utilizing his puppet to attack, but remained within its confines, retrieving a scroll emblazoned with a symbol. Observing this, Xia Yan's eyelids flickered as he hastily withdrew a few shurikens, but as he prepared to launch them, a thick white mist enveloped the area. Once the mist dissipated, a human puppet materialized before Xia Yan. Gazing at the black iron sand swirling around the puppet and its eerily recognizable visage, even in death, Nanmu's countenance fell into a grimace. Trembling, he stammered, "Is this the 3rd Hokage?" Not only he, but the other Umbu, root members, and the recently arrived Kakashi also bore expressions of incredulity. What was the meaning of this? Why had the long-missing 3rd Hokage appeared here? Moreover, how could this formidable figure have been transformed into a puppet? What unspeakable terror did this seemingly demonic entity embody? This is my most satisfying work to date. Citizens of the Hidden Leaf, take a moment to appreciate my artistry, Scorpion uttered in a hoarse voice, while the puppet of the Third Hokage radiated an astonishing amount of chakra. Upon witnessing this scene, Shigeno swiftly stowed away his kunai. He lightly tapped Kakashi on the shoulder and murmured, "Those individuals over there belong to Root. Escort one of the less injured back to the Hidden Leaf from the north." The Umbu were divided into two groups, a situation that was strictly against the protocols of the Umbu, and Shigeno was acutely aware of Nanmu's circumstances. Thus, he easily deduced that those who had not gathered were likely affiliated with Root. Moreover, he dared not utter Kakashi's name nor refer to him as White Fang, for the individual before him was Scorpion. Kakashi was of paramount importance, and Shigeno could not afford to compromise him. Understood. Kakashi replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. "Wait, what is your plan?" Nanmu inquired, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Shigeno cast a fleeting glance at him, but offered no response. Neither Scorpion nor the Third Hokage puppet were adversaries he could contend with at present. Shige's foremost concern was not how to stall this foe, but rather how to devise an escape. The Umbu and Root members present had essentially lost their combat effectiveness, and Shigeno astutely noted that they were all, to varying degrees, injured. Scorpion, aside from his formidable personal strength, exhibited a particularly pronounced skill as a puppeteer. He was remarkably adept at using poison, integrating it into nearly all his combat techniques. In other words, aside from Shigeno and Kakashi, the rest were likely compromised. In such dire circumstances, Shige's choice was clear: to prioritize the most valuable asset. This mission was evidently orchestrated by Root, and Shigeno intended for Kakashi to lead one of the less severely injured individuals to safety. Meanwhile, he fixated his attention on the captain, whose intelligence value might not be exceedingly high, yet held significant status within the Umbu. This individual would undeniably influence Shige's future within the organization, even if he had some connections to Danzo. With this thought, Shigeno clenched his teeth slightly and signaled Kakashi with a glance. "Ready with the plan?" Just then, Scorpion spoke up, "Then I shall make my move." As his words fell, the iron sand hovering around the Third Hokage's puppet transformed into a tempest of fine needles. These needles rained down fiercely upon Shigeno and his companions. Observing this, Kakashi immediately stepped forward, his hands weaving through a series of rapid seals. As chakra surged through him, a brilliant blue arc of light flared to life. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. The vibrant blue arcs expanded wildly, forming a barrier that intercepted the onslaught of needles. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but nod quietly. He then swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a technique was completed in his hands. The water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of water, under Xiaoyan's command, erupted violently from his mouth and surged rapidly towards Scorpion. The moment the electric arcs intertwined with the water, those dreadful currents had already surged into Scorpion's body. Xiaoyan was fully aware that this maneuver was ultimately futile. Scorpion, now entirely transformed into a puppet, was impervious to such tactics, especially with his true form concealed within the crimson flow. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the moment. After accomplishing this, Xiaoyan seized Nanmu and, without a backward glance, hastened towards the south. Kakashi also acted swiftly, striding over to a nearby Root ninja, grasping him firmly, and then heading northward. Xiaoyan's retreat was remarkably swift, devoid of any hesitation. Kakashi, too, showed no signs of lagging behind. Perhaps after their ordeal with Kaku, he had become resolute in his escape. The remaining Umbu and Root ninjas were momentarily stunned, having overheard the earlier conversation between Xiaoyan and Kakashi. However, the rapidity of their retreat, despite their mental preparedness, left them somewhat bewildered. Yet, being elite ninjas from the meticulously organized and rigorous Root and Umbu, they required no verbal communication. A mere exchange of glances was sufficient for them to reach a consensus. Among the remaining 7 Umbu, 4 stayed back while 3 immediately pursued Xiaoyan and the others. All Root members braced themselves for battle, fully aware of their impending doom, yet showing no hesitation. Their resolve to flee was indeed commendable. Scorpion, of course, observed all of this, his voice raspy and cold. "As for you, you certainly possess courage, but I do not hold any fondness for you." The Umbu and Root ninjas remained silent, their cold gazes fixed on Scorpion, filled with unwavering determination. However, in the next moment, the seemingly motionless Scorpion suddenly formed hand seals, and a terrifying surge of chakra erupted around him. This action heightened the vigilance of all Konoha ninjas, for they understood the formidable strength of their opponent. Yet, moments later, one by one, they found themselves kneeling on the ground. Blood began to seep from the thick masks that obscured their faces. "Thus, you shall perish," Scorpion's indifferent voice echoed. "Having succumbed to my poison, your fate is sealed. Your survival hinges solely on whether I choose to let you die now. Observing your commitment to safeguarding the outcome of this mission, I find myself increasingly curious and intrigued. Alas, you will not have the opportunity to witness my latest masterpiece." Accompanied by Scorpion's chilling voice, the Root and Umbu ninjas curled up and collapsed onto the ground, soon rendered immobile. From the grotesque state of their demise, one could surmise the excruciating torment they endured in their final moments. However, Scorpion remained utterly indifferent. To him, these individuals, though admirable, possessed no intrinsic value. The notion of fashioning puppets from their lifeless bodies seemed utterly devoid of worth. His gaze remained fixed ahead as he pondered which path to pursue. The shadowy ninjas had retreated down the central route, indicating a division into 3 factions. Yet, Scorpion held no interest in the central path. His curiosity lay with the 2 individuals who had been rescued. To discern their actions, it was imperative to choose between these 2. Scorpion's motivation stemmed purely from intrigue, though it was inevitably tinged with his animosity towards Konoha. His parents perished at the hands of White Fang, leaving him with an unquenchable hatred for the village. Encountering such circumstances presented the perfect opportunity for retribution against Konoha. Particularly, the fact that the 2 recently rescued individuals were both fair-haired intensified his desire to pursue them. However, he remained uncertain about one aspect: whether the individual who had just employed lightning release was indeed Kakashi. The technique bore a resemblance to Chidori, yet it was distinctly different. Scorpion contemplated this briefly before directing his gaze southward. The fair-haired individual was the leader, as the other had addressed him as such. Rumor had it that Kakashi was a proud individual, especially as a disciple of the Hokage. It was unlikely he would casually refer to another as leader. Having clarified these thoughts, Scorpion manipulated his puppet, Faye, and leaped into the air, heading southward in pursuit. Oh no! Cheyenne supported Nanmu as they retreated swiftly. Yet he maintained a vigilant watch over the battlefield with his sensory abilities. He had already discerned that those left behind, the members of the Umbu and Root, had all succumbed to death. Simultaneously, Scorpion had merely contemplated for a moment before heading directly towards their location. Although Cheyenne was mentally prepared, this scenario still caused him considerable distress. Fortunately, he still had a trump card to rely upon. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Nanmu suddenly began to cough violently, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. "Hey, are you all right?" Cheyenne inquired, observing Nanmu's increasingly pale countenance. "I can still hold on," Nanmu replied with difficulty. "Is that individual pursuing us?" "Yes, Captain," Cheyenne nodded affirmatively. "He likely perceives us as possessing greater value." Stealthily glancing at the individual, Cheyenne realized that he had been deliberately protected in the center, suggesting an intention for Scorpion to believe he was the most valuable person present. Furthermore, Kakashi had inadvertently referred to him as captain, indicating that the worth of their small team might outweigh that of Kakashi's. "I've heard you possess a certain level of sensory ability. It seems this assessment may be somewhat flawed," Nanmu remarked seriously, then continued, "You should abandon me. Your escape and the transmission of information back home are of utmost importance." With a laborious effort, Nanmu retrieved a scroll from his bosom and presented it to Cheyenne. However, Cheyenne merely cast a glance at the scroll without extending his hand to receive it, though the expression beneath his mask subtly shifted. This wretched individual intended to play the emotional card to ensnare him, to leave him behind for Scorpion? Did this man still possess any combat capability? Manifestly not. His current state revealed a complete lack of potential for action, and even if he lingered, it would be for mere seconds. His grandiloquent proclamations of righteousness likely served to lure Scorpion toward their direction. By abandoning him to flee solo, he would undoubtedly feign a desperate resistance upon capture, ready to divulge even a hint of anxiety or directly inform Scorpion that he had pursued the wrong target, with the real objective lying elsewhere. Thus, Scorpion, who might have otherwise given up after a brief chase, would be compelled to pursue them relentlessly. In such a scenario, Kakashi and his team would be thoroughly safeguarded, their operational latitude significantly enhanced. The mission took precedence. Any ninja could be sacrificed, and this captain embodied that principle. Cheyenne's suspicion of this man was not born of malice, but rather stemmed from the realization that Nanmu was the same captain who had allied himself with Danzo. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Cheyenne's eyes, tinged with a hint of danger, as he suddenly recognized his miscalculation. This man seemed unworthy of his investment, lacking any value for it. "Captain, what absurdity are you spouting?" Upon this revelation, a smile unexpectedly graced Cheyenne's face, his tone transforming into one of remarkable gentleness. "I will bring you back. I will lead you home." The sincerity in Cheyenne's words, coupled with his calm, yet resolute demeanor amidst such peril, appeared to resonate with Nanmu. Furthermore, he had heard of Cheyenne's reputation within the Umbu, gentle, amiable, and treating all Umbu members with kindness. Such a temperament seemed ill-suited for the Umbu, yet this individual's success rate and efficiency in missions were undeniably impressive. In that moment, Nanmu felt his convictions waver. He even doubted the correctness of his actions. However, as an Umbu operative and a captain, he swiftly regained his composure. The Umbu's mission was to complete tasks, even at the cost of their lives. Nevertheless, he refrained from mentioning the scroll again. It was a mere ruse, intended to keep Cheyenne preoccupied and divert the attention of that malevolent figure. Although Nanmu held no fear of death, he also wished to survive. Eager to witness Cheyenne's next move. Suddenly, Cheyenne felt a jolt of urgency. Without hesitation, he forcefully hurled Nanmu aside, disregarding any potential harm to him. In the next breath, he twisted his body to evade the iron sand projectiles that resembled spears, before landing steadily on the ground. Gazing up at the floating third Hokage puppet, Cheyenne took a deep breath. He was aware that this entity was capable of flight and had contemplated that it would not be long before he would be pursued. Thus, it was not entirely unexpected. His reaction was rather swift. The figure of Scorpion gradually emerged from the treetops, his tone remaining hoarse and somber. "However, I do not relish the game of cat and mouse. Your journey ends here. Who exactly are you?" Xia Yin inquired, not averse to engaging Scorpion in conversation, as it would also aid in replenishing his chakra. "In the land of fire, pursuing the Umbu of Konoha, even you, no matter how formidable, would find it difficult to evade Konoha's vengeance, would you not?" "Indeed, Konoha is quite fearsome," Scorpion conceded with a nod, not contesting this assertion. Yet, how would they know who is responsible? The terror of Konoha was an undeniable fact for wandering ninjas and rogue shinobi alike. No matter how potent one's individual abilities might be, when faced with a vast ninja pursuit force, one could easily be eliminated or even worn down to exhaustion. Such an era no longer witnessed individuals like Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, who could stand against an entire nation alone. Nevertheless, Scorpion was not overly concerned, as he stated. As long as he eliminated everyone, no one would be able to discern his involvement. Moreover, he was currently in a state of disguise, which further alleviated his fears. "How is your recovery progressing?" At this juncture, further discussion seemed unnecessary, and Scorpion suddenly inquired with keen interest, "I shall make my move now." His voice remained as hoarse and chilling as before, yet this time it bore a hint of playful anticipation. As soon as his words fell, Xia Yin seized the moment to act. A purely defensive stance was never his style. He was still enveloped in sage mode, and although victory against Scorpion seemed implausible, he was confident in his ability to evade Scorpion's weapons. Sage art, water release, water blade slash. In the instant the body flicker technique was activated, Xia Yin drew his ninja blade, which was enveloped in an extremely compressed layer of water chakra. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Scorpion. Opting not to target the third Hokage's puppet immediately, but rather Scorpion himself as his primary target. Puppet masters possess a notable weakness. They detest close combat with taijutsu ninjas. Though Scorpion did not share this vulnerability, having undergone extensive modifications, Xia Yin could not afford to be overly audacious. "Foolishness." Scorpion disdainfully shook his head, then swung the massive tail of his crimson puppet, fiercely aiming it at Xia Yin. Simultaneously, the third Hokage's puppet, hovering above, launched itself towards Xia Yin, its arms bristling with numerous sharp blades. With a resounding clash, Xia Yin's ninja blade struck the body of the crimson puppet, producing a thunderous echo as he was forcefully repelled. The strength of the crimson puppet was indeed astonishing, despite Xia Yin's strike, imbued with sage chakra, shattering the puppet. He himself was violently thrown back. The disparity in their fundamental capabilities was rather pronounced. His overall strength was merely that of a Jonin, with chakra available only at the level of a Chunin, even though he now exists in a Sage mode state, with an augmented chakra intensity. The amount of chakra he injects remains remarkably minimal. The potency of a technique is determined not only by the quality of the chakra, but also by the quantity infused into the technique. Thus, while Xiaoyan's strike was formidable, shattering half of the Scarlet Flow's form, it still fell short in the eyes of Scorpion. It was not the product of a weakened wood release. And as he landed steadily on the ground, his gaze immediately fell upon the gaping wound on Scarlet Flow. It was substantial and appeared quite devastating. Yet, that was the extent of it. Xiaoyan could not even discern the true body of Scorpion. Such defense was truly formidable, a testament to the craftsmanship of a shadow-level master in puppet creation. As soon as Xiaoyan touched the ground, the third Kazekage puppet, already hurtling towards him, lunged forward with a blade glinting coldly, aimed directly at him. Xiaoyan had long since anticipated this puppet's trajectory, granting him ample time to react. In a sudden backward leap, he narrowly evaded the blade's path, and in the next instant, his ninja blade began to slice through the air around the puppet. Scorpion wore an amused expression. Observing Xiaoyan's movements, he surmised that this individual sought to sever the chakra threads controlling the puppet. The more skilled a puppet master, the more refined their manipulation techniques, rendering the chakra threads increasingly elusive. Scorpion, a paragon among puppet masters, operated his puppets with such finesse that their controlling chakra threads were nearly invisible to the naked eye. Unless one possessed abilities like the Byakugan or Sharingan, or had exceptional sensory capabilities. A sensory ninja, perhaps? As Scorpion maneuvered the third Kazekage puppet to evade Xiaoyan's blade, he mentally noted the apparent anomaly. This Anbu was evidently not a Hyuga or Uchiha, leaving only the possibility that he was a sensory ninja. With a casual chuckle, Scorpion acknowledged the intrigue of this Anbu, who had managed to shatter his Scarlet Flow. Yet, that was insufficient. It was evident that while this individual had a high-quality chakra, the quantity was lacking, otherwise Scarlet Flow would not retain any combat capability. With this thought, Scorpion promptly directed the somewhat damaged Scarlet Flow to advance, its enormous tail reflecting a chilling light as it lunged towards Xiaoyan. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage puppet concentrated black iron sand, transforming it into a barrage of spears aimed at Xiaoyan. Puppet masters are indeed rare among ninja, with powerful ones capable of rivaling entire battalions single-handedly. Scorpion casually manipulated two puppets, not even exerting his full strength, yet they rapidly formed a pincer movement against Xiaoyan. Such terrifying prowess was indeed beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. In the face of this onslaught, Xiaoyan maintained his composure. He understood well that lacking sufficient calmness in battle could lead to his own demise, buried beneath the earth. With a gentle turn, he deftly evaded the iron spear of the third Kazekage puppet behind him. Subsequently, he formed hand seals with one hand. And just as the colossal tail spike of Scorpion was poised to strike, a surge of chakra erupted from his being. With a resounding bang, a massive cloud of dust enveloped the forest, leaving Scorpion momentarily perplexed. He suddenly realized that the adversary he faced exhibited an astonishingly rapid reaction speed, coupled with an exceptional mastery of fundamental ninjutsu. Gazing at the wooden block pierced by his tail spike, Scorpion casually discarded it. In that fleeting moment before impact, the young man had deftly employed the body replacement technique to evade the strike. Moreover, Scorpion noted that the velocity of this white-haired imp was astonishingly swift. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyan, concealed amidst the smoke in the trees, he took a deep breath, and his hands began to form seals with remarkable speed. In the face of Scorpion, even with the latter's current mindset of chasing a cat, Xiaoyan found himself somewhat inadequately equipped. He suddenly felt that Kakashi was indeed a harbinger of calamity. Before Kakashi joined their squad, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. In the span of 5 or 6 years, the most troublesome adversaries he faced were merely those assessed by the system to be of elite Jonin caliber. However, from the very first mission after Kakashi's arrival, they encountered Kakazu. Although Xiaoyan had reaped some benefits from subsequent missions, such as the encounter with the Lizard Man, the abrupt confrontation with Scorpion right after gaining an advantage proved to be overwhelming. Nevertheless, lamenting fate was not in Xiaoyan's character. He sensed that 3 Anbu were approaching their location. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, these 3 would likely be the ones sent to distract Scorpion. Yet, Upon realizing that Scorpion had not pursued them, they chose to offer their support instead. This action aligned with Xia Yan's expectations. The previous decisions made by their captain had left Xia Yan somewhat disheartened, even if those decisions were not inherently flawed. However, in the face of someone as petty as Xia Yan, his choices were gravely misguided. Returning home did not equate to returning to Konohagakure. Xia Yan would make it clear what consequences awaited those who offend a person with a long memory in times of peril. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Accompanied by the explosion of Xia Yan's chakra, the ground, devoid of any water source, suddenly erupted, unleashing a massive whirlpool from beneath. Scorpion furrowed his brow slightly, then nimbly leaped to evade the surging water columns. However, these columns ascended and swirled in the air, converging into a colossal water dragon that roared as it charged once more towards Scorpion's position. Faced with this, Scorpion was compelled to respond. He sensed that the intensity of the young man's chakra was exceedingly formidable. Magnet release, sand iron wall. Manipulating the third Hokage puppet, Scorpion swiftly conjured a sturdy barrier from the swirling sand iron to withstand Xia Yan's water technique. Furthermore, to prevent Xia Yan from escaping, he discreetly dispatched some iron sand to hover near Xia Yan, ready to latch onto him at any moment. Scorpion remained unconcerned about Xia Yan's potential flight, as he had already prepared for this eventuality when summoning the third Hokage's puppet. Though he wished to test his might by summoning the puppet of the third Hokage, he was reluctant to have this matter exposed prematurely. Of course, even if it were revealed, Scorpion would not be overly concerned. By the time he decided to take action against the third Hokage, he had already steeled himself mentally. Moreover, he was genuinely intrigued by how the inhabitants of Sunagakure would react upon discovering that the shadow they sought had, in fact, been transformed into a puppet. Surely, for Raza, it would be a source of immense joy, whilst for his grandmother, Chiyo, it would be an unfathomable blow. A colossal water dragon crashed violently against the sand iron wall. Enhanced by Sage Chakra, the impact left cracks in the barrier. Soon after, it shattered completely, as the massive water dragon surged towards Scorpion with great force. This time, Cheyenne spared no chakra. Although the third Hokage's magnetic shield was formidable, Sage techniques were not to be trifled with. Having completed this endeavor, Cheyenne swiftly turned to seek out Nanmu, determined not to allow this individual to remain, even in death. Furthermore, the Umbu had already pursued them, and Cheyenne could not afford any missteps at this critical juncture. However, just as he made his move, his body momentarily stiffened, and in the next instant, he deftly sidestepped a barrage of sunbon that erupted from the ground. As he regained his footing, he discovered that the third Hokage's puppet had charged directly in front of him. The enormous triangular prism floated beside it, and under its command, it descended upon Cheyenne with tremendous force. The magnetic sand iron triangular prism was one of the third Hokage's renowned techniques, now repurposed as Scorpion's instrument of slaughter. Cheyenne executed a swift backflip to evade the strike, yet he had no time to maneuver further, as countless shards of fine sand coalesced into sunbon, once again assailing him. Faced with such an onslaught, Cheyenne gritted his teeth and forcefully executed a body flicker technique midair, narrowly evading the terrifying projectiles. However, this exertion came at a cost. His body felt stiff, and a strain-like pain surged within him. It was evident that there was no way around it. The execution of any technique demands a toll, whether it be a standard ninjutsu, taijutsu, or even a forbidden technique. Even with his proficiency, Cheyenne could not entirely escape the negative repercussions of forcefully employing the body flicker technique. Merely experiencing muscle strain was already a testament to his extraordinary mastery of the skill. Taking a deep breath, he observed as Scorpion maneuvered both the crimson flow and the puppet of the third Hokage, drawing closer once more. Within him, chakra began to converge rapidly. Nanmu, watching Cheyenne's battle, sighed, recognizing that this nightingale's prowess surpassed expectations. Even in his prime, he doubted he could have fared better. The most striking aspect was that this nightingale appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, indicating that the child was indeed a prodigy. In this place, the fall of a genius brings profound sorrow to Nanmu. Yet, he understands that such a downfall seems inevitable. From the moment Cheyenne arrived, the outcome appeared predetermined. It is truly unfortunate that he should have come here. With a sigh, Nanmu watches as the chakra begins to surge, and Cheyenne frantically bites his fingers to form seals. Curiosity stirs within him. What other techniques does Cheyenne possess? Soon, as Cheyenne completes his seals, he forcefully slams his right hand onto the ground, causing a summoning seal to materialize. Summoning technique. Arise, Lizard Maru. Meanwhile, three Umbu swiftly navigate through the forest, making their way towards the location of Cheyenne and Nanmu. As members of the Umbu, they possess their own tracking methods. Upon realizing that Scorpion has not pursued them and is heading directly north, they prepare for support and adjust their direction accordingly. With haste, they press forward, yet a profound unease lingers in their hearts. The adversary they face is incredibly formidable, to the extent that they scarcely believe they can return alive. Particularly now, although they can still move normally, they are acutely aware that toxins reside within their bodies. Moments ago, these toxins erupted within them like a frenzy. Likely a ploy of Scorpion. Were it not for their distance and reliance on chakra to suppress the effects, they might already be dead. Their options are limited. Perhaps returning to Konoha would be the wisest choice, where they might receive treatment in the medical department. However, they dare not abandon their mission, for as Umbu, it is imperative they ensure the task is completed successfully, especially now, as the mission reaches its most critical juncture. To abandon their post would result in repercussions far worse than succumbing to the poison. What is the situation with the captain, Hunter Bug? One Umbu inquires as they accelerate. And what of White Fong's status? There are no issues on White Fong's end, another Umbu replies, gritting his teeth, but Hunter Bug has encountered significant trouble. Nightingale is currently engaged in battle. But what? He does not elaborate, yet one can easily imagine that the circumstances are dire. After all, the captain and Nightingale are up against an adversary whose strength is unfathomable, likely the one responsible for assassinating the third Kazekage. In the face of such a foe, only Lord Orochimaru and the two Hokage might stand a chance alone. For the Umbu, unless they all mobilize, escape may be their only recourse. Let us not dwell on that. Another Umbu sighs in resignation, then speaks earnestly. We must hurry. White Fang has already left with a target, and that is sufficient. We must fulfill our mission. Understood. Hunter Bug and the others nod in agreement. As soon as their voices fell, both of them were astonished to gaze into the distance. That location was where the captain and Nightingale were situated, and at that moment, an unimaginable surge of chakra erupted from it. The ground began to sway violently. A colossal shadow spreading throughout the forest, accompanied by an exaggerated cloud of dust. An enormous lizard, as massive as a mountain, stood in the distance, its terrifying aura permeating the surroundings. What is that? The voices of the three Umbu trembled slightly, as the sheer horror of such an aura instilled a sense of dread within them. Furthermore, the size of this monstrous lizard was so immense that, in their memories, only the summoning beasts of the legendary three ninjas could reach such proportions. Not just them, even Scorpion was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that this young Umbu from Konoha possessed such a trump card. Observing the colossal lizard, Scorpion furrowed his brow, for this was the first time he had encountered such a type of summoning beast. The lizard's body radiated a remarkably pure, deep earthy yellow, adorned with three black stripes that spiraled down from its head to its tail, exuding an air of majesty. Around its neck was a necklace composed of 5 massive obsidian beads. Its limbs, in comparison to an ordinary lizard, were notably longer and sturdier, yet did not convey a sense of clumsiness. Instead, they projected an impression of strength and agility. The gigantic lizard let out a roar, its large yellow-orange eyes sweeping across the entire forest before locking onto the figure standing atop its head. Cheyenne, is it you? Lizard Maru spoke in a deep voice. What business do you have in summoning me? Lizard Maru appeared somewhat reluctant, yet he expressed no complaints. Such was his nature. Otherwise, he would not have remained at Kashikijo for so many years due to a mere promise. Cheyenne was his contract holder, and even if he felt displeased, he would not voice it, dutifully fulfilling the obligations between a summoning beast and its summoner. I need you to cover my retreat, Cheyenne said swiftly, his gaze darting toward Scorpion before settling on Nanmu. Just hold him off for now, ensure your safety, and once I have distanced myself sufficiently, you can return. Is that so? Lizard Maru glanced at Cheyenne, still somewhat astonished. The task Cheyenne assigned him was not arduous. In fact, one might say it was the easiest assignment he had faced since his contract with Kashikijo. After forming a contract with Kashikijo, he had encountered numerous formidable ninjas, the level of danger being unimaginable. And when Kashikijo was on the brink of death, he had been left with the task of guarding Kashikijo, rendering him unable to leave that place. Now, Receiving such a simple task was indeed surprising. Understood. Gently shaking his head, Lizard Maru replied earnestly, "Leave it to me. But take care of yourself." "Well then, I shall entrust it to you." Shine nodded, then leaped down from Lizard Maru's massive form. The lizard ball, though rather large, possesses the inherent traits of a lizard, allowing it to remain partially grounded, which affords Xia Yin a measure of ease. Were this creature to stand upright like the Godzilla-esque lizard from his previous Life-S films, he would hesitate to leap down so recklessly. Scorpion observed Xia Yin's movements and promptly maneuvered the third Hokage puppet to fly forward. However, at that moment, the lizard ball swung its massive head, its gigantic eyes, akin to bathtubs, fixated unblinkingly on the diminutive figure before it. Its cheeks pulsated rhythmically, seemingly poised for an imminent assault, as if an overwhelming pressure were bearing down upon them. Suddenly, without warning, the lizard ball launched an attack. Its enormous tongue shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the third Hokage puppet, reminiscent of a predator targeting a fly. Perhaps it was instinct, or perhaps it was faithfully fulfilling the promise made to Xia Yin. This action momentarily stunned Scorpion, but as he observed the colossal lizard's tongue connecting with the puppet, attempting to ensnare it, a flicker of concern crossed his face. With a huff, the puppet, sealed by the third Hokage, erupted in a cloud of black sand, swiftly isolating itself from the lizard ball's tongue. The lizard's tongue, having fiercely coiled, found itself unable to make contact with the tiny creature and instinctively sensed a threat from the black sand. Thus, it retracted its tongue, allowing the small fly to return to its original position. Scorpion retrieved the puppet, yet he felt no joy. He gazed intently at the enormous lizard, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, expressing that the encounter had become increasingly intriguing. Confronted with such a colossal entity, Scorpion found the experience remarkably captivating, as it was indeed his first encounter with such a creature. Although the land of Wind's Sunagakure housed a beast of similar stature, and the tumult of war often brought forth formidable beings akin to the legendary three ninjas with their giant summoning animals, Scorpion had never engaged them directly. He merely recognized their terrifying presence. Now, standing in close proximity to such a being, how could he not find it fascinating? It seemed time to take things more seriously. Scorpion mused, uncertain of the true strength of this massive creature before him. However, he was acutely aware that, in terms of chakra and aura, the great lizard was at least on par with him, if not more formidable. Nevertheless, Scorpion felt no excessive concern. Regardless of how powerful this monstrous entity or the tailed beasts might be, they lacked one crucial element: the battle consciousness inherent to humanity. The reason tailed beasts were captured or sealed was not due to any deficiency in strength. On the contrary, each could likely obliterate an entire nation. Yet, their combat style was almost instinctual, devoid of strategy. In essence, they possessed great power but lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. The existence of Jinchuriki, while it binds the tailed beasts, allows some of them to cultivate a commendable relationship with these formidable entities. By harnessing the power of the tailed beasts through the Jinchuriki, one can unleash their might with relative perfection. Alas, summoning beasts are not tailed beasts, and thus this feat remains unattainable. Scorpion pondered silently, gazing at the colossal lizard before him. He commanded the crimson flow of chakra to suddenly raise his hand, and in the next moment, an endless cloud of dust enveloped his surroundings. This cloud dissipated swiftly, revealing a myriad of puppets scattered across the ground and sky. Scorpion was now earnest. This was no mere jest. While he enjoyed engaging in playful cat-and-mouse games, he was never careless when caution was warranted. "Let me see what you are truly capable of," he mused quietly, as his chakra surged violently within him, prompting the summoned puppets to spring into action. Lizard Maru observed the swarm of tiny figures, but felt no sense of threat. After enduring years of warfare, he had long acclimated to such situations. Furthermore, he knew precisely how to counteract them. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of chakra that roared forth. In an instant, the earth trembled violently. After leaping off Lizard Maru's back, Cheyenne swiftly seized Nanmu and retreated into the distance. Simultaneously, he utilized his sensory abilities to assess the battlefield and the condition of the Umbu. While he harbored certain suspicions regarding Lizard Maru's strength, he did not believe that a solitary lizard could vanquish Scorpion. Ultimately, without a summoning beast to coordinate with him, it was indeed challenging to inflict a devastating blow on a seasoned warrior who had weathered the trials of life and death. It was entirely plausible that Lizard Maru might falter, a notion that did not surprise Shine. Thus, he instructed Lizard Maru to buy time, confident that the creature could gauge the situation appropriately, ensuring he could not stray far before Lizard Maru had to retreat. As for the Umbu, they appeared to be unnerved by Lizard Maru's emergence. However, being elite ninjas, they quickly recalibrated, circumventing Lizard Maru to approach Shine's position. Among their ranks, there seemed to be a member of the Aburame clan, as Shine had already detected the presence of insects nearby. These individuals were likely utilizing these insects to track their movements. Shine paid little heed to this, for the insects had mostly perished during the skirmish between him and Scorpion. Moreover, the time required for their detour was significant. Just as well, I can now implement my new plan. Shine gauged the distance between both parties and then turned his gaze toward Nanmu beside him. To be honest, he and Nanmu bore no grievances against each other. Yet Shine harbored a deep disdain for being deceived. From a standpoint of rationale, Nanmu's choices were not misguided. In his relentless pursuit of this mission, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant sacrificing the lives of others. However, Xia Yan was, in fact, entirely unrelated to this task. He had not participated in it at all. His presence was solely to provide aid. Yet, Nanmu harbored no gratitude, hastily categorizing Xia Yan as part of the mission and unwittingly dragging him into a perilous situation. Had it not been for Xia Yan's hidden trump card, he would surely have found himself in dire straits. Ultimately, Xia Yan was not one who genuinely possessed the will of fire. His allegiances were malleable. Nanmu had betrayed him, and naturally, he harbored no intention of letting this individual escape unscathed. With this thought firmly in mind, he began to consider what value Nanmu could potentially offer him. As his contemplation deepened, he suddenly realized that Nanmu's demise would be of tremendous benefit to him. He had his mission records. Rescuing them would elevate his prestige, which had been his original intention. If Nanmu were to perish, it would equate to a mission failure, while he, alongside Kakashi, would successfully complete the task, yielding an even greater enhancement to his reputation. Xia Yan mused silently, maintaining his sage mode as he sprinted towards Konoha. Moreover, as the captain, Nanmu's death would inevitably create a vacancy. Few could compete for the captaincy, and by sheer coincidence, he counted himself among that select group. Xia Yan was indeed qualified to vie for the captaincy. In terms of experience and mission history, he was fully competent. Even prior to this mission, his strength had nearly met the requirements. The minimum standard for a captain was that of a jonin, and Xia Yan's abilities had indeed reached that level. Aside from the total chakra volume, this aspect was his disadvantage, compounded by his youth. At merely 13 or 14 years of age, despite boasting 5 years of experience in the Umbu, he was still quite young. However, with the release of the lizard pill this time, his disadvantages could be reversed. As Xia Yan felt the earth tremble beneath him, a faint smile began to form on his lips. He found himself unexpectedly grateful to his captain. Had he not been dispatched to investigate Shizaki City, he would never have acquired the lizard pill. The potency of the lizard pill should rival that of the summoning beasts of the legendary 3 ninjas. It was uncertain how it would fare in actual combat. But as a summoning creature of Kishimoto Masashi, it was unlikely to disappoint. Moreover, his connection to Minato Namikaze would undoubtedly prove advantageous. His ascendance would be beneficial to Minato as well, suggesting that his prospects were quite promising. This relationship with Minato significantly bolstered Xia Yan's competitiveness. Additionally, it was worth noting that his perceived weaknesses could indeed be transformed into certain advantages. His youth and limited chakra reserves could be interpreted as a natural consequence of his age, which he could overcome as he matured. Especially now, with his Jonin-level prowess and the lizard pill at his disposal, he had ample opportunity for significant development. Moreover, if I truly ascend to the position of captain, then Sarutobi Hiruzen must surely be unsettled. After entering the Umbu, Xia Yan has adhered to a guiding principle. One must contemplate thoroughly before undertaking any task. Although he is acutely aware that no amount of deliberation can prevent unforeseen events from disrupting his meticulously crafted plans. Having a sufficient strategy in place, along with ample room for flexibility, ensures he remains proactive in all situations. He does not harbor the illusion that Konoha's higher-ups are oblivious to his true identity. This has already been confirmed through his interactions with Minato Namikaze. Likewise, he does not entertain the belief that his encounters with Minato go unnoticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts. Konoha remains, after all, a stronghold governed by the interests of the Third Hokage, where even the slightest of actions are unlikely to escape their scrutiny. Any form of recklessness would be a disservice to himself. Xia Yin speculates, or rather concludes, that his clandestine meetings with Minato are likely known to the Third Hokage, though the specifics of their discussions and actions remain uncertain to them. After all, Minato is a formidable shinobi of the Hokage rank, and the Third Hokage cannot guarantee that nothing will be detected. Furthermore, as the current Hokage, he must also be mindful of appearances. Should Xia Yin gain favor through Minato's patronage, the Third Hokage would surely find such a development intolerable, for the Umbu is among their most vital assets. Yet, I await the Third Hokage to come to me, Xia Yin muses silently. If he does not, how can I manage to invest in both sides simultaneously? Although Xia Yin is a minor character, the family he represents is not merely inconsequential in historical context, and it is likely that the Third Hokage perceives it similarly. Thus, he possesses a certain leverage, aiming to maximize its value to acquire what he desires. That is his ultimate objective. Therefore, it is a matter of survival or demise. A smile remains at the corners of Xia Yin's lips, yet his gaze has grown exceedingly perilous. Nevertheless, he quickly forces himself to regain composure, ensuring that no trace of malice is evident. Harboring ill intentions is acceptable, for he is not the later Naruto, capable of sensing the goodness or wickedness within a person through the power of the Nine Tails. However, displaying overt hostility would be detrimental to Xia Yin's plans, as even a fool would be able to discern it. Just then, Nanmu suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, dark blood spewing from his mouth, rendering his complexion even more pallid. The bandages on his arm began to seep blood, the dark liquid staining the white fabric black. "Are you all right, Captain?" Xia Yin inquired with a hint of concern as he observed the scene. "Can you endure?" "Cough, cough. I'm managing," came the reply. Nanmu weakly replied, "I truly did not expect this. I underestimated you. With your summoning beast's assistance, we can undoubtedly retreat far enough. Moreover, since we are not engaged in battle at the moment, I can fully utilize all my chakra to resist." Despite his current state being rather dire, he remained an elite ninja with no issues regarding his chakra reserves. In the absence of combat, accompanied by Shine's swift guidance, he could entirely dedicate his chakra to fend off the encroaching toxins. He estimated that, given their pace, they could return to Konoha within 2 days. While his chakra was indeed significantly depleted, enduring for 2 days, albeit challenging, was not insurmountable. When hope glimmers before one, no soul would fail to seize it. Even someone like Nanmu. His outlook on the future began to brighten, especially upon witnessing Shine's massive summoning beast. A spark of hope ignited within him. He could survive the journey back and receive treatment at the medical department. Although Lady Tsunade was no longer there, the antidote formula she had devised to counter Chiyo's poison still remained. In Nanmu's eyes, if Chiyo, the most formidable puppeteer of Sunagakure, could be countered, then the poisons of other puppeteers would pose no issue either. Observing Nanmu's current condition, Shine couldn't help but smile even more brightly. How could he not perceive what Nanmu was contemplating? Unfortunately, Shine was a rather cautious individual. Moreover, the poisons concocted by Sasori were not something the medical department could easily remedy, and he would not allow any possibility of failure to transpire. "Allow me to assist you." "Captain," Shine's voice was gentle, akin to conversing with an old friend. "Though my chakra is not abundant, it can at least alleviate some of your burden, cannot it?" "Is that so?" Perhaps relieved after their escape, or perhaps due to his trust in Shine, who was also from the Umbu, Nanmu nodded. "I appreciate your effort, Nightingale. However, if it becomes too taxing for you, no worries, Captain." Shine's voice remained warm and friendly. "This level of expenditure is of no consequence to me." As he spoke, Shine supported Nanmu and began to gather chakra, which soon flowed into Nanmu's body, infused with a natural essence. Warmth, sunlight, and an abundance of nature enveloped him. This was Nanmu's immediate reaction to Shine's chakra. It felt immensely comfortable, and the quality was astonishingly high. He suddenly realized that he had repeatedly underestimated Shine. The strength of this young man's chakra was indeed formidable. He was undoubtedly a remarkable talent. "How do you feel, Captain?" Shine inquired curiously, noting Nanmu's contemplative expression. "Would you like me to increase the chakra output?" "No, this is quite sufficient." Nanmu regained his senses and couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "I truly didn't anticipate your prowess. The entire Dark Division must have underestimated you. Yet, Before he could finish his words, a sudden change swept over his countenance. With the infusion of Xiaoyan's chakra, imbued with the essence of nature, he was taken aback to realize that his body had begun to stiffen, even showing signs of petrification. Such an unexpected transformation caught him off guard, and with no defenses against Xiaoyan, the pace of his hardening was alarmingly swift. In that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of speech. Indeed, underestimated, not just my strength, but also my mindset, Xiaoyan remarked, observing Nanma's current state with a smirk. In truth, you need not regard me with such a gaze. From the moment you chose to ensnare me in despair, I had no intention of sparing you. Moreover, your demise holds greater value for me than your continued existence. As he spoke, Xiaoyan halted and gently laid the now entirely rigid Nanmu upon the ground. He gazed calmly at Nanmu, then placed his hand upon the wound, allowing his chakra to surge forth once more. Pain comes in two forms, one that fortifies you, and another that serves no purpose, merely inflicting torment, Xiaoyan stated gently. Captain, I can assist you in ending this suffering. You ought to express gratitude for my intervention. Nanmu stared in disbelief at Xiaoyan, as the reemergence of Xiaoyan's chakra set the toxins within him to proliferate wildly, and, with his entire body immobilized, he found it impossible to summon chakra to counteract the onslaught. Rest assured, Captain, you shall become a hero of Konoha, Xiaoyan soothed, a hint of regret lacing his voice. To sacrifice oneself for Konoha, that is your dream, is it not? So, please, find your peace. In mere moments, Nanmu's body succumbed to the toxins, rapidly disintegrating, his life force dissipating entirely within the span of a minute. There was no resistance, no defense. Once Xiaoyan's sage chakra infiltrated his being, reversal was futile. Xiaoyan's sage mode did not derive from any sacred ground, yet that did not imply that his sage chakra was easily subdued. Sage chakra is perpetually the most perilous. Otherwise, why would so few in this world ever attain sage mode? Xiaoyan's sage chakra possessed a petrifying effect as well, with no precautions or preparations. Allowing his chakra to invade his body led to an inevitable and grotesque fate. Such was Nanmu's plight. The invasion of Xiaoyan's chakra rendered him instantly rigid, a fate mitigated only by his formidable strength and the nascent stage of Xiaoyan's sage chakra. However, this aligned perfectly with Xiaoyan's expectations. He sought a Nanmu poisoned to death, rather than one turned to stone. Yet, why did this poison resemble that of the five-step snake so closely? Gazing at the lifeless form of Nanmu, now wholly decayed, Xiaoyan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Such a scene filled him with a sense of revulsion. Despite the fact that he had endured 5 years of trials within the Umbu, witnessing a myriad of grotesque fatalities, some of which he had even inflicted himself. Yet, upon beholding the tragic state of Nanmu, he found himself overwhelmed with nausea. Moreover, his reaction to the poison evoked memories of a certain venomous serpent from his past life. It seemed that only the venom of the rotting flesh king could result in such a grotesque demise. Nevertheless, he dismissed such contemplations. This was not the time for such distractions. As he silently sensed the approaching presence of Umbu ninjas, Xiaoyan understood that he needed to swiftly address the situation at hand. Taking a deep breath, the distinctive markings and hues of the sage mode vanished from beneath his mask, and his aura diminished in that very moment. He began to regulate his breathing, each inhalation rendering him slightly weaker, each breath draining the color from his face. Once he completed this transformation, he gradually crouched beside Nanmu's lifeless body, his gaze becoming distant and sorrowful. In mere moments, Xiaoyan had crafted an image of poignant vulnerability. Xiaoyan possessed no shortage of acting skills. Indeed, as Umbu ninjas, such talents were commonplace among them. In this era, whether they had participated in wars or served in the shadows, they were all adept performers. As Xiaoyan orchestrated this facade, 2 figures soon rushed towards him from a distance. They appeared disheveled, their bodies marred with wounds, not only from the battle but also from cuts inflicted by shards of stone and branches. Clearly, the clash between Lizard Maru and Scorpion had affected them. Despite their attempts to circumvent the fray, they could not completely evade the ensuing chaos. Nevertheless, they had finally arrived. However, their arrival bore no good tidings, especially when they beheld Nightingale crouched beside a corpse ravaged by decay. Their spirits sank. They were well aware of Nanmu's poisoning, as they themselves bore traces of the toxin within. Furthermore, they could not forget how Nanmu had sustained injuries while pushing a team member away. What happened? One Umbu ninja rushed to Xiaoyan's side, gritting his teeth as he gazed at Nanmu's body. He was fine before, wasn't he? Why? I don't know what transpired. Xia Yin replied, his voice unusually subdued and tinged with weakness. After we fled, the captain's condition deteriorated rapidly. By the time I summoned Lizard Maru to fend off that creature, the captain seemed unable to withstand it any longer. Xia Yin spoke with an unsettling calmness, his tone imbued with confusion, revealing no signs of distress. As he recounted the events, the Umbu ninjas fell into silence, clearly contemplating the implications of his words. Not long ago, they sensed that their bodies were beset by grave issues, and it was evident that their captain was similarly afflicted, albeit with far more severe injuries and in a perilous state. Xia Yin glanced at them, and upon observing their condition, he realized that these three individuals had largely come to believe his words. As for the ensuing examinations upon their return to Konoha, Xia Yin harbored little concern. With years of experience in the Umbu, how could he be unaware of Konoha's scrutiny mechanisms? As a person who traversed time, he possessed considerable knowledge about many future events in Konoha. Even in this particular time frame, he perceived the intricacies of many matters with clarity. Individuals like him often encountered issues when dealing with the Yamashiro clan, yet for 5 years, no problems had surfaced during inspections. Aside from mission-related matters, there was nothing that could be uncovered. Even regarding mission specifics, these were revealed under Xia Yin's careful control. It could be said that he had no reason to worry about the Yamashiro clan's examinations. This was one of the reasons he dared to meet the Fourth Hokage and wait for the Third Hokage to seek him out. Furthermore, it emboldened him to take vengeful action against Nanmu, seeking to extract greater benefits from the situation. Although he himself was uncertain why such circumstances arose, his mental fortitude could not withstand Jinjutsu. Yet, whenever the Yamashiro clan probed his mind and memories, he found they could not access his recollections at all. He could selectively present to them whatever he wished them to see. This was immensely advantageous for him, perhaps a result of his time-traveling origins or some external boon. Was this the case? One of the Umbu let out a heavy sigh, gazing at the utterly decayed corpse, and spoke in a somber tone. I understand. You've worked hard, Nightingale. It's a pity we couldn't save the captain. Xia Yin shook his head, his voice tinged with profound resignation. Raising his hand, he slowly removed his mask, revealing a pallid face beneath. His gaze then swept over the three Umbu, and in a calm, yet slightly mournful tone, he inquired, how shall we proceed? Our time is limited. Let us adhere to Umbu protocol, replied the Umbu, coordinating with Xia Yin, gently shaking his head. He patted Xia Yin's shoulder reassuringly. Do not be so troubled. Death is a common occurrence for us, and our mission cannot be deemed a failure. Put your mask back on. We are preparing to depart. I understand. Xia Yin nodded, subsequently donning his mask once more. However, beneath the mask, a smile reemerged on his face, solidifying the Umbu's conviction in this matter, effectively ensuring that Xia Yin's plan had achieved partial success. The presence of these three Umbu was crucial, as their involvement would greatly amplify Xia Yin's accomplishments and current prowess. They belonged to the Third Division, entirely separate from Xia Yin's own team. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Nanmu serves as the captain of the Third Squad. In other words, what Xia Yin must contend with is the position of captain of the Third Squad. Establishing amicable relations with the members within the squad and disseminating information about his contributions in the current mission would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Furthermore, this would serve to bolster his standing within the upper echelons of Konoha. Although Xia Yin possesses the ability to transform disadvantages into advantages, such transformations necessitate time. Consequently, he requires someone to propagate his current prowess within the Umbu. A solitary Kakashi proves to be of little utility, especially considering that he is effectively isolated at present. As the Umbu becomes aware of his circumstances, so too will the Third Hokage, and Xia Yin aims to ascend to a broader stage through this very method. Otherwise, why would someone capable of deceiving the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques go through such convolutions? It would be far simpler to annihilate them entirely rather than allowing them to remain and foster a belief in Xia Yin. After managing these three members of the Umbu, Xia Yin maintained a demeanor that was gentle yet tinged with sorrow, ultimately acquiescing to the use of the Umbu's final resort. The Umbu's last resort, of course, entails the dissolution of corpses, rendering them eternally absent from this world. He could not propose this himself. It was imperative that others articulate it. The three members of the Umbu had indeed contemplated returning Nanmu's body, Yet the issue lay in the fact that it had already succumbed to decay. Any slight contact could potentially expose them to further toxins. Thus, rather than retaining it, they deemed it prudent to dissolve it instead. In extreme circumstances, such a decision would not incur reproach from the Umbu. After addressing all these matters, they spent 2 days returning to the village of Konoha. Scorpion did not pursue them, likely because Cheyenne had managed to escape at considerable speed, compounded by the unexpected strength of Lizard Maru. When devoid of allies to assist him in battle, Lizard Maru indeed preferred to rely on instinct to confront challenges. However, Cheyenne overlooked one critical detail. Lizard Maru had been in a state of warfare for several decades. Meanwhile, Scorpion lacked pertinent information regarding Lizard Maru and opted to launch a broad offensive using numerous puppets. This maneuver seemingly revived Lizard Maru's latent instincts from decades past, activating his hidden DNA and prompting him to unleash the full extent of his acquired skills. This left Scorpion utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the peculiar nature of this lizard. How could he grow increasingly resolute in the face of such overwhelming puppet assaults? Certainly, Lizard Maru's endurance stemmed not only from his ingrained memories and formidable strength, but also from his exceptional defensive capabilities, which were not easily breached. His skin was remarkably tough, rendering ordinary weapons and even ninjutsu incapable of penetrating it. This is the primary reason why the Lizard Maru can sweep across the battlefield. Its formidable offensive capabilities merely reflect its strength, while its robust defensive prowess serves as its foundation. The Lizard Maru successfully delayed Scorpion for over half an hour, even drawing the attention of the Leaf Village's defense forces. This compelled Scorpion to retreat, as he was unprepared to confront the full might of Konoha, especially after suffering significant losses to his puppets at the hands of the Lizard Maru. Xia Yin became aware of this upon the Lizard Maru's return to the summoning realm. Late at night, he summoned the little lizard to ascertain the situation, and the outcome filled him with immense joy. The greater the performance and exhibited strength of the Lizard Maru, the more benefits Xia Yin reaped. Since the Lizard Maru is Xia Yan's summoning beast, it can be considered a part of his overall power. The stronger the Lizard Maru, the greater Xia Yan's potential. However, the Lizard Maru remains merely a combat companion, a summoning beast. It is imperative that Xia Yin's own strength is sufficiently formidable, as that is the most crucial and significant matter. Lying on the hospital bed in Konoha, Xia Yin cradled his head in his hands, reflecting on the distinction between what is primary and what is secondary. Regardless of the Lizard Maru's formidable strength, it is still just a summoning beast. It does not denote that he can wield such power himself. Only by becoming powerful can he minimize his vulnerabilities. Moreover, summoning beasts cannot be called forth at any moment. Just look at Orochimaru. After his hands were sealed, he could no longer summon the 10,000 snakes. Furthermore, despite Orochimaru and his companions possessing formidable summoning beasts, their own strength remains equally impressive. Xia Yin refuses to be seduced by such unfounded power. What truly belongs to him is the best. He was uncertain how long he would be able to rest. His sealing seed was nearing fruition, at which point he could attempt to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique is undoubtedly the most effective means for Xia Yin to enhance himself at this stage. He constantly thought about hastening the ripening of the sealing fruit. However, some matters cannot be rushed. Observing the progress at over 60%, Xia Yin felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation while reminding himself to maintain sufficient patience. Patience is a virtue Xia Yin has always possessed, even if it had been cultivated through the trials of the seed. Moreover, he would not have to wait much longer. He wondered how preparations were faring above and whether that guy Kakashi had returned. Bored, Xia Yin lazily stretched. He was currently residing in the finest single-patient room available in the medical facility. It was said to be specially prepared for him as a reward for assisting the 3rd Division in completing a significant task. Xia Yin had no objections to this. Yet he felt a deep disdain within. He was acutely aware that such a situation was less a reward and more an act of surveillance. He had long sensed that numerous members, be they from the Umbu or the Root, were observing him around his hospital room. The 3 Umbu who returned with him were said to have received equal treatment. But as for their current fate, whether they are alive or dead, Xia Yin was not entirely certain. However, he remained indifferent. He could afford to wait. It was likely that both the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Hokage were utterly astonished by his situation. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xia Yin was deep in thought, the door to his hospital room was rapped upon. Come in, he called, sitting up. The doors soon swung open, revealing a man with golden ponytail hair who entered slowly. This is the situation, in summary. Within a subterranean chamber of the Hokage building in Konoha, Kakashi knelt on the floor. Before him sat his mentor, Minato Namikaze, alongside the third Hokage and several elders. Kakashi had some recollection of these elders. They seemed to have always accompanied the third Hokage and were his fellow disciples. Their names appeared to be Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Gate Kurenai. Kakashi gently shook his head internally. He was not fond of these individuals, particularly the bandage-wrapped figure named Danzo, whose cold demeanor made Kakashi uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Kakashi understood that these individuals were the core figures of Konoha, regardless of his personal feelings. He had to maintain respect. Even his mentor had to be compliant in their presence, so he felt insignificant by comparison. As Kakashi pondered, Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, among others, wore equally peculiar expressions. They had not anticipated that Xia Yin had experienced such a remarkable fortune. In fact, after the return of Xia Yin and his companions and learning the specifics of what had transpired, they had promptly isolated Xia Yin. The death of Nanmu occurred right before Xia Yin, and through their discussions, they realized that Xia Yan's strength was indeed extraordinary. His identity was peculiar, a fact well understood by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Once he entered the Umbu, there were naturally individuals to keep an eye on him. And given his consistently honest demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not outwardly expressed any attitude. They were well aware of Xia Yin's prowess. Although his chakra seemed inexplicably low, his skills undoubtedly ranked among the top within the organization. All of this was within their control, as it was normal for someone from that family to exhibit talent. However, they now discovered that Xia Yan's strength appeared to have grown even more formidable. He had managed to withstand an attack from a potential assassin of the third Kazekage for an extended period. Moreover, he had seemingly summoned a creature of immense size and power, rivaling the legendary beasts of the Sannin. All of these developments had truly exceeded their expectations. When had this young man become so powerful? How had he acquired such a fearsome summoning beast? These questions plagued their minds, and thus, upon Kakashi's return, he was whisked away without so much as a moment to rest. He was requested to recount everything regarding Xia Yin, including all the details of their current mission. However, what they never anticipated was that Kakashi indeed possessed relevant information. For instance, according to Kakashi's account, Xia Yin had always been formidable. He simply seldom exerted his full strength. Moreover, this individual exhibited an astonishing speed, particularly as he had mastered numerous techniques attributed to the Second Hokage. This revelation caused the likes of Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi present to furrow their brows, while simultaneously gaining some clarity. Speed, after all, is undeniably one of the most straightforward means to enhance a ninja's prowess. Given that Xia Yin appeared to have some issues with his chakra, it could be construed that his age had constrained his development. Thus, it was not particularly surprising for such a ninja to focus on improving his speed. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that augmenting speed could, in certain respects, be more challenging than enhancing chakra. Could it be that the second Hokage, their mentor, left behind some legacy that the Senju clan had failed to disclose? Or perhaps this young lad, Xia Yin, truly possessed exceptional talent, inheriting not only the hair color of the second Hokage but also his gifts? Nonetheless, these matters hardly warranted extensive debate, whether it was Xia Yin's age, which coincided with his rapid advancement, or the possibility of the Senju clan concealing something. Neither was particularly deserving of their discussion. Talent is indeed admirable, and even if the Senju withheld certain secrets, it could be understood. After all, the Senju clan had concealed numerous things, and Hiruzen Sarutobi and his peers had already borne the brunt of that. Continuing to press on this matter would render their situation far less palatable. Beyond Xia Yin's strength, what astonished them most was his summoning beast. This lad had fortuitously acquired such a beast purely through an unexpected discovery during a mission. Shizuki Gausa was a figure Hiruzen Sarutobi was well acquainted with. The enormous lizard he once possessed had indeed left a lasting impression. However, 3 to 4 decades ago, Hiruzen was still young and had no substantial interaction with that lizard. He was aware that after Shizuki's demise, the lizard vanished, along with the summoning scroll. He had contemplated whether to seek out that lizard, recognizing its potential to significantly bolster Konoha's combat capabilities. Regrettably, during that time, he was not in a position to lead Konoha, and upon assuming office, he faced internal challenges questioning his Hokage status from the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clans. Consequently, he lacked the time to address this matter. Yet, this young lad, Shigeno, unexpectedly stumbled upon the lizard due to a mission. This compelled Hiruzen to acknowledge that the boy was indeed remarkably fortunate. It seemed, therefore, that clarity had been achieved. Minato Namikaze took a moment to compose his thoughts before finally speaking. You all did well to take the initiative in rescuing the 3rd Division and returning with intelligence. Now, you may retire and rest. Yes, Lord Hokage. Kakashi nodded slightly, then rose to his feet and bowed gently to the few individuals before him before departing from the room. It appeared that matters had become clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen also stood up, his demeanor remarkably serene, and as he rose, Danzo and his companions followed suit. He took a few steps forward, suddenly pausing, then turned around with a smile directed at Minato Namikaze. That child, Shiranui, is fortunate and has demonstrated considerable promise. He is indeed a talent worth nurturing. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, adding, furthermore, his relationship with Kakashi is quite commendable. Minato, with such an exceptional seed, you must cultivate him well. Naturally, Lord Third. Minato Namikaze rose immediately, nodding earnestly. I will strive to support Shiranui, as he is indeed a capable student and a classmate of Kakashi. That would be for the best. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled lightly, then spoke with earnestness. The future of Konoha belongs to you all. I believe you will undoubtedly make Konoha even better, correct? I swear by my life that I will make Konoha stronger. Minato's expression turned unusually grave. Konoha is his home, and he would spare no effort for this family. Yet, he was somewhat perplexed by the true meaning behind Lord Third's words. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen depart, Minato's expression gradually cooled. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions left the underground of the Hokage building, Tazuna and Mito Minyan chose to leave as well. They had their own matters to attend to and would not linger further. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, however, proceeded to a quaint tea house. The tea house was bustling with chatter, seemingly unperturbed by the entrance of the 3rd Hokage and the leader of the route. Patrons continued their conversations and enjoyed their tea. Hiruzen, you displayed a bit of impatience this time, Danzo remarked, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding crowd. Your words may raise the boy's suspicions. I am aware, and I know precisely what I must do, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he continued slowly. If the Senju Scion remains as he was, I would not harbor many thoughts. However, the situation has changed. That child possesses significant potential. Indeed, the potential exhibited by Shiranui this time, while not yet sufficient to alter the course of significant events, was nonetheless formidable. Considering the summoning beast capable of contending with shadow-level opponents, this individual already wields considerable influence. Given time to hone his talents into strength, he would undoubtedly become a formidable presence. Under ordinary circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have been overly concerned. The emergence of such a figure from the Senju clan would not warrant his immediate intervention, just as he would allow the boy entry into the Umbu. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored the hope that Konoha would grow stronger under his guidance. Moreover, he requires Tsunade's support. Should he continue to provoke the Senju clan, it may incite further dissatisfaction from Tsunade, resulting in repercussions in the medical department that would be unfathomable. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite rational when it comes to discerning when to extend a hand and when to withdraw it. However, the circumstances surrounding this young boy are rather peculiar. Before exhibiting such influence and potential, he has unexpectedly crossed paths with Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen is unaware of the nature of this interaction. Intelligence suggests that Minato is mentoring the boy. Once such a bond and favor are established, it is highly likely that this boy, brimming with immense potential, may completely align himself with Minato. This is a scenario Hiruzen wishes to avoid, just as he is displeased with Minato's seemingly reasonable justification for assigning Kakashi to the Umbu. Sending his sole remaining disciple into the Umbu, regardless of how convincing the rationale may be, surely indicates an ulterior motive regarding the Umbu, does it not? Now, not only Kakashi, but also a captain from the Umbu has been drawn into this. Is this not a sign of your further ambitions? Are you so impatient to seize control of the entire Hidden Leaf? It is for this reason that Hiruzen converses with Minato today in a tone he seldom employs. He believes Minato has overstepped. Even if fortune favored Minato in encountering Shiryen, a subtle reminder would be prudent. Having held the position of Hokage for so long, Hiruzen has never subscribed to the notions of accidents or coincidences. He only considers outcomes and benefits. Your methods are utterly despicable. Danzo shook his head, pouring himself a cup of tea. I actually have a better plan. Enough, Danzo, do not continue. Hiruzen interjected before Danzo could finish. I cannot endorse your thoughts or methods. Why not? Danzo pounded the table in frustration, raising his voice. Are you not aware of the significance of Root? Although it has been restructured, its numbers remain insufficient. You are well aware of the current situation with that Senju boy. Allowing him to enter Root is the optimal choice. Hiruzen regarded Danzo in silence, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Tap, tap, tap. As the crisp sound resonated, the once bustling tea house fell into an uneasy silence. All patrons seemed ensnared by a spell, halting their actions completely. One by one, they rose in an orderly fashion and exited the establishment, leaving only Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo behind. Hiruzen quietly observed Danzo, and once the tea house was empty, he softly remarked, Root is important, but I have my own plans. Pausing momentarily, Hiruzen took a delicate sip of tea, savoring its fragrance as it lingered on his palate before continuing. I understand your thoughts. I have always been aware. Do not assume that I am unaware of the matters concerning Nanmu. You wish for this young lad, Xia, to become the second Nanmu within the Umbu. Do you not? However, I must inform you, my old friend, that I have permitted you to pursue this once already, and you must learn to exercise restraint. Nanmu was the captain linked to the Roots, providing intelligence to Minato Namikaze. It was precisely this connection that led to Nanmu undertaking the mission to support the Roots. Regrettably, Nanmu has perished. The ambitions of Danzo to elevate Orochimaru and seize control of the Umbu have been thwarted. Danzo's desire to become Hokage is well known to Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the leader of the Roots, he must gradually step into the limelight, and the position of Umbu minister is naturally the most suitable choice. In the past, Hiruzen did not concern himself with this matter until he made a definitive decision. However, now that he has chosen Minato Namikaze, he will not allow Danzo, who controls the Roots, to continue exercising power over the Umbu. Danzo is a shadow, a reflection of Hiruzen himself. The actions of Danzo, to some extent, embody Hiruzen's will. Furthermore, as the leader of the Roots, Danzo has inadvertently been branded with the stereotype of the dark side of the ninja world by Hiruzen. How could he allow such a person to step into the spotlight? Danzo's expression darkened, yet he restrained himself, thinking, do not believe that I am oblivious to your intentions. You likely share my thoughts, do you not? Otherwise, Kaido would not have sought out that young lad. I have my own ideas, as I have stated. Hiruzen, unfazed, continued to sip his tea, calmly asserting, this matter ends here. That child belongs to the Senju clan, and I will not permit him to enter the Roots. You are doing this for Tsunade. How hypocritical. Danzo, gritting his teeth, stood up, intending to leave before his anger erupted. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. You have crossed the line, Danzo. Hiruzen raised his head slightly, his voice still calm. Are you not aiming to kill two birds with one stone? To meddle in the Umbu through this young lad, while simultaneously seeking Tsunade's support? Hiruzen paid no heed to Danzo's increasingly grim demeanor. He understood his old friend all too well, or rather, he understood his own shadow all too well. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen also rose to his feet, his aura erupting in that moment. The distinctive presence of a true ninja was something Danzo, akin to a rat in the shadows, could not withstand. His gaze remained tranquil, yet his subsequent words turned Danzo's face ashen. And do not forget, I am the Hokage. Yamashiro Kaichi? Upon seeing the blond man before him, Xia immediately recalled his name. As the father of one of the future 12 ninja, and the leader of the Konoha intelligence collection team, Xia could not be unfamiliar with him. The intelligence system of Konoha is divided into two categories. One is the interrogation team within the Umbu, which would later produce a renowned individual. It is indeed Marino Ibiki who is responsible for the Chunin exams, and if Shiyuin's memory serves him right, it was Ibiki who led the encirclement of the most significant woman in Kisame's life, brutally slain by him. Moreover, there exists another entity, a reconnaissance team directly under the Hokage, led by Yamashiro Kaichi. This team possesses considerable authority, often intervening in intelligence tasks typically assigned to the Umbu. For instance, matters such as retrieving severed heads ultimately fall within their purview. Shu Yuan has interacted with members of the reconnaissance team on numerous occasions, having encountered Yamashiro Kaichi several times. However, genuine dealings between them have been virtually non-existent due to the vast disparity in their statuses. Despite Kaichi merely being the leader of a team, his position is ostensibly just a notch above Shuyuan's. In reality, even the head of the Umbu would hesitate to issue commands to him. His political influence is immensely formidable, as he collaborates closely with Nara and Akimichi. Yet, why has Yamashiro Kaichi sought me out? Shuyuan's thoughts raced, quickly arriving at a conclusion. Kaichi's visit undoubtedly pertains to inquiries regarding specific matters. Fortunately, he is not accompanied by the interrogation unit, indicating that the situation is not overly dire. After all, a captain has perished, and if this issue is not addressed properly, it could lead to significant repercussions. At the time of Kusanoki's demise, aside from Shuyuan, he had no one else by his side. Furthermore, beyond such missions, Konoha has consistently excelled in preventive measures. Shuyuan suspects that an underlying motive for this diligence is to thwart any attempts at infiltration within the Umbu. It is, after all, the department most resistant to external penetration and the most crucial within Konoha. The Umbu's significance lies in its execution authority, encompassing both internal and external operations. Once an individual is marked as a traitor, a comprehensive investigation and evidence collection ensue, regardless of the person's identity, prompting decisive action. Of course, when it comes to execution authority, the root holds a slightly higher position. However, it faces greater scrutiny and remains less visible. Therefore, to prevent internal personnel from being swayed, compromising their loyalties, or even betraying Konoha, the Umbu has established a sophisticated mechanism for detection. Nevertheless, Shuyuan is curious about how this reconnaissance team leader intends to extract essential information from him. If he were to discover Shuyuan's affiliation with the Senju clan, how might he proceed? Maintaining a smile, Shuyuan's mind was preoccupied with myriad thoughts. He had previously undergone scrutiny, though such assessments were primarily to ascertain specific circumstances. The highest level of examination merely involved employing certain methods to reveal pertinent details regarding assigned tasks. However, in truth, such practices held no substantial power over Shuyuan and could hardly be considered memory probing. Even upon receiving the information, one would still compare it with others. For an unwarranted investigation could indeed raise numerous questions. Although Sarutobi Hizashi possessed a remarkably high level of control over the Umbu, it is wise to refrain from making comparisons involving the villagers in matters of disloyalty. The act of probing memories is a forte of the Yamashiro clan, in Shine's recollection. Such practices were primarily directed toward confirmed spies and adversaries. There seems to have been no instance in Shine's over 5 years of Umbu service where memories were probed from one's own comrades. Am I destined to be the first? Contemplating this, a subtle shift occurred within him, even though he recognized the improbability of such an occurrence. It would be prudent to remain vigilant. Despite his lack of fear and ample preparations, encountering such a situation could still prove exceedingly troublesome. To his astonishment, it was Mr. Kaichi. Shine mused internally, yet he donned an unusually benevolent smile. I apologize. The doctor has instructed me not to rise freely, so please, rest well. Yamashiro Kaichi gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let us consider this a routine examination, given that a captain has perished. I understand. Shine replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. I will cooperate with you, Mr. Kaichi. Very well. Then I have some inquiries to make of Captain Nightingale. Yamashiro Kaichi spoke softly, as his chakra began to circulate gradually. This chakra radiated continuously toward Shine, and at that moment, he began to feel a sense of drowsiness. Yet sleep eluded him. His mind was incessantly bombarded by Kaichi's voice, as though it compelled him to divulge his deepest secrets. Mind-reading technique? Just as Shine reached the pinnacle of his confusion, an awakening clarity surged through his consciousness, and in that moment, he discerned Kaichi's method. This technique was indeed a distinctive ninjutsu of the Yamashiro clan, or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as a transformed art derived from their secret practices. In Shine's memory, this technique required no apparatus whatsoever, and its execution significantly differed from that of Jinjutsu. However, this art enabled its target to reveal hidden truths through the flow of chakra, articulating secrets from the depths of their being. Yet, this technique was not without its drawbacks. It necessitated that the subject be in a state of trust towards the practitioner or in a state of extreme vulnerability and helplessness. It appears that the esteemed Third Hokage exercised considerable restraint, refraining from allowing Yamashiro Kaichi to resort to a more crude and straightforward method. Cheyenne silently contemplated this. Yet he complied and slowly began to speak. Mr. Kaichi, please ask your questions directly. My first question is, Yamashiro Kaichi observed Cheyenne's demeanor and nodded slightly, indicating that his technique had indeed achieved success. For Cheyenne's current state, along with the chakra surging within him, clearly indicated the matter at hand. However, Hachi Yamashita remained focused. For the art of mind reading not only required listening to the words of the subject, but also demanded a keen observation of their expressions and the subtle signs of their chakra's flow. Any minor misstep could lead to significant discrepancies. Otherwise, he would not have undertaken this task personally. Does the demise of Captain Nanmu hold any relation to you? Captain Nanmu was poisoned, Xia Yin calmly stated, his chakra emanating an unusual tranquility, devoid of any turbulence. Yamashita intently observed everything, absorbing the atmosphere, before he slowly nodded, a sigh of relief escaping him. This revelation did not come as a profound surprise, as he had acquainted himself with Xia Yan's entire background prior to receiving the mission. This included his conduct in school before joining the Umbu, as well as his performance afterward. It was evident that he was an exceptionally skilled ninja, imbued with the will of fire. What transpired at that moment? Although he had received an answer, Yamashita pressed on. I need you to recount everything that occurred. Yes, Mr. Hachi, Xia Yin replied somewhat dazedly, and at that moment, a subtle fluctuation in his chakra became apparent. This anomaly stemmed from Xia Yan's own will, as mind reading necessitated a meticulous observation of chakra and the projection of inner thoughts for the practitioner to perceive. Thus, Xia Yin employed his unique abilities, ones he had acquired upon his arrival in this world, enabling him to narrate while simultaneously revealing everything to Yamashita. Through the surging chakra and the timely sadness reflected on Xia Yan's face, accompanied by his recounting, it seemed that Yamashita witnessed the events of that day. Cough, cough, cough. Nightingale, you must let me go. He has caught up to us. Your escape and the transmission of the information are paramount. Captain, what nonsense are you speaking? I will bring you back. I will take you home. In the rescue operation for Nanmu, Xia Yin gently supported Nanmu's arm, his voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Though his visage remained concealed, one could almost sense the warm smile beneath the mask, akin to the sun's embrace. Yet, in that very moment, the enemy closed in. Xia Yin fought valiantly to protect and escape, yet ultimately, Nanmu succumbed to the toxin, perishing on the spot. To safeguard their secrets and mitigate further unnecessary casualties, they resolved to have Nanmu's body dissolve. Is that so? Yamashita sighed softly. Aware of the high casualty rates within the Umbu, where failure often led to a singular fate, death. However, through the art of mind reading, he seemed to perceive and feel the anguish and loss. The life of every ninja was fraught with hardship, and those in the Umbu faced even greater tribulations. Silently taking up his pen, Yamashita swiftly documented everything, having now fully placed his trust in Xia Yan's words, though he did not retract his chakra or mental energy. He has indeed reached a point where he yearns to cease all of this. Regrettably, aside from investigating these matters, he bears another task that demands his diligent scrutiny. This task, which he does not particularly relish, is one he cannot decline, as it has been entrusted to him by the Third Hokage. The secret techniques of the Yamashiro clan possess the potential to unveil numerous secrets. However, many of these secrets are not ones they wish to possess. The existence of certain secrets could very well invite unimaginable retribution or even catastrophic repercussions. The Yamashiro clan has endured to this day, not only due to their considerable influence and their alliance with the Nara and Akimichi clans, but also because of their adeptness in navigating social intricacies. They resolutely avoid tampering with matters that do not concern them, and even if compelled to engage, it is only under direct orders that they would proceed. Their modus operandi engenders trust, and in turn, those in power extend their protection, which is their means of survival. The Third Hokage's commands are, to be frank, rather peculiar. He must ascertain the particulars surrounding this young individual. This aspect eludes his understanding, as one would presume that those who enter the Umbu would have thoroughly investigated such matters. Why, then, is there a need to clarify the specifics regarding Captain Nightingale? Could there be hidden truths lurking beneath the surface? Yamashiro Kaichi, grappling with these thoughts, realizes he lacks concrete rebuttals. If he seeks protection, he must take action. Drawing a deep breath, he amplifies his chakra and mental focus, his expression growing increasingly meticulous. The second question looms: who exactly are you? Additionally, whom did you encounter in the forest a month ago, and what transpired? The third inquiry concerns the nature of your lizard companion. Yamashiro Kaichi observes Cheyenne momentarily parting his lips, only to quickly halt, appearing somewhat conflicted and hesitant. Indeed, Cheyenne is momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated such probing inquiries. Nevertheless, his mind races, swiftly grasping the crux of the matter. This question must have been prompted by the third Hokage. The first inquiry is particularly perilous, as it could reveal his true identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen is aware of his identity. Yet Yamashiro Kaichi remains oblivious. Although Kaichi's position affords him insight into many matters, he cannot possibly be privy to everything, including Cheyenne's true identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen's interests undoubtedly lie in the second and third questions, yet what was Cheyenne doing in that forest a month prior? He was engaged in the study and discussion of sealing techniques with Namake's Minato, openly expressing his desire to ally with him. Just as Cheyenne surmised, there was no secrecy surrounding his meeting with Minato. They simply dared not conduct an indiscriminate investigation, thus remaining unaware of their conversation. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen yearns to uncover the truth of their interaction. As for the formidable lizard, it is clear that Hiruzen seeks to understand this phenomenon. For anyone would find it impossible to feign ignorance in the face of such an extraordinary presence. Regarding the fourth Hokage, it is likely that Yamashiro Kaichi would be utterly distressed. Although Minato Namikaze holds the title of Hokage, the true authority in Konoha still resides with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Thus, a secret is required to bind Yamashiro Kaichi, and the most straightforward and readily available means would undoubtedly be the matter of Cheyenne's identity. With this thought in mind, Cheyenne realized what he must do. His expression, after a moment of internal struggle, settled into calmness, while his chakra began to surge. Though many truths must remain concealed, there are certain revelations that Cheyenne would not mind allowing to escape through Yamashiro Kaichi's lips. For instance, his aspiration to become Hokage and the nature of his relationship with Minato Namikaze, which is purely that of mentor and protege. As anticipated, upon scrutinizing and sensing Cheyenne's chakra, Yamashiro Kaichi's countenance shifted dramatically. In a small office on the second floor of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat quietly, perusing the report in his hands, while Yamashiro Kaichi knelt before him on one knee. This report contained everything Yamashiro Kaichi had gleaned about Cheyenne through his mind-reading techniques, meticulously compiled and presented to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Through this document, Hiruzen Sarutobi unearthed a plethora of intriguing information. For instance, within the Senju clan, there are still many individuals harboring deep resentment and anger, intent on restoring the clan to the splendor of the Warring States period. Hiruzen Sarutobi was neither surprised nor astonished by this. Such sentiments are merely a normal response. Empathy suggests that had the Sarutobi clan faced a calamity of similar magnitude, he too would feel an abundance of turmoil within. A person does not extend kindness without reason, nor does one harbor hatred without cause. A clearer and more candid expression of this is the influence of self-interest. Hiruzen Sarutobi had personally cast the Senju and Uzumaki clans into a chasm of despair, and he remained indifferent to the depths of their animosity towards him. What intrigued him, however, was that this young boy, Cheyenne, had managed to break free from the constraints of his lineage at such a tender age. He was already contemplating these matters from a vantage point of greater elevation. Particularly noteworthy was his perspective, which stemmed from the village's interests, and his proposed solution, to become Hokage. This notion, while appearing naive, also brought him a sense of joy. It was naive because, although aspiring to become Hokage could certainly address numerous issues, the reality is that merely possessing strength does not suffice to attain such a position. One must earn the acknowledgement of others to ascend to the role of Hokage. The words within the original narrative are not mere platitudes. They hold true in any context. Especially now, the path to becoming Hokage necessitates recognition, and this acknowledgement does not originate from the masses, but rather from the various interest groups within Konoha. Consider the Uchiha clan. Their fervent dream of becoming Hokage has driven them nearly to madness, yet they have yet to achieve success. While part of this can be attributed to the actions of Madara Uchiha, the greater influence lies with the policies of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He exacerbated the rift between the Uchiha and the Konoha personnel, creating a profound estrangement. Sarutobi Hiruzen further intensified this divide, leading to the complete isolation of the Uchiha clan, rendering their aspirations of becoming Hokage utterly unattainable. Shikamaru's thoughts are somewhat intriguing, yet his age and limited perspective confine his ideas. Nevertheless, this child has been molded into a commendable individual. It is heartening to note that the spirit of the will of fire appears to have been imparted to him to a certain extent. As for other matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely glanced at them. Upon learning that the captain had succumbed to poison, he chose not to dwell on it further. He did not believe that Shikamaru would resort to assassinating the captain, and he also had faith in the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. This technique has never failed. Each time, they have obtained the accurate information they sought. This instance would be no exception, thus he felt reassured. However, who could that assailant of the root and umbu be? Such a formidable puppeteer, quite possibly the one who assassinated the third Kazekage, is an exceedingly rare presence in the shinobi world. The first to capture the attention of the third Hokage was the woman Chiyo. In his view, only she could accomplish such feats. Yet, it is evident that this matter likely does not involve Chiyo. If not her, then who could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled that Chiyo had a grandson named Sasori, but he had been missing for an extensive period. Could it be that young boy? Shaking his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed the thought, although he did not intend to let the matter slide. With so many lives lost, a price must be paid. Since the adversary utilized the corpse of your third Kazekage to create a puppet to confront our Konoha ninjas, let your Sunagakure handle this matter. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down the report in his hand and slowly spoke. Rise, Yamanaka Haichi. Yes, third Hokage. Yamanaka Haichi stood up obediently, keeping his head bowed and avoiding eye contact with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have a task for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed oblivious to Yamanaka Haichi's demeanor. He stood and walked to the bookshelf behind his chair, earnestly searching for something. As he searched, he spoke slowly. You will find Kakuzu and inform him to relay a message to Sunagakure. The tone must be assertive, and they should be given a hint of information, such as regarding the puppeteer and the third Kazekage. As for the losses of Konoha, amplify them a bit, understood? Yes, I understand. Yamanaka Haichi nodded, immediately grasping the third Hokage's intent. In essence, this was to incite chaos within Sunagakure while simultaneously demonstrating Konoha's concern over the matter, all the while seeking to derive some advantage from it. However, given Sunagakure's impoverished state, extracting anything from them would prove challenging. Thus, the optimal approach would be to exert pressure and advance without truly resorting to violence. Let them descend into chaos within, thereby allowing Konoha to reap the benefits. Now, do not assume such a demeanor. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to have found what he sought. He turned and handed an envelope-like object directly to Yamanaka Inoichi. I understand your apprehensions and your dissatisfaction with my request for you to undertake this task. I apologize for not informing you in advance, as you are aware. This endeavor is fraught with peril, is it not? Yamanaka Inoichi remained silent, accepting the envelope without a word. Bowing his head, he opened it and glanced inside, suddenly feeling a stirring within. For within the envelope lay a pristine task report form, already adorned with the signatures of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and even Namikaze Minato. This was a whitelist document. As long as one filled in the desired information, it would bypass scrutiny entirely and be securely archived. Yamanaka Inoichi was unaware of how Sarutobi Hiruzen had procured Minato's signature, yet he recognized the significance of this document to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Yamanaka Inoichi's expression, subtly nodding before slowly making his way to the table. I trust you know how to fill this out, Inoichi, he said leisurely, placing the previous report upon the candlestick, whereupon the flames swiftly ignited it. With wisps of smoke curling upwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he watched the document transform into ashes in his hand. This shall remain our secret. What say you, Inoichi? Yamanaka Inoichi hesitated briefly, then sighed, raising his head with a newfound seriousness in his expression. I understand, Lord Third Hokage. After being investigated, seemed to have been forgotten. His injuries were not severe. Strictly speaking, he was hardly injured at all, merely fatigued from the last battle. However, this fatigue was insignificant considering his recuperative abilities. He nearly recovered by that very evening. Yet, even now, he remained at the hospital, with no indication from above that he was to be discharged. Nonetheless, Shiranui did not seem overly concerned. His condition for this mission was not at its peak. primarily due to the allure of the ceiling-type seeds. Moreover, the speed of planting the basic seeds was remarkably swift, even though Shiranui had planted many. Such a pace could still be maintained. In his youth, he had planted a multitude of seeds, without much thought, primarily focusing on those of fundamental attributes. Interestingly, these basic seeds bore no distinction between high and low grades, unlike chakra levels and attributes. He still vividly recalls the time he bravely planted 8 seeds at once. At that time, he had chosen 4 seeds of reaction speed, 2 seeds of velocity, and 2 seeds of strength. These 8 seeds compelled Xia Yan to patiently await the fruits of his labor for nearly 2 years. Naturally, during that period, his chakra was already scarce, and the chakra available for use was even more meager. The lengthy cultivation time was not unexpected. It was merely a consequence of his own recklessness, and he could not blame others for it. However, at present, Xia Yan exhibited a degree of restraint. His body had matured over time, and although the chakra at his disposal remained limited, it was no longer as embarrassing as before. Occasionally, Xia Yan pondered the question of what his chakra reserves might have reached had he not planted those seeds. Yet, this inquiry was swiftly silenced, for without such an enhancement, surviving the 5 years in the Umbu was itself a daunting challenge. Stretching slightly, Xia Yan adjusted his posture to find a greater sense of comfort. After all, remaining in the hospital was not entirely a misfortune. It allowed him to patiently await the maturation of his seeds. Moreover, he found satisfaction in the fact that those who were initially tasked with monitoring him had gradually withdrawn from the vicinity. It seemed his previous performance had not been in vain. This thought brought a smile to his lips, for having read the original work, he understood the essence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's character. Indeed, he was wholly devoted to Konoha, and many of his decisions, when viewed from his perspective, were not without merit. Of course, he possessed his own selfish motives, having taken numerous actions for the sake of his clan. Furthermore, his shift in attitude was inextricably linked to the evolving dynamics of the ninja world and the intrinsic needs of Konoha. During times of war, raising issues of bonds or suggesting the abandonment of missions for the sake of comrades would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. At that time, Konoha found itself besieged on all fronts. To forsake a mission and plunge Konoha into crisis was something no one could tolerate. In such moments, one's only value would lie in being the person willing to bear the consequences of failure in war, stepping forth to take the brunt of the fallout. However, the current situation was somewhat improved. While the war could not be deemed truly over, the Cloud Village had not reached any agreements with Konoha. Yet, the Cloud had its own grievances to address, namely seeking vengeance for the Third Hokage and preparing to act against the Stone Village. That said, Xia Yan recalled that the Cloud and Stone had not truly engaged in a significant conflict. Even if there were actions taken, they were merely skirmishes, far removed from the scale of their previous incursions against Konoha. Xia Yan surmised that the Fourth Hokage was likely focused on consolidating power within the village. It was not that he lacked the desire to avenge his father. Xia Yan was somewhat aware of the Fourth Hokage's temperament, but as a leader, it was imperative to maintain composure. When the village was unsettled, his orders could not be effectively communicated. If no one heeded him, all efforts would be futile. Rather than recklessly challenging the Stone Village in such a state, it would be wiser to first stabilize the internal affairs of the village. Simultaneously, he could utilize the war with Iwagakure to divert everyone's attention, whether from those within the village or outside it. Upon contemplating this, Cheyenne couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had suffered a considerable setback this time. By reaching a ceasefire agreement with Iwagakure at such a meager price, it was evident that Konoha had no choice but to cease hostilities. However, it was also apparent that Hiruzen harbored hopes of inciting conflict between Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Should these two villages engage in battle, Konoha would have ample time to restore its strength. To this end, he signed what could be deemed a treaty of betrayal, while also reluctantly stepping back to promote a compliant individual into a position of power. He even essentially aided Iwagakure by returning all prisoners without any cost. In the end, he was left dumbfounded, pondering why these two villages had not clashed. Had not all his prior actions amounted to naught? Nevertheless, whether or not they engaged in combat was of little consequence. Konoha was currently in the process of regaining its strength and had entered a relatively peaceful period. His performance was predicated on fulfilling his mission while seeking to protect his comrades, which aligned perfectly with his current values. After all, In the message he relayed to Yamashiro Aoi, he had specifically emphasized the importance of family and village, as well as his aspiration to become Hokage. Perhaps, in his eyes, this represented the embodiment of the will of fire? This notion was undoubtedly among the most politically correct sentiments at this juncture. Initially, Cheyenne had been pondering how to capture Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Yet, now, he found himself presented with an opportunity without needing to take any action, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Cheyenne had to concede that he had indeed drawn inspiration from Uchiha Itachi's perspective, particularly regarding considerations of village and family. Although he found this somewhat juvenile, it did align with the age he had crafted in his memories, did it not? However, this alone did not suffice to truly attract attention. The paramount factor remained the position of captain of the 3rd Division of the Yambu. At this stage, it could only be said that Cheyenne garnered Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention through his surname, demonstrated strength, and tenuous connection to Minato Namikaze. Yet, to prompt Hiruzen into action, this was far from enough. Only by securing the captaincy, by truly ascending to become one of the influential members of the Yambu, could he step onto a higher stage, thereby garnering greater recognition and attention. Once the fruit of his labor emerged, he would need to seek out Minato Namikaze. With the sealing technique as a foundation, coupled with the intelligence he had previously provided, which he should have verified by now, it was time for him to make some demands. The future was bright. At least under Cheyenne's meticulous planning at this stage, it appeared exceedingly promising. Just as he was deep in thought, a knock resonated at the door of his hospital room, jolting Cheyenne back to reality. Activating his perception, his expression soon morphed into one of peculiarity. Why were they here? How had they arrived? Xia Yin gazed at the individuals before him with a warm and radiant smile, reminiscent of the gentle sun. The people in his presence were his old classmates, including Kakashi, Akai, and Hong. He had maintained a commendable relationship with these friends, even after joining the Yambu, ensuring they remained in contact during his leisure time. Of course, his connection with Kakashi had only recently been established, as Kakashi, being a prodigy, had graduated early. Xia Yin could not replicate Akai's fervent dedication. While one could describe it as loyalty to friends, another might label it an unwelcome intrusion. Yet, it was precisely Akai's unwavering commitment that had led to Kakashi's losses of Obito and Rin, followed by the gradual healing after the loss of his teacher and mentor. Akai's approach to friendship surpassed even that of Naruto. However, Xia Yin found himself perplexed as to how they knew of his presence here and why Uchiha Cheong had accompanied them. His gaze instinctively turned towards Kakashi, for he surmised that this revelation was likely due to him. Xia Yin's entrance into the Konoha hospital had been shrouded in secrecy, and even his family was probably unaware of it. Kakashi, however, was different. He stood in the shadow of the 4th Hokage. As expected, Kakashi spoke softly. "I wanted to see you since we parted ways, and Lord Hokage informed me of your situation. I didn't anticipate running into them here." "Ah, I see." Xia Yin nodded, a smile gracing his lips, trusting that Kakashi would not speak frivolously. "Xia Yin, Kakashi, are you both a team now?" Hong inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. "I heard from Cheong that you two had teamed up on the battlefield. Are you still together?" "Indeed, you both are quite enigmatic." Akai interjected, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Especially you, Xia Yin. It's rare to see you. And now, Kakashi, you too." With Akai's question, their classmates who had come to visit Xia Yin directed their curious gazes toward him. Although the visitors were few, numbering around 7 or 8, their presence made the hospital room feel notably crowded. Apart from Kakashi, all eyes were on him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, Xia Yin, being an adept member of the Yambu, remained composed in the face of such attention. With a casual smile, he addressed them. "We are indeed working together. Though it is not a formal team. We unexpectedly crossed paths during a mission on the battlefield, and we are still operating as an ad hoc team." "An ad hoc team? With Kakashi?" Akai blinked in surprise, then suddenly exclaimed, "That's incredible. By the way, I heard that Kakashi refers to you as captain. Is that true?" "Indeed," Kakashi nodded, directly affirming the claim. However, Xia Yin cast a peculiar glance at Uchiha Cheong. As it stands, aside from the Yambu, she is the only one aware of his status as Captain Kakashi's subordinate. With a resigned shake of his head, Xia Yin reflected on his previous encounter where Kakashi had led him into a predicament, foreseeing the likelihood of this outcome. Thus, when faced with this situation, he felt nothing but resignation. "I was the temporary captain during our last mission," Xia Yin said with a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. At that time, Kakashi was still a chunin, not yet promoted to jonin. He had been alone, so he assumed the role of temporary captain for a brief period. However, later on, they were assigned to the same team, and he became Kakashi's captain. Just as Xia Yin finished his explanation, Uchiha Chion looked at him with curiosity. "Are you a jonin now?" At this question, Xia Yin found himself momentarily taken aback. The title of jonin held little significance for him, especially within the Umbu, where ninja ranks were seldom mentioned. They merely recognized one another by their code names, as either captains or members. Truth be told, he could hardly recall his own rank, though he presumed he had yet to reach the jonin level. Damn it! Just as Xia Yin was lost in thought, Guy suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. "You sly fellow, you've quietly reached jonin without telling us," he added with a hint of indignation. Xia Yin, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. "I'm sorry. I've been incredibly busy. Besides, among our cohort, Kakashi is the top rank, so I didn't think there was anything to boast about. But that is still a jonin," Hong said, gazing at Xia Yin with a tinge of envy. Soon after, she smiled and exclaimed, "Congratulations on becoming a jonin." "Congratulations." Guy gave Xia Yin a thumbs up, flashing a radiant smile that made his teeth glimmer. Alongside their words, others who had come to visit Xia Yin began to extend their congratulations as well. The title of jonin symbolizes strength and represents the village's acknowledgement of one's capabilities, making it a matter of immense honor in their eyes. As they expressed their blessings, an undeniable sense of awe and admiration filled their hearts. While Xia Yin's performance in school had been decent, it was far from exceptional. Yet now, he had ascended to the rank of jonin, and even Kakashi, once the most carefree, had become his subordinate. This profound transformation left them in awe and served as a powerful motivator for them. Xia Yin, feeling a bit awkward, thanked everyone for their congratulations, finding it somewhat overwhelming to cope with such warmth. This also subtly indicated the strong bond he shared with his former classmates, a relationship that held great importance to him. "Are your injuries all right?" At that moment, Uchiha Chion quietly inquired. "I heard from Kakashi that you've been in the hospital for a while since your return?" "Yes, that is correct." Xia Yin leaned in closer, speaking softly. "In truth, I have already recovered. I merely require further examination, which is why I am not permitted to leave. I have been here long enough to grow mold." His demeanor was quite natural, reminiscent of the days when he would share whispered conversations with his desk mate back in school. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Chion couldn't help but smile, a genuine expression that Xia Yin cherished deeply. Reflecting on their school days, he recalled how attentive this desk mate had always been towards him, a kindness that seemingly endures to this day. However, a twinge of regret lingered within Xia Yin, for this gentle and intelligent girl belonged to the Uchiha clan. Although he intended to engage with the Uchiha, he had yet to find a suitable opportunity or entry point. As a member of the Umbu, his time was scarce, leaving him neither the capacity nor the time to investigate the inner workings of the Uchiha clan. While he had a general understanding, the intricate relationships among its members remained a mystery to him. Xia Yin held a particular disdain for Uchiha Fugaku's indecisive nature. He had no intention of associating with someone of such a character. To be candid, had he found himself within the Uchiha clan, he might have unhesitatingly allied himself with Uchiha Fugaku, believing that with the right approach, he could instigate tangible change and subtly assert control over the clan. However, as an outsider, particularly one hailing from the Senju clan, the primary adversary of the Uchiha, he deemed such ambitions impractical. He would much prefer to engage with more rational individuals within the Uchiha, yet he was at a loss as to who those individuals might be. Beyond his lack of familiarity with the inner dynamics of the Uchiha clan, Xia Yin had limited interactions with his peers from that lineage. Most were either insufferably arrogant and delusional, names fading from his memory, or they had perished on the battlefield, like Uchiha Obito. The individual he felt closest to and regarded as the most agreeable was none other than his deskmate, Uchiha Chion. Regrettably, Xia Yin was entirely ignorant of her family background, though he suspected it might be quite ordinary. If it were notable, perhaps Obito would have shown her more respect in their earlier encounters. Furthermore, it seemed she had little interaction with other Uchiha members from different classes. The most likely conclusion was that she was merely an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, he had no intention of approaching them hastily. Xia Yin mused silently. Considering that his current identity would hardly attract any attention, it would be far more prudent to wait until he had amassed greater resources before contemplating such matters. He did not plan to reveal his Senju lineage to the outside world. As a civilian ninja, even as a mere squad leader of the Umbu, his influence was woefully inadequate. Yet, should he ascend to the rank of captain, the circumstances would shift dramatically. Typically, a captain in a conventional sense holds little value. However, a captain within the shadows is an entirely different matter. This is precisely where Xiaoyan excels, as it presents a means to transcend ranks. Naturally, even if he ascends to the position of captain, he must exercise discretion in his actions. Xiaoyan possesses a keen awareness of his boundaries. He understands what is permissible, what can be done subtly, and what must be strictly avoided. Moreover, in truth, he is not the one in a state of urgency. The plight of the Uchiha clan is far more pressing than his own circumstances. Xiaoyan has the luxury of options. He could easily hedge his bets on both sides. Yet the Uchiha clan lacks such flexibility. It is regrettable that the eventual outcome was the fall of the Fourth Hokage, leading to the Uchiha clan's demise within a few years. His classmates, I fear, would merely shake their heads at this fate. Xiaoyan refrained from further contemplation on the matter. The future of the Uchiha clan, in the grand scheme, bears little significance to him. Despite his intense desire for the support and strength of the Uchiha, he recognizes that there are numerous pressing matters he must address first. Until his own affairs are firmly established, he cannot afford to concern himself with the fate of the Uchiha clan. After Kakashi and the others concluded their visit, Xiaoyan spent several more days in the hospital before being granted discharge. Upon reflection, he realized he had been confined to the hospital for nearly a week, a duration that made him feel as though his body might begin to decay. If Konoha did not allow him some physical activity soon, he would have to find a way to exercise on his own. Xiaoyan possesses absolute confidence in his mastery of skills. However, he is acutely aware of what he lacks: combat experience, particularly the judicious application of his techniques to maximize lethality with minimal cost. Stretching luxuriously, Xiaoyan raised his head to bask in the warmth of the sun, a sensation that brought him profound comfort. Simultaneously, he accessed his status panel to review his current situation. Upon seeing the information displayed, a broader smile graced his lips, revealing that this period had not been devoid of good news. Name: Senju Xiaoyan. Gender: male. Birthday: March 24th. 37th year of Konoha rank: Jonin, Chunin. Bloodline development: Initial: Senju secret techniques, seeds. Jonin chakra quantity seed, 60 maturity. Intermediate sage arts seed, 90 maturity. Advanced earth release seed, 71 maturity. Advanced water release seed, 71 maturity. Initial sealing technique seed, 85 maturity. Fruits: none. Mission: to become the true boss of the ninja world, unique. The 85 maturity of the initial sealing technique seed left Xiaoyan exceptionally pleased. The remaining 15 could likely be achieved in less than a week. The intermediate sage art seed may require a bit more time, but it is undoubtedly attainable in the near future. Moreover, this time he successfully accomplished his mission while also assisting the third squad in escorting the personnel from the routes back, even being admitted to the hospital for an extended period. By both sentiment and reason, he undoubtedly deserves a sufficient vacation. However, it remains uncertain whether this break could span an entire week. Regardless, prior to the next mission, I must complete the task of planting the seeds and, ideally, master the Flying Thunder God technique. With a slight shift of gaze, Xiaoyan directed his attention towards the distant Hokage statue, particularly the likeness of the Fourth Hokage. The pivotal aspect of the Flying Thunder God technique is gradually being conquered. Can his heart not be filled with joy? Furthermore, Minato Namikaze has promised to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique diligently, even though initially, Xiaoyan merely wished to learn sealing techniques. Of course, even now, he yearns to acquire more sealing techniques. Nevertheless, with the opportunity to learn from Minato's experience with the Flying Thunder God technique, why would he reject such a chance? Oh, the Flying Thunder God technique. I have awaited this for so long, and the moment has finally arrived. Slowly retracting his gaze, Xiaoyan turned and made his way home. Having been away for over half a month, he knew that upon his return, he would be subjected to a thorough debriefing. That elder would certainly not let him off easily. However, Xiaoyan was not overly concerned, as he had concealed many matters from that elder, and this time would be no different. He bore no malice towards the Senju clan, nor towards the elder who had nurtured him. Yet, his personal decisions and many of his thoughts seemed somewhat incongruous when juxtaposed with the traditional views of the Senju clan. Such is the situation, and that is all. Xiaoyan knelt before the elder, his voice calm, yet imbued with a hint of warmth. The circumstances aligned with his expectations. Upon returning to his designated area, he was summoned without even stepping foot into his own home. For an Umbu operative, being away on a mission for over half a month signifies one thing. The task he undertook was of paramount importance and considerable difficulty. The elder of the Senju clan is named Senju Shojin, who, in his youth, studied alongside Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. It is even said that after the establishment of the Umbu by Tobarama, he spent a significant amount of time within the organization. Whether these tales hold truth, Cheyenne could not ascertain, yet it was evident that the elder possessed an extraordinary concern for the movements of the Umbu. Additionally, he harbored a profound resentment towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once summoned, Cheyenne recounted the details of his recent mission with utmost sincerity. It could be said that he disclosed everything, save for his personal act of eliminating the tree and the true identity of Sasori. He informed Senju Shojin of everything else, from the lizard Maru to the third Kazekage's puppet, as well as the examinations he underwent upon returning to the village. His words caused Senju Shojin to furrow his brow, as he appeared perplexed and conflicted. He was tall and brimming with excitement. For the bountiful gains that Cheyenne had amassed during this series of actions were truly beyond imagination. A spirit beast that could rival those of legendary status, capable of engaging in a fierce exchange with the enigmatic puppeteer who manipulated the suspected third generation of the Wind Shadow's puppets. Such an existence, during the zenith of the Senju clan, would have been of little concern to him. Yet, can the current Senju clan truly be compared to its glorious past? The spirit beast that Cheyenne had acquired significantly augmented the clan's strength, eliciting his joy and exhilaration. However, upon his return, he found himself under investigation, the cause being the death of Nanmu. In this circumstance, even Senju Shojin had no words to offer. This inquiry, however, left him quite displeased, for according to Cheyenne, it was the young scion of the Yamashiro clan who had personally undertaken the matter. In Shojin's eyes, Yamashiro Haichi was merely a child, yet even as a mere child, he had to concede the gravity of the situation. The ascension of this youth to the position of clan leader had proven everything, and the Yamashiro clan's secret arts were indeed formidable. Nonetheless, Senju Shojin was also privy to certain realities. After all, he had spent his youth in the Umbu. If the rules had not changed, the issues would not be overly grave. Moreover, the Umbu was not without its network of support. He had always instructed Cheyenne on completed tasks, never inquiring about those yet to be fulfilled. Strictly speaking, while it was a breach of protocol, it was not severe. Otherwise, he would not have foolishly entrusted Cheyenne to the Umbu, inviting trouble upon himself. Furthermore, Shojin did not believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen was oblivious to Cheyenne's background. Although Shojin could be somewhat muddled at times, he remained clear-headed on certain matters. He had never concealed his disdain for Hiruzen, and those clan members who shared his ideology had long since been scattered, leaving Cheyenne with little knowledge of the situation. Unbeknownst to Cheyenne, the investigation he initially worried about was, in Shojin's eyes, hardly significant. After a lengthy contemplation, Shojin finally nodded and remarked, "Your performance this time was exceptionally commendable. I am proud of you." "Thank you for your kind words, Elder," Cheyenne replied, lowering his head slightly, his voice still warm. "Without the nurturing of my family, I would not be who I am today. What I seek is the truth, Cheyenne." To his surprise, Shojin sighed softly and gazed earnestly at Cheyenne. "I know. I have always known that you do not truly wish to be in the Umbu, do you? So many years have passed, Elder." Cheyenne gently shook his head, seemingly unfazed by Shojin's words. "Moreover, I have now adapted to life in the Umbu. Everything is well." Shojin remained silent, simply observing Cheyenne, who maintained a smile, his expression sincere. When he first joined the Umbu, Cheyenne indeed harbored considerable resentment. Even now, he felt that the Umbu was no place for humans. Perhaps in the future, he might experience a change of heart, but for now, that was not the case. In a certain sense, the manner in which Senju Shoma spoke reflected a humbling of his stature, as well as an acknowledgement of Cheyenne's capabilities. This evoked a sense of reflection in Cheyenne. For indeed, strength is the most significant manifestation of one's authority. Possessing power can alter the perceptions of even the current leader of the Senju clan. Although Senju Shoma is somewhat traditional in his views, he is far from foolish. After the clan's decline, even its members have begun to question their own identities. However, at this juncture, he has managed to rally a group of individuals, striving to revive the clan with them as his foundation. While Xiaoyan remains unaware of the whereabouts of these individuals, he holds great respect for Senju Shoma, particularly since he was raised under his care from a young age. May it be as you say, Senju Shoma sighed softly after a lengthy pause. In the future, should you require any information or wish to learn any techniques, you may seek me out, provided you meet the necessary criteria. Thank you, Elder. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's smile blossomed even brighter. I shall not disappoint your generous regard. Return now. Senju Shoma waved his hand. You've just returned from the hospital, and I suspect you are weary. Off you go. Yes, Elder. Xiaoyan nodded, promptly rising to his feet. He offered a slight bow to Senju Shoma, a gesture he has always valued. After completing this, he slowly turned to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, Senju Shoma spoke again, his tone suddenly grave. Xiaoyan, there is one thing I wish for you to remember. Please, Elder. Xiaoyan felt a twinge of confusion, yet he remained patient. Always remember, Senju Shoma's voice took on an unusually serious and resolute tone. You are a member of the Senju clan. Xiaoyan paused, momentarily taken aback, but in that instant, he grasped the essence of Senju Shoma's concern. The elder feared that the individual he had nurtured might harbor doubts due to his past decisions. Yet, it was evident that Senju Shoma was overthinking. Xiaoyan was acutely aware that had he not joined the Umbu, even with his current strength, he would not have encountered the likes of the Lizard Maru. Furthermore, it was his enlistment in the Umbu that allowed him to evade the true meat grinder of the Third War, a battlefield he would never dare to approach. I am well aware. With this thought, Xiaoyan's expression grew earnest. I am a member of the Senju clan, now and forever. Senju Shoma's concerns seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope for Xiaoyan. He had always been an ambitious individual, a fact he would never deny. Whether driven by the tasks set before him by the system or by his own nature, he would find a way to ascend step by step. Senju Shoma's apprehensions stemmed from his worries about Xiaoyan's rising power, as well as the fear of potential backlash from his earlier choices. Power is a formidable asset. It not only protects oneself, but also serves to intimidate others, even if Xiaoyan remains inactive. Such worries inadvertently highlight the frailty of your current state, Elder. The Senju clan, despite its current state of decline, remains a legendary lineage, rich in heritage and possessing a degree of strength. However, the extent of this strength is somewhat ambiguous to Xiaoyan. He recalls that his former mentor, Usuji Minamoto, was undoubtedly a highly esteemed shinobi, rated as a superior ninja by the system. Such prowess is comparable to the advanced combat capabilities of an entire village, and yet, this esteemed figure served as Xiaoyan's enlightening teacher. This realization led Xiaoyan to believe that the Senju clan must still wield considerable fearsome power. Indeed, the adage holds true, even the friliest camel surpasses the might of a horse. The Senju, akin to a famished camel, may be on the brink of starvation. Yet in its prime, it commanded the loyalty of many devoted individuals, and there remain powerful entities within its ranks. However, recent events have illuminated for Xiaoyan the limitations of the Senju's might. It is likely that Usuji Minamoto, whom Xiaoyan once considered an ordinary member of the clan, is perhaps the pinnacle of its capabilities. Naturally, his greatest concern lies with Lizard Maru, and the power he has revealed contributes to this apprehension. During his report to Senju Shojin, he did not conceal his prior encounters with Scorpion before summoning Lizard Maru. Such details were impossible to obscure, as Kakashi and the Umbu would relay the information upwards. Consequently, during the inspection by Yamashita I, Xiaoyan opted not to hide anything, merely erasing traces of his sage mode. The higher-ups are aware that it is uncertain whether one day this information might fall into the hands of Senju Shojin, thus Xiaoyan refrained from fabricating any deceit. These revelations may have provoked Senju Shojin, as Xiaoyan possesses a summoning beast rivaling the strength of a Kage. However, the inherent drawbacks of summoning beasts are well known. Ninjas are inherently vulnerable. Should they fall prey to a surprise attack, they would have no opportunity to summon their beasts. The strength one possesses is the ultimate truth, a fact recognized by all. It is precisely this understanding that has allowed Xiaoyan to grasp the current fragility of the Senju clan. Such weakness carries its own advantages. If managed skillfully, Xiaoyan could potentially take the reins of the entire Senju clan. Accidentally uncovering the clan's boundaries has brought Xiaoyan immense joy. Once the limits are known, whether pertaining to an individual or a family, Xiaoyan can continually probe and challenge through various means, ultimately gaining complete control. Strength is paramount, followed closely by influence and authority. Each is indispensable. Xia Yin recognizes that his journey is far from over. Yet he now possesses a clearer direction and objective compared to the indecision faced during the third and fourth generations. Upon returning to his room, Xia Yin furrowed his brow, noticing that his space had seemingly been tidied once more. He had encountered a similar situation before, although on that occasion, he had not detected any anomalies. This time, he meticulously employed his sensory abilities to scrutinize every nook and cranny, leaving no corner or insect overlooked. The outcome of his investigation revealed that his room bore no signs of disturbance. Could it be that those individuals within the family intentionally sought assistance to tidy up for me? Summer Yin found himself perplexed by this notion. Yet he believed it prudent to exercise caution. However, such vigilance need not be overly conspicuous. He merely needed to remain alert during his slumber. For one accustomed to the shadows, maintaining a semblance of awareness while asleep was hardly an insurmountable challenge. In the days that followed, Summer Yin dutifully stayed at home, refraining from undertaking any missions. His daily routine was remarkably structured. He would rise early to train at the training grounds and, in the afternoons, gather with his old classmates who were not engaged in missions. Nurturing good relationships with his former peers had been a priority for him since deciding to remain in Konoha, and he had managed this quite successfully. During this period, he contemplated reaching out to Minato Namikaze, whether to report intelligence or to request further instruction in the Flying Thunder God technique, as the timing seemed auspicious. However, it appeared that Minato had been rather occupied of late, and Summer Yin was uncertain of the exact nature of his busyness. Could it be related to the Umbu selection process? The mere thought of this possibility caused him considerable unease. He had no desire to take such a significant risk by eliminating that Nanmu, only to become a pawn for someone else. Consequently, he sought out his former teammates to inquire about the current state of the Umbu. To his relief, though Nanmu's fall had stirred some restlessness among many, the higher-ups had yet to respond, and the matter had been temporarily set aside. This was undoubtedly good news for Summer Yin. He did not wish to miss such developments during his leave, as that would be a considerable loss. In addition to this news, he received another intriguing piece of information. Kakashi was also on leave. No wonder he had encountered him so frequently in recent days. Summer Yin refrained from discussing these matters with Kakashi. After all, he did not wish for Kakashi to be overly informed. This was not born of distrust, but rather from the complexity of his own thoughts and plans. Given their camaraderie as teammates, he was concerned that revealing too much could jeopardize the execution of his subsequent strategies. However, Minato's busyness was not perpetual. Finally, one evening, while Summer Yin was dutifully acting as an ordinary ninja, he received a message from Minato. It seemed that the esteemed Fourth Hokage had finally completed his tasks. As he gazed at the note that had inexplicably appeared in his room, resting atop the sealing technique book bestowed upon him by Minato, a smile graced Summer Yin's lips. With Minato's newfound availability, it meant he could receive guidance and engage in meaningful conversation. Moreover, there was even better news awaiting him. Suddenly, Summer Yin extended a hand, and within him, chakra began to ripple with intensity. Soon, beneath his blue chakra, a pale yellow vortex began to coalesce in his palm. As the cyclone continued to coalesce, an object resembling a fruit gradually took shape. Name: Senju Natsuhiko. Gender: male. Date of birth: March 24th, year 34 of the Hidden Leaf Calendar. Rank: Jonin, Shunin. Bloodline development level: beginner, Senju secret techniques. Seeds: Jonin chakra seed, 64 maturity. Intermediate sage mode seed, 92 maturity. Advanced earth release seed, 77 maturity. Advanced water release seed, 77 maturity. Fruit: beginner sealing type fruit. Task: to become the true boss of the ninja world, the only one. Gazing at the yellow fruit in his hand and the panel displayed in his eyes, Natsuhiko felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The sealing type fruit had taken over a month to fully mature, and it had finally borne fruit. Not only did the sealing seed bear fruit, but his intermediate sage mode had also progressed to 92. Natsuhiko recalled that the last time he checked, it was around 90. The growth brought him immense happiness. The time required for cultivating intermediate seeds was significantly longer than for beginner seeds, compounded by Natsuhiko's peculiar chakra distribution, which further slowed the process. However, the dawn of harvest was within sight. Even if he had to continue waiting, it was not a matter of great concern. After all, his chakra was limited. and he had long since grown accustomed to it. Heaven knows if enhancing his sage mode to an intermediate level would demand an even greater chakra requirement. Yet, why was the growth of his Jonin chakra seed progressing so slowly? Despite the joy of harvest, there was also a sense of frustration at the prolonged duration. The Jonin chakra seed remained in its stagnant state. Were it not for the slight evidence of growth, Natsuhiko might have doubted whether he had spoiled the seed. Shaking his head in resignation, Natsuhiko quickly composed himself. His current chakra, though limited, was sufficient. Moreover, at this stage, the quantity of chakra was not his foremost concern. What he truly needed was sealing techniques, for only by mastering them could he qualify to continue learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Natsuhiko placed the fruit into his mouth. The vitality and essence extracted from the tree, combined with the fruit cultivated through his own chakra, produced a flavor that was indeed difficult to describe. It was unpleasant. His initial reaction echoed in his mind. Even after consuming countless fruits over the years, each encounter left him with an indescribable sensation. For a fleeting moment, Natsuhiko pondered if he was gnawing on a cursed fruit, for it was certainly difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, the effects of this fruit were undeniable. Once Natsuhiko fully digested it, a wondrous power began to blossom within him. A radiant yellow energy enveloped his entire being, intertwining and entwining with his azure chakra. Gradually, these two forces began to merge. In an instant, an unusual aura emanated from Xiaoyan's body as he gently closed his eyes. As these energies coalesced, a wealth of information flooded his mind, swiftly integrating into his consciousness, becoming a part of him. As the strange essence surrounding him began to dissipate, the power coursing through his body also settled into tranquility. Simultaneously, the sealing technique, which had previously seemed insurmountable, began to reveal its simplicity. What had once been obscure now became remarkably clear to him. In this moment, he discerned the errors of his past and felt a newfound ease in executing these techniques. Xiaoyan had experienced this sensation numerous times before, yet each encounter brought him unparalleled comfort. It signified a complete mastery of power, a testament to his continuous growth. When the aura finally faded and his chakra achieved complete calm, he slowly opened his eyes. Apart from an exceptionally unpleasant taste, everything else was flawless. Clenching his fists, Xiaoyan felt immense satisfaction with his recent advancement. He raised his hands, swiftly forming a complex set of hand seals. Brilliant blue chakra manifested in his palms, and he promptly pressed his right hand onto the floor. 3 talents sealing technique. As his chakra connected with the ground, a series of symbols resembling tadpoles began to materialize, swiftly converging into an enigmatic seal. Within this seal, Xiaoyan's chakra subtly resonated. The 3 talent sealing technique was the simplest and most fundamental sealing technique he had discovered within the scrolls, with many storage scrolls relying on this technique for their enhancements. Previously, Xiaoyan struggled to execute even this basic sealing technique. Although simple, it encompassed a multitude of complexities. Fundamental concepts often prove to be the most crucial and troublesome. However, now Xiaoyan could effortlessly perform it, his sealing effects appearing meticulously refined, flawless in execution. While his sealing speed might have been slightly sluggish, it did not detract from the perfection of the technique once completed. Speed required continuous practice and reinforcement through practical application, but there was no need for haste. Observing the seal inscribed upon the ground, Xiaoyan couldn't help but nod inwardly. Indeed, there was no rush. Although he understood and could perform the Flying Thunder God technique, he had yet to attempt it himself. He intended to consult with Minato Namikaze, drawing upon his experience to design his own seals. After meticulously designing his own Flying Thunder God seal, he diligently focused on enhancing his spatial displacement speed and improving his efficiency in practical combat. With a meeting scheduled with Minato Namikaze the following day, he resolved to retire early. Contemplating this, Xiaoyan casually formed a seal, and the triad seal he had inscribed upon the ground began to dissipate instantaneously. The black script, reminiscent of tadpoles, swiftly receded, vanishing completely before Xiaoyan within a mere few breaths. The existence of such a system was truly remarkable, despite it being his inaugural experience with sealing techniques. He managed to execute them with such finesse, filling him with an even greater sense of elation. He eagerly anticipated the nature of his upcoming encounter with Minato. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Good morning, Xiaoyan. Within the tranquil forests of Konoha, Xiaoyan beamed at Minato, his smile having transformed into a habitual expression. His aim was to elevate this habitual smile into a signature emblem. Currently, his smile had become a shared acknowledgement among his peers, yet this was merely the beginning. His ambition was for every inhabitant of Konoha, and indeed the entire shinobi world, to recognize him and for this smile to solidify as his mark. However, Shigeno was somewhat taken aback by Minato's demeanor, which appeared subtly complex. He seemed fatigued and somewhat resigned, yet beneath these negative emotions, there flickered a hint of joy. Shigeno possessed keen perceptive abilities. Even without actively engaging them, he could sense the emotions of those around him. While he could not discern the nuances of morality, he could explore the sentiments of an individual. Fatigue and resignation were perhaps understandable, given the challenges of being Hokage, especially considering the burdens associated with the Umbu. Yet, what could explain the glimmer of joy? Contemplating this, Shigeno surmised that at this stage, the only source of joy for Minato could likely be his family. Congratulations on acquiring such formidable support, and commendations on successfully completing such a challenging task, Minato stated directly, unaware of Shigenu's musings. It was merely luck. Coupled with Kakashi's assistance, Shigeno modestly replied with a slight smile. He was not one to claim sole credit for the accolades bestowed upon him. This mission had been a collaborative effort with Kakashi, thus any achievements were shared. This had nothing to do with Kakashi being Minato's disciple. Rather, it was an opportune moment to build goodwill. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, but soon his expression turned serious. Xiaoyan, the intelligence you provided has rendered Bo-Fong, Shui Min's voice notably subdued, almost a whisper. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiaoyan. Intelligence? Xiaoyan cast a puzzled glance at Bo-Fong Shui Min. Lord Hokage, the information regarding the third Kazekage's puppet cannot be attributed to me. After all, that fellow is rather ostentatious in his usage, and everyone can see it. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, Bo-Fong Shui Min could not help but shake his head. This individual was indeed quite cautious. Was he referring to that intelligence? Since Xiaoyan chose not to pursue the matter further, he too decided to refrain from elaborating. However, he could not deny the remarkable accuracy of the family intelligence provided by Xiaoyan. The depths of the Umbu were indeed profound. Very well, I understand. Bo-Fong Shui Min nodded slightly. Then, Lord Hokage, this is for you. Before he could complete his thought, Xiaoyan interrupted him once more. It was ill-advised to interrupt one's superior, yet Xiaoyan cared little for such decorum, confident in Bo-Fong Shui Min's magnanimity. Had it been Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would have certainly adhered to protocol and listened attentively. However, the current Bo-Fong Shui Min lacked such dominance and authority. Seizing this opportunity to showcase a different demeanor, rather than that of a subordinate, was precisely what Xiaoyan desired. Bo-Fong Shui Min was not angered. Rather, he gazed curiously at the scroll presented by Xiaoyan. You will understand upon reading it, Lord Hokage, Xiaoyan said with a gentle smile. Bo-Fong Shui Min glanced at Xiaoyan, then silently tore open the scroll and began to peruse its contents. Yet, after a brief moment, his expression subtly shifted, and he promptly closed the scroll. Xiaoyan was not taken aback by Bo-Fong Shui Min's change in demeanor, for the contents of the scroll were anything but pleasant. It contained Xiaoyan's speculations regarding the underground laboratory. In fact, Xiaoyan had intended to deliver this intelligence to Bo-Fong Shui Min previously. However, to avoid relinquishing too much valuable information at once, which might diminish its worth in the future, he decided to withhold some details. Much of this intelligence was speculative, yet a portion was indeed factual. As a member of the Umbu, Xiaoyan frequently encountered intriguing phenomena, such as witnessing someone vanish in the forest. Moreover, he and Kakashi had once visited that underground laboratory, and there had been whispers in Konoha about Orochimaru conducting clandestine human experiments, which ultimately led to Orochimaru's loss of the Hokage position. Combining the intelligence Xiaoyan previously provided with this series of events, he was essentially divulging his identification number. He was unmistakably signaling to Bo-Fong Shui Min that the underground laboratory of the root was engaged in human experimentation. Of course, he withheld further information, such as the precise nature of the experiments conducted within that laboratory. Yet, he did not dare to articulate it, nor could he even hint at it indirectly. This matter pertains to the issues surrounding the First Hokage. In the absence of direct evidence, divulging such information based solely on conjecture could lead to unimaginable troubles. Summer Yin is not foolish. He understands that one must take small bites of food and tread carefully along the path. The situation has caused Wave Wind Minato to suppress his rising blood pressure, and he swiftly ignited the scroll in his hand. This is a critical matter. I must conduct a thorough investigation at a measured pace. Wave Wind Minato had indeed undertaken a probe previously, yet the outcome left him disheartened, for he found himself unable to approach the site. Even his attempts to gather relevant reports yielded nothing but emptiness. Despite being the Hokage, he was utterly incapable of accessing or comprehending the affairs of those laboratories. Of course, I have only encountered this once. Any misstep could spell significant trouble. Summer Yin smiled calmly and remarked, "Only through confirmation can many matters be substantiated. After all, we are ninjas, not detectives reliant on mere speculation." Wave Wind Minato refrained from responding to Summer Yin's words, for he realized that each time he received such analogous intel, it left him with a profound sense of discomfort. For instance, the last time he learned of the entanglements between Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi, as well as the internal power divisions within the Umbu. He also deduced some obscure yet likely accurate information, such as the circumstances surrounding Orochimaru and Danzo. This time, further intelligence emerged, intricately linked to Orochimaru's human experimentation. If true, it would conclusively validate his previous conjectures while also revealing the ambitions of both Danzo and Orochimaru. Indeed, even the Third Hokage could potentially play a disreputable role in this affair. Such experiments, no matter how well concealed, could never be completely hidden. Taking a deep breath, Wave Wind Minato composed himself and smiled as he spoke. "Now, shall we continue your instruction in sealing techniques?" Summer Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet also a flicker of pride as he lifted his head. "I'm afraid we may need to transition to the next stage." What do you mean?" "Because I have already mastered the sealing techniques." "You've mastered them?" Wave Wind Minato regarded Summer Yin with a peculiar expression, utterly taken aback by such a response. To learn the sealing techniques in just over a month is not entirely extraordinary. He himself had taken a similar duration to achieve the same. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Summer Yin is an Umbu, and throughout this past month, he had been engaged in missions. First, he devoted time to gathering intelligence. Then he subdued a formidable lizard for summoning, and subsequently, he assisted the Third Division in completing their tasks. Amidst such a frenetic schedule, he still managed to master the sealing techniques? Is this talent? Wave Wind Minato could not dismiss the notion of this young man being occasionally lax. The mission report from this operation still lay on his desk. Apart from attributing it to innate talent, he could hardly conceive of any other explanation. "Yes, I have indeed mastered them." Xia Yin smiled and nodded. "Although I've been quite busy lately, the guidance from Lord Hokage has proven exceedingly effective. I have managed to grasp many concepts in a short span of time and can now employ some basic sealing techniques." "Is that so?" Minato Namikaze seemed momentarily taken aback. "You can utilize some basic sealing techniques?" The essence of sealing techniques lies in the fact that once you can execute even a relatively simple one, you can comprehend others by analogy and even attempt to perform them. The challenge of sealing techniques resides in the initial understanding. Once you cross that threshold, the path becomes significantly more navigable, though still not devoid of obstacles. If one were to visualize it as a curve, the graph of sealing techniques peaks at both the beginning and the end, while the middle remains rather flat. Minato had invested over a month under Kushina's meticulous instruction to surmount the initial hurdle, although he had made remarkable strides in sealing techniques. Pursuing more advanced and complex skills remained unattainable. Yet here was Xia Yin, who had already succeeded and openly acknowledged it, leaving Minato at a loss for words. "What sealing techniques do you currently know?" Minato steadied his emotions before inquiring. "Have you mastered the 3 talisman sealing?" "The 3 talisman sealing?" Xia Yin chuckled softly at the mention. He then summoned his chakra, raising his hands to swiftly form seals. Having performed this technique just the night before, he was quite familiar with it. In mere moments, he completed the seals, and the extraordinary power that had integrated into his being erupted forth. As the seals were completed, Xia Yin, imitating Minato's earlier demeanor, pressed his hand against a tree beside them. The black, tadpole-like symbols swiftly spread out, and upon lifting his hand, a complete 3 talismans sealing manifested before them. Minato gazed at the ceiling before him and could not help but nod slightly. Exquisite. Every detail is impeccably controlled, each step refined to perfection. Although there was a minor flaw in his sealing speed, it was of little consequence. With extensive practice, Xia Yin would master these techniques effortlessly. It appeared that this boy's talent was indeed formidable. He truly was a scion of the Senju clan. Reflecting inwardly, Minato's gaze towards Xia shifted. Given the demonstration of such aptitude, coupled with what Kakashi had conveyed about his strengths, Minato had no doubt that this child could master the Flying Thunder God technique. With a powerful summoning beast as a companion and the ability to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato suddenly paused, realizing how much this boy resembled himself. Endowed with remarkable physical prowess, as well as commendable reflexes and bodily coordination, I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, I am fortunate to have One Tai as my comrade. Moreover, Minato Namikaze is well aware of certain traits possessed by this young man, notably his gentle disposition and warm-heartedness towards friends and villagers alike. The more Minato reflects on this, the more he perceives his own reflection in Cheyenne. This sense of déjà vu is indeed quite extraordinary. Well, you truly amaze me, Minato thought to himself, resolving to set aside such contemplations. Since you have already acquired a certain proficiency in sealing techniques, I shall now teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Cheyenne replied humbly, slightly bowing. I appreciate your guidance. With the assistance of a system, he naturally did not feel any pride in mastering sealing techniques. Although he was confident in his ability to learn independently, it was ultimately through the aid of external resources that he achieved this feat, which he deemed unworthy of pride. Furthermore, what Minato was about to impart was of utmost significance. Cheyenne possessed considerable knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet he lacked the invaluable experience that comes from a successful practitioner. With such insights, combined with Cheyenne's aptitude for rapid comprehension, he could circumvent many obstacles in his learning journey. Cheyenne's demeanor was earnest and sincere, while Minato's instruction was remarkably meticulous. Perhaps he truly saw Cheyenne as another version of himself, harboring no intentions of withholding knowledge. Undoubtedly, his primary objective was to nurture talent for the village. After all, he was a man who would willingly sacrifice his life for the sake of Konoha. Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God Seal. As the sun gradually descended towards the treetops, bathed in its golden light, Cheyenne brought his right index and middle fingers together, channeling chakra through his fingertips. In the next moment, a peculiar chakra fluctuation enveloped him, and a curse mark quietly manifested on the kunai held in his left hand. The Flying Thunder God seal encapsulated the unique spatial rune of the Flying Thunder God, presenting it upon the medium, thus achieving the crucial step of traversing space to arrive at the medium in an instant. Cheyenne had finally accomplished it. Remarkable. Minato gazed at Cheyenne with a sense of astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback by Cheyenne's capacity for learning. In the span of a single day, this young man had managed to gather the Flying Thunder God seal right before his eyes. Such astonishing talent was beyond Minato's expectations. If one were to consider the time Cheyenne had devoted to studying sealing techniques, it would likely amount to less than a week's time. To master all of this in just a week, what an extraordinary individual. Thank you for your praise, Lord Hokage. Cheyenne looked at the curse mark appearing on the kunai in his hand, feeling immense joy, yet he remained grounded and not overwhelmed by euphoria. If it were not for your guidance, I would never have reached this point. No, it is your innate talent. Naruto Uzumaki smiled and shook his head. Keep it up. I've heard about your ambition to become Hokage, haven't I? You must strive even harder. Yes, Lord Hokage, replied Cheyenne, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. I will remember your teachings, but before that, there is a matter I need to discuss with you. Each time Cheyenne sought an audience with Naruto, it inadvertently cast a shadow over Naruto's mood, elevating his blood pressure. This was inevitable. For every piece of information Cheyenne delivered pertained to the darkest secrets within the Hidden Leaf Village. Even though he had only received information from Cheyenne twice, the verification of certain aspects left him with a lingering sense of unease. Thus, upon hearing Cheyenne's words, Naruto couldn't help but furrow his brow. This reaction puzzled Cheyenne, as it seemed rather excessive. Nevertheless, he brushed it off. He genuinely had matters of importance to address with Naruto, particularly concerning the issue of the Umbu captain. Cheyenne was uncertain about Naruto's potential choices, nor did he fully grasp the prevailing opinions and thoughts from above. However, for the sake of his own plans, he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, he would have eliminated Nanmu for naught. Moreover, it seemed that Naruto had been stirred by his own thoughts, likely feeling that his current situation was far from ideal. In light of this, having an Umbu captain willing to cooperate with him, heed his commands, and even provide more intelligence became exceedingly necessary. Shine was also confident that if Naruto did not take action soon, the position of captain might slip through his fingers. While he was indeed a competitive individual, he was by no means the only one in contention. What is it? Speak. Naruto steadied himself, appearing considerably calmer. Why didn't you say this earlier? He inquired. Because I was contemplating whether or not to share this matter, Shine replied, maintaining a friendly smile. Moreover, I felt I wasn't qualified until now. At this point, Shine glanced at the kunai in his hand, sealed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Rather than a lack of qualification, it was more about not possessing sufficient leverage to persuade others. However, Shine had now successfully completed the two most challenging steps of the Flying Thunder God technique. Crucially, as soon as he attempted to traverse space, he would effectively master the fundamental aspects of the technique. Yet, he was not prepared to make such an attempt just yet, as he understood that doing so might inadvertently reveal his secret to Naruto. Mastering such a technique with excessive proficiency, without any time for a buffer, would undoubtedly expose Shine's hidden truths. He was determined not to take any risks that could compromise his secrecy. He was only willing to reveal the sealing technique because he had ample time to create a buffer, even if he were busy. He could always claim to be taking time to practice, couldn't he? As for the Flying Thunder God technique, although Shine has yet to fully master it, someone as adept as Minato Namikaze understands that Shine is merely a step away from success. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Shine has learned the technique. Minato seems to grasp his intent, possessing mastery of the Flying Thunder God, along with formidable summoning beasts as allies, and not lacking in personal strength. Indeed presents a substantial advantage. Minato, demonstrating his keen intellect, quickly deduces Shine's aspirations, the position of captain of the Umbu's third division. Indeed, although Shine's demeanor remains gentle, this time his tone is resolute. I seek the captaincy. Provide me with a reason. Minato exhales deeply, furrowing his brow as he inquires. If it were solely based on strength, I would find a way to facilitate your competition. However, this position holds significant importance, both for the Hokage and for me. Before Minato can finish, Shine interjects. The Hokage should be aware that Nanmu has, in fact, drawn close to the roots. His demise, I am confident, would not be tolerated by either the Hokage or the Third Hokage, lest another Nanmu arise, correct? Minato nods in agreement upon hearing Shine's words. Indeed, he has recently discussed the vacant captaincy position within the Umbu with the Third Hokage, and they both tacitly excluded Danzo from consideration. The candidates they contemplated were individuals with sufficient experience and capability within the Umbu. However, during their discussions, Hiruzen Sarutobi's influence was undeniably dominant. Minato contemplates the possibility of leveraging this captaincy to garner support, yet regrettably, within the Umbu, he only has Shine and Kakashi at his disposal. Articulate your specific thoughts, he says with a slight sigh. I wish to understand your entire perspective, without any reservation. In truth, the Hokage fears that his actions may incite the wrath of the Third Hokage, does he not? Shine smiles lightly, appearing calm and unperturbed, despite the gravity of the topic at hand. After all, with Kakashi's precedent, the Hokage is averse to direct conflict with the Third Hokage. Thus, in this selection, the Hokage undoubtedly finds himself in a precarious position, as there are few within the Umbu he can trust. However, I firmly believe I am one of those few. Furthermore, regarding my tenure, I have spent 5 years within the Umbu. I believe this experience meets the minimum requirements. As for my strength, while my chakra may not yet be satisfactory due to my age, I am confident that I will soon master the Flying Thunder God technique completely. Additionally, I have the assistance of Lizard Maru. Within the Umbu, I would not be outmatched by many. Though I may be young, I am certain that given time, I will grow stronger and more commendable in the eyes of the Hokage. At this juncture, Shine pauses momentarily. Wolfeng Shuemin nodded slightly. The information provided by Xiaoyan indeed demonstrated that he possessed the qualifications to become the captain. Experience and strength were essential criteria for this position, and Xiaoyan had certainly fulfilled both. Furthermore, the potential he exhibited was compelling to anyone, making it a significant asset towards his bid for captaincy. Observing Wolfeng Shuemin, Xiaoyan's smile grew even more radiant. I believe Lord Hokage wishes to have his own team within the Umbu. Currently, there are 3 divisions in the Umbu, 2 of which belong to the Third Hokage, while one was previously affiliated with the Root. The vacant position, even if Lord Hokage were to assertively attempt to seize it, would only provoke the Third Hokage's ire without leading to a complete fallout. This was due to the vast resources at his disposal, and with Kakashi's entry, the Third Hokage had mentally prepared for this eventuality. Moreover, Lord Hokage, if I were to become the captain, I could provide you with more accurate and detailed intelligence. Could I not? As the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, Shigeno rose promptly. After a brief morning routine, he swiftly made his way to the umbu. Having rested for so long, he had made significant progress with both the sealing techniques and the flying thunder god technique. Thus, he had no grievances about returning to work. In fact, he was somewhat eager about this new beginning. Days had passed since his conversation with Bluffing Shueman. Although he had not received a definitive response, he was aware of the opportunity that lay before him. Bluffing Shueman remained somewhat cautious regarding Shien's suggestions, even though Shigeno had clearly conveyed that Kakashi's entry into the umbu set a precedent, which meant that promoting his own umbu unit would not result in a fundamental rift with the Third Hokage. Bluffing Shueman still preferred to adhere to conventional procedures to ensure the matter's proper execution. Shigeno had no objections, as he held a strong belief in his own capabilities. The standard procedure for the promotion to umbu captain involved a series of assessments. Shigeno did not believe these evaluations would pose a challenge to him. However, this method seemed somewhat cumbersome and introduced more variables. Yet, Bluffing Shueman was unwilling to break the rules, and Shigeno could not compel him otherwise. In essence, although their interactions did not resemble a typical superior-subordinate dynamic, often resembling more of a partnership or even a mentor-student relationship, Shigeno was acutely aware of their fundamental roles. Moreover, despite Bluffing Shueman's amiable nature, there were boundaries that simply could not be crossed. Thus, apart from the regret of not being able to directly secure the captaincy and failing to capture Sarutobi Hiruzen's full attention, Shigeno felt no other emotions. He had not misled Bluffing Shueman when he stated that promoting himself would not lead to a confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Sarutobi's son would adopt countermeasures, the focus would inevitably shift to himself at that moment. Never mind, one step at a time, Shigeno thought as he swiftly made his way to the headquarters of the umbu. Nestled in a concealed corner near the Hokage Rock, the umbu headquarters is situated within the Hokage building, a place under strict regulation where common folk are prohibited from approaching and indeed would struggle to locate. Unlike the root, which is established beneath the Hokage Rock for superficial appearances, the umbu operates without such pretense. Shigeno believed that the reason Root was situated beneath the Hokage Rock was not only to provide comfort to Danzo, suggesting he was merely a sunbeam away from the Hokage, but also subtly conveying to him that Root is the deepest-seated aspect of Konoha, destined to remain buried beneath the Hokage Rock, free from any ulterior motives. Upon entering the umbu headquarters, Shigeno swiftly scanned the surroundings and quickly located his assigned first squad. However, he noted that many umbu members were scrutinizing him as he entered. It was evident that his recent exploits, aided by the few members he had rescued, had spread like wildfire. Both his prowess and the incident involving the enigmatic lizard Maru had become synonymous with his name. Coupled with his assistance in rescuing members of the third squad, these events had rapidly catapulted Xiayan's reputation within the umbu. Now, who among the umbu members was unaware of the illustrious title of Nightingale? The captain of the third team of the first squad, Shigeno had become a household name within the Konoha umbu, receiving overwhelmingly positive recognition. Captain, at that moment, Kakashi suddenly called out to Shigeno. Xiayan's gaze shifted, quickly identifying Kakashi's location. While Kakashi's demeanor had transformed significantly, emerging from the shadows, a palpable distance still lingered between him and the umbu members. Ordinary members might be more approachable, yet when it came to captains and higher-ranking officials, there seemed to be a complete lack of communication. In contrast, Shigeno maintained a commendable rapport with nearly everyone. Although the higher-ranking officials might not engage him in extensive conversation, the ordinary members and various team leaders held him in high regard. His 5 years within the umbu had equipped him with substantial preparation, allowing him to cultivate a robust network. The success of his recent rescue mission and the demonstration of his abilities further elevated his standing within the umbu. Kakashi, you arrived quite early, Shigeno remarked as he approached and sat beside him. I hope I'm not late. No, Captain, Kakashi replied softly. However, I've heard that some individuals seem to harbor dissatisfaction with you. Dissatisfaction? Shigeno nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Kakashi, I appreciate your concern. Captain, what is the matter? Kakashi's encounter with Shigeno seemed devoid of surprise, prompting a curious inquiry. I recall the captain maintains quite commendable interpersonal relations. Why is it that? Kakashi's words trailed off, yet his implication was unmistakable. Shigeno did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately honing in on a select few individuals. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind the dissatisfaction harbored by some, and he could easily surmise their identities. To put it plainly, it was due to the elevation bestowed upon him by Minato Namikaze, which inadvertently placed him in contention during this grand captain selection, encroaching upon the ambitions of certain individuals. Among them were members from Shigen's own squad, while the remainder predominantly hailed from the third squad. The second squad was not devoid of individuals eager to vie for this position. On the contrary, it boasted several essential members of the Umbu. Regrettably, a mission involving Shigeno and Kakashi had incited the ire of Kakuzu, leading to the second squad bearing the brunt of the repercussions without justification. Presently, many teams within the second squad were in the throes of reconstruction, even seeking personnel from the first squad. It is evident that they are currently overwhelmed by their circumstances. As for the members of the third squad, Shigeno deemed their sentiments entirely justifiable. After all, the recent tragedy had claimed the life of their captain, thereby vacating a position that rightly belonged to them. They would naturally prefer that their captain originate from within the third squad rather than being parachuted in from elsewhere. Shigenu's recent acquisition of substantial prestige inadvertently augmented his competitive edge. Moreover, prior to his discussions with Minato Namikaze regarding this matter, he had not been selected for this round of competition. His sudden inclusion indicated that it would be increasingly challenging for other contenders to secure the position, resulting in their dissatisfaction towards Shigeno. This situation was quite straightforward, hardly a secret. After casting a cursory glance at his rivals, Shigeno maintained his smile and softly remarked, "For I, too, shall participate in this captain selection." On the path leading from the Hokage building to the Umbu headquarters, Minato Namikaze walked alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi, trailed by Danzo Shimura, Kohor Yuditane, and Hamura Midokado. The thoroughfare was bustling, teeming with a myriad of individuals, including young women engaged in their shopping endeavors. Yet, they appeared oblivious to the presence of the 5 most powerful figures in the Hidden Leaf Village traversing this route. They continued their activities, and the scene appeared harmonious. However, this facade of harmony elicited little sentiment from the quintet, particularly from Minato, Hiruzen, and Danzo, each harboring their own thoughts. The fourth Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, inquired calmly as they walked, "What are your thoughts on the upcoming Umbu captain selection?" "Lord Third," Minato responded with a warm smile akin to the gentle rays of the morning sun, "I believe it is best to let nature take its course. I trust that all candidates this time are indeed qualified individuals. Thus, no matter who emerges victorious, it should not come as a surprise. All qualified." Tuanzong stood behind them, a disdainful expression on his face as he remarked, "Others may not have any issues. But can you enlighten me on the matter of that nightingale?" Naturally, the nightingale possessed the qualifications. Wave Wind Watergate offered a nonchalant explanation, seemingly uninterested in further discourse with Tuanzong. His disdain for Tuanzong was hardly a secret. In fact, few within Konoha harbored any fondness for him. Wave Wind Watergate's demeanor was consistent with that of a typical Konoha ninja. However, as Hokage, he could not afford to reveal his aversion. Moreover, he understood that, despite his personal disapproval, the existence of the root organization bore certain necessities. Yet, this necessity had become somewhat excessive, and he found himself unable to intervene. The secrets of root were entirely beyond his grasp. Tuanzong, observing Wave Wind Watergate's attitude, simmered with dissatisfaction. He was acutely aware that all his arrangements within the Umbu had crumbled with the death of Nanmu. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen would clearly not permit his involvement, which only intensified his resentment. To his astonishment, he discovered that the young Watergate had utilized the authority of Hokage to forcibly appoint someone for selection within the Umbu. To Tuanzong, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eventual acquiescence to this was nothing short of a blatant betrayal. Yet, he knew that no matter what he said, it would bear no weight. For both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Wave Wind Watergate held the title of Hokage. The title of Hokage was a deep-seated aspiration for Shimura Tuanzong. He often reflected on the past, lamenting that if he had been a second faster, the title could have been his. Yet, time could not be reversed, and everything was irrevocably lost. The child, The Nightingale indeed possessed qualifications. He had ample experience and formidable strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a brief glance at his old friend before directing his gaze toward Wave Wind Watergate. However, the child's shortcomings were glaringly apparent. His youth might hinder his ability to command respect, and wasn't his chakra also a concern? Though young, I believe he harbors sufficient capability to earn the allegiance of others, Wave Wind Watergate stated with a calm demeanor. Moreover, the state of the Nightingale's chakra should correlate with his age. I believe his potential is beyond question, Lord Third. Indeed, his potential is remarkable. But this assessment is not something just anyone can pass, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head. However, since the fourth wishes to give it a try, let it be so. After all, it follows the proper procedures and does not contravene Konoha's regulations. Should he succeed, that would be splendid. Should he fail, it would still provide the child with a valuable experience. That is indeed the case. Wave Wind Watergate responded with a smile and a nod. Regardless of the outcome, it shall be a worthwhile experience. The exchange between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Wave Wind Watergate was devoid of fervor, as though they were discussing an utterly mundane matter. Standing behind them, Toru and Mito Menin could not help but let out a faint sigh. Though their conversation seemed ordinary, it was laced with sharp exchanges. The Nightingale they spoke of, if all went as expected, should be the young Senju Natsuhiko, the descendant of the Senju clan. Poised to assume the role of a captain in the Umbu, was a notion they had never entertained. Furthermore, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Namake's Minato would have connections to a descendant of the Senju clan. Of course, they understood that this connection was predicated on a relationship akin to that of a master and apprentice. Similarly, they could interpret it as Minato's desire to establish his own faction. Regrettably, the current Senju clan was no longer what it once was, rendering Minato's actions akin to a desperate gamble. His insistence on including Natsuhiko in the selection for the Umbu captaincy served only to deepen the dissatisfaction of his peers within the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's acquiescence stemmed not only from his intention to teach Minato a lesson, but also from his desire to prevent Shimura Danzo from further meddling in Umbu affairs. Both men were acutely aware of Danzo's ambitions, yet they knew all too well that this endeavor was fraught with impossibility. Moreover, Hiruzen and Minato shared akin sentiments. Following Hiruzen's proclamation regarding the future, a subtle discord had emerged between them. While Minato maintained his respectful demeanor, his choice of Natsuhiko spoke volumes. Nevertheless, they both tacitly excluded Danzo from their plans, indicating their intentions to thwart his aspirations. Toru and Mito Menin exchanged glances at this juncture and shook their heads in unison. Danzo was entrenched in his fantasies, impervious to counsel, and his success seemed unattainable. Very well, we are nearing our destination, Hiruzen observed, his voice remaining calm as he gazed ahead. Let us closely observe their performance. Indeed, we can only watch their performance now, Minato replied with a smile. I have faith that the Nightingale will excel. He has learned much under my guidance. Oh, your mentorship? Hiruzen inquired, curiosity piqued. Do you intend to take this young man as your disciple? Perhaps, Minato replied with a gentle smile. Who can predict the future? Indeed, who knows what the future holds? Hiruzen nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As they continued onward, eventually disappearing into a building, the once bustling street fell into a contemplative silence. The clamorous crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a few small vendors behind. Captain, are you truly going to participate? Yes, no need for surprise. Natsuhiko whispered to Kakashi with a smile. Kakashi's astonishment was entirely understandable. Having been here for a month or two, he had become fairly acquainted with the workings of the Umbu. This position is second only to that of the Minister and Deputy Minister of the Umbu, making it one of the most powerful roles within the organization. Although the Umbu comprises numerous divisions, each must heed the directives of the action teams, rendering the existence of these divisions entirely subservient to the operational forces. Kakashi, who could scarcely fathom occupying such a position of influence, was taken aback to discover that his captain harbored such ambitions. However, it soon became evident that Kakashi's countenance, concealed beneath his mask, underwent a subtle transformation. He realized that his captain seemingly possessed all the requisite qualifications, both in terms of experience and prowess. His captain met all the criteria. If he was indeed qualified, then why not attempt it? Taking a deep breath, Kakashi nodded earnestly. I understand. Captain, you must strive for this. Of course, Xia Yin replied with a smile directed at Kakashi. If I succeed, would you consider joining me? Naturally, I shall follow my captain, Kakashi asserted with unwavering conviction. Within the Umbu, his familiarity with Xia Yin was unparalleled, and the assistance he received from him had been invaluable. Should Xia Yin depart, Kakashi would likely find himself reassigned to a new team, an unfamiliar environment he did not dread but did not particularly favor either. Why would he seek out the company of strangers when he could remain alongside someone he knew? Moreover, Xia Yan's relationship with his own teacher was extraordinary, and Kakashi had long regarded him as one of his own. As the two engaged in light conversation, an abrupt silence enveloped the Umbu simultaneously. The grand entrance to their plaza swung open. Xia Yin and Kakashi ceased their dialogue, their attention drawn to several figures approaching. Upon closer inspection, they recognized Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi among them. Additionally, a middle-aged man clad in Umbu attire, yet devoid of a mask, followed closely behind. This was Takumi Murashima. Xia Yan's gaze quickly settled on this man, fully aware of his identity. He was one of the most formidable figures within the Hidden Leaf, a key player in one of its most daunting departments. However, this influential figure could only be regarded as such within the realm of department heads. The Umbu minister indeed wields more authority than those in other departments. Nonetheless, Xia Yin understood that this minister served primarily as a mouthpiece for Hiruzen Sarutobi. His strength was undeniable, yet what set him apart was not merely his formidable capabilities, but rather his unwavering loyalty to the Third Hokage. The fact that Sarutobi could maintain such a firm grasp over the Umbu, even after relinquishing the Hokage position, attests to the depth of this man's fidelity. While Xia Yin was unaware of the intricacies of their relationship, he recognized that as long as Takumi Murashima remained within the Umbu, the organization would continue to be a one-man show for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today for a purpose that I trust you are all aware of, Sarutobi stated as he and Minato exchanged glances before stepping forward. His movements were remarkably natural, and everyone present appeared to take it for granted. However, Xia Yin could not help but shake his head in silence. Who, after all, is the true Hokage? Whom should the Umbu truly heed? The vulnerabilities of Namikaze Minato were starkly evident. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the crowd, finally nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed that everyone was aware of the situation, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Today, in addition to witnessing the assessment, you are all also participants in the oversight of this evaluation. The position of captain is of paramount importance, a fact that I trust you all understand. Thus, we must not exhibit even the slightest carelessness or complacency. We must select an individual who possesses experience, strength, and the capability to lead you in fulfilling your mission and safeguarding our homeland. Yes, Lord Hokage. All the Umbu responded in unison. Yet, as they replied, many involuntarily cast glances toward Xia Yin, while Minato's brow furrowed slightly. Xia Yin was also among those selected for evaluation, but his youth was conspicuous. Although his reputation within the Umbu had been elevated through promotion, it was evidently insufficient, far from adequate for the role of captain, as perceived by the other members. With just a few words, Sarutobi Hiruzen had positioned Xia Yin at a disadvantage, though he never explicitly voiced any dissent regarding Xia Yin. The impact of his words had been unmistakable. It was known among the Umbu that Xia Yin had been personally chosen by Namikaze Minato. Despite Minato being the Hokage, his influence within the Umbu was not strong enough, inviting scrutiny of his choices. The Umbu are human too. While they may not fear death, they certainly wish to avoid it. An incompetent captain making erroneous decisions at critical moments could very well cost them their lives. With that in mind, let us commence the assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed oblivious to the subtle movements of the Umbu as he continued. However, let us proceed directly to the practical evaluations. I trust the candidates will have no issues with the theoretical aspects. After all, you are all elites, and age should not diminish your capabilities in this regard, should it? Furthermore, there will be no restrictions on the methods of combat in this assessment. You are fully permitted to utilize summoning beasts, as they are your companions. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Minato's expression shifted markedly, though he quickly regained his composure. Xia Yin, too, slightly shook his head, unable to deny the shrewdness of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Through his words, he had subtly and silently rendered Xia Yan's situation even more precarious and challenging. To bypass theoretical evaluation and jump straight to practical applications? Especially with that last statement, Xia Yan could not help but sigh. Who among the Umbu was unaware of Xia Yan's potentially formidable strength? Even if his chakra was weak, he had summoning beasts as allies. For Xia Yan, while he was not particularly concerned about the theoretical exam, his youth undeniably placed him at a disadvantage in terms of experience. Sarutobi Hiruzen has now directly announced his decision to bypass this examination, which appears to be an implicit endorsement for Natsuhiko's deceitful endeavors. However, the individuals behind Natsuhiko are not merely Sarutobi Hiruzen. His actions will inevitably invoke thoughts of Namikaze Minato among the Umbu. This old man is, in fact, further fracturing the bond between Minato and the Umbu. By suggesting the use of summoning beasts, he has struck at the very core of Natsuhiko's vulnerabilities. Should Natsuhiko resort to this strategy, it would ensnare him in Sarutobi Hiruzen's trap. Not only would he earn a reputation for relying solely on summoning beasts in battle, indicating a lack of true strength, but it would also incite discontent among the Umbu regarding Minato's choices. Furthermore, if he were to secure a victory in this manner while circumventing the theoretical assessment, it would only serve to reinforce the notion that the Fourth Hokage intends for Natsuhiko to be his successor, thereby widening the rift between the Umbu and Minato. This old man truly knows how to stir trouble. It seems this election will not be an easy endeavor. Natsuhiko is acutely aware that this selection process will be arduous, as his actions thus far appear to align him with Minato's faction. Although this was a deliberate fabrication on his part, he has mentally prepared himself for the consequences. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen's maneuver is undeniably severe. One must concede that Sarutobi Hiruzen, having held the position of Hokage for the longest duration, possesses an exceptional talent for seizing opportunities. Yet, Natsuhiko remains unfazed. Initially, he had envisioned overwhelming his opponents with the sheer prowess of his summon, Lizard Maru. But now he realizes that such a strategy is no longer viable. Therefore, he will abandon that approach. He possesses numerous hidden cards. Some can be revealed, while others ought to remain concealed, and he is acutely aware of the distinction. Moreover, he must express gratitude to Namikaze Minato. Without his intervention, Natsuhiko might indeed find himself in a predicament. Although Minato did not directly elevate him to the position of captain, an authority well within his rights, it is of little consequence. Natsuhiko gazes somewhat vacantly at Sarutobi Hiruzen at the center of the plaza, and a smile emerges beneath his mask. Hiruzen's actions can be interpreted as a subtle rebuke towards Minato, yet it is evident that a rift has already formed between them. Thus, why not widen this gap even further? Furthermore, he has afforded himself a stage. If he fails to seize this opportunity, it would be utterly regrettable. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, Natsuhiko begins to contemplate the opponents he may face. After some reflection, he realizes that while these adversaries may seem formidable, he is not without means to contend with them. Within the Umbu, those most eager to vie for the captaincy are predominantly members from the prominent clans. Their entry into the Umbu serves to demonstrate their allegiance to the higher echelons of Konoha, while simultaneously seeking to attain influence within the organization. It can be stated that the composition of the Umbu is comprised of a minimal number of civilian shinobi, a faction of clan members. But the vast majority consists of orphans left in the wake of war. Whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or the esteemed Senju Tobarama, neither desires nor can they allow their prominent clans to wield substantial influence within the Umbu. The number of captains truly in the hands of clan ninjas is not negligible, yet it remains exceedingly few. This time, Xia Yan's adversaries will include clan ninjas, but predominantly, they will be those children from the orphanage. Xia Yan surmises that his opponents will comprise both categories of individuals, albeit their order may vary. For instance, should he triumph through to the final round, there is a significant likelihood that his opponent will be a clan ninja. Imagine the consequences if the Fourth Hokage's chosen one were to become a formidable obstacle as a clan ninja captain. Thus, it would be far more prudent for Minato Namikaze to swiftly and decisively promote someone. Let us commence with the first round. While Xia Yan pondered these matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the surroundings and then announced, "First round, Nightingale versus Weasel." Weasel? Upon hearing this codename, Xia Yan instinctively turned to the center of his team, spotting a figure adorned with a cat-faced mask. The Weasel, his teammate and fellow squad leader, was indeed an unexpected first opponent. Such an arrangement was rather intriguing. Xia Yan was somewhat familiar with Weasel, having undertaken missions alongside him. Likewise, Weasel was well acquainted with some of Xia Yan's tactics. Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangement was quite clever, pitting him against Xia Yin in the first match, likely to uncover quite a bit. However, Xia Yin had long since transformed, and with his newfound abilities, it was impossible for him to remain stagnant. Even during their previous missions, he knew dealing with Weasel would not pose a challenge, let alone now. Gradually stepping out from the crowd, Xia Yin soon reached the center of the arena, with Weasel following suit. They had exchanged no words prior, but instinctively created a respectful distance between them. They gazed intently at one another, continuously adjusting their breathing and chakra flow, patiently awaiting the announcement to commence the match. "Who would have thought my first opponent would be you?" Xia Yin remarked softly, his tone friendly. "I hope you will show some mercy." "You fool," Weasel replied, shaking his head. He glanced around, and then quietly asked, "What are you actually up to?" "Clearly, the same as you," Xia Yin sighed lightly. "It's just that this matter has become entangled with far too many unrelated issues, culminating in this situation." Weasel was no fool. Despite his origins from the orphanage, he possessed an exceptional level of awareness. In truth, the orphanage harbored numerous talents, a veritable treasure trove of potential, not only attracting those who traverse dimensions, but also nurturing its own remarkable individuals. One of the clandestine masterminds in the future of the ninja world, Kabuto, stands as the most formidable rival to Cheyenne. Emerging from the depths of an orphanage, he is a testament to resilience. Such an exceptional individual inevitably stirs Cheyenne's aspirations. Yet, regrettably, while he harbors such ambitions, he lacks the courage to act on them. The reason is quite straightforward. The orphanage is under the stringent surveillance of Konoha. Orphans are considered the finest candidates for ninja training, particularly favored by both the root and the umbu for their status as war orphans. All funding for the orphanage in Konoha is tightly controlled, and the motives are all too clear. Access to these war orphans is restricted to the upper echelons of Konoha or members of prominent clans. Ordinary individuals are virtually excluded from any opportunity to engage, let alone adopt, these children. At Cheyenne's age, the prospect of adoption is entirely out of reach. Furthermore, his clan background precludes any such thoughts. The Senju clan's involvement with war orphans would undoubtedly provoke significant repercussions. Thus, Cheyenne reluctantly resigns to this situation, knowing that without sufficient power, his aspirations remain unattainable. Nevertheless, he muses, "Regardless, I shall not be courteous, Nightingale." The Weasel shook his head, evidently reluctant to dwell on the matter. "For I too aspire to become the captain. Coincidentally, I am eager to witness your prowess, Captain Weasel." Cheyenne smiled, his tone sincere. At that moment, both had adjusted their states, their spirits reaching a zenith. Sarutobi Hisashi observed them quietly, then nodded calmly. "Commence." With Hisashi's voice echoing, Cheyenne and Weasel launched into action almost simultaneously. They transformed into streaks of light, cutting through the air, and as sparks flew from the clash of metal, both found themselves locked in a struggle, kunai pressed against one another. The speed was astonishing, nearly overwhelming the observer's senses. Cheyenne excelled in velocity, and Weasel, too, was a master of speed. This confrontation promised to dazzle. Suddenly, as they pressed their kunai against each other and engaged in a subtle contest of strength, an alarming instinct surged within Cheyenne. He discerned something amiss with Weasel, prompting him to leap sideways instantaneously. In tandem, a chilling blade grazed the fabric of his garment. With heightened perception, Cheyenne was acutely aware of these subtle shifts. Weasel's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. Dance of the Crescent Moon? Cheyenne landed gracefully, his gaze sweeping across the figure that had attempted to ambush him, evidently a shadow clone. The Dance of the Crescent Moon, reputedly devised by Senju Tobarama, remained somewhat ambiguous to Cheyenne, yet he recognized the technique. This method, at the moment of attack, summons shadow clones that coordinate with the original, swiftly maneuvering to strike at the enemy's vital points from three directions: left, above, and right. It appears that the Weasel has modified this technique, transforming it into a more suitable form for covert assassinations by the umbu. His shadow clone does not manifest during the attack. Rather, it emerges sequentially after the original initiates the assault. However, whether this is to conserve chakra or merely a cautious probe remains uncertain, as he only summons a single shadow clone. Quite intriguing, indeed, thought Cheyenne to himself. But he swiftly resumed his movements. The Weasel was now directing his shadow clone and original self to attack in tandem, like shadows entwined. Upon witnessing this, Cheyenne deftly propelled himself backward with a push from his toes, and amidst a flash of light, his ninja blade was drawn in an instant. He swung the blade fiercely toward the weasel, yet the weasel stepped forward to intercept the strike. A subtle smile crept across Xiaoyan's face as, at the moment of contact between their blades, a brilliant azure radiance flickered across his weapon. The water release, compressed to its utmost and exceptionally sharp, erupted from his blade, effortlessly severing the weasel's weapon at the hilt. In the next heartbeat, Xiaoyan's body flickered as he unleashed his body flicker technique, the azure brilliance accompanying him as he thrust his blade toward the weasel's chest with great intensity. This young man has indeed mastered his teacher's technique, thought Sarutobi Hizen, observing Xiaoyan's blade with a smile. The water blade technique has been wielded to remarkable effect. It is evident he has dedicated considerable effort to it. Impressive. Nara Shikamaru nodded in agreement, her expression serious. At this level, he has likely surpassed the majority of those who can utilize this technique. One can only say he truly embodies his clan's legacy, not bringing shame to his teacher, muttered Shimura Danzo, his inner dissatisfaction evident as he apathetically regarded the unfolding scene. Mito Kazan remained silent, as did Minato Namikaze, who chose not to engage in the elder's discourse, quietly observing and listening instead. Xiaoyan's performance was commendable, however. The mere application of a technique or two did not convey much, and he needed to overcome his opponent to truly demonstrate his worth. Having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the Third Hokage, Minato understood that retreat was not an option. He could only hope for Xiaoyan's success. Furthermore, he wished for Xiaoyan to proactively request a theoretical assessment, as only this could slightly alleviate the current predicament. Bang! As Xiaoyan's ninja blade struck the weasel, a dull thud reverberated, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Clearly, Xiaoyan had struck the weasel's shadow clone. It is only natural. One seldom protects their shadow clone unless employing a necessary tactic to lure the enemy. Following the destruction of the shadow clone, the weasel swiftly closed the distance, launching a fierce counterattack against Xiaoyan. Having long since locked onto his target with his sensory abilities, Xiaoyan's reflexes were astonishingly quick, and he had already devised a countermeasure almost instantaneously as the weasel's blade descended. As Xiaoyan firmly landed on the ground, he had already adjusted the angle of his ninja blade, positioning it to block the weasel's strike. In the next moment, he slightly shifted his body and kicked towards the weasel. However, it was a pity that the weasel was no ordinary opponent. Although his reaction speed could not match that of Xiaoyan, his experience was considerable. After raising his left hand to block Xiaoyan's kick, he deftly used the force to disengage from the battle. As the weasel was propelled backward, he did not forget to swiftly form hand seals, ensuring that Xiaoyan would not have the opportunity to pursue him. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Accompanied by the surge of his chakra, a massive earth dragon suddenly emerged from the ground, hurtling towards Xiaoyan with great speed. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan showed no intention of using any ninjutsu. Such techniques posed no trouble for him whatsoever. He executed a simple somersault and effortlessly evaded the attack. The entire process was graceful and fluid, with the colossal earth dragon merely serving as a magnificent prop for his performance. This display immediately left all the Umbu present in awe. To evade a ninjutsu attack so effortlessly was never a trivial feat. Moreover, the speed of the weasel's earth dragon bullet was exceptionally rapid, and its area of effect was far from narrow. To evade it, as Xiaoyan did, required extraordinary reflexes and body coordination. Yet, Xiaoyan accomplished this without resorting to ninjutsu, clearly indicating the extent of his remarkable strength. Though Captain Nightingale was young, he truly exceeded expectations. Such reaction speed and body coordination were nothing short of astonishing. I now believe that those who will face Captain Nightingale in the future may find themselves in considerable trouble. He is evidently not easy to deal with. Enough said. It is best not to overstep when discussing the captain. The Umbu could not help but whisper amongst themselves, and it was not just them. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo cast sidelong glances. Danzo's approach in his youth would have been different, as he would have opted to confront with ninjutsu. Such body coordination and reaction speed cannot be solely attributed to training. They are innate talents. Such gifts are certainly not common. Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly glanced at Minato Namikaze, beginning to understand why Minato had chosen this young man and seemed to be instructing him in certain matters. This talent would be highly compatible with a technique mastered by Minato. If this young man could learn it, his value would be immeasurable. After Xiaoyan effortlessly yet skillfully evaded the weasel's earth dragon bullet, the ensuing battle could be deemed devoid of suspense. The weasel was well aware that had he faced the previous technique, he would not have been able to evade it so easily. Xiaoyan's demonstrated abilities unequivocally illustrated one truth. His fundamentals were indeed exceptionally strong. Nevertheless, the weasel had no intentions of conceding. As one of the squad leaders in the Umbu, he possessed his own pride. Xiaoyan is acutely aware of his advantages, which, although somewhat beyond his initial expectations, are counterbalanced by equally conspicuous disadvantages. Foremost among these is his tender age, which renders his chakra insufficient. Additionally, while his strength is commendable, it pales in comparison to that of an adult such as himself. Furthermore, as a 13 or 14-year-old, Xiaoyan's stamina is unlikely to be remarkable. Given these considerations, the weasel is confident in his ability to outlast him, determined to force Xiaoyan to reveal some of his hidden cards. With this mindset, the weasel launches his offensive. His prowess is undeniably formidable. While he may not fully embody the rank of a jonin in certain aspects, his overall strength allows him to be regarded as such. The existence of special jonin in Konoha exists for a reason, acknowledging that some ninjas possess a composite strength akin to that of a jonin, despite certain deficiencies in their complete abilities. Xiaoyan, however, has always regarded the title of special jonin with disdain, questioning whether achieving jonin-level composite strength does not equate to the standard of a true jonin. In fact, there are those whose composite abilities surpass even that of a jonin in specific fields. As the weasel unleashes his fervent assault, Xiaoyan remains remarkably composed and unflappable, his speed advantage manifesting brilliantly at this moment. Amidst the continuous evasion and counterattacks, sparks fly from the metallic clashes. Their figures blur into mere afterimages, rendering them nearly impossible to discern. Yet, those present in the shadows, despite lacking expertise and speed, are certainly capable of tracking their movements. It becomes evident to them that the weasel is merely stalling, and even that strategy cannot be sustained for long. Xiaoyan's speed utterly overwhelms the weasel. Regardless of the latter's exertions, he finds it nearly impossible to land a blow on Xiaoyan. Conversely, each of Xiaoyan's counterattacks leaves the weasel flustered and scrambling. The disparity in their abilities is glaringly apparent to all. Soon, the weasel appears to reach his limit, swiftly disengaging from his entanglement with Xiaoyan. He hastily forms hand seals once again. Earth release, falling clay. With his final seal, a peculiar barrier materializes above Xiaoyan, from which a deluge of sticky clay descends upon him. Xiaoyan raises an eyebrow at this development, recalling that he has encountered this technique in either a manga or an anime. It is indeed a rare moment of brilliance for the Umbu, and the technique's potency is notable. Having seen this jutsu in the Umbu's ninjutsu repository years prior, he is well informed. With a slight pause, he swiftly leaps backward, eager to avoid being ensnared by this perilous, adhesive clay. While evading, Xiaoyan discreetly positions his left hand behind him, completing a seal in silence. Observing Xiaoyan evade his attack, the weasel is not the least bit surprised. The latter's quick reflexes have long demonstrated that such techniques pose little threat to him. However, the falling clay is not a standalone jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Without the slightest hesitation, the weasel swiftly formed hand seals once more, this time invoking the technique of fire release. The technique of earth jutsu inherently necessitated the complement of fire release. This chakra-infused clay was intended to ensnare foes. Even if it failed to bind the enemy, it would still effectively hinder their movements. When combined with fire release, it could incinerate the adversary trapped within the clay. Such a ninjutsu would typically be deemed unacceptable in a contest. However, the weasel was beyond the confines of protocol, confident that Xiaoyan would emerge unscathed. As the colossal fireball converged with the clay, flames swiftly engulfed the entire battlefield, instilling a palpable tension among the onlookers. Clearly, everyone recognized the peril of this technique, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato, yet none intervened. Once the weasel had executed his maneuver, he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. The roaring flames obscured his vision, rendering him unable to locate Xiaoyan. He was certain that Xiaoyan was unharmed, thus he could only await with bated breath, bracing for a potential ambush. Suddenly, a disturbance arose behind him, prompting an immediate turn. At that moment, Xiaoyan erupted forth with astonishing speed, charging towards the weasel like a streak of light. Gripping his ninjato, Xiaoyan surged ahead, launching a fierce thrust. His velocity had escalated to a level that nearly surpassed the weasel's capacity to track his movements. Faced with such swiftness, the weasel gritted his teeth, raising his weapon. He had never anticipated Cheyenne's speed could amplify to this extent. In their previous encounter, he believed he had gauged Cheyenne's maximum velocity. However, it now appeared that he had not even begun to challenge this adversary. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the square as the weasel exerted every ounce of strength to parry the strike. Yet soon, his expression shifted slightly, for he detected another movement at his side. In response, the weasel swiftly drew a kunai, unable to execute any evasive maneuvers, and raised his hand to confront the oncoming attack. However, just as the ninjato and kunai were about to collide, Cheyenne's hand flicked ever so slightly, causing the ninjato to glide past the kunai, aiming directly for the weasel's throat. It was over. Cheyenne's blade halted at the weasel's throat. Naturally, he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow, yet this confrontation had indeed reached its conclusion. It seemed I have suffered a complete defeat, the weasel mused, exhaling deeply. As expected, such techniques are insufficient to contend with you. It cannot solely be attributed to that. It is merely due to my swiftness. Cheyenne replied with a smile, attempting to console the vanquished. Though the weasel's techniques were formidable, they posed little challenge for Cheyenne. Moreover, even if trouble did arise, Cheyenne felt no need for concern. Both Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi observed the proceedings with keen interest. It was inconceivable that they would allow any unforeseen circumstances to mar this contest. Their prior inaction stemmed from a firm belief in Cheyenne's unwavering capability, rendering intervention unnecessary. Sheathing his ninja blade, Cheyenne extended his hand towards the weasel, who grasped it firmly before rising to his feet. Witnessing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a brief moment before declaring, "The victor of the first match is Nightingale."